Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk.
Yeah. Did you get vaccinated?
Hey, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss, cause I say it respectfully. It's time to
Whoa, whoa.
Taking it deeper, and that's how it better be.
Hit the like button, you guys. Let's go.
Hey, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss, cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper, and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he sent for me. I keep the blood of the lemons, my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks, they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it, the fire can stand to the tallest of giants. The tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling his dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like the flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. 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 Hey, I got to drive the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake to sit in the reps, ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the place and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the T when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth, ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it.
But God did it.
But you rose like the flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Yeah. Welcome to another episode of Gone Trucking. I'm your host, HB2N. I'm sick right now. My throat. Hey, yo.
Nigga, you gay.
Pause. I think I got, Stanley thinks I have COVID, so I know that probably makes him very happy that I have COVID. But yeah, welcome to another episode of Gone Trucking. I'm your host, HB2N. This is the COVID edition of HB2N. Gone Trucking. Put your COVID mask on. Get your boosters. Get vaxxed, vaccinated, double vaxxed, whatever. Drink your thermometer and stick your cough syrup up your ass. Whatever you got to do. We got. Oh man. I hope everybody had a great weekend. I'm currently on 41 I-40 and Van Dyne, Wisconsin. It is like freakishly. Oh man, I gotta eat another cough drop. Hold on a second, guys. Oh God, I can't talk too loud. But it's like freakishly warm out here, man. This shit is like beautiful. It's like 40. It's like 45 degrees out, man. 45 degrees in Wisconsin winter is like the summertime, man. Shit is beautiful. Hope you guys are having a great morning so far. A great weekend. I was trying to play some stocks this morning, but god damn. I'm gonna just wait it out a little bit. Fuck it. We got a lot of earnings happening this week, so let's just wait for that. Yeah, man. This past couple of days, I've been pretty much under the weather. You know, been watching. Haven't been really paying attention too much to what's been going on, but I see and hear what's been going on. I don't really care too much, honestly. Like when you're sick, you just don't. You gotta cut the short shit short. The bullshit, whatever. I don't care. I don't care about nothing, man. I might have COVID. I could be dying right now. Yeah. Yo, my bad, y'all. Yo, don't play with me right now. Don't fucking play with me. I don't like when people be playing games all up in my face. Don't play no games with me. You see I'm on live? Don't play no games with me. Yo, I'm not in the mood right now. Called you like 27 times. Now you want to call. All right. Now you want to call. Don't call me now. But yeah, man. It's been one of those. It's been a brutal week, man.
Like I don't know. I usually get sick at least once a week, or not once a week, but once a year. It's like the scratchy throat shit. That shit is brutal, man. Oh man, can't even yell at Stanley. You know what fun is that? It's no fun there. Can't even yell at Stanley. Can't even yell at Solid Snake. You know. But I'm drinking some tea. Here for the tea, child. I'm drinking some tea. Got some cough drops. Got some more Benadryl I'm gonna take tonight. We're gonna get right back in shape, you know? Whip it. You know, I can still whip it up with the left hand. Gonna get right back in shape. So hope everybody's having a great weekend. I pretty much just slept this whole weekend. I did watch a movie that I really liked. It was called The Gorge. I don't know if you guys have heard of this movie, but The Gorge. It was a really good movie, man. Really fucking good. Basically about two world-renowned snipers, and it's about two snipers. One was a guy, one was a girl. One is like from Eastern Europe. The other one's from, you know, the U.S. And they both had to get put on this secret mission. Oh man, the movie was fucking fire, man. You know, I rarely see. Fuck. Yo, I don't think I can do this live, y'all. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I can barely talk. But the movie was fucking fire though, man. It had all the things I love to see in movies, like a bunch of guns, you know, snipers and shit. I don't know why, but I think snipers are like the coolest motherfuckers in the army or the military. Like sniping somebody, bro. Like, cause all this shit you gotta take into consideration. You gotta take in consideration like the time of the day, how the wind is blowing, the precipitation, whatever that shit is, the dew level. Oh my god, that was a great movie. And then it had sci-fi shit in it too. Oh man. And it had a little romance too. It was everything. 12th man, salute, man. What's going on?
Salute, HP. Hey, did you watch the new Reacher season yet? You know Jack Reacher, right?
My bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, man. I don't even
You're
know.
just in and out a little bit, but you're all right.
Okay. No, I think I'm gonna start watching that Jack Reacher though, cause I
Oh man.
you know it's like just hard for me to start watching shows because you know I get real attached to them. So you know
Yeah, I know.
I usually only
Yeah.
have time for a movie, so I try to find good movies to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, there's 3 seasons out, man. You really ought to check it out. But once you start watching them, you're not going to be able to stop. That's the problem.
Yeah. That is the kind of movie. Or
Then you'll binge watch. Binge watching.
You got to check out The Gorge though, man. The Gorge. It's on Apple. I think it's on Apple. Yeah, The Gorge. I think it's on Apple.
Prime Video. That's it.
Yeah, I might.
It's not on there.
Well, I got the I got the bootleg channel too. If you want the bootleg channel.
Oh yeah.
That's
how I watch Fox News online as a bootleg channel.
Yeah. I got the bootleg channel too. Yeah, I ain't paying for that shit.
I
Hold
don't pay
on.
for that shit. Nah. I just woke up, HB, and you just came on, man, and I said, well, I'm gonna jump up there with my homies for a minute.
Hold on. Let me send you man, check the back chat. Hold on. All right. That's the bootleg channel. Just make sure
I ain't
when you
gonna
use
get
it.
no shit on my phone if I click that shit, am I?
No. That's just what I was about to tell you. So when you go to the bootleg channel, anytime you like press anything on the bootleg channel, an ad is gonna pop up. Just exit out of the ads. Don't click any ads. Whatever
I'll
you do,
just I'll copy the link and then watch it on Brave.
yeah. Whatever you do, don't click any ads. Like
Not
don't.
Brave either. Not that motherfucker.
Are you talking about the Brave browser?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just don't click any links, man. Just don't click any ads, because you know that's how those channels work. You gotta
Yeah.
you gotta they just got a whole bunch of ads on it and shit. So don't click on anything, because I don't know what
And
type.
some of those channels they'll try to block you if you use an ad block like Be Brave.
Yeah.
But they have to pay for that. They have to pay for that.
Yeah.
You don't get that service for free.
Hey, Tom Gully said ads for dates for Russian women pop up. Yeah. You know, that's what I really liked about this Gorge movie. They had a really hot Russian chick. You know, I'm not usually into super skinny chicks like that, but she was like super skinny.
The Gorge. Let's check that out.
Yeah, she was super skinny. She was hot though, man. But the movie was fucking badass, man. I'm still trying to figure out, it was the first act or the last act better. I kind of like the first act better. The second act, they got a little too weird. Well, not weird, but you know, they had to put a little romance in there. The third act, that's when it just got freaky. But it was all good though.
Wait, that Gorge, that's a show too. That's not a movie, is it?
No. It's a movie. The shit that I watched was a movie. It was a movie.
Oh, okay. I was just reading the text in the link you sent.
Yeah, Humble's president, man. Keep the yappers
I think I heard of them before.
Choppers on deck.
I'm glad Tom Goley and I seem to have buried the hatchet, so that's a good thing.
That is a good thing. Oh, Tom Gully, she's from Miami? I didn't know that. Yo, she plays a fucking Eastern European chick really well then. I had no clue she was from Miami. I thought, yeah, she fooled me. I thought she was straight from Yugoslavia or something, man. Cause she's got like that Eastern European look too. That shit, that's what's up, man. I did want to talk about ASAP Rocky too for a second. Congratulations to ASAP Rocky, man. You know, I feel like they always tell you to just take the plea, but sometimes you gotta take that shit to trial. Don't take a plea deal. Take that shit to trial, bitch. You're taking it to trial. You know? So congratulations to him. I've been kind of watching, you know, once you search somebody, their videos start coming up. I never really been a big ASAP Rocky rap fan. I never really liked his music like that. But I see that he kind of manifested that whole thing with Rihanna, which is it's pretty decent. I like that. Not mad at that at all. But he beat his case, and the first thing he did was go hug. Shit. Hugged Rihanna. Shy Talks, what time is the Stanley show? Go to the live and then check go to the live and it should tell you which ones are there. Badass said I got my Red Rider. Yeah, right. You know what that is. You know what that is, Badass. You probably got one too. You better relax. Red Rider BB gun. You yeah. About to put a scope on it, man. About to put a scope in a green beam.
I have a high-powered pellet rifle, but you know, one of my first Christmas present was the Lone Ranger Red Rider BB gun kit. Came with the Tonto headband and all that shit.
Hold on a second.
You can't find that anymore because it's racist.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Portia.
Oh, Portia. Hey, Portia.
Portia. You already know what I'm going to say to you. Ma'am.
Oh.
Ma'am. Don't play in my face. Don't play in my face.
HB, what's that you got in your hand right there in your profile picture? Is that an AK-47? Or is that
it's a Draco. It's a Draco.
What'd you say?
Is that 5.52 or 7.69?
No, it's a 9. It's a 9mm. It's a 9mm.
Oh wow, really? Dang.
Portia, don't play. Don't play.
Where'd she go?
I had to get her up out of here. Had to get her up out of here. She thinks it's a game.
Oh boy.
Playing around.
Thought y'all loved each other.
I do love her, but sometimes these women, they like to play around. They like to be little, you know, like to do a lot of carrying on and lollygagging and, you know, like to play these little games. I'm disappointed, Portia. I'm disappointed. You want to play around. You want to play around.
I hope you get better soon, HB.
Yeah, me too, man.
Get over it. You just got the crud. You don't have no COVID or none of that bullshit.
Well, Stanley thinks I have. Yeah, Stanley thinks I have COVID, and I don't know why. Yeah.
I call it the woo flu. I don't even call it COVID. I call it the woo flu.
Listen, Portia, don't play. You want to play around. You want to play around. Go ahead. You want to be the victim? Go ahead. I'll be the bad guy. I don't care. But you know, like I know, the truth. So you want to play the victim? Go ahead. Go ahead. Hold on. Latino for Trump. Salute, man. Good morning.
Big up, Latino.
I'm just a fan of irony masks. Ah, come on, Stanley. That's come on. Come on, man. Come on. Nah,
I just
you know
stay up
what?
first.
You know what, Latino for Trump? I'm tired of this, man. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of being played to the side, treated like a second-class citizen. I'm tired of being abused and used. I'm gonna just tell you guys the reality. Portia beats me. Portia beats me up, you guys. She beats me. I have a black eye right now that I'm nursing because of Portia. She smacks me around and calls me Susan. I don't even know who Susan is. Yeah, Latino. She said it's just a Texas thing where women in Texas beat their boyfriends and husbands. So, you know, I don't want to go against Texas tradition, but I've been doing some research, and apparently this is not a Texas tradition at all. This is actually just domestic abuse. She's been playing in my face. Been playing with me. Anyway, good morning, Portia. You know
I
what?
just got a message from one of my long lost cousins, HP.
What'd your cousin say? I'm just playing, you guys. Portia doesn't beat me up. Oh my god. Would
Did
you
you know I probably have 400 cousins and distant cousins? Probably have 400 or 500 of those motherfuckers. No shit.
Stanley says she smacks me around and calls me pouchy. I'm just playing, you guys. Portia's she's a sweetheart. You know.
Yeah, I love
I'm just
Portia.
me too, man. It's just I get a little irritated when I get a little irritated, and she knows why I'm irritated.
You better be nice to her. I might try to steal her from your ass.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. You could try. You could try. I definitely don't blame you.
I'm just messing with you, bro.
You know how you start your morning with a nice cup of coffee? That usually gets people's morning started.
Yeah.
I'm a little irritated, because, I like to start my morning a certain way, and it's I'm just a little irritated right now. But Portia knows I love her. I appreciate her. God bless Portia. Make sure you guys hit the like button, subscribe if you're new here. And as always, you want to help sponsor this episode, hit the Cash App. $, HB2N. I am sick. I have the Stanley cross version of COVID right now.
The Woo flu.
Yeah, Latino for Trump. You know how it is. You know how it is, man. You know how it is. You know how it is, man. I got the Wuhan flu. But yeah, man. Salute to ASAP Rocky. Took it to trial like a man.
Yeah, HB. So what you been hauling, man? What you been hauling on the road?
Oh man, I'm actually hauling some jam right now, some jelly jam.
Oh wow! You could drop that off at my house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What kind?
No,
What
I don't
kind?
have a cold. I don't have a cold. Shy Talks. I got fucking COVID. It's not a cold. I got COVID, man. Daniel Nixon said, "Free John Galt from weed and let me see, weed and
Free
drinking."
John Galt from weed and drinking.
Yeah, no.
I need that too. Man.
Yeah. Nah.
Well,
I know Daniel Nixon is just playing, but I don't know why, but I've been hearing people trying to criticize John for smoking weed and drinking beer. And
whose business is it?
That's part of it. But I think it's just very homosexual to criticize a grown ass man who didn't work his whole life, a father,
Take care of his bills, pays his taxes.
right? Damn near retired. I mean, he don't even really have to work if he don't want to.
He ain't begging people. He ain't
No,
begging people
he
to
don't.
drink or smoke.
He don't even really have to work. But
Like,
people
He
are trying
could
to
sell that
criticize him for
shit
smoking and
and
drinking. That's like me telling Stanley, "Hey Stanley, maybe you should stop drinking and whatever, stop reading so many books."
yeah, stop reading so many books.
Like, hey Stanley, this nigga Stanley always drinking and reading books. It's like, bro, what the fuck? You gotta be a fucking faggot to tell some man not to have some vices in his latter, like in his, these guys are old people. These are a bunch of kids. I can
right.
see if
this ain't lasagna, man.
yeah, I can see if they were 16, 17.
26,
Yeah,
paying for pussy and shit.
right. Yeah, man, stop drinking and smoking so much. You got a whole life to live. This nigga John almost 50, man. Paid his dues, worked his whole life. He want to smoke some weed and drink. What type of faggot ass motherfucker gonna criticize him for that?
I thought Dr. Say said smoke weed every day.
That shit is gay, man. This shit is gay. Telling grown ass men what their vices should be.
HB, you ain't gotta go that far, man. Wasn't somebody here criticizing your hairdo?
Bro, people criticize all types of shit. I don't give a fuck. You can criticize my hair. You can criticize.
I'm like, yeah, like that's some shit that girls do, bro.
You can listen. My bills get paid though. I ain't crying or struggling for no fucking money.
Mm-hmm.
I do exactly what the fuck I want to do. I ain't complaining.
Shit. we all got bills and debts we all gotta pay, man.
Yeah, man.
You'll get there eventually, HB, where you're all grown, don't have to worry about money no more.
Right.
Just do what the fuck you want, man.
And if you don't, then you ain't got shit.
That's like me telling 12th man, "Hey, 12th man, why don't you stop drinking so much?" Like, bro, I would never say some gay ass shit like that.
That's his life.
Right. Are y'all fucking kidding me, man? That's why sometimes
I give him his props when he wants to try to stop. I mean, that's on him.
No, listen.
I'll give him his little blessings,
If 12th man ever came up here and said, "Hey guys, I have a drinking problem," I'll be the first one to say, "Hey, I support you if you want to stop." But 12th man worked his whole life. He did everything you can do in these here Americas. Who the hell am I to tell him to cut back on drinking? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yo, was that ASAP Rocky case was civil, right? It wasn't a criminal case, right?
Nah, it was a criminal case. He was facing like 25 years, man.
Oh, it was a criminal case.
Yeah. He was facing 25 years.
I thought it was just like a civil case.
He was facing 25 years.
Yeah,
man.
I mean, shit, I would be crying too. Fuck.
Yeah, but I think the gangster thing about that shit though is he took that shit to trial, bitch.
They were trying to give him bless or something, right?
Yeah, they were trying to give him a plea deal for 9 months. Man,
yeah,
fuck
see, that's deal. Like Young Thug, right? I was talking to my wife yesterday about the Young Thug case, and she did not know that if he would have lasted maybe 3 to 6 more months in there, he wouldn't have got out scot-free without all these all these things that he has to do now to stay out for 20 years, you know. And I'm just like, she's like, yeah, if I was him, I would have just taken those extra 3 months. And I'm like, dude, that's what his father told him.
Yeah.
And now he can't say certain things. He got to act a certain way. Like, that's not freedom.
Yeah. Nah, he'll probably end up back in jail, but
yeah, he will, because I mean, 20 years, dude. Like, of you having to stay on a line.
Yeah, no, that's insane. That's insane. But yeah, no, ASAP Rocky, man, he did the right thing by fighting that case. You know,
they ain't gonna be friends no more.
I think it's it would be hard to put Rihanna's baby daddy in prison, man. That's a hard one right there.
She's a billionaire too. I mean,
yeah, she was right there too. She was right there, front line is center, man. She was right there. Yeah, I'm happy for both of them though, man. They do seem pretty genuinely happy. A lot of niggas were hoping that he went to jail so they could slide up on Rihanna. I know I was. But I'm happy he got away. Scot-free. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Oh yeah. $10 a day for Portia J. Make sure you guys hit that like button.
It was $5 a day, then she upped it to $10 a day. I like that.
Yeah. We gotta up the ante. $5 a day, or $10 a day for Portia J. She does all the hard work in the back, you know. We just hit the live button. We don't really do anything.
Hey, HP, did you know someone from this channel donated $900 to Sam Fisher?
No way.
Yeah, I ain't gonna say who.
Oh, well, I can already. I pretty much know who it was, but I'm not gonna say.
It was Stanley.
Yeah.
Well,
I bet you $900 it wasn't Stanley.
I know. I think I know who. I think I know who it was too.
I think Stanley did vote for Stan. He even made a stream title about it. Like, I voted for that goddamn so many times now, or something like that.
Yeah, Stanley's family, bro.
Yeah.
Y'all all invited to the cookout. HB, I was on Twitter this morning, and I was strolling, and I saw the story of this melanated brother, and he's having 2 kids, right, with the mom and a daughter, dude, that happen to be of the white persuasion.
He's having kids with the mom and the daughter?
Yes, and they're like cool about it, bro. I was just like, yeah, dude. Nuts.
Wow.
I'm like thinking like this guy looks like a football player or something, because I mean the house is nice and everything, dude.
Yeah, you know, honestly, there aren't too many nice guys around for a lot of women. Unfortunately, you know, I think a lot of women, they're either gonna have to be alone or they're gonna have to
inseminate.
Yeah, double up. They got to double up.
Yeah, that's basically what one of my wife's friends did. She has 2 kids through insemination.
What?
Yeah, she has 2 kids through insemination. Basically, she basically went to a clinic and got pregnant, basically.
Oh, okay.
And she has 2 kids like that.
So no father?
Nope, not at all. A Russian lady too.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. And dude, like if you see this girl, bro, she's like a ginger? Oh man, she's so hot, dude. I even told my wife, I'm like, damn, your friend is hot. I don't understand why she like what, it was difficult for her, or she's just a person that wants to be alone. Like I really don't know.
Yeah.
But it's crazy, man. Them kids are gonna grow up and ask, like, yo, who's my daddy? And you're gonna tell her what? A tube?
Hold on a second. I'm getting some fucking hate text messages right now. Give me a second.
Really? What they say, HB.
No, man. Come on, man. Private.
Yeah.
Come on. There's a great advice, HB, that I can give you, man. When you're right, you're wrong. When you're wrong, you're wrong. Okay? that helps relationships, man. Just a word of advice. This is why every time my wife asks me, like, we're doing the bathroom next month. They come in to do it, like the demo and start working on it. And she's like, what drawers should I pick? Which cabinet? Which toilet? Which this? And I'm like, dude, I sat her down. I'm like, yo, I don't know why you ask me these things if you know you're going to make a choice anyway. I just want to get your opinion. And I'm like, yeah, but you decide, besides my opinion, you're still going to pick what you want. So why are you asking me? I wanted the bathroom to be black. She wants it to be white. The bathroom is white. So it's like, I don't understand why you asking me this shit. Like, you're going to make your decision anyways.
Yeah, nah. I get it. You know, I'm just I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole, man. I'm just
women. Like I told you, man. When you're right, you're wrong. When you're wrong, you're right. And that's just
even
rules,
even when I'm right, I'm like a sore winner. Even when I'm right, I'm a fucking asshole.
I'm the same way too. I had to learn how to let that go, bro.
I know.
Trust me, and I'm better off now.
No, I gotta quit being like that.
But the one thing I do get upset is for instance, like on a Sunday morning, I wake up at 6, and I'm out of here at the door by like 7:30 or 8 o'clock, and start doing my my applications, right? And I don't come home until like maybe 6 or 5, and I'm hungry, dude. I'm not wasting any money in the street. Like I could do that if I wanted to, but I'm not going to do that if I have food in my house. So if I see that there's no food in the house on a Sunday at 5 in the afternoon or 6, dude, I'm walking back right out the door. I'm not saying anything. I'm not mad. I'm not going to argue with you. None of that, dude. I just go eat in the street and I come back. I learned that shit from my uncle. That shit gets her more mad. I'm like, why you mad? I gotta eat. But I don't have that issue anymore because now the food is ready for some reason.
Yo. Let's put Portia, I see you in the back. If you would like to, I don't know how busy you are today, but if you would like to join me, you definitely have my blessings to join me up here on this panel. I would like to see that ASAP Rocky footage, and if he has any words or anything, any closing remarks for him getting out of jail or getting out of that.
Was he in prison?
Well, he was facing 25 years.
I mean, but was he held though, or was he out on bail?
I think he was out on bail, but he was, you know, he took that shit to trial.
Took it to the chin.
Man, I wanted to ask John too. John, if you're listening, have you ever heard of the last Mr. Biggs from Alabama? He has a song.
Biggs.
Yeah, he has a very famous song called "Take It to Trial."
Sounds familiar, man.
Yeah, the song goes like this. I started selling dope back in 1986. I bought a Cadillac and put some things on that bitch. brains blowed out with the white leather seats, selling butter because that other shit is weak. I was only 17, had the neighborhood hook. Had them stealing out their cribs because my crack tastes like ribs. Basically, he got indicted and he took that shit to trial, bitch. The whole song is about taking it to trial.
Shit, man, this is Jay-Z went to visit this guy Eminem, Daddy Yankee, even P. Diddy went to visit him too when he was locked up. This guy named Tempo in Puerto Rico, and this guy basically sang about the shit that was going to happen to him. And in the song, he also states that when he gets sentenced, he's gonna laugh and he's gonna smile at the judge.
Mm-hmm.
So when the judge sentences this dude for 24 years, bro, the judge is like, "Oh, are you smiling or are you gonna laugh at me now?" He's out now, but it's just funny how the judge is like, "Yo, so you're gonna laugh and smile at me now because of what he had in his song."
Yeah, no, I 100% think that especially nowadays, they should allow like the judges or the prosecutors or whatever. You should be able to use what's in these niggas' songs in court.
Yeah, I mean they use it as street cred, right? Isn't street cred something that is supposed to be true?
Right. I think that shit is so weak that Jay-Z doesn't want the law to be able to use that shit in court. Like, bro, they literally tell you everything that happens in the streets nowadays. Like, even the kid that killed Gilly the Kid's son.
Mm-hmm. He made a song right after.
Yeah, he made a song. He put Gilly's son's name in the shit.
It's like, well, we know who it is.
Yeah. It's like, now we know who killed them.
This shit's wild, man. Lil Durk, his shit look ugly, bro. He is not getting out.
Yeah, I'm not sure with him.
He not getting out, dude.
All right. So we got footage of ASAP Rocky. Let's play it. Let's go.
Yo, why John there?
You worried about your family if you do want to go in prison.
ASAP Rocky's fate will soon be in the hands of a jury.
Rihanna, do you think ASAP's going to be found innocent?
Rihanna arrived this morning at 11:21 a.m., 2 hours after today's closing arguments got underway. Not exactly a dream Valentine's Day for the couple. Riri arrived just moments after this drama happened inside the courtroom.
Lower your voice and don't yell at me. I told you before. I'll listen to what you say. Speak in a normal tone of voice.
The judge scolding attorneys who squabbled with each other.
One more thing out of him, and we air everything that's happened in this case. You should be, Joe.
Rihanna's man is facing 2 felony counts of assault with a semi-automatic firearm, which comes with a potential 24-year prison sentence.
ASAP Rocky really rolled the dice in this case, and now he's looking at potentially many years in state prison. He was offered a 6-month deal, and because of the crowding in LA County jails, he would have already been out by now.
Rihanna's star power has impacted the trial from day one.
Rihanna is going all out to help ASAP Rocky.
Potential jurors were asked if they listened to her music. Today was Rihanna's 6th appearance at court, and yesterday she brought in reinforcements.
Are you worried at all about the possible verdict?
Her 2 children with ASAP.
It is unusual to see young children in court, but it's part and parcel of the defense strategy to get sympathy for Rocky.
The defendant.
Yeah.
Why she have to say her 2 children with ASAP? Why not just say
powerful individuals within the entertainment industry, and they certainly have enough power to cancel small players if that's what they want to do.
Another Rihanna connection? This music video for ASAP's song DMB features Riri. The rapper claims he took a fake gun from the set of the video months earlier to use for his personal security. The defense team's entire defense relies on this, arguing the victim was not shot with a real gun, but a prop gun.
Prop gun doesn't shoot bullets.
ASAP, are you worried about the possibility of going to jail?
Wow. Oh, wow. Wow. You know, I still almost feel like he should be doing time for having a fake gun. What do you guys think?
Damn, man. Damn, this, I don't know, man. After you get everybody else's opinion, but there's a case that's kind of similar to this one, man, and I'm like I don't even know what side to decide, dude.
Yeah, you know, I think honestly, I just feel like if you're gonna pull a gun, regardless of the situation, whether it's a real gun or not, if you're gonna pull it, like, you don't know if you don't really know how other people are gonna react to it. Do they know that it's fake? 9 times out of 10, they don't.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. According to Alaska law, even a pellet rifle, it doesn't matter. It could be a Red Ryder BB gun, and you make someone in fear for their life, then that's an assault.
Yeah.
You made a valid point right there, man. Like, cause let's just say it would have gone a different way, right? Let's say that he would have taken that fake gun out. It being fake and somebody thinking that it's real, and let's say they shoot back at him, and
right.
let's say they injure him or something. Like, how, you know what I mean? That guy that shot him with the real gun might have a case right there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, man. This is kind of weird.
So he actually shot somebody with a fake gun. How does that work?
Well, you know, the fake guns, they have like it's all the mechanics of a real gun, except it doesn't shoot a bullet.
Yeah, it's just blanks.
It's just
makes a
blanks.
sound.
Yeah, so it makes the
Well,
loud
why
sound.
couldn't you put a live round in there? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, he could have put
I mean,
a live
because if
round
it's
in it.
gonna shoot a fucking blank, it can shoot a live round.
That's true too.
12
I mean,
man, it's like drinking a non-alcoholic beer, basically.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This shit's kind of weird, man. Like, I just feel like, bro, you can't be out in the streets pump faking with a fake gun anywhere. Like, why?
No.
Who does that?
You get shot back with a real gun, it's over.
I don't know. I just don't. I mean, if anything, he's ASAP Rocky. He could, like, you could have brass knuckles, you could have nunchucks, you could have a
Yeah, it
fucking.
doesn't really matter the weapon.
The real question is this. HB.
Yeah.
If you were in his position in life, where you had money, where you had deals with designer brands and such, right?
Yeah,
Would you be hanging around with these type of people?
Probably not.
Or would you move on to other mindsets that are like yours or even more?
Yeah. Nah, I'm not. Okay. Yeah, I'm not hanging around people. I need
me neither.
Carry fake guns around.
No,
like that
man,
shit's.
I want to hang out with better people than I am, dude. So I can learn from them.
Like I don't know, man. If I gotta have a gun to hang out with you, I don't really want to be around you
man.
like that.
Like, if I have to, for my safety, no, man. Like, I don't go out on the street like that.
Especially a fake gun. Ignis said he stole a fake gun because he's a pussy. Yeah, I kind of agree, man. A$AP Rocky's kind of a pussy to me.
Yeah, man.
Respectfully, he's kind of pussy. But,
so he stole this so-called fake gun. He stole it.
Yeah, he stole it off of a set of a movie or a music video.
And we've seen something like that before. What was his face? That
Hey, John, what's going on, man?
What's up, John Galt? Wasn't that one movie producer shot somebody and got off the hook?
Oh, you're talking
what
about
was his name? I know John Galt. No, what the fuck? What the fuck was that motherfucker's name?
Isn't he Estevez? Not one of the Estevez brothers. He's one of those other brothers.
The Baldwin. What was it?
Baldwin. Yeah. One of the Baldwin brothers. Yeah, I think he killed somebody with it too.
Yeah, he shot.
Yeah, on set.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He did do that.
And then he got off the hook, right?
I'm pretty sure he did.
Somehow, I think he got off the hook.
Yeah, he did. How you doing, John?
What's up?
There was another person also that died in the past from one of those fake bullets. Brandon Lee's son. I mean, Bruce Lee's son.
Bruce Lee's son. Yeah. Brandon Lee. Yeah, he died on
The Crow.
The Crow. Yeah. I used to think that was a good movie until I got older.
Yeah, that you just makes no sense.
It's kind of stupid, but
it's the same thing with Spawn, dude.
No, I still kind of like Spawn, but
you do.
Yeah,
I like that. I like that dude though. No bullshit. He's funny. Dolomite, whatever that movie was. That shit was funny, bro. Dynamite, whatever. That shit was.
Well, Portia, let's play the rest of this video. Let's see.
So what was ASAP Rocky charged with?
I guess assault with a deadly weapon.
Mm-hmm.
That's he got real lucky to get off on this one.
That's why
it's a stupid charge because deadly weapon, it's a fake gun.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. That's like, I don't know. Something about this case doesn't seem right.
Like maybe it was a real gun and he shot in the air, you know?
Like but shit, that's a felony, bro. It's discharging a firearm in city.
No, of course it is, but he said it was fake.
But if you pull a fake gun on a motherfucker, like that's probably ag assault right there.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, you would think it
we don't know it's real, right? If you rob somebody with a fake gun, it's still armed robbery.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah,
I remember this story. And it happened in Texas a couple weeks ago. These three little boys, I think it was 4 actually. They tried to rob this old man. They had like these fake ARs and shit. He pulled out a real gun and smoked all 4 of them.
I think I have that saved on my Twitter, bro.
Yeah. He smoked all of them, and he good. He not in jail or nothing. Like,
you see the one with the old dude, the pregnant and her boyfriend and some other dude came into the house, and he shot back because they had guns, and I guess he hit the pregnant lady. And when they interviewed this man, he's like, "Do you have any regrets of shooting her?" And he goes like, "No, I don't. And if it would happen again, I'll do it all." Damn.
He shot through his pregnant wife. All right. Let's play it, Portia. Let's go. Let's see. Portia might.
ASAP Rocky is breaking his silence after his former friend and collaborator ASAP Rocky was found not guilty on 2 felony counts of assault with a semi-automatic firearm. 2 days after a jury unanimously found Rocky, whose real name is Rakeem Mayers, not guilty after he was accused of shooting his fellow hip-hop artist in 2021. Relly, whose real name is Terrell Efron, is sharing a message on his Instagram story, writing, quote, "Gossiping is a form of entertainment for people who have no meaningful goals or purpose in life. Hate me, bring shame to my name, say bad things about me, I don't care. Your existence doesn't add any value in my life." His statement comes days after Rocky's attorney, Joe Tacopina, called Relly a, quote, "angry pathological liar who committed perjury again and again and again during his closing arguments." Meanwhile, Rocky was visibly overcome with emotion after the clerk read the verdict on February 18th. The 36-year-old jumped over the courtroom gallery to hug his longtime partner Rihanna, who emotionally wrapped her arms around him.
We, the jury of the above entitled action, find the defendant, Rakeem Mayers, not guilty of the
After the verdict was read, Rihanna reacted to the news on her Instagram story, writing, "The glory belongs to God and God alone. Thankful, humbled by his mercy," above an emoji of praying hands. Rihanna and Rocky shared 2 children together, 2-year-old Riza and 18-month-old Riot. If Rocky had been found guilty, he could have faced up to 24 years in prison. Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan J. Hodgman released a statement following the verdict, which read in part, quote, "While today's verdict is not the outcome we sought, we respect the jury's decision and the integrity of our justice system. Our office remains committed to seeking accountability for those who break the law, no matter their status or influence. Fame does not place anyone above the law, and we will not waver in our pursuit of justice for victims and the community." Outside of the courtroom, Rocky's lawyer spoke to reporters and commented on the grand gesture the rapper did after the verdict was read.
Realize how athletic he was. He, in a single leap, went over the jury box. But I mean, the spectator row. Look, that was raw emotion. That was happiness. You know, there was a moment where
he planned
before
that.
we heard the words from the clerk. You know, he didn't know if he was going to be spending the next 2 decades in jail or going home. And so when you hear those words, obviously, you know, I know how he was feeling. We've been in communication the last few hours, and it's a lot on the line. He has 2 little children. He's got a beautiful wife, and he's got a family. And so that was raw emotion. You guys got to see that. And, you know, it was, even for us, I mean, it was insane. So it was just very, very satisfying. Well, they promised their 3rd kid would be named ASAP Joe. So that's as far as I know. I'm kidding. What's next is they're going to move on. I mean, they have a lot of great things professionally to do. You know, Rocky's really at the height of his career. He's worked with Gucci. He's worked with Puma. He's got a lot of things going. Obviously, Rihanna is on top of the world, and they have 2 beautiful, beautiful children, and they have a family. And you saw them come together. And you know, I took to saying that they manufactured some sort of appearance of a family in his summation. But I think the jury obviously took offense to that too. They were a family, and they were a family, and that's why she was here to support him, and that's why his kids came. He doesn't know when he's going to see him again. And if this, so it was just beautiful to see. You know, this is what we do. We work hard, and these trials are hard, and they tax us, and you don't sleep. But at the end of the day, this is what it's all about. That's why I went to law school. That's why he went to law school. So you see this, and it makes it all worthwhile.
Wow. I don't know. Oh, it's a weird story, man. It's a weird story.
How in the fuck did he get off? I mean, maybe because he's rich.
He fought it. Dude.
I
tried.
Take that shit.
He was judged. He was judged by his peers.
John, you ever heard that song by Mr. Biggs, the last Mr. Biggs? Take that shit to trial, bitch. Take that shit to trial.
I never heard it.
You ain't never heard that? He from Alabama. You never heard that?
Who is it by?
His name is the last Mr. Biggs. Take that shit to trial.
Oh, I never heard that.
He from Alabama, man. Oh, I thought you would have dead.
Get up on the game. He's a rapper?
Yeah, he like from the 90s, man.
What? No, I never heard of that. 8 Ball is deep. I didn't about all that.
Take that shit to trial, bitch. Take that shit to trial. Hold on. Let me see.
No, I never heard that shit before. Never even heard of him.
Let's play a little bit. Play a little bit, Portia. Play a little bit. Damn, I thought you would have definitely heard of this guy. Hold on. It's old school. This old ASAP Rocky shit. So reminded me of this song.
Yeah. Yo.
All right, that's enough. That's enough. Take that shit to trial, bitch. That camera on my face, bitch. Take that shit to trial, bitch.
Yo,
Yeah,
Lord.
John.
Have
Yeah,
mercy.
John, that nigga from Alabama, man. I heard that song way back in the day, man.
Well, you said put them things on that bitch. That's showing us some southern shit right there.
Yeah, put the things on that bitch.
Some things.
That's some old school shit right there. I like it.
Yeah,
24-inch.
Put the things on that
Niggas
bitch. As soon as he beat that trial, I started thinking of that song. I was like, man, Rocky really took that shit to trial, bitch. Took that shit to trial. Damn. I don't know. Something just doesn't feel right about this this case, man. It might just be simply he's got the pedigree to protection.
Yeah, I mean, it went to trial.
The really guy was a bad witness. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
you know, he was lying and shit. He had money motivated. I think the jury seemingly just discounted everything he said. You know?
Yeah, and he was kind of like I don't care what nobody say. Nobody likes a rat, man. Nobody likes a snitch. Like, even if you're 100% in the right, it's like nobody respects somebody. Y'all allegedly in a gang together and you testifying against them.
Yeah.
It's just nobody.
Go ahead.
It's just nobody respects that, man. And I think the police don't respect it. The jury don't respect it. It's just something real weak about that shit.
Yeah, the money motivation probably really stumped the whole case.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all that jealousy and shit.
Yep.
You know,
yeah.
I think that's really what killed the case. And, you know, it really probably having a real serious effect all over America. You know, you're trying to prosecute these rappers. Like, the witnesses are going to be real bad. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, YSL Woody, a nigga with his head blown, have his head blown off as a witness.
Yeah.
Like, how do you put on a case with the witnesses testifying are just as bad as the damn criminals you trying to prosecute? You know, who do you believe?
More than a 4th grade education.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you remember Too Short? He's an OG, right? Too Short and the Dangerous Crew.
Yeah,
and those guys over there, man. But Too Short, he got in, he made his money, then he got out.
That is true.
And he never got charged or mixed up in any courts or anything because the motherfucker knew what he was doing, man. He wasn't a dumbass.
Yeah. So ASAP got a new gig post trial. Hey, Push, I do want to get to the four the 4 babies that were lost after this one.
You say you got a new gig.
Yeah. Let's see what this is.
Oh, talking about
Recent
babies.
trial is revealed.
Not guilty.
Just days after the rapper was acquitted on 2 counts of assault with a semi-automatic firearm, Ray-Ban has announced him as their first ever creative director in a press release issued February 21st. As fans know, Rocky is a fashion icon and has had multiple brand partnerships over the years. In May, he's set to co-chair the 2025 Met Gala alongside actor Coleman Domingo, Formula One driver Lewis Hamilton, musician Pharrell Williams, and of course, Vogue editor-in-chief Anna Wintour. NBA star LeBron James is the honorary chair. At Ray-Ban, ASAP will be guiding creative projects and shaping the future of the brand as part of its Ray-Ban Studios, according to the release. The release adds that the rapper's role will allow him to design his own eyewear, direct campaigns, and redesign stores themselves with influences from music, fashion, and the arts. He will also help launch Ray-Ban's new Blacked Out collection. ASAP says in a statement, "I've always admired Ray-Ban's ability to stay true to its roots while constantly evolving. I'm excited to be part of the strong heritage and develop the next chapter for an iconic brand like Ray-Ban." In a statement of his own, Ray-Ban's president says that the brand is welcoming Rocky into our family, adding Rocky is a visionary artist and creator. Back on February 18th, ASAP, whose real name is Rakeem Mayers, waited anxiously to hear the ruling of the jury in his trial. And when the verdict was read, the rapper immediately hugged his family, including his partner Rihanna.
Not guilty.
Okay. All right.
Damn, Portia made a valid point. That's probably why he's getting off, because of the alphabet community, you know.
Nah, I think he getting off because he was a bad case. I mean, that could be from other influence, but this was a bad case for him. You know?
Yeah.
Damn, man. I put a link of a case, man, in the back.
I'm really surprised he even got charged.
This shit is weird, dude, too.
I really even got charged, man, considering, you know, the quality of the witnesses.
Well, they did have it on camera though. They had like him holding the gun on camera.
Yeah, the shots. You hear the shots too.
Really?
Yeah. On the video, you hear bang bang.
That's right, because someone testified. Did she call 911 when she heard the gunshots? And it's really amazing that he still didn't get convicted.
Yeah,
Man,
that's what's so wild to me.
He got really lucky, bro. Really lucky.
But this is the thing. Like, how many counts were there? Was it just one count and they just put everything under one thing, or
probably one? It should have been. You know, I would imagine is pulling the gun, however many times he discharged it. You know, remember the cop that shot the boy in Chicago? I think he shot at the nigga 16 times or something.
But that's probably why he got off.
No, it was some boy. He walking around with a knife, and the police told him put the knife down.
This was in Cleveland, I believe.
It was in Chicago.
14-year-old.
It was in Chicago. I can't remember the boy's name. And they charged him.
Right?
It was a guy in Chicago looking like he walking out of a shopping center or something. And they charged him with every gunshot. You know, even the ones that missed, they charged his ass. And, so yeah, I'm surprised they didn't get him for that. He got very lucky.
Yeah.
Well, if it had been you or me, we'd be doing time right now.
Probably
be honest.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think I don't know. I might have took it to trial too, but I wouldn't have had a fake gun, so there wouldn't be anybody to testify. That nigga would have been dead.
Not a fake gun if it fires real bullets.
Nigga would have been out of there. There would have been nobody to testify. Well, congratulations to Rocky, man. I did want to cover another story. Let me see. Is this the story right here? Let me see. Oh
man.
Oh yeah. Let's go. Let's play this one.
Oh Lord, I hate stories like this.
Yeah, this is crazy.
This morning, we're turning the spotlight on a horrifying discovery in Michigan. Officers finding 3 siblings living alone in deplorable conditions. And now the mother's waking up behind bars. This is what it looked like inside. And my friends, we even had to blur some of these images because it's just too disgusting. This home was filled with garbage and human waste, and the 2 girls and 1 boy, ages 15, 13, and 12, had been living like this for years. Neighbors are stunned.
Everybody's upset about it. Like, oh my God, this is right in our neighborhood. How could something like this happen?
My goodness. Now, this 34-year-old mother was living someplace else, apparently, and somebody would drop off prepared meals for the teenagers. Lately, it was just a loaf of bread. Officers were called when the landlord said that he hadn't heard from his tenant since December, and she hadn't paid her rent since October. You know, how could nobody know this was happening in this house? Let's talk about that. I want to bring in our guest. I want to welcome in the studio with me retired supervisor with the Department of Homeland Security. He's also a firearms expert and an author as well, Dr. Jason Piccolo. And of course, attorney Kezia Early is standing by with us remotely to dig into this case. Dr. Jason, you've come upon many scenes in your career. How do you think nobody knew about this?
You know, the thing is they were sheltered. They were in place and they were so scared to leave. listen, when you live in your neighborhood, do you really look around at your neighbors? Do you see them that much? You know, my last neighborhood I lived in, I hardly ever saw my neighbor. So who's going to report it? And if they did see something, who do they report it to? So yes, they were sheltered and too scared to leave. So it's just a horrible situation. Absolutely horrible.
It really is. Casey, you know, we talk all the time, not only are you such an outstanding lawyer, you're an outstanding mom too. And a lot of times, you know, your experience as a mother will inform things you think about in the courtroom and themes and trials. What do you think about this when you hear about the mom waking up behind bars and nobody knew what was happening in her home?
As she should, Julie, my heart breaks. I'll be quite honest, because I'm taking it from a perspective as a mother. Being a mother of 4 children, when I read this story, I could not understand how is it that you can abandon your children. I've heard of the 3 to 4 day drug binges, but 3 to 4 years. I would say the system did fail the children, and here's why. I know that they were abandoned around COVID. So even if they were online schooling, is there not a system in place to see that these children have not been in school? And then thank goodness she's paying her rent, because who knows how long this could have gone. I really thank goodness for the landlord as well, because he is the one that called for the welfare check. But the weekly drop off of food, the house was filthy as expected because they were children. The human waste, the mold, the garbage was reported to be as high as 4 feet. My heart breaks for these children. And this is why, side note, that we have to pray even when we don't know who the victims are. And not only does she need severe punishment, but obviously she needs counseling. And I'll say this last thing, the family. The children are now with relatives. So you mean to tell me the same relative that these children are with did not check on these children between the 3 to 4 years that there was weekly drop-offs? And whoever dropped off that food, they too should be punished, because I'm pretty sure that there were smells and they saw and witnessed what these children were experiencing. So I'm just heartbroken by this. I pray that our children.
She trying to charge the Uber Eats driver? Man, fuck this bitch, man. Fuck this bitch, man. What's she talking about?
It's not her fault, bro.
Right, it's not the Uber Eats driver fault. What the fuck? Yo, everybody trying to get off on the delivery, man. Everybody want to kill the messenger, man. What type of
blame Jose?
Right.
Miguel just trying to send you some food.
Right. You gotta blame them. Come on, man.
Miguel trying to take care of his family.
I don't like this lady, Portia. Keep playing it.
Remind me of some shit Letitia James would do or something. I'm gonna charge that Uber driver.
Go ahead, Portia, go ahead.
Oh, I love everything you said, Casey. Thank you for all of that. And yeah, thinking about it, the last point you just made about how people who, the DoorDash delivery person, whoever it is, dropping off something, you know, you might think, oh gosh, do I see something that looks, you know, I think we're in a day and age where everybody just wants to head down, mind their business, you know, where we need, do we not, Jason Piccolo, more people making a complaint. That's how oftentimes officers get the complaints about all the animals that have overrun a house, right? Somebody sees something when a neighbor opens a door. In fact, I got a clip from the sheriff. Let's take a look at his reaction.
It kind of reminds me of the commercials you see where animals are living in very deplorable conditions. Well, kind of take that times 10.
Talk about it.
And that's what the kids were living in for years.
Yeah, Jason, you know, if law enforcement doesn't have people willing to speak up and say something doesn't seem right, how can anything get done?
We need a robust PR campaign for the police. And even if it's not just the police, it's social work, the people will need to know that they can step up. They could see something, say something, and then report it and not be in fear themselves. You know, a lot of times people are afraid to go to the police with anything they have going on, so they don't want to rely on them. So have anonymous reporting, have some sort of system in place so they can do their investigation.
Right. This was just, it's hard to, it's unspeakable, yet it happened. Yeah, this was going on. I mean, look at this. I mean, the girls were sleeping on pizza boxes. The boy slept on a mattress. The boy told deputies mom abandoned them in 2020 or 2021. They weren't going to school. That was a question I had. Casey, apparently they found no one had gone to school. So for years, They're not going to school. The girls hadn't been outside in years. The boy went outside twice just to feel the grass, check the mail. I mean,
See?
you know, and it's like them needing a parent too to guide them. As I was seeing these things, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, you realize just how dependent children are on mom and dad.
Man.
Indeed, Julie. I mean, we are nurturers. We guide, advise, love, care for our children, and they didn't have it. So they didn't know the difference between right and wrong. They didn't know that they had to clean up because they didn't have that guidance. They didn't have that love. And I know they're going to need
poor babies.
counseling for
I feel
trauma. They're
sorry
going
for
to
the
need,
babies.
you know, just that education. I mean,
man.
they passed time.
They were teenagers. They knew how to clean up. These motherfuckers was just lazy, man.
Oh, I thought it was little kids.
No, they was teenagers.
What can they learn? What can
I
they
think
learn
the
if the
oldest
mom
one was
was
like
a slouch?
15, man.
What can they learn if the mom was a slouch, bro?
Yeah,
No,
that's
I
true.
get it. I get that too. But it's just like, man, I don't know, man. I guess the mom definitely should have kept paying the rent. That kind of is kind of fucked up. I wonder why she left though.
Another thing, like I told you, I work like applications and stuff, right? Like we usually don't go into people's houses to drop off any type of food. We leave it in front of the door. Like we don't see what's going on in people's houses, bro. That's just crazy.
Yeah, I do wonder why she left though. There must have been some badass little kids, man. I don't know why those
Hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, Portia.
Hey, Portia.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep. Hi, Portia.
Yep.
Okay. I wanted to give you guys more details. The kids, so teenagers now, but they were left alone for 5 years. So they were 7, 8, and 9 years old whenever
Yeah, babies.
she left.
And this happened, and she got locked up recently.
So
When I was 8, I was paying bills. Portia, I ain't know.
Man, this is crazy.
No, this just.
I had a credit score at 8. What are you talking
No, I'm
about?
a clean up person.
That's crazy, bro. Because you saying that, my kids got more credit than I do.
Like, so when I say it just happened, Ditley left her children to live alone and squalor for years, was charged with child abuse. Oops, hold on. Make sure I mute the
dumbass
sorry.
kids didn't know how to clean up.
Yo, for real, dude. 18, 17, whatever the hell it is, 16. Come on, dog. Yo.
I mean, but like whenever
7, 8,
you're
and 9,
7, 8, and 9
Yeah, I mean,
years old, like I'm not.
Man, I knew how to clean up.
I'm not
knew
gonna
how to
put
clean up.
all of that.
Portia, I knew how to make rice at the age of 9. Rice.
Well,
I knew how to do a lot of
dishes.
things too, but I mean, if
I see
their
why the
mother
mama left
just
these
up
kids,
and
man.
left,
These dumbass kids. I see why she
if the
left.
mom
These
left, then
dumbass
she
kids.
obviously wasn't teaching them how to do things. I don't know. Is my mic cutting out or?
No.
No, you're good.
Yeah, a little.
All right, so here's a timeline of everything that's happened so far. So you have a 12, 13, and 15-year-old kids
They
at
had
the
a
home.
garage too. They had a garage too, Portia. Oh man.
I guess so. The landlord told authorities that he hadn't heard from the mother since December 24th of 2024, and she hadn't paid rent since October. He actually called in the welfare check because he was concerned that something had happened to the mother. So although the children were abandoned in the house for 5 years, the mother actually still had been paying rent up until October of last year. So he gave her a couple of months, so December, he's like, hey, what's up? What's going on now? Of course, this was not expected. The 3 children were found living in squalor. The house was in deplorable conditions. Of course, as they said, the trash was piled as high as 4 feet. There were areas with mold and human waste were found throughout the home. Authorities said that the toilet was broken and it was overflowing, and they also found feces in the bathtub. Bryant wasn't there, but they found her 3 children who were wearing soiled clothing. Their hair was matted, and their nails were severely several inches long. Investigators learned that the boys slept on a mattress on the floor while the girls allegedly slept on pizza boxes. Her daughters were hiding in a bathroom that was filled with feces, piles of trash, and completely non-functional, while her son was hiding in another room. Police were astonished to find anyone in the location because it appeared to be uninhabitable, with piles of garbage and refuse several feet high, including large amounts of human excrement.
Oh, Lord.
The prosecutor said that the girls also had a difficult time physically walking outside of the home. The mother allegedly lived at the home with her 4 children in 2019, but at some point between 2020 and early 2021, she moved out and left the 3 kids to live there alone, while the 4th child went to live with their father. The detectives learned that the mother was actually living at another address right there in Pontiac. She was not far from the kids. She just
This is the yak. This is the yak. Hey, and Nate Ways, where you at, man? This happened in your neck of the woods.
That bathroom looked kind of clean. That bathroom looks pretty damn clean.
Oh, John, so the video that I'm showing you right now, this is the people cleaning up.
Oh.
Yeah, this is, yeah.
Yeah, man, what's his kids eating? Like Cheetos and honey buns and shit?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Yo,
That's
I'm
what we're
sorry,
about to get
Portia,
to.
but these kids are some fucking retards, man. I'm sorry.
Bro, I was making rice at 9.
Yeah, man. I don't know.
Because their mom was a retard and their dad was a retard. That's why they grew up to be retard.
That's a good point, 12, man. That is a good point. Because a lot of this shit you could just chat GPT. Like, how you do this? How you do that? These kids just sleeping on pizza boxes? Like that? Really?
Well, I wonder if she from the Congo like Joy Reid that got fired.
Because these
You
look
want
like
to
some
talk
kind
about
of.
reparations? She don't even qualify for reparations.
This place had a garage, so I'm guessing it probably had washer and dryer in there too. Probably a dishwasher too. These kids couldn't figure it out. I knew
everything was broken.
I knew.
Jeez.
Yeah, but I don't think it was broken before she left. It probably
She was just like,
broken.
these kids don't want to do shit. And she probably got fed up.
She probably was just like, the kids will figure it out. And she was sadly mistaken.
Mm-hmm. Well, she didn't teach him shit.
Yeah, but
at some point, like 3 inches long.
But
she didn't even teach them to clip their nails.
Like HB, think about this, bro. You're leaving these kids alone at the age of 8 and 7 for 5 years. Like no school, no nothing. They ain't learning anything but off themselves, bro.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't know, man. Maybe I just remember being 8 a little bit differently. Like I felt like
I don't
like
look
I had
old
chores and
for a
stuff.
9-year-old.
I had chores and shit I had to do. I knew how to walk to the bus stop.
Me too, HB.
If I didn't take out the trash, you best believe.
These kids are different though. Like a lot of parents don't even raise their kids the way that we were today.
I talk back to my mom. That's an ass whooping too.
I knew how to cook. I knew how to fry chicken at 8, man. I could fry chicken.
At 5 years old, me and my sister had to stand up on chairs to wash dishes. That's the way Mama taught us. And wipe up the counters and clean everything up.
If John is still here, here's a few photos, and I'll read some more of this article for you guys. But so here's a few of the images of what it looked like. So what you guys just saw were the people that were coming to clean it out. Here's a bathtub because the toilet was done. That's poop.
Dang.
Oh man, look at this shit.
Dang.
All that shit. These niggas shitting all over.
Look at all this shit.
John is
Look at all
like,
this shit.
I ain't renting to these niggas no more.
Look at all this shit. Look at this shit. Man.
It's amazing right there.
Didn't Run DMC make a song like that or something?
Stanley, you see this shit, Stanley? Stanley. Here we go with this anti-black rhetoric. Oh, Stanley, come on.
I didn't even ask if they were black. You know, I didn't even think about the race. I didn't even think about it.
Yeah, can we get a picture of the mom? Because yeah, we has been pretty
Now HB, I think
neutral.
that this is where
Don't do it, Portia. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Let's just see a picture of her. I don't want to be anti-black on this.
Oh my God.
On this Monday morning just yet.
Mother of the year.
Let's build.
you told me not to. You said don't. You said don't show. Don't show the picture of her.
Show the picture of her. I thought you were about to ask what race do I think she is, and I'm not about to go there this early this morning. Let's
She's
just
Asian.
let's just see first. Let's just see first what race this woman is.
Yeah, I had enough for shit for one day myself, talking about poop.
Pretty sure we know what race she is, but let's just see, just in case.
She's a tether.
She might be a tether. You never know.
Oh,
Nah. Oh, damn.
Damn,
Ghetto ratchet.
Man, 12th man was
You like a
smashed.
ghetto ratchet, man.
12th man, would you hit though?
Hell no.
Oh.
Well, that's my friend Shaniqua.
Damn.
So while the three children were living alone, they had no physical contact with their mother. The only child that ever communicated with Bryant was the son. He told investigators that he would text his mother when their food supply was low. Bryant would then allegedly use companies like Instacart and DoorDash to send the three children food. But in the entirety of their abandonment, she never sent them toilet paper, soap, shampoo, and other necessities that one would need to survive. Towards the end, specifically the last year of their stay before they were found, the mother was sending one loaf of bread for the kids to share, and it was supposed to last them for at least 2 weeks.
Damn.
Damn, a loaf of bread?
During their years-long abandonment, the child...
Fuck. I'm sorry, Portia.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
One loaf of bread.
Damn.
Oh, no. I think
was it,
there's like my computer is going slow and I'm kind of...
She's living her best life, I bet.
Was it like at least whole grain bread? Was it?
Yeah, was it like some good bread or some of that Wonder shit?
Oh yeah, was it Wonder Bread? It was probably Wonder Bread. Knowing.
Yeah, I bet you it was, AT.
Oh God. That ain't even real bread.
During their years-long abandonment, the only child to have ever stepped outside was the boy, and he only did so twice. He told investigators that he stepped outside one time just to touch the grass and another time to check the mail.
What?
The mother had allegedly instructed the kids to never, ever open the door or to never, ever leave the home. All three children expressed fear about what their mother's response would be if they actually left the home. The mother was also accused of concealing the kids from her family members and lying about their whereabouts. The defendant took the active steps of lying and concealing to make sure the children went undiscovered. And she took these actions knowing that her children would suffer serious physical and emotional harm as a result. In addition, The sheriff said Bryant would claim the children were with the babysitter when multiple family members asked where they were. The father wasn't allowed to see the kids, officials say. The mother told the investigators that their father wasn't in their lives, but later on, they learned the truth. They learned that he had tried to be. The father...
That's always the case.
Portia, can you find her Facebook page or IG?
I'm sure all that's been scrubbed.
Nah, it's probably still alive. Keep reading though, but see if she's got any social media. I want to see what this social media looking like.
She probably the one that left the baby in the street at 2 a.m, John.
There's got to be more to the story. There's got to be more to the story.
No, Latino, the babies would have been better off if she'd have just left them at the fire station, one of those drop boxes. Like you can drop a baby at the fire station, they won't say nothing, right?
Listen, still to this day, my mother...
They'd have been a lot better off.
Listen, my mother-in-law, still to this day, she goes, yo, if y'all can't take care of your kids, you know where they coming, right? And I'm like, yeah, that's not even a discussion. I know you're going to take them away from us. Like, and I'd rather that than DSS, bro.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, some of these black bitches are just crazy, man. Well, I'm not gonna even say some. A lot of them are. They're just really crazy.
Yo, I hope that she wasn't getting benefits for these kids while she didn't have them.
You know she was.
She should get locked up even like more time for that too, bro.
You know she was. You know she was getting snap all that shit, man.
Yeah.
She's getting snap. Probably Section 8. That crib was under Section 8. No, she was getting all that shit.
Yeah, I bet she wasn't paying the full amount of rent, you know. She probably paying her portion of the Section 8 rent.
Right. That's what yeah.
That's why you got out of Section 8, is because shit like this, right, John Galt? Am I wrong?
Well, they put me out, but yeah, this kind of shit will cause you a lot of trouble.
They put John out. Vice versa.
Yeah, you gotta be a bad motherfucker for Section 8 to put you out. Like, goddamn.
They said reverse.
I lied, John.
Good God. And then she was renting another place, right, Portia? When she let the kids in that one squalor and then went and rented another place.
You know,
yeah, she was living somewhere else.
Yeah,
I was
telling piece of shit.
I was telling Portia that this was really kind of common when I was growing up in Detroit, where you would have people like, there were a lot of guys that I knew, girls too, where their parents literally were never home. Their mom was never home. I knew one guy, junior and senior year, his mom was never there. Like, she was in the military.
I come from a family of two hardworking parents. That's not a fucking excuse, HB.
No. I'm not making an excuse. I'm saying, like, they weren't that young, but like, I do remember kids even that young where, you know, their parents just pretty much left the house to them. They had the house to themselves. And
I was one of those kids.
Yeah, like the parents literally were never there. You could.
No, but my parents worked though.
My mom was like, this kitchen better be fucking clean by the time I get home from work today.
And I think that was the difference. Like, even though the parents were never there, they was still parent even over the phone. Like, you know, you better have the house clean. You better do this, do that. Make sure this is done. And
you're gonna get mama's wrath. No one wants mama's wrath.
Right. You know, these kids probably never taught anything, you know.
Yeah.
At an early age. So chores, nothing was ever instilled in them. So probably to expect them to clean up would probably be a bridge too far. Clean up with what?
Yeah.
I mean, look, they were taking shits in the tub, dude.
Yeah. Shit in the tub is crazy.
Like, what is this? The hood version of Tom Hanks' Castaway?
I mean, they may not have been able to get up on the toilet. How old were some of them? They may have never been toilet trained.
I hope these kids can be rehabilitated and helped. You know, that's about the best we can pray for about this. You know.
Yeah. So Portia, this is more pictures of her.
Yeah, I can't find any social media yet, but here's one.
Facebook?
Yeah, no Facebook. And here's another photo of her.
So she probably was with another man while those children were at home. You know what I'm saying? She's
I wouldn't doubt it, dude. I wouldn't doubt
you know
it.
it,
Shit that they do, John.
Yeah. She with another man. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, this is crazy. Like they should put her. Is she in jail? Is she going to jail for this?
She better be in fucking jail.
So I'll just skip ahead to that part. Okay, so Bryant was found at another location and arrested without incident on Valentine's Day.
Damn.
Let's see. Okay, so the legislation proposed to amend the school code. So the sheriff said that a gap in Michigan's school code allowed for the status of the children to go undetected. One school received a request for records from another school in Pontiac, but no verification ever moved to that school. So when the children didn't show up to their initial school, they were dropped off the enrollment list since a new school had already requested their records. The sheriff said his department is proposing legislation to amend the state school code that would make it so before a child is unenrolled, the school would need to
wait. Pause. My bad, Portia. And this honestly just shows how inept the school systems really are. You let these kids go for 4 or 5 years without even checking up on them.
Bro, that's what I was gonna ask earlier, dude.
Well, you know what would be interesting about this is if the schools got funding for these kids, even though they didn't show up. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, there. Yeah, damn.
They probably did. They probably
did, dude.
Yeah, I'm sure they did.
They got the funding. They ain't care that they were.
Yep.
Yo, over here in Massachusetts, man, if you under the age of I believe 16, and you don't show up to school, they'll show up at your house.
Yeah, this is Detroit though, right outside of Detroit, Pontiac. It's a whole different ballgame.
I can't even believe you would ask me if I'd hit something like that, man. What the fuck you think I am, man?
I mean, just looks wise. Not take what she did out of context. Like, don't think about what she did. Just looks wise.
No.
Okay. All right.
Come on, 12. You could have saved her, bro.
She ain't look that bad in some of those other pictures.
You can save her, 12.
Fat, bro.
You can save her.
She's too goddamn fat. I don't want to be no fat ass woman. All right.
That could be your ebony queen.
No.
She's fat. All right, Portia. Let's read some more. Let's see what happened to her.
Hell no.
Latino, cheers.
Cheers, man.
Okay, so the mom charged. Oh gosh, let me see. Sorry, my screen is reloading.
That would have been ASAP today if he would have gone. He would have been like. Sound like a goddamn pterodactyl, bro.
I'm in trouble now.
Jurassic Park should
You guys hit the like button, subscribe if you're new here, and if you appreciate Portia's reading this morning, hit the Cash App, $ Portia J. You see it scrolling at the bottom. All right, Portia, let's get back into it.
So, the mother was charged with 3 counts of first-degree child abuse on Wednesday, February 19th, 2025. The prosecutor's office is seeking to terminate her parental rights. If convicted, she faces up to life in prison. In addition, the judge said that while no one else has been charged at this time, that doesn't mean additional charges won't happen at a future time. On Thursday, she was arraigned and the child abuse charges, and she was given a $250 million bond. If she is released.
Whoa, hold on a second. Are you reading that right?
Yes.
I know you're a math teacher. Are the zeros right? Are you sure? $250
You said
million
$200?
bond?
$250 million.
Million. I don't even think the Unabomber got that. 250 million. Are you serious? God damn. All right, go ahead.
Well, I think they're gonna make sure she never gets out of jail or prison again. Because what happens when you have a fine like that? If you don't pay it, they keep locking you up. Make sure you serve it day per day. They'll give you like $10 a day for every day you do in jail, right? Onto your fine. So she'll never get out of. She'll never be released again ever, and I think that's a good thing.
You know, they like to party. She ain't gonna be partying no more.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Are you so, Portia? You're 100% sure that's 250 million.
Damn.
Yes.
Okay. All right, keep going.
They won't be raising bail funds for her.
Isn't it usually 10% of that?
Yeah, 10% would be 25 million. She still ain't gonna be able to cover that.
Maybe Diddy can cover her bail. Oh wait, he can't do that either.
Yeah, I don't think Diddy got his own issues right now. All right, Portia, let's go.
Let me do this instead. Give me 1 second.
250 million.
Boy.
Wow. Man.
I would say that's the equivalent of the opposite of winning the lottery.
Yeah. They're definitely making a example out of this lady. You know, this has got to be this has got to be one of the worst cases of child neglect that I've ever seen. You know,
yeah, me too, HB.
Even with parents that work a lot and shit, they do make sure that their kids are in a position to at least be able to take care of themselves. This is terrible.
Yeah, I've seen worse.
I have the video of the judge, so you guys can hear it from them and not me. So,
a judge setting the bond at $250 million for the woman accused of abandoning her children in a Pontiac home.
This is a story we've been following since Sunday when we first found out about the heartbreaking investigation.
Kelly Marie Bryant facing a judge today, the 34-year-old appearing via Zoom in Pontiac's 50th District Court. The judge calling Bryant a danger to the community.
She is accused of leaving her 15-year-old son and her 12 and 13-year-old daughters alone since March of 2020. The children were discovered living in horrendous conditions.
7 News Detroit reporter Sarah Michaels listened in on that arraignment and is outside the home where that alleged abuse took place in Pontiac.
We have spent most of this afternoon outside of this home where 3 children were allegedly abandoned for nearly 5 years. We are told that they were living among mold, feces, and piles of trash up to 4 feet, 5 feet tall, some of which we just saw carried out a few moments ago.
Feces all over the place.
Soiled mattresses, moldy couches, dozens of pizza boxes, and trash, all being pulled out of this Pontiac home almost a week after 3 children were discovered living here. It is alleged that 34-year-old Kelly Marie Bryant abandoned 3 of her children here back in 2020. A boy and 2 girls, now 15, 13, and 12. Presumably 10, 8, and 7 at the time of their abandonment. They were finally found Friday during a wellness check for Bryant. According to the Oakland County Sheriff's Department, Bryant would drop off food periodically and threaten the children to never leave or answer the door. For nearly 5 years, we're told that they had no hygiene products. With the door and windows now open, you can smell the filth inside this home from the sidewalk.
These motherfuckers got hazmat
Bryant is
suits
now in
on,
jail
dude.
facing 3.
Stanley, you're full of shit.
They
didn't even know the race.
They had to have hazmat suits to go in there and clean that shit up, dude. I would have just burned it myself. I had the fire department come out and just burn that shit to the ground.
Stanley, we
Make
didn't
it
even
like
know
a
the race.
controlled burn. I wouldn't even touch it.
We didn't even know the race of the ladies, Stanley.
And HB didn't even want to play the game. Guess the race.
Nope, I didn't even want to do it. This easily could have been a. We talked about a white lady who had black slave babies living in a shed.
Well, Stanley's a liberal. He's always going to pull out the race card. You know, that's what
that
they
is
do.
true. That is true. That is true. Like this is about Stanley's biggest issue in America, parenting, and he somehow wants to make this a race issue. Thanks a lot, Stanley.
Yeah, this very easily could have been a white woman. You know,
very easily. Very easily.
No one even mentioned the race until they, actually came
I
up.
said Asian.
Yeah. Stanley wants to just I don't know.
He wants to shit on
rattle up the boats.
You got a negative stereotype of black people, Stanley.
Well, I don't even think that this has anything to do with race. You can do a quick search on YouTube, and you can just type in on YouTube in your search bar, mothers abandoning children, and it's filled with every race. It's women do this all the time. Now, this is the most extreme case. I've never seen a case this bad out of all of the ones that I've ever seen. 5 years. It's really bad. But the one thing that I love about this case is the fact that the judge is a black woman. And so HB was asking the question, Portia, are you reading that right? 250 million? Yes. And that was set by another black woman who was saying, hey, this judge is not playing with her at all. She said that she could be a flight risk. She said this girl left these kids for 5 years. And then the father was trying to get his kids, trying to get in contact with his kids. She wouldn't let the father get the kids because the father, the 3 kids are by one guy. And then she has another kid by another dude. But he has his son, but she wouldn't allow the father. And so the judge is like, first of all, you're being sentenced up to life and $250 million bond. And I'm doing that on purpose because your ass is not getting up out of here ever. I don't even want to make it comfortable for your family to get you out of here because I don't need you or anybody else thinking that what you did is okay. And then also setting the precedent that if you come into her courtroom on some stuff like this, she's not going for it. So hopefully, that's the only time that race mattered to me.
There's literally no excuse for this shit, Portia.
No, it's not.
I mean, what the fuck?
You think the judge is anti-black?
No, not at all. But y'all will see the judge at the end of this video. It's only about a minute left.
Wait, is that Dookie? Is that a picture of Dookie right there?
This is. Hold on, wait. It's like a trash can or something.
They were pooping in the trash can. God damn.
They were pooping in the tub. They were pooping all over the house.
Oh man. I'm offended Stanley would even say that this is anti-black. Like this is just normal for black people.
So the kids.
Something. I never pooped in the tub, Stanley. What are you talking about?
For real.
A 2-year gap. So the kids were 6 years old. So the two little girls, 6 years old, 7-year-old, and then the boy, he was 9 years old. And so they're teenagers now. So then, of course, take into consideration puberty, the girls, periods. They don't have any toiletries. The kids, they don't have tissue. They don't have soap. They don't have cleaning supplies. They don't. All we just saw was all of those hot and ready boxes.
Yeah.
And then I told you guys, because the article is just more thorough. It gives you more details, but they were sharing one loaf of bread for 2 weeks.
Wow.
So,
Well, Portia, just maybe to make Stanley feel better, I've seen plenty of white trailer park trash that are just about as bad, if that makes you feel better.
Yeah, Stanley, there's a story where this white family adopted these little 3 black kids and actually turned them into slaves, and they actually got locked up for this shit.
Yeah,
real.
Yeah. We watched that one. All right, let's play the rest of the video portion. Let's go.
I find her a continued danger to the children.
Bryant is now in jail facing 3 counts of first-degree child abuse. In court Thursday, she was given a $250 million cash bond. The judge saying that she doesn't believe anyone knows where Bryant herself was truly living at the time of this abuse, and that Bryant should have no contact with her own children or anyone under the age of 18.
I'm concerned that she still may have contact with a family member from the jail with instructions to continue to engage in the fear tactics to forbid the children from cooperating with authorities.
The sheriff has told us that Bryant's 3 children have received treatment from Care House in Pontiac this week. Care House is an incredible local nonprofit that provides treatment for children who are victims of abuse. Stay with us because coming up in an hour at 6, we are taking you inside Care House. Reporting in Pontiac, Sarah Michaels, 7 News Detroit.
Damn.
Disturbing details there, Sarah. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate.
Wow.
I'm wondering what's happening with those kids now.
I mean,
well, this was just a few days ago. So, I mean, they're in the care of a family member right now. And
hopefully they took a shower.
Yeah, they took them to the hospital for a few days to evaluate them and got them all cleaned up. So they should be all good to go. I mean, of course, not mentally, but.
Yeah, they probably got to shave all their hair off and all.
They'll be traumatized for the rest of their life because of this.
Yeah, that is insane, man. Proud of those kids. I just
literally no reparation you can do to fix the traumatization of these children. Right? They're going to be fucked up for the rest of their life now.
No, seriously though, seriously.
They're going to be fucked up for the rest of their life, man. Because of this shit.
Kids deserve reparations, if anything.
From their parents.
Yeah, seriously. Man. I don't this is a wild case, man. I do hope we stay on this, see what you know, maybe some of her excuses for why she just left those kids.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that, HB.
I wonder how many baby daddies is between those kids too. I bet they all got different baby daddies.
So the 3 kids, they have the same dad.
Ooh.
Oh wow.
But the one that's with the
What's
dad.
up with that loser?
The one that's with
he
the dad.
didn't check on his babies or
I'm
what?
sorry, I can't hear.
Hold on, 12 man. Hold on. The one that's with the dad though, that's a different baby dad.
Yeah, that's a different dad.
Oh, okay.
So the youngest is with the dad, and then the 3 oldest, their dad tried to get the kids, and she wouldn't allow him to see the kids.
This is why I always say when women don't
She
love
wouldn't
the baby
allow him
daddy
to
no
see
more.
the kids.
When women don't love the baby daddy no more, they take it out on the kids. I've seen it happen so many times. Like they lose love for the kids. I really believe that. That's why you see some of them, they'll use the kids as like barter, like you know, basically like chess pieces.
Yeah, leverage.
You know, they don't give a fuck about the kids no more.
Bro, I have a friend, right? I have a friend, right? And the mom has treated this kid so bad, dude, through the years, and for the simple reason that that kid looks just like the father, bro.
Yep. Yep. That's a lot of times what happens. That's why it's really important, you know. You dad or baby daddy, you better make sure you stay in your kids' lives, because this probably happens a lot more than you think. Probably not to this extent, but that abuse is definitely there.
Well, it's
Take
just
out
a
on the
case
baby.
we know
Universal
about,
Jones,
HB.
salute, man. What's going on? Stanley, why you always gotta make this a race thing, man? This is about kids in America. You're
That
so
children,
racist, Stanley.
Stanley,
God
not a
damn.
race.
Everything's about race. White
Well,
supremacy
he's a
didn't make you
liberal,
leave your
so he's
kids.
always going to do that. I already said that.
White supremacy
He's a
didn't make you leave
liberal,
your
so he's
kids.
always going to pull a race card. That's what they do, HB. You know that.
Yo, Stanley, they were living in a nice neighborhood too, man. They had a indoor garage. You saw that.
Jones, what you think about this woman's mindset for
Yeah,
her
good.
to do these type of things and have these kids live in squalor?
Yeah, good afternoon and good morning, everybody. Salute.
What's up?
Good morning, man.
I think this mom definitely sick. And I also have to give a little bit of credit to the fathers that are involved with these children as well. You know, I think that there's a problem. It's funny that Stanley is making this a race thing in the chat, and I just got here, so I'm missing a lot of context. But we have a parenting problem in the United States, and this is, you know, this highlights, you know, a bigger issue. It's beyond race. A lot of people don't pay attention to like foster care and adoption type of cases and child welfare cases, but it does expand across ethnicities, and we have a huge issue going on right now. It may look different for Black families because there's not a lot of respite for Black families. Once those kids fall into situations, they do end up in the system more than other kids do. But overall, this level of abuse it's an American issue, period. It may be a worldwide issue, but I'm just focusing on the United States.
Yeah. I see the same thing too. It's like when
I
I'm
knew
sorry,
it.
go ahead.
Well, no, and when you said that, Universal, you just made me like remember all the people I knew growing up. I used to know this Chinese girl growing up, and her mom was like legitimately crazy, like batshit crazy, like mentally ill crazy. And the dad left, so she basically raised herself because the mom was crazy.
Yeah.
And it happens so much, and it really is not a racial thing, man. Like, you got a crazy parent. What can
you gonna do?
Yeah, what can you do?
Yeah.
As a
Well,
kid.
what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that community, HB? If they know there's some kids living alone in squalor like that, and we're CPS, right? CPS is too busy kidnapping children from homes just because a motherfucker smoked weed in the house and shit.
Can I
You know
respond
what I'm saying?
to the question? 12th man, you ask a very, very important question. Where is the community? And I think this highlights we don't have communities like we used to. We don't have a collective responsibility for children anymore. And this is what happens when you don't build community across racial lines and sometimes even across political lines. And children are left to fend for themselves. If you pay attention to things like youth homelessness, there's a lot of kids out here couch hopping and just living day to day. They may be at a family member's house from time to time, or they may be at a friend's. But there is a issue around community building and family development right now, and this highlights it.
So I'm
I
gonna
did
bring
find a
up
video of the kids, the neighbor saying that the kids were shouting out the windows, asking for help and stuff.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And still no one helped.
They ain't my kids.
Well, somebody did help. Yeah, right.
Believe that the 3 children living in this home had no contact with anyone except for their mother for nearly 5 years. Well, today we learned that at least a handful of times they did call out to a neighbor.
Was it just that one time? Maybe 2 or 3 times.
A father himself, Jamar Johnson, tells me he felt the need to share that he heard the 3 kids abandoned in squalor in this Pontiac home. For 6 months, he has lived 2 doors down, and occasionally they yelled out their window to him.
Just, they say, hey, nice car. But, and I might wave back at them, but that's it. There's no way that I could have known that they were in a terrible situation.
Johnson says, how could he know that the room the children...
Yeah, see, this nigga, this nigga might get, he might get charged with something.
Time out. Portia, did you not read that they had their hairs locked because they haven't done their hair in so long, right? And you gonna tell me that kids with locked weird ass heads like that? Nah, man, come on, bro.
I mean, the children, they said the sheriff said that the children were emaciated, they were in soiled clothes, they didn't have any water, so they weren't showering or anything like that.
So that means they had white lips hair wasn't of hydration.
I mean, they look crazy, but he probably wasn't big.
With that water? I mean,
you telling me some kids with white lips waving their hand out their window, and you gonna say that that's okay?
But is this a rental property or was this a house? Does somebody own?
It's a rental property, I think. Yeah, but this is crazy.
So this woman was still paying the rent for 5 years?
Yeah.
Damn, she's done. She's done for.
But it could have been a little bit of rent. But it could have not been much.
Sure.
Yeah. She could.
It was the landlord that saved these kids. It was the landlord. The landlord, like, what's up? I ain't got no money for a couple months.
I haven't got my $90 in 3 months.
And I bet you that's how they found out.
Yeah, I just thought of another thing. This has been a 5-year run. They could have been on the moratorium thing, and just their rent could have been delayed too for a while due to COVID. Damn.
Landlord could have saved them kids' lives.
No, I had a lady.
They should be dead.
They saved those kids' lives after 5 years, dude.
I had a lady. Her rent was only $1, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
shit.
I believe
you don't get it. Fuck it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's paid by the government.
Damn.
And I guarantee you, that's what they're saying. When they're saying her rent was paid, she wasn't mailing a check. I guarantee you.
It was just directly going to the landlord.
Yeah, the government and shit.
This brings up another question about family too. Like 5 years goes by, there's no birthdays, there's no holiday, there's just no questions,
bro.
Like, where is the rest of the family at in this picture as well?
Bro, Jones, you brought a valid point, man. I'm sick and tired of my family having kids because every year that's a new Christmas gift, man.
Another damn baby shower.
Yeah, man, it's like stop.
Well, Latino, you are Latino, so that's
Jesus.
what y'all are.
Exactly. At this point, I was thinking the same thing. Well,
it's like roaches.
It is. Believe me, I know.
That is a good point though. Damn, like, and then the fathers too. Like, I don't know. I could see a lot more people being like, this guy basically just snitched on himself. Can you bring it back just a little bit? Like, you waving at the kids and shit, not even. Look at this.
They say, hey, nice car. But, and I might wave back at them, but that's it. There's no way that I could have known that they were in a terrible situation.
Johnson says, how could he know that the room the children were calling from was stacked 4 feet high with mold, feces, and trash? He says he never saw them outside, but he saw their mother, 34-year-old Kelly Marie Bryant.
She would be outside for hours and hours with a friend.
Johnson says Bryant was always in a car with a friend. He never saw her go inside, and he wonders, who was that friend? Did they know who Bryant was hiding?
She's from here, she's from there. We don't know where she resides.
So many have been wondering where Bryant herself lived while her children sat in isolation.
Is this her right here on the screen?
So 2 addresses. At one of them, I talked to a woman who confirmed Bryant was living here. Were you guys living together? The house is about 6 minutes away from where Bryant's children were. The woman behind the door telling me that Bryant always told them the kids were with their dad, and Bryant actually played with other people's kids. The 3 children, ages 15, 13, and 12, are currently staying with their maternal grandpa. Over the phone, their paternal grandpa, Samuel White, tells me he and the kids' father have been trying to see the kids for years.
But it just hurt because it's not the fact that she had to take them through that. Why would she do that and that wasn't the situation?
White says that he personally asked Bryant to bring the kids around. The answer was always no, begging the final question, and perhaps the biggest question: why would she do this? How are you guys coping with that?
I mean, it's sickening because it was like we wasn't running from the situation. We always asked about them. They doing all right, but
is that Antoine?
Bryant will be back in court March 4th for a probable cause conference in Pontiac. Sarah Michaels, 7 News Detroit.
It's messed up because man, shut up.
Because this woman didn't want to let me see.
I don't have any children, but if I did, and I found out they're living like that, somebody's going to jail. Might be me, might be the bitch.
I think
it might be that mama, but some goddamn body's going to jail.
If I'm going to jail,
I'm not gonna stand by and let my kids be raised like that. Fuck no.
My kids go through something like that, I'm the one that's going to jail because I swear to God in my life.
You know, I have a theory on intergenerational trauma that I know when I put this out, I'm gonna get a lot of shit for. But I honestly believe that intergenerational trauma comes through the mother. And this is one of the things that I linked on with Jesse Lee Peterson's kind of perspective on just like trauma and how we have to forgive and get over shit. Is what a lot of the client, like my therapeutic career, I spent probably about 6.5, almost 7 years doing clinical work. And I would say probably about 75, maybe 80% of my clients, the trauma they experienced was through their moms or another woman that they've experienced. And it doesn't get talked about a lot because especially when you're dealing with Black folks, because it's easier to blame the dads because they're usually not there or not functional. But the moms unleash hell on a lot of kids, man. And it's something we really need to talk more about.
That's the one thing I always liked with Jesse Lee Peterson too. He would always say that the father is supposed to protect the kids from the mother.
Yeah.
Yes.
And a lot of people, you know, you don't really understand that until you see situations like this.
If you guys don't mind playing that last video I sent, it's a woman talking about this. It's like a 1-minute video, and she explains that everything that Jones was saying.
Portia, if you can pull it up in the back, it's in the back chat.
I believe it's the last one.
Got one chance, Latino. This better be
the
right video. This better be the right video.
Better not be a porn bomb, Latino.
I'll be sending us.
Give me some Colombian BBW.
Columbia BBW. Hold on. Whoa. Hey, mommy. But yeah. You man. Because I don't care what anybody says. This type of shit doesn't happen if both parents are involved.
I think that's Love Dorsey, isn't that her?
Yeah, this is the video right here.
Yeah.
Okay. What's she about to talk about?
It's statistically a fact. Single mothers, we produce the worst product, right? Part of that, when we talk about males, especially Black males, we don't realize that we're programmed because if you don't understand history, you won't realize that like it starts with the female. Even when we were slaves, the idea is you program the mind of the female slave, she will raise the offspring to continue your agenda without you having to be physically involved. She will teach her children to abide because we're the first givers of life and care when kids are small. So we train them up to be good slaves, follow these particular rules. We indoctrinate and, create certain philosophies in their mind. So by the time they're big and strong, they still following behind the same agenda that was placed into us. So when you look at males that come from single mother-headed households, if you don't get around positive male role models, you have the emotional management skills of a woman.
Break that down. Break that down.
So if All of your
talking
upbringing, 17, 18 years, you've only seen a woman head the household. You've only seen how a woman problem solves. You only seen how a female, i.e. your mother, handles things. You've only seen how she deals with anger, guilt, shame, different feelings. You're only watching it from her. Now, she ain't telling you act like me, but she telling you act like me because this is programming. This is psychology. It's the
titties.
Yeah, and see that's why I don't usually listen to women, because all I could pay attention to are the titties. Honestly.
You got to learn how to compartmentalize. You can do both. I did. You can do both.
Nah, I can't take her serious. She got her titties out like that. I'm sorry.
You were sounding to me like she was making excuses for all her failures.
She did have some good
That's what it sounded like to me.
No, I just, whenever a woman is dressed like that and trying to talk about something serious, it's just,
I can't.
It's like Tesla, huh, Portia? It's just hard to listen to whatever she got to say. It's like, gotta put them away.
I don't like whenever women dress like that, and I don't like race or anything. I'm not listening to nothing that you're saying. Like you look like a whore.
Yeah.
Right.
That's because you're a real woman, Portia.
You're like,
You're
excuse
not
me,
a
man.
fake.
What did you say, Tootie?
Yeah, nah. She didn't even have a bra on. Like, what are you talking about?
No.
Like they're almost on the ground, and this is what we're doing. So.
Saggy waggies.
Are you talking about?
Gravity is real, man.
I like
about the black community. Like obviously your dad wasn't in your life.
And then too, she's probably the mother that she's talking about.
Yeah.
Portia, maybe
If she's not, she's a product of it.
Pull up some white trash videos to make Stanley feel better.
Well, I have, I think because of Stanley, I have a perfect segue, but I see that John stepped away.
Well, Stanley,
Is it pertaining black people, Portia?
Yeah.
It's actually it's both. But this story, and I do apologize.
No, I'm
I
gonna be
tried
in the
to
back,
find this,
Portia, because quite frankly,
on like a bigger, so I can make the screen bigger. But you guys, I believe that, like, for those of you that can't probably see it as good, you can at least hear the story. So even though John stepped away,
Portia, do better.
All right, play
I'll just play it. Give me 1 second here, because Instagram is a little different.
Season 1, Episode 1 of Nightmare Tenants, featuring Caitlin Poore of Atrium Health and her partner Kathleen Kennedy of DHL Logistics. So my husband and I, we have a rental property, and it's the home that we brought our kids home in from the hospital, and it's the house that we had planned to actually give to one of our children in the future. Our old tenant of 2 years was moving out, and we actually had a great experience with him. Anytime he had a concern, it was always handled and addressed promptly and professionally by my husband. And, ultimately we still have a good relationship now. So this is where we enter Miss Caitlin and Kathleen. They moved in on Super Bowl Sunday and were only in the property for a week's time. When they moved in, they were informed that there was some paint touch-ups that needed to be completed in the kitchen just due to the removal of the popcorn ceiling. Ultimately, they were unhappy that this didn't happen in the expected timeline, but did express just how grateful they were for my husband's overall communication, especially because they had apparently had a bad experience with a landlord in the past, which should have been foreshadowing maybe. But once they moved in, they had an extremely nitpicky list of demands in their words. They stated that if we did not meet their demands, that they would be moving out. Some of them were a little bit odd. They sent a message stating that they had clogged the toilet with their own human feces and that we would need to take care of it. And that is their wording. And the wording itself kind of just gave me weird vibes. But regardless, their concerns were addressed. They were told that if they wanted to move out, that we would break their lease. But ultimately, they were upset that they weren't going to get their February rent back, in spite of the fact that they were living there in part of February. And they said that they would consult with legal counsel and get back to us as to whether or not they were going to remain in the property. They proceeded to use racial slurs, including the N-word, at my husband. So ultimately, he had a bad feeling about the tenants, and he stated that he was going to go out there and just do an inspection on Friday to make sure that everything was the way that it was supposed to be. So he went out on Friday, everything was in place, and fast forward to Monday, we get a call from the neighboring unit. We have a great relationship with all of our former neighbors. So they gave us a call, and they informed us that there was water damage in their home that was apparently coming from our unit. So then 2 minutes later, I get a call from my other neighbor. She's not in the neighboring unit, but she gave me a call, and she said that there's something going on at our house. There's water all in the street. She said she thought it was because it was raining, but she noticed that it was coming like from all around our property. And so I asked her if our tenants were still there. She said that they left on Saturday morning. She said that a moving truck woke her up, and she said that they had a crew of like 20 people, and they were basically hustling to get out of there quick. And so she knew something was going on. So we get in the car and we head to our old rental property, which is about an hour and a half away from where we live. And we get a call from the HOA, and they told us that they suspected that there was foul play. So as we're pulling up to the property, we see water just covering the parking lot. There's water on the outside of our house, water surrounding the property, coming out of the side paneling. The fire alarm is going off. We open the door, and there is water everywhere. The entire first and second level is completely covered with water. It's seeping through everything. And basically the ceiling is caving in. So the fire department had to come to shut the alarm off, and they pointed out where Caitlin and Kathleen had actually unscrewed the toilet and damaged the pipe to where they could tell that it was intentionally done. We saw where both of the pipes on both toilets were destroyed, and the water was turned on, so basically it would run and flood the place. So they completely destroyed our home to the point where it is uninhabitable. And not only that, but the neighbor's home is now destroyed. And, you know, me personally, I'm not understanding how anyone could do this to someone's home, especially when my husband was nothing but accommodating and professional with them. And it really, honestly, just takes it a step further when Caitlin, who works for...
So can you show us what these people that did this look like?
Yeah, she's on the screen right now. That's what she's about to tell you.
No. Oh, okay. So she's going to show the people that destroyed her property. Good.
Yeah, she's showing the people, telling you where they work and everything.
Atrium as a PA on emergency would think it was a good idea to create a safety hazard and a fire hazard in a unit attached to other homes where there are children and elderly people living literally next door. And then following the incident, when we called them regarding the flood, they stated that they were not going to talk about it and that they just wanted to return their keys back. So obviously, audacity is running at an all-time high on this Tuesday, and it's in moments like these when I'm reminded that while God is real, demons are too, because this is nothing but demonic behavior to intentionally vandalize someone's home to the point where we can no longer enter the property, let alone have somebody live there. All of the time and the money and the investment is, gone and wasted. This was truly an act of pure evil. And, these two people really need to be held accountable for their actions. And it's truly a shame that anyone could really do something like this. On our end, we have filed a police report. We have contacted their employers. We'll continue to keep you updated as we document the progression of all of this. We've, of course, contacted our lawyers. It's an unfortunate and an unnecessary situation. And while it's a huge hit, we're just trusting in God and remaining positive. And we just ask for your continued prayers during this time.
So you have the two white ladies. Both of them are PAs. They work in emergency medicine, Kathleen and Caitlin. And they flooded their house out. And that is insane to me. Because I would think about like black tenants. They might, tear up, do some damage to the walls and stuff. But, the white tenants, they're a little bit clever. They're going to make sure that you can't fix this at all. So, Stanley, there you have some white folks doing some not so good things.
Some serious damage. Serious damage.
Didn't she say she's married? She has a black husband, and they were calling him the N-word and all that shit.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Pretty demonic.
I'd be out for blood if that was my property. I'm sorry, man. I feel like I'd have to hunt a motherfucker down over some shit like
what
that.
I say? You know what I say? I said, bitch.
Hey, John, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
If a tenant did something like that, could you report them to the police? Like, what legal action can be taken
bro, you gotta
for that
go
type
through
of scenario?
Yeah, you probably have to take them court for the damages. But for the, I'm sure there's some kind of crime. But I mean, police probably wouldn't pursue it. It would be a slap on the wrist. The best you have to go after them is financially, to be honest with you.
Oh, wait a minute. Go back. Is that what they look like? The couple?
Yeah, well, yeah, they were just roommates.
Becky's.
Oh, I just realized that HB's not up here anymore. I was wondering why I couldn't hear him saying anything.
There's the husband, right?
Yeah. So it's a black couple and two white friends did this, and they were calling them, the N-words and all of this kind of stuff. But it's a beautiful neighborhood, a beautiful property. Like she said, they raised their kids there, but these women literally undid the back of the toilet, and the whole place flooded out. It was Friday, Saturday, 4 days? The water was going for 4 days. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I know John said it'll be a slap on the wrist, but it's like I need more than that. I would need way more than that.
That's why John probably has insurance, Portia.
Yeah, I mean, she had insurance too. I don't know if you caught that, but the insurance doesn't cover intentional. The insurance doesn't cover intentional damage. So even though the renters are the ones that did it, so they have the renters insurance, and then the landlord, they have their insurance for the renters as well. And so, but it doesn't, in their clause, it doesn't cover intentional damage. So they don't get anything out of this.
I have a neighbor that rents a couple of cabins over here, and she's a very nice lady, but she just hired a property manager that way you go through the background checks and all that shit before you even allow them to move in the house.
Sometimes a background check, it's irrelevant because it could be an incident.
And a background check isn't going to tell you, hey, that these are some crazy females. I mean, both of them are PAs. They are emergency physical assistants. So they're essentially the doctors, of the ER.
Professional, you would think.
They make tons of money. They work at very high level positions in the medical industry. Of course, I'm like, oh, these are perfect tenants. If it were me, I'm thinking that these are the best of the best, but it turns out they're not. So
Jesus. And you have to think about being inclusive, right? Lesbian couple, PAs, middle age, they seem like they're not going to be causing too much trouble. Boom. Psychos.
Complete psychos. And then too, because it's like the townhouse, like the two-sided units. So they didn't just impact their home; they impacted the neighbor's home. And now the neighbors, they ain't got nothing to do with it. But hell, y'all know the climate
So
that we
that,
live in right now. The neighbors might even sue the black
Yeah.
couple.
Yeah, exactly. It's
You know what I mean?
Portia, did they go to jail?
No.
That-
No,
To me,
no,
that seems like a jailable offense.
no, they didn't go to jail. It should
Destruction
be.
of property.
It should be a jailable offense, but
That's a crime. Destruction of property is a fucking crime.
yeah, it should be. But apparently, they are not in jail. But I did see. Go back to her. The lawsuit has been filed against them. So it says, we have officially filed a lawsuit against the former tenants for the intentional destruction of our home. Justice will be served. Thank you to everyone who has supported us during this time. We will continue to keep you updated as the case progresses. So, but yep, this question right here is what's both, man. Can they be arrested? Why weren't they arrested?
Yeah. Well,
So, yeah.
intentional destruction of property is a crime in several states. And I wish Juan was up here right now to give us his analysis.
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know what state they're in.
I think
if I was the sheriff, I would submit charges for destruction of property and have their asses locked up.
I think it's hard to prove that they did it, that it wasn't like a malfunction or something like that. So they can't just arrest.
Well, John, I don't know if you heard it. The cops and the fire department, the fire department did the inspection and they determined that it was intentional because they unscrewed all of the things from the toilet. So the toilet, both of the toilets that were upstairs, they unscrewed all of it and they turned the water on.
Wow. Damn.
Yeah.
And Miss Helen says, would they need the act on video? I don't know. You know how attorneys, they argue these things. So I imagine the attorneys would be like, well, how do you know it was them? Who's to say that the husband and the wife didn't do this?
It could have come loose. Could have been loose.
Yeah, right.
The
husband and wife that raised their kids in that house is going to do that to their own house. I don't fucking think so.
Yeah, that's an amazing case.
Yeah, that's crazy.
What's going on, Universal?
Not much, man. Just chilling on a Monday. Trying to take it easy this week, man. I've been going too hard over the last couple of weeks. So
is that right?
yeah. I gotta pace myself, man. Trying to burn out.
Yeah.
But I'm good.
Keeping you busy at work?
Yeah, man. We throw a big children's mental health conference in every year in April. So we're gearing up for that. So that's like the biggest focus for us right now.
I see.
Yeah.
That's awesome, Universal, John.
Busy. Yeah, man. Busy. Yeah, I'm not sending no laptops.
Much respect, man, for that.
I've done enough. I've done enough in this internet space with the ladies. I don't need to do nothing else. I'm batting 1,000 though. I'll tell you that right now. So
I'm shopping at Costco, man. Damn, like, some prices are going up. I don't know if you guys shop at Costco. Shit, some of the prices are going up a little bit.
Yeah, shit, man. I actually got groceries this morning, and and I don't get a lot. I just usually when my kids are here, I might spend anywhere between $175 for groceries to maybe $200. She was about $250. I was like, damn, I got my regular stuff. So prices are definitely going up.
Bottled water more expensive. Sheesh.
Yep.
Yeah, everything costs so much. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, I just paid $16 for 2 dozen eggs.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I don't buy eggs,
What?
but it's a lot.
Well, I went a month without them, John, and I'm like, I can't stand living without my eggs. So I ordered me some more chickens and stuff like that. I'm not gonna depend on the grocery store for eggs anymore. Fuck that shit.
What'd you say, Portia?
I mean, the biggest recommendation that I would give to all of you, and I probably have said it on the panel, but more so in the chat, wherever y'all live, y'all need to find someone that has chickens. Like, just go to like your next door app, or I'm sure on Facebook they have, find somebody that got some chickens. And those people that have chickens, they are selling eggs. Like my egg lady, funny
There's a
enough,
whole
my egg
bunch
lady, she's
around
black. She has 150 chickens, and I get my eggs from her. And for about 60 eggs, somewhere between 50 and 60 eggs, I pay her $10 for them. So
For
I
50,
mean,
60
and we've
eggs,
been doing that.
$10? No way.
I mean, yeah, I'm buying them directly from her.
Absolutely.
Like she
Yeah.
has chickens. And
Yeah.
then I grow vegetables, and so like we exchange. So because I have vegetables, it's only me. So I have an abundance of vegetables.
Yeah.
So because even produce is expensive, so we do exchanges, you know. So she gives me eggs, I give her vegetables. I even grow the food for her chickens. So
Oh, wow.
you know,
Dang.
I don't. Oh, eggs
Pretty
being
smart.
$12 for a
That's the
dozen,
way it's
$1
supposed to
an
work,
egg. That's
Portia.
insane.
That's
Oh,
the
hey,
way it's
Virgo.
supposed to work. Neighbors helping neighbors, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and instead of all the bullshit, you know, like, yeah, I'll trade you some eggs for some of those zucchinis you grew or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
Might
like
even
now,
feed one to my chicken.
because the eggs are so expensive, now my mom is I guess this is the second time she's gotten eggs from my lady. And so like now my mom, she's like, send me your egg lady information so I can tell my friends, because I can get her a lot of customers. I said, Mom, I've been telling you about her for years. Okay. And now that the eggs are expensive, the only reason why you're getting them is because you are my mother. Outside of that, I would have to leave you high and dry, because I've been telling you this for years. Okay. Now you whatever the View told you, whatever Kamala and Biden told you, okay, all of that, whatever it is they said, your friends, they can go buy their own eggs. You know why? Because I'll be damned, okay, if my egg lady don't have eggs for me because of your friends. Okay, you know, you win some, you lose some.
You know, Portia, this actually connects back to the point that I was making earlier with the community thing. Like, I think forming community, you have to start doing stuff like that. Like, you're bargaining, which is a great thing to do. But even if you weren't, still buying those eggs at $10 for 60 eggs is amazing. But you're forming a community, you're bonding, you're building a bond. I think we've gotten away from that as a society, and you'll see like people like these kids who end up in this unfortunate situation, or people who end up lonely and isolated because they don't have really a community to lean on. So you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, it is really nice, because since I've been, like I said, it's been years, me and my egg lady, but like through her, I've introduced her to my butcher, she introduced me to her butcher, and so like now you have all of these different workings. So just because like she just has chickens, that's it. You might think that because she has chickens she might have goats, or no, she just got chickens. Now my butcher, he just does beef, that's it, but I eat beef mostly. But her butcher does beef, pork, chicken, stuff like that. But the butchers, they always look for vegetables, and so it's like, well, I got the vegetables, and so we just do like these fair exchanges. They'll drop off my basket in front of my house, I drop theirs off in front of their house. We call, text, whatever that looks like, but it's been working, and it's worked for years. And so like with all of the expensive things that are going on, I'm not going to say that I'm not impacted heavily, but I'm not impacted as much because I have that resource. So,
Right.
and like Miss Helen said, those eggs last longer. Yep, they do. And I eat a lot of eggs. I eat eggs probably more than I eat anything. So I know you guys 60 egg. Yep, every 2 weeks. Yep. Sure do. And I'm not giving none away. No. Survival of the fittest.
Yeah, sometimes it takes people to bump their heads a few times before they, they'll take advice. And it is what you just got to keep doing you. And then when it comes to their realization, they'll come around. But
like I collect egg cartons for her and everything. In my neighborhood, because I'm the one, like, I'll post on Nextdoor and I'll talk to my neighbors and I'm like, hey, if you guys have any spare egg cartons, they know I'm a teacher. And I give them all to Miss Melva because she has the eggs. She doesn't produce her own carton. So, we got to make it work. Teamwork.
Someone said Virgo and Haitian news popped up. Let's go.
Virgo, you're in the chat. John, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. So there's some other news that I want to go into, but I don't want to go into that until HB gets back because I know he would like to hear some of it. But until then, hopefully he's listening. Tens of thousands of Haitian immigrants in Massachusetts to lose protected status. Virgo is in Florida, guys. So this is not Virgo, but over the summer, we spent a lot of time here at the Urban Landlord talking about places like Massachusetts. And John was calling all of these people all across the country about these Haitians. Well, let's hear what's going on with the Haitians today.
Temporary protected status, roughly 500,000 Haitians in the U.S.
Massachusetts is home to the third largest Haitian population. The protection shielded people from deportation. Boston 25 News reporter Drew Caritas is live outside the Haitian consulate in downtown Crossing. Drew?
Rachel, the Trump administration has rolled back an 18-month extension of deportation protection, stripping hundreds of thousands of Haitian immigrants of their protected status by August. The General Consulate of Haiti here in downtown Crossing and advocates across the Boston area are now being flooded with uncertainty and anxiety.
And it does this country no good to try to ship people back to a dangerous country like Haiti.
A directive to push more than 500,000 Haitians out of the United States in less than 6 months is being called unrealistic and unfair by Jeff Thielman with the International Institute of New England.
You will see communities ripped apart. You will see families ripped apart. They followed legal pathways to get here. They did everything that they were supposed to do.
The Department of Homeland Security says about 50.
I just want to throw in 500,000. That's a lot. Okay. Less than 6 months, you're out of here. We're not ripping families apart because here's the deal. You can go with them. Yep. You can go with them.
57,000 Haitians registered for temporary protected status following a devastating 7.0 magnitude earthquake in 2010. That status was renewed under the Biden administration in 2021.
Also, for context, these 500,000 Haitians that have been here since 2010, what year is it?
2025, darling.
It's a
all right.
15-year run.
15 years. You've been here for 15 years, and in those 15 years, Obama gave it to you. Oh, Biden renewed it for you. And you still haven't tried to become a citizen? Whew, that's tough.
Civil unrest after the assassination of Haiti's president.
This will have disastrous consequences for them. These are people that have been here, some since 2010. A lot of them have had U.S. citizen children here in the U.S.
Under the Biden administration, Haiti's temporary protected status was extended through February 3rd, 2026, but protection from deportation and work permits are now set to end on August 3rd of this year.
They knew what it was when they came here on temporary. It says right on it, temporary. So they knew it was temporary, and the temporary is over.
Louis Murray, chairman of
15 years is a long time for temporary.
15 years.
Child predators get less time in prison.
I was
A lot
thinking the
of
same
people that
thing.
commit
Find out
atrocious crimes get less time in prison. 15
Portia, I
damn
can
years.
name
15 years.
I can name all the towns here in Massachusetts where they all at.
Look, Virgo in the
You
chat.
can name all
Says,
that
hey,
shit, Latino? No way.
Huh?
You
Virgo
can
says,
name all
wait,
that shit, Latino?
Yeah, all the towns here in
sponsors.
Massachusetts, of course.
Well, Virgo,
I know them like the palm
they
of my
rounded
hand.
up about 500,000 of them.
Bostonians against sanctuary cities is applauding the Trump administration for following through on mass deportation promises and scaling back the use of temporary protected status.
The Haitians have had a chance now since the 2010 earthquake to kind of get their act together, and now we have a chance they can go back safely and rebuild their lives.
The president of the International Institute of New England says his organization has served 16,000 people from Haiti over the last 2 years. Critics say they believe the intent of temporary protected status was manipulated and point out that it was never meant to be a long-term path to citizenship. We're live in downtown Crossing tonight. Drew Caritas for your local station, Boston 25 News.
Oh my gosh, I wish HB was here.
Of
Let
course
me see
not.
where he's at.
Of course not. Like, it wasn't meant to be sustained, dude. Like, Lord have mercy.
And how in the fuck is that fair to people like Ebony? I like to call Virgo Ebony because we sang a song together. And like, she can do it. She figured out how to do it. And she's very educated. So, what the fuck is their problem since 2010? They can't figure it the hell out. I mean, what the?
You know, the thing is, Haiti's gotten probably worse now.
Yeah.
Show have.
You know,
Yeah, they have.
You know, presumably the best people would have gotten the hell out of there, and it descended into chaos. You know, and it's kind of one of those examples of it's better to fix up where you're from than run somewhere because you may be forced back there. It'd be hell on earth when you get sent back.
You see, HB always says, and which is why I wish he was here, but I want to run this back with this guy. HB always says that it's a scam, that they're scamming these people. And whenever me and HB talk about this, I'm always like, but why? Like, what makes you say that it's a scam? And I'm always asking him to explain every time we talk about this. But I think that this is give me one sec. I think this is the first time that I get what he's saying, because what this guy said and then what the other guy said at the end of the video, he says it was never meant to be this way, and they knew that. And I'm not saying that when he says they, in my mind, I'm not thinking he's talking about the Haitians. I'm thinking he's talking about like the politicians. They knew, but they just made these people believe that they were good to go. But go ahead, Latino.
So during the Obama administration, right, in his first year, right, in his first term, I guess, he basically got rid of migrants working at places. So there was a couple of places where there were migrants working and they can no longer work there. So they needed to get a permit. This permit costs money. Remind you, these people also get taxed, right? But they don't get no tax return at the end of the year. See, so it's like double dipping right there. So they have to pay for the permit to stay here. And once they get that permit, they don't get the taxes that they also work for at the end of the year. And they don't qualify for any assistance at all. It was crazy.
Bullshit.
This was happening with Obama. Like,
John, what do you think?
Because the CBO already come out, and I'm sorry, but the CBO came out and said we spent $16.2 billion on healthcare for illegal immigrants, right? I mean, and that's just a drop in the bucket.
You know, I think it's the ultimate road pull from these people, as I say, like, you know, the people that probably should have stayed back there in their country and helped rebuild it, you know, they left. They went to easy, you know, paradise. And then now they pulled the rug out from above them. And, you know, their life is going to be much worse had they just stayed in Haiti. I would imagine, you know, they just stayed there and fixed whatever up they had going on there. But they ran away from their problems, and now they're being forced to confront their problems.
I wanted to ask Portia something too. Do you think that now with the U.S. AID, whatever, being investigated, and all that money that went missing from Haiti during that earthquake. Do you think that there might be any possibility that they might get some of this money if they actually find out where this money went?
Well, you remember that bad hurricane in Puerto Rico, right? And that
I'm
they
sorry,
can't
man,
account
I was
where
asking
half
for
of that money went. There's billions and billions of dollars, and they can't account for none of it.
Well,
I mean,
I feel
maybe
like
some of it.
no, they're never going to get it. But I do feel like whatever issues they have, they need to take them up with Bill and Hillary. You
Agreed.
know, they should, if they're going to be protesting, that's who they need to protest. Because, you know,
Yeah.
they were the ones that said all of the good things about making sure they got to stay. So,
Yeah, I had a tenant from Haiti.
is Universal still here?
Yeah, he's
Yeah, I'm still here.
I had a tenant from Haiti, Portugal. Man, that man hated the Clintons like no other, and he felt like the Clintons just welfared their country, like created a condition where people just waiting around for a handout as opposed to working. And I'm not sure, I can't remember exactly how he described it, but yeah, he had very strong feelings about those aid organizations in Haiti, just making people welfare.
Them Clintons went over there and they swept up, and they even took the gold mine that they had over there as well. Dominican Republic went over there to go check things out, and instead they got paid to look the other way as well. So everybody took money during this incident, dude. Like it was just a whole bunch of money laundering too. It was crazy, man. I felt bad because it was I believe what $1.5 billion that could have changed that country, maybe.
I think Ukraine is like the Caribbean Haiti, you know, it's like a poor, corrupt country, and
He's another asshole.
Same shit.
Yeah. They can't account where
remember Haiti?
That Zelensky, the dictator, he can't account where like $150 billion went either. So
And now he's saying that he don't remember him saying that he's going to pay it back.
Remember Haiti elected like a musician or something. Remember Prague?
Yeah.
Right? And I think Prague is somebody who's about to go to prison due to some Obama shit. And then they elected, I think, a musician or something as their president. Similar to the Ukraine.
Ukraine was an actor. Comedian.
Yeah. Hey, Portia, before I wanted to run this past you. This whole Trump cutting stuff. I wanted to run this past you, see what you thought about this. I saw a headline from Nina Simone. Is that her name? Nina Sanders or what? Nina
Sanders?
Nina Turner.
Nina Turner.
Right.
Yeah.
I saw a tweet from her where she's saying, let me see. Basically, blacks represent a large percent of the government. Right. And she's saying with Trump cutting government jobs, and there's a lot of reporting on this, and it has been for years.
Yeah, I saw this.
That it is going to start affecting the large parts of the black middle class is built off government jobs. You know, I've talked about that a lot here. And those people are probably going to fight pretty damn hard. And yeah, I think it'll be an interesting topic for us to cover, like the effect of these job cutting. Who's going to suffer the wrath most? Yeah, might be interesting to see what we find.
The basket weaving degrees.
Yeah, no, I definitely. I agree. I don't know about
carpenter.
Well, you know what? Maybe that could be true to an extent. I mean, you are in DC, and I know for all of the times that I've been up there and all of my family that lives in that area, most of them work for the government. So I guess you're right. Because I think about like down here, because of course there's federal jobs in every state, but I don't, you know.
I think, if he's cutting, education, let's say if he cuts Department of Education, there's probably large parts of the government, state government, to just deal with Department of Education, right? administration of grants or something. If he said, well, I'm just going to give you the money directly, there's some people that aren't going to be needed, right? The more you streamline, there are going to be people that get cut. I think this bringing people back into work is going to, you know, once you start to see how people are working, then you can start to really build a case to get rid of them, as opposed to them working at home. It's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out. If he really,
the dominoes are going to fall, bro.
You're going to see the blacks really start to complain about it, because they do represent, you know, all over the country, government, local and federal. A lot of
Didn't Lyndon Johnson say that if we get them working in the government, they'll vote for us for the next 200 years?
I don't think he said working.
No, he said if they vote Democrat.
Get them on web.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Elon Musk shared this article. It says almost 160,000 civil service employees are millionaires. When President took office, fewer than 70,000 federal workers were millionaires. By 2022, the number grew to 76,889. The number ballooned to 155,334 by September of 24. It is likely there are over 160,000 millionaires working for President Trump. So a lot of these people have cashed in, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They've made a lot of money. Okay, see it when you get back, Universal.
I think that's why they're fighting him so hard, Portia. These people made a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? A lot of money, more than they ever should have made.
In their life.
Yeah, they really.
They don't want that cash cow to.
They don't want to do it.
I mean, that's the whole part of the scam. You know, you keep doing it until it stops, until it don't work no more.
But you know, all of this fuss about these people getting fired, I don't understand it. It doesn't really make sense to me, because it's like, what did y'all think? Y'all did the same thing whenever Biden came in. Like, why would Trump keep people that he didn't appoint and people that he knows are against him in office?
It's just propaganda.
Why would you do that? And so, of course, as it were, and John, I'm sure you've heard this story. Maybe you haven't.
Joyless Reed is gone.
Let me see. Oh, well, we're not going to talk about her just yet. Not just yet, because I have a lot for that.
Millions of federal workers are waking up to renewed pressure this morning. Elon Musk ordered them late Saturday to describe the top 5 things they accomplished last week or risk losing their jobs. That demand was issued formally in an email yesterday from the Office of Personnel Management. But
Okay, so Elon Musk said, consistent with President Donald Trump's instruction, all federal employees will shortly receive an email requesting to understand what they got done last week. Failure to respond will be taken as a resignation. Now, John, based upon what you're saying, and this is just the start, we haven't even gotten to the fullness of this video, how many people you think didn't respond?
You know, this is gonna be interesting. I'm thinking that most of them probably responded with something. You know,
because you know, if all you have to do is ask. So he said, list 5 things you did last week. Just respond, right? Like, you know, respond. But a lot of people, you know, you got to think of the mindset of people who are working from home. They're now being forced to move back to DC or to move wherever they need to move. They're now being forced to come in. They haven't been checking emails because they just been chilling, you know, online, working here and there, running out, taking care of errands. They got their little hotspot with them. You know, maybe you missed this one.
Accomplished last week or risk losing their jobs. That demand was issued formally in an email.
So that email, the subject, what did you do last week? the importance set is high, please reply to this email with approximately 5 bullets of what you accomplished last week and CC your manager. Please do not send any classified information, links, or attachments. Deadline is this Monday at 11:59 EST.
Yeah, but
That's a simple act.
Did you see Cash Patel's response
yeah, that's what I was
to
going to say.
Elon Musk? He said, well, what we do here, we're going to do it in this part of the organization, and my employees will not be responding to you, basically.
Yeah, and so
And
did
that's
Palm
like a
Palm.
no-brainer, right? Why should national intelligence be sharing what they did last week? I mean, that's stupid.
I don't believe, see, I'm not looking at this in the face of secrets or anything like that. It's just, what did you do at work last week? I saw.
I did an audited.
Or, completed this many cases, closed,
Yeah.
I emptied my caseload. I was sure to inform my teammates of the progress that has been made on this and that, like just very concise, not too deep into information, but just, what you're doing, basically.
Yeah,
But let's listen to some more.
what you're doing. Like
Well,
if you were a
yesterday,
janitor,
Office of
did you
Personnel
clean the
Management,
toilets?
but top leaders in agencies such.
John?
Oh, I was gonna say, it's something I had to do every day. As a software developer, you have to, we have stand-ups. It's like 30-second. Tell me what you're doing today, what you did yesterday. It's standard in the corporate world.
I mean, we do it at school. We have huddles every morning. We call them huddles. So every morning of every school day, we have a huddle and we talk about the day. And of course, everybody doesn't always make the huddle, but if you miss the huddle at the end of school, you'll go to that huddle. But it is a everyday thing where we're talking about what we did and what's expected of us and what the plan is. Because like this week, for example, we're testing. We have state testing all of this week. So great. Whenever you get here, they're going to have to take your phone. You have to do this. Whatever the case may be, you need to make sure that all of the imagery on the walls in your classroom is covered. Like, we just go down a list. We're not giving out pertinent, personal, detailed information. It's just streamlined stuff. I don't see the issue in that.
Such as the FBI and the State Department have instructed their staff to avoid responding for now. Just a day earlier, the Trump staff shakeup hit the Pentagon with the ouster of the nation's highest-ranking military officer, General C.Q. Brown, and other senior leaders at the Navy, Army, and Air Force. For more on that impact of the shakeup, we begin this morning with our senior national security correspondent, Charlie D'Agata. Charlie, so it's the president's prerogative to choose his advisors, sure. But what's the impact of firing his top advisor, and when will we get a new one?
Well, Margaret, you first of all have to look at what's going on at the moment, right? What's the immediate impact? This position as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is in charge, as it sounds, of everybody and planning forward. We have the crisis in the Middle East that's still unfolding. We've got the crisis at the border where more and more active duty troops are being sent to. Guantanamo is getting built up. And then you've got Ukraine and the future of NATO. So this comes at a critical time, and the dismissal of C.Q. Brown will have immediate ramifications. In terms of how long it's going to take to replace that, well, there will be a sort of Senate hearing. A person has already been put forward, as we're about to speak about. But in addition to that, the other top head to come out of that was Admiral Lisa Franchetti, so CNO, Chief Naval Officer, in charge of the Navy. That's a big one.
Highest-ranking woman.
And I'm going to switch over to Ginger Psaki for just 1 second, because maybe you guys are going to see where I'm going with this, but Jen Psaki might help.
Military advisor. And it usually holds over as administrations change. That's typically what happened. I mean, Joe Biden kept Trump's Joint Chiefs Chairman, Mark Milley, until he stepped in.
Oh, wait a minute. This is important. Let me make sure. Momo, oh my gosh, Momo, where have you been? Where have you been? It is so great to see you in the chat. I pray everything has been well with you and your family. We miss you, and we're so happy to see you here, Momo. Welcome back.
He's probably saving up all that money. All that money he's saving by not having rent.
Yes. Momo's back, everybody. Momo's back. Everybody say hey to Momo in the chat.
Hey, Momo.
More money.
Most
Is Momo back on the road again? Is he driving that tractor trailer again?
I'm sure that's what he's been doing this whole time. It says most people don't know that DOGE is really just Obama, U.S. digital service. Trump just rebranded the name into DOGE. This has been around since 2014. It's nothing new. Oh, we got blacks who defy in the building, the smartest Negro in the universe. Hey, blacks. That position is largely symbolic and is not pertinent to the day-to-day operations of any military branch. Ridiculous to think that these idiots want his firing to mean anything. Which is going to be great because we're going to hear what Jen Psaki is about to say, and then I'll pause it after she says it.
Down at the end of 2023, Donald Trump decided to buck with that tradition. And I have to say the optics here don't look great. CQ Brown was only the second black man to ever hold that position, and he just got fired amid Trump's push to end programs promoting equality in the federal government. He will be replaced by retired three-star Air Force Lieutenant General Dan Kane. According to
the optics don't look great, huh, John?
No, it doesn't. Do you remember what that Negro did?
The second black man to ever be in that position, and Trump replaced him with a white man.
No, you remember what he did though?
What did he do, John?
Remember when Soldier Boy Lloyd Austin was in the hospital and didn't tell Biden?
Yeah,
he was the black man was the one that covered for Soldier Boy.
Damn.
Knew about it and wouldn't tell Biden. Didn't tell Biden. It was him and another black man that hid that fact.
Man, that's crazy.
Because they wanted to keep their black job, and instead of they were more worried about the black job than like the country. You know what I'm saying? And like this was Lloyd Austin was Secretary of Defense, and he was incapacitated. And this guy, the black guy, knew. Which means that for the betterment of the country, he should have told someone, but he hid it.
Blacks said something that I was gonna say.
All that DEI shit, as bad as that was, that falls by the wayside to me when he hid a man's illness, and I think he did it primarily because the man was black, which in theory could have affected national.
But like, why would he hide that though? That seems pretty important.
Yeah, well, around here, Portia, they have this organization called Blacks in Government, Bigg, and so it's like a little clique, that they all are like members of, and it's like protect these black jobs, and the man was clearly incompetent, talking about Lloyd Austin, and when you're incompetent, the last thing you want to be seen is not there where people realize how useless you are. And so this is my take on it, that he didn't want anyone to know he was sick, so that he wasn't missed anyway. Nobody cared, right? That man covered for him, right? But it showed you just how he was just a figurehead that they put in there to funnel money through.
Yeah.
He didn't have the power to say no, or they used the man, and he used them back by keeping his job.
Yeah, see, I didn't know all that.
Yeah, he's the black man though, because he knew.
And see, they're making the claim. Where did it go? That Trump fired him because he's black, and the blacks all over the place. They're all upset. However, if that were the case, I believe I'd imagine that Trump would have nominated him in the first place.
I think he was talking in racial stuff too, boy.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna pull that up next.
Charles Q. I like that. Q Brown Jr. And your family is very proud of you. Your wife is very proud. Your sons are very proud, and I'm very proud. And I'm proud to have you in the Oval Office. This was going to be in a different location, and there's only one Oval Office. I said this.
Blacks, that's true. That's true.
You and your family over to celebrate. This is an incredible occasion. There's only one thing I worry about. Charles was confirmed 98-0. That makes me a little bit concerned. Right? I've never heard that before. You understand what that means? 98-0. So that's an achievement. But you have had an incredible career, and this is a capper. And I just want to congratulate you. And it's an honor to have you in this very fabled office and to have you in the White House.
Damn, they ain't even smiling or anything. They're just mad serious.
Job well done.
So I gotta be in next to this.
So when he appointed a black guy, Portia?
That's the guy, CQ
He's
Brown.
the one that appointed him.
Trump is the one that put him in that position to begin with.
Yep.
Wait a minute. Who? This ain't the one that Biden just fired, is it?
No, the one that Trump
just fired, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the one that Trump just fired. This is back in 2020. In 2016, whenever Trump became president. Trump.
Oh, wait a minute. Trump put the nigga in the position.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
But
Trump put him in the position, John.
The media don't mention this.
He gave him the position. Like this whole thing with CQ pisses me off because what are y'all talking? Trump is the one that put him in the seat.
Boy, these blacks
He
really
put him in the seat. And so, but you know what he ended up doing, which is what I'm about to show you guys right now. What CK Brown ended up doing, because y'all know Trump's first term in office, he learned it. He didn't know the trickery and the sorcery of these.
He didn't know black people like these black.
He didn't know. But you know what this dude did, and we're gonna listen to it and hear about it after we hear from blacks. But we're gonna hear about all of the things that he did. And so because of what he did while he was in the military, now Trump is firing him. He hired him and now he's firing him. It ain't got nothing to do with this race. But hey, blacks, go ahead. Educate us, please. Teach us something.
Well, hey, everybody. I just wanted to say that it's his prerogative. It's hilarious that they're not doing anything that they wouldn't do, which is to make a big stink out of nothing. But every time a president comes into office, it is his prerogative to hire and fire who he wants, solely on allegiances, on where they draw their lines for allegiances, period. That's what it is. And it's never been anything different. And now he's an oligarch, he's an autocrat, because he decides to fire a man that, like you said, Portia, he put in the position in the first place.
Oh.
It's unprecedented that anybody would believe anything that comes out of the mouths of any of these politicians, Republicans included, who allowed all this fraud, waste, and abuse to go on and allowed all these lies to proliferate. They unchecked lies. And then we find out all these lies, all the conspiracy theories that us so-called conspiracy theorists had were true and poignant to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Called liars ad nauseum. And then unfolding, man. I'm not tired of winning. I'll tell you that right now. I'm definitely not tired of winning. But
Blacks,
go ahead.
I have loved every single second of every single thing that is going on, every deportation, every firing, everything, because what the Democrats have managed to do is they have woken the beast.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you guys heard that news, which I guess we'll check into that a little bit later, maybe after this, because there's still other stories that I want to wait for HB for whenever he comes back up. But Cash Patel, Dan Bongino, that news coming out late last night. I was like, yo, that is crazy. Like,
well, you know what they thought? Well, first of all, we knew Dan Bongino was going to be part of the Trump administration in some capacity. I thought for sure that he was going to run the Secret Service.
CIA.
No, the Secret Service, because that's where he hails.
Right.
However, I did not see him being deputy chief of the FBI. And
Good for him.
if you know anything
Big
about,
move, yeah.
if you know anything about any deputy chief of the FBI, they essentially run the organization. That's who runs the day-to-day processes, appointments, bureaucracy of the FBI. So of course,
it's pretty provocative by Trump to name someone like him who's been very strident. I listen to him on the radio from time to time.
Yeah.
Very strident supporter, and really wants to bring down people. Yeah.
You need people that you trust around you, man.
I mean, Portia, think about this, man. They shot at this man twice. Okay, they tried to kill him 3 times. They then on every seaboard, from sea to shining sea here in America, they tried to lock him up and put him under the jail. Did they think that they didn't unleash the Kraken?
Mm-hmm.
One of the things interesting about this, not to bring up these small hats or anything, but if anyone remembers what happened with Trump's last DOJ, and who's in charge of DOJ now? Is it Bundy?
It's Bundy, Pam Bundy.
Right. Yeah, Bundy. Yeah.
They
Who's excellent. Go ahead.
They sabotaged Jeff Sessions, and then they brought in Rosenstein.
Yes.
Rosenstein was deep in the swamp here in Baltimore. I think it was a state's attorney, assistant, whatever, AUSA, whatever. And now he has Cash Patel, an Indian, and a white man is his second in charge at FBI. And
he's not a white man. Dan Bongino's not a white man.
Well, whatever he is, he's not small hats. He doesn't seem he's replacing the small hats seemingly in these key positions, which is interesting. I'm surprised no one's picked up on that.
It's true. I'll say this last thing. I mean, he's breaking barriers with people who are competent. Before, when he in his first presidency, he, like you said, you guys have put very well, that he was listening to advisors. He was learning the trickery and hoodwinkery that is DC. And then after learning it and then being prosecuted and being nearly assassinated various times, I mean, of course he's going to come in there with an axe to grind, and he's going to go in there and just hit them where it hurts immediately. I mean, I haven't been around, and I know you guys have talked about it ad nauseum about all the fraud, waste, and abuse, man.
Oh, man.
The Lord have mercy, man. As much as I knew, I didn't know all that was coming out, man. And I think the one that hit the worst for me, or the hardest for me, is the 300-year-old Social Security recipients.
Jesus Christ.
200-year-old Social Security. I mean, I defy any of us on the panel who knows anybody over 99 years old in real life. And I don't even
think Noah reached 900 years old.
Yeah. So that's it, man. Yeah,
no, we actually haven't gotten to go into it like deep yet, but I would like to.
Sure. Yeah.
It's
crazy though, man.
It's been a lot, but what I am, seeing the left and how they're acting and how they're responding, just to add to what you said, Blacks, like, what did y'all expect? I mean,
didn't Cori Bush come out that she has a whole bunch of money too?
Well, that's why she's shutting up, right? That's why you don't hear anything from Cori Bush.
Yeah, she might want to keep it quiet. Stacey Abrams about to get hit, or she hasn't already. But
$2 billion.
Yep.
Come on, man.
Yeah, that's who I meant to say. Stacey Abrams. I'm sorry, I confused the names.
Oh yeah. So Stacey Abrams. Yeah, it's a whole lot coming out.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
I mean, it really doesn't matter. They're both loudmouth land whales who don't have any skills except just to talk and to put either white men's penises or a vagina in their mouths. That's what they do. And you see all this fraud, waste, and abuse going on. Then you hear about, look, I remember this was years ago. I remember 10 years ago, I told my older brother that the Hillary Clinton and the Clinton mafia bosses stole all that money from Haiti. And he argued with me up and down saying they would have records of it. I said, no, they wouldn't. I said, it's all digital. Just remove it or add a zero. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes, oh, well, I don't believe you, this, and the third. Now I feel vindicated, and I don't mind saying I told you so. And I'll rub it in any day of the week.
Same here, dude.
Yeah. $2 billion. Okay. So sent to Haiti, and they only got 2% of that.
Mm-hmm.
If that. And then my last thing is somebody's got to shut that house wench, Mammy,
Jasmine Crockett down all the way down. Black tonight. Hopefully, I want to for my Black History Month stream. I'm celebrating Jasmine Crockett again, and of course Joy Reid. Because it's Black History Month, you know, I have to stay on code. But Blacks, before I go back into this with this general, so we can move to the next thing. Did you hear about the protest in Dallas?
No.
At Jasmine Crockett's office. So
they were protesting her.
I found out yesterday from Chap at church. They, you know, it's cold in Texas, and you've been in Texas long enough to know the Black folks. We ain't coming out when it's hot, but we're surely not coming out when it's cold down here. Whenever that hit the social medias, the news, whenever Jasmine Crockett said, "What is $5,000 going to do for you? We're not in the business of giving out money." Apparently, they came out in the masses to her office. Black folks did last week, telling her that they're going to get her up out of there. I was like, you know, if all of the pro-Black stuff that she's been doing, blackity black, this, that, and the third, all of that, she was fine. If she did not say that, she would have been fine. You talking about no money, and your base is South. You're in Dallas. I mean, Jasmine.
Yes.
You're not in the business of giving money. Get out of here.
If they give those $5,000, dude, the Democrat Party is dead. They ain't coming back from that one.
And the fact that they are trying to make it seem as though it's inflationary to give money that was saved, you know, actual legal tender is wrong. I'm like, they don't understand inflation. Most people don't. And the fact that they say, oh, well, you know, if they give that $5,000 to people, then it'll increase inflation. Well, you know, I'm like, but inflation's only a thing if you print more money than there more more notes than there is actual money.
Yeah, bring it in.
Nothing to back it, then it's inflationary. I'm like, but not if you're recouping. It's like like when you pay taxes. You pay too many taxes, you get that money back. Nothing inflationary about that. These people are out of their mind, and they want to gaslight and cause dissent among the masses, especially Black people, because you see what they do. They try and mobilize you, but it's not working this time. It's definitely not working. It's too much at stake, and there have been too many truths adjudicated because of all of what DOGE has been doing.
God bless that African American Elon Musk.
That's right. That's right.
So before all of this news came out, and of course the Black folks, Roland Martin, Al Sharpton, Rashard Ritchie, Abby Phillips, Joy Reid, you know, all of them, and the other white
Cornel West.
Yep, Cornel West coming out saying that he fired him because he was Black.
Abby Phillips, man. I think she's hot.
We all know now that Trump is the one that actually appointed him in the first place. So upon his exit, Trump says, "I want to thank General Charles C.Q. Brown for his over 40 years of service to our country, including as our current chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He is a fine gentleman and an outstanding leader, and I wish a great future for him and his family. Today, I am honored to announce that I am nominating Air Force Lieutenant General Dan Raisin Kane to be the next chairman. It's Razin, but y'all know I'm country. Kane to be the next chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. General Kane is an accomplished pilot, national security expert, successful entrepreneur, and a war fighter with a significant what is this word? Blacks interagency, and special operations experience. Sorry, guys, I teach math, not English. So just to take a look at this was his role, and these are the things that Mr. CQ was doing while he was in the military, because this is so important.
As the commander of Pacific Air Forces, a senior leader in our Air Force, and an African American, many of you may be wondering what I'm thinking about the current events surrounding the tragic death of George Floyd.
Oh, Lord.
What I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about how full I am with emotion, not just for George Floyd.
Yeah, I need to smoke a blunt for this one.
The same fate as George.
Can y'all hear it?
Yeah, I can hear this clown.
In my country, 'tis the sweet land of liberty. Equality expressed in our.
Hey, John, are you still here?
Oh yeah, Portia. I'm here.
No, that was me.
Okay, I'm gonna keep going.
Declaration of Independence and the Constitution.
Yeah, I'm here, Portia. Sorry about that.
Life to support and defend.
Did you hear what this guy just said in the beginning?
Which part? I may have stepped away for just a second. What did you say?
No,
Okay, I'm gonna start it from the beginning because I want to make sure that you catch this.
Yes,
As the commander of Pacific Air Forces, a senior leader in our Air Force, and an African American, many of you may be wondering what I'm thinking about the current events surrounding the tragic death of George Floyd.
Now, John and Blacks.
Oh shit.
During and Blacks, thank you for your service. Blacks was in the military.
Thank you for your service, buddy.
Do you guys, I guess we could start with Blacks. During the George Floyd death, were you wondering what this general was thinking about?
Oh, first of all, I didn't know he existed. And second of all, no.
Oh shit. I can't believe this.
Because I didn't know he existed. I'm gonna just keep it all the way real. I didn't know he existed either. So I mean, for me, who are you and what are you talking about? Like, so what was the point of this video? Now, mind you, of course, John, this was again Trump appointed him, but this is who he is under Biden. But let's listen to some more.
Here's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about how full I am with emotion, not just for George Floyd, but the many African Americans that have suffered the same fate as George Floyd. I'm thinking about protests in my country, 'tis the sweet land of liberty, the equality expressed in our Declaration of
No, he
Independence
didn't.
and the Constitution
Oh.
that I've sworn my adult life to support and defend. I'm thinking about a history of racial issues and my own experiences that didn't always sing of liberty and equality. I'm thinking about living in two worlds, each with their own perspective and views. I'm thinking about my sister and I being the only African Americans in our entire elementary school and trying to fit in. I'm thinking about then going to a high school where roughly half the students were African American and trying to fit in. I'm thinking about my Air Force career, where I was often the only African American in my squadron, or as a senior officer, the only African American in the room. I'm thinking about wearing the same flight suit with the same wings on my chest as my peers, and they being questioned by another military member, are you a pilot? I'm thinking about how I sometimes felt my comments were perceived to represent the African American perspective, when it's just my perspective informed by being African American. I'm thinking about some of the insensitive comments made without awareness by others.
Yo, this dude sounds gay.
Okay, Blacks, can you answer me this question? Now,
Yes, ma'am.
my brother is Master Sergeant First Class.
Okay.
Now, I've never seen this happen to my brother as he's moved throughout the ranks, but did you ever have any experiences being questioned whether or not your rank was your rank Whenever
No.
you, okay.
No, I did not. And I want to address a couple of other things he said in his repartee. He said, as a young black boy who went to a high school,
50%. Yeah, I heard that one.
that was, he had to figure out whether or not he fit in or whatever bullshit he said. I speak as a young black male who went to a nearly 100% black school who had to think about whether or not he fit in. What the hell is he talking about, man? You're a teenager. You think about whether or not you fit in with the masses, with the in crowd, whatever.
Like,
but if you had any cojones or any intelligence about you, that was very quickly dismissed because who cares? You know, these people are going to be nowhere, nobody's anyway. As long as your trajectory is planned and true. Lastly, who the fuck you think that I truly believe that he was thinking about all of this upon the death of a crackhead fentanyl addict?
St. George Floyd.
Come on, man. These guys, I forgot. You know, guys, I just have to give it up to these guys. I forgot.
He deserves a Grammy, an Oscar.
Man, the Oscar award, the Oscar-worthy movie production they put on. I forgot the Emmy, the daytime Emmy TV telenovela production these motherfuckers put on, man.
This is worse than what's that name? Dallas?
Oh,
I'm just like, it's, I know what I'm about to say may sound really silly, but I don't know if we have any Top Gun fans, out there. If y'all saw the second Top Gun, that was the best American filled movie that I've seen in a very long time. Now, you can correct me if I'm wrong. And again, Top Gun, I get it. It's just a movie. However, a lot of that was filmed here in Texas, and I live right by the Air Force Base. Listen, they know who the fighter pilots are. I mean, you're a damn fighter pilot.
Yo, fact.
I mean, what does it look like? I just can't even imagine what it looks like, especially you being a black fighter pilot. You mean to tell me that your insubordinates, the ones that are way beneath you, whenever you walk in the room, that your soldiers are saying, "Are you really a pilot? Are you kidding me?" That don't even sound like the military at all.
No, it don't.
You know.
Every time you get on the plane, they stop him. It's like, yo. Okay, you're good.
When he walks in the room, I mean, because y'all have, I forget what they're called, blacks, but your ranks, like that you put on your uniform.
Like on your shirts and shit.
Yeah.
Come on,
So like, that when you're black, did he think that he stole them or?
Jesus Christ.
I
don't get it.
There's a lot of. I just will say that there is a lot of cognitive dissonance among the ranks concerning black people and their rank. I mean, I watched. You know who would always get promoted without issue? Black women would get promoted without issue. I'm talking about whether or not they deserved it. They would get promoted. And then a close second was black men. They would get promoted. And then they would always in quiet little rooms, no matter what rank, whether you were lower enlisted, upper enlisted, lower officer, higher officer, everybody would get together and they would just have a complaint session. A bitch session, talking about this, talking about that. And what John said was correct when he said in DC they have that black conglomerate or group that protects black jobs. It's the same in the doggone Army. It's the same in the Army, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, Space Force, I'm sure now, and Air Force. Okay? I'm sorry, and Navy. They all get together and they try and justify reasons for their indignation and why a black person should hold the rank that they do. Now, I'm not telling you that there aren't any black people who were merited into those positions, because there were, but all of this complaining that, man, dude, you're a 4-star freaking general, man.
I mean, that's
Okay.
a pretty big deal, I'd say. John,
It
John,
is.
you were in the army for like
I
60
wouldn't-
days.
yeah.
Yeah. So what do you think about this, John? Because you were in the military for a little bit.
Shit, just in the short period of time I was in there, I just remember blacks, whites, and Puerto Ricans. And so I could see how, groups could start forming, you know what I'm saying? The whites gonna pack up, which is natural. The blacks are gonna pack up in the Spanish, typically. I think it was Puerto Ricans when I was in there, more than ones in the army. And so, I could imagine that, there are probably some self-esteem issues there. Him not feeling
Adequate.
Yeah. That's why I imagine a lot of these come from, because if he's done all this, he should have the inner confidence to not be worried.
Seriously.
See him,
Where I was, it was Dominicans, boy. Dominican mafia. Like, all of them were from New York, and all of them would stick together. But it was hilarious. But you're absolutely right, man. I don't know what he's talking about. Didn't experience this. If anything, it was always Negroes trying to hold me down. It was never white people.
Let's listen to some more of his complaints.
I'm thinking about being a captain at the Oak Club with my squadron and being told by other African Americans that I wasn't black enough since I was spending more time with my squadron than with them.
Oh, well, that
you know
There
what?
you go.
See, this is finna piss me off because I'm trying to be tame. So you just spent the first minute and a half telling us about how horrible white people were to you in service, and now you want to turn around after telling us that we wonder what you think about this black man dying. Now you want to tell us it's the blacks' problem. They're calling you white now.
Look at that. Look, he slipped up, Portia. He told the truth.
I mean, he slipped up twice with the 50% shit too.
Yes.
Blacks, and you just said that, blacks. You said, if anything, my biggest problem was the blacks holding me back. But you know what? Let's keep going. Let's just keep going because
that's what I got about that 50%.
I'm thinking about my mentors and how rarely I had a mentor that looked like me. I'm thinking about the sound advice that has led to my success. And even so, most of my mentors could not relate to my experience as an African American. I'm thinking about the pressure I felt to perform error-free, especially for supervisors I perceived had expected less from me as an African American. I'm thinking about having to represent by working twice as hard to prove their expectations and perceptions of African Americans were invalid. I'm thinking about the airmen that have lived through similar experiences and feelings as mine, or who were either consciously or unconsciously unfairly treated. Conversely, I'm thinking about the airmen who don't have a life similar to mine and don't have to navigate through two worlds. I'm thinking about how these airmen view racism, whether they don't see it as a problem since it doesn't happen to them, or whether they're empathetic. I'm thinking about our two sons. Now we had to prepare them to live in two worlds. I'm thinking about the frank and emotional conversations my wife and I have had with them just this past week as we discussed the situations that have led to the protests around our country.
You didn't discuss this situation.
I'm thinking about my historic nomination to be the first African American to serve as the Air Force Chief of Staff. I'm thinking about the African Americans that went before me to make this opportunity possible. I'm thinking about the immense expectations that come with this historic nomination, particularly through the lens of current events plaguing our nation. I'm thinking about how I may have fallen short in my career and will likely continue falling short, living up to all those expectations. I'm thinking about how my nomination provides some hope, but also comes with a heavy burden. I can't fix centuries of racism in our country, nor can I fix decades of discrimination that may have impacted members of our Air Force. I'm thinking about how I can make improvements, personally, professionally, and institutionally, so that all airmen, both today and tomorrow, appreciate the value of diversity and can serve in an environment where they can reach their full potential. I think I don't have all the answers on how to create such an environment, whether here in PACAF or across our Air Force. I'm thinking about, without clear-cut answers, I just want to have the wisdom and knowledge to lead during difficult times like these. I want the wisdom and knowledge to lead participate in, and listen to necessary conversations on racism, diversity, and inclusion. I want the wisdom and knowledge to lead those willing to take committed and sustained action to make our Air Force better. That's what I'm thinking about. I want to know what you're thinking about. I want to hear what you're thinking about and how together we can make a difference.
Well, merit would be one.
Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. He says, I'm thinking about the African Americans that went before him to make this opportunity possible. I'm thinking about the immense expectations that comes with this historic nomination, particularly through the lens of current events plaguing our nation. I'm thinking about how here we go, how I may have fallen short in my career and would like to continue falling short, living up to all these expectations. Did he not reach the highest expectation?
He reached the highest expectation. He literally reached the highest office you can reach as an officer in any branch of the military.
So he's at the pinnacle. I mean, like
he's at the apex. He's at the pinnacle. He's at the peak. However you want to describe it, whatever action verb you want to use, this guy is at the top.
Well,
yeah.
I don't know how they make doing so well sound so bad.
Yo,
like it's a burden.
You just stole the words out of my mouth.
Because they're lazy.
It's like, what are you talking
That's
about? Like,
crazy,
dude, like
bro.
you're that dude. Like you're that.
But do you like? I mean, when Trump was president, was he saying these things, or this was just right after Biden got in?
This is Biden. This is him. With Biden.
Okay, because like that answers a couple things too, you know. And maybe that's why Trump got rid of his ass, because it's like, damn, man, you get bent over that much, dude. Like, then I can't even trust you, dude.
Yeah,
I mean, you got to stand on principle, man. And yeah, man, I don't know. This guy has no principles, dude. Like, how you complaining about? Like, dude, you oversee a whole bunch of white people, bro. It's like, you still complaining?
Let's see if I can find this clip. I might not be able to this quick, but I have this instead until I can find the clip. You guys might enjoy this, and you won't be surprised by it. Roland Martin says, let's be real clear. Donald Trump has fired General C.Q. Brown as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff because he is a black man. They do not want black people in high-ranking positions. He and Pete Hegseth claims Brown, only the second African-American to ever hold the position, was too focused on diversity. This administration is all about white, heterosexual, conservative men, period.
I wonder, Portia, do you have any videos of when Trump appointed this man? And I wonder if the left, went crazy and said, oh, Trump just picked him because he doesn't want to show that he's not a racist. And to that extent, you know what I mean?
I mean, I played that video for you guys earlier because, I mean, Trump he nominated him. So it's just unfortunate that all of these black people, that have these large platforms, that this is what they do.
Yeah. Because Trump had a black event the other day, and that wasn't even on the news.
Oh, he sure did. At the at the White House?
Yeah. It made that lady that served 21 years the borders are of our party.
Is it Alice?
Yeah, that shit brought me to tears. That shit brought me to tears when he said that, man. I was like, yo. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Made her to what?
She's over pardons. She's like the director of presidential pardons.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Oh yeah, I can pull that up. I think
Yeah, John, man, he gave a whole bunch. Like he at least like 5 people left out of there with jobs, man. Like it's crazy, bro. It's like this is the shit I hate about people. Like the media, like they talk bad about this guy, but it's like, dude, like I don't have to tell you what my plans are, or you know what I mean. You just got to let it happen organically. And that's the thing about Trump. You just never know with him, man. That's what I like.
So that's like some good Black History Month, some positive, news to hear for Black History Month. Let's see here. See what we got. Alice Johnson, shout out to her. And you know what? Shout out to Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian.
A woman who spent more than 2 decades behind bars before receiving a pardon from President Trump is now bringing her experience in federal prison to the White House in a new role known as pardon czar.
And we're going to be listening to your recommendation on pardon.
Trump made the announcement at the White House during the Black History Month event, with Johnson listening from the crowd.
And you're going to find people just like you that should not have happened.
The 69-year-old spent 21 years in prison after being convicted of leading a multi-million-dollar drug ring. But in 2018, she was given a second chance at life. Reality star Kim Kardashian drew national attention to Johnson's case, meeting with Trump during his first term to advocate for reform in America's prisons and pushing for her release. Trump commuted her life sentence and later granted her a full pardon from the Oval Office in 2020.
That's the ultimate thing that can happen. That means you can do whatever you want in life.
Johnson then became a criminal justice advocate, using her story to help others. During his first term, Trump hinted at using Johnson's experience to help others in similar situations who have paid their debt to society. In the months following her release, Trump signed the First Step Act into law, a measure designed to reduce recidivism and allow inmates to earn time credits toward reducing their sentence. The Constitution grants presidents the authority to forgive crimes people committed, an act known as the pardon power. For Straight Arrow News, I'm Kara Rucker. For more stories like this, you can download the Straight Arrow News app or visit us online at san.com.
That's pretty big news from Miss Alice Johnson. She is the pardon czar.
Pardon czar. She sound like some wizard shit.
Daniel Nixon says monkeys up. Yep, straight up to the top, Daniel. Straight up to the top.
Right.
That's where they're going. I'm just, it's, the left, you would think that they would cover this sort of thing, but they're not.
Oh, no. Come on.
He's
racist.
And it's unfortunate.
He's a Nazi, Portia. Come on. He's Hitler.
I also, it may not be important to all of you, but for those of you that have been with us since we started here at the Urban Landlord, and if you guys heard me before in a different space, those of you that know me know that this is very important to me. And I have always told you guys that if I ever become president, which I would never run, but if I were to, the person who would be performing for me at the White House would be Lil Bootsy. And he's had a lot of negative things to say about Trump in the past. And it's a new year, it's a new day. And Bootsy was finally in the White House. And I couldn't have been any happier. He was there, he says, just looking for justice. And you know what I'm looking for? Just us. And I'm just happy to see that Bootsy was there during Black History Month, and it's about time. The only thing that I would like to know is if they actually wiped it down at the White House. So any of you in the White House, any politicians that are listening, you might want to keep me out of there, because I'm not kidding.
I walk it out. I walk it out.
It would be really black for me. Really, really black for me. Really black. So you had Kodak Black. I don't know who Rod Wave is. Bootsy. They were all in attendance at the Black History Month event. I guess we can talk about that too. Kobe Bryant. Hold on, wait. This says that he wants an apology. Let's see what he said to Jill Biden. This was from 2023. I just saw this, but I'll pull up the Kobe Bryant stuff.
Yeah, I can't hear anything.
Oh, y'all can't hear? Thank you. No, I don't always know when y'all can't hear.
Come on, man.
Really disappointed how this president wife being racist towards the LSU team, because I'm gonna call it how it is. I'm gonna call it how it is. Talking about bringing another team to the White House, that's the most disrespectful thing you can say. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the most disrespectful thing you can say. I mean, you won't change something like that, we won't change the president. Winners go to the White House. Losers go to owl and tend to that chicken coop. You go tend, they supposed to be tending the chickens while we celebrating at the White House. So I'm disappointed in you. You just lost all the black women votes. You did.
I know any of you white people out there, you probably didn't understand what he said. I'll go ahead and give you a quick translation. Jill Biden, whenever the LSU team won, Jill Biden made some remarks about the team and all of that. And Bootsy didn't like what she said because of Angel Reese, the black girl who hates Caitlin Clark. Bootsy is expressing that winners go to the White House and losers, they go and deal in the chicken coop. Essentially saying that, they don't, losers don't go. So for those of you that did not understand that, that's what Bootsy said. Now, in a sharp contrast, for all of you Negroes out there, it is Black History Month. Happy Black History Month. And all I can do is say, don't hate me for this. Don't hold this against me. I didn't say it. Kobe did. Let's see. What did Kobe say about Trump if he was invited to the White House?
So in the US, some sportsmen refuse to go to the White House. If Donald Trump would invite you to go to the
Sure. No, it's fine. No, it's fine.
What would you do?
I wouldn't go. Simple.
You would not go?
No.
Why?
Well, I think it's a whole matter of respect and standing up for what you believe in. Now, you can agree or not disagree, and that's completely fine. I think that's the beauty of the country, is being able to speak up for what you believe in, right? So being able to voice that opinion, you can agree with it, you can disagree with it, but I'll certainly respect your opinion, and I believe all thoughts should be valued. And so I wouldn't go.
I don't know if Trump actually heard this message. I'm just going to assume that he didn't, because when he was living, he said he wouldn't go. So in in death, I'd imagine that he, you know, uh, you know, wouldn't want to be there. I'm trying to be careful around this because I understand it is Kobe, but he said no. It's a matter of principle, and it's simple. Go for what? Why would he go? You know, and I'm not mad at you for that, Kobe. However, in his death,
Can't hear it.
oh my gosh, why does my I tell y'all, I just truly, I cannot wait.
Okay.
I just get my MacBook back because this is for
Oh,
the
you don't got your
peasants.
MacBook? Can I ask, was Kobe's family in attendance?
Oh, not that I know of. I doubt it. It's a matter of respect, you know. So why would they be there? Kobe said that he wouldn't have went if he got invited. So I guess since Trump is a fan of Kobe's, he said, you know what? He's gone, so I'd like to honor him anyways. And that's really nice, That's nice, I think, for Trump to do that. And so for those of you that do not know, at the Black History Month event that was held at the White House, Trump had a lot of Negroes in there, and I have to give Trump a lot of respect for doing that, because you wouldn't catch me around that many blacks ever. So
No bullshit. I thought you were there.
for Trump to feel safe and comfortable around that many Negroes, shout out to him. And during this time, he announced this garden that he's going to have, where he is going American heroes. And they're going to have statues, and it's going to be like this grand project, just honoring American heroes. And so let's
You're
just
gonna have Tupac there too?
I was hoping to hear Michael Jackson, the black one, maybe, hopefully. But let's hear what he said for this one. Hopefully I can hear it this time.
Under the executive order I signed last month, this new beautiful outdoor statue park. It's going to be a statue park. It's going to be unbelievable. We're picking the final sites now. It's between various states that want it very badly. We'll honor hundreds of our greatest Americans to ever live, including countless Black Americans, icons. The garden will predominantly feature incredible women like Harriet Tubman, Rosa Parks, Billie Holiday, Aretha Franklin, and Coretta Scott King. And I will showcase extraordinary. It will be something very extraordinary. It's going to be producing, we're going to produce some of the most beautiful works of art in the form of a statue from men like Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington, Jackie Robinson, what a great athlete that was, Martin Luther King Jr., Muhammad Ali, he's not a bad athlete. What do you think, Muhammad? Not too bad. And the late Kobe Bryant. People love Kobe Bryant.
Well, there you have it. The garden with American heroes. And Kobe Bryant's going to be a part of that. Now, Rosa Parks, I think if they had the real Rosa Parks, that would suffice. However, I doubt that it will be the real Rosa Parks, but it's a step in the right direction. Because he doesn't have to do any of this, but I appreciate the whole American, pro-America, and all of that. So I won't, complain too much. I don't know. Blacks, he might be working or in a meeting, but Blacks or Latino, what do y'all think about Trump and this American hero garden?
Yeah, that's great. I mean, it's always every president always has an extension to the White House.
through our history. So this is just another extension. So that's dope though. That it's paying tribute to Black heroes, because I don't think there's anything like that at the White House. I could be wrong.
Well, it's not going to be in DC. It's supposed to be it's going to be like, it seems like the states are going to be like battling it out, trying to figure out, they'll be picking a particular state. And I can't really imagine what state it would be in, honestly. I don't even know. I have no idea.
I'm surprised you didn't mention St. George Floyd.
Now you know better than that. That would have been complete political suicide, anything of the sort. That would have been all bad business. Well, even though Trump had this lovely event at the White House, of course, you can't make all the blacks happy. And Jemele Hill, even though we haven't heard from her in a long time, and I don't really know too much about how many people remember who she is or even cares about her, but apparently Jemele Hill felt that Trump's Black History Month celebration was an insult, but I don't remember her coming out about Biden's. So let's listen to what Jemele Hill has to say.
There were going to be statues of Kobe Bryant and Muhammad Ali. So it just seems a little hypocritical that you would be doing everything in your power to sort of outlaw the teachings of what, say, a Muhammad Ali stood for. Like, are you going to tell people that he stood against war, that he stood against these very progressive civil rights issues? That doesn't seem to be the part of it. And what I noticed there from that clip is that he had to read letter by letter about what these people, what these great Americans have done in terms of progress for our country, because.
All right, 30 seconds in, we're gonna go 30 seconds back for those of you that did not hear. 30 seconds back, so let's try again.
He also mentioned at the same time that there were going to be statues of Kobe Bryant and Muhammad Ali. So it just seems a little hypocritical that you would be doing everything in your power to sort of outlaw the teachings of what, say, a Muhammad Ali stood for. Like, are you going to tell people that he stood against war, that he stood against these very progressive civil rights issues? That doesn't seem to be the part of it. And what I noticed there from that clip.
So to anybody, on the panel, Latino or Blacks, or for anybody in the chat, do you expect an elderly white man to teach your children and your people about the history of your people?
Hell no.
Or should you do it?
That's my responsibility.
Because you're saying, okay, he's doing this, but he's trying to outlaw kids being taught about these people. Being taught about Muhammad Ali and Kobe Bryant in school, to be quite honest, it's not really much of a curriculum that I really need to know in a school setting. But sure, at home, of course, none of that is being outlawed anyway. Okay. But whenever we're talking about civil rights, of course, going through all of the Black heroes and stuff, that's already being taught in school. And of course, we have people like you, Jemele Hill, and all you other mammies all across the networks and platforms. Y'all talk about it all the time. And we do have Black History Month where people are talking about it. So just to have this expectation for a white man or for white people to teach your children your history, I just think that that's unrealistic. And I don't want to say unrealistic. I just think it's absurd, honestly. I want to teach my kids these things. And then next, she's mentioning how he's reading off cards or whatever, as if Trump doesn't know these people, which is also foolish as Trump. Of course he knows these people. And Muhammad Ali, of all people, y'all know Trump loves fights. He loves going to boxing matches, MMA. He loves all of that stuff. And sports, all of that. So I don't know what she's talking about, but this is Jemele Hill. Not too many wires connected properly in her brain. So
is that he had to read letter by letter about what these people, what these great Americans have done in terms of progress for our country, because it's not something he's familiar with and not something that is natural for him. So I consider this to be an insult, a slap in the face. And frankly, all the people that attended this, look, I guess God bless you if you've never been to the White House and maybe you looked at it as some kind of great experience. But everything this president has stood for and done in the last decade.
And looked at it as some kind of great experience. Latino, have you ever heard or maybe read, and anybody else in the chat, that Black people built the White House? Have you ever heard that before?
Yeah, I heard that before.
Okay, so who cares who the president was? Because if Black people built the White House, and that's what I've been told all of my life, then why wouldn't I want to go see what my ancestors built? Is there something wrong with that?
Nope. It's a part of history that you want to learn. And not only learn, be able to see.
And, you know, I'm going to give you guys 2 occasions, not 1, but 2. So just stay with me. We're definitely going to get back to Jemele and her blonde weave in just 1 second. But for those of you out there that may have never heard this before, and you might think, Portia, don't you think you're reaching just a little bit? No, I don't. Because instead of hearing it just from other Black people online, I don't just want to, you know, give it to you as some random Negro typing something on Twitter. Let's hear from the former First Lady herself.
Michael.
Oh, God, my audio. And let me make sure y'all can, gotta make sure y'all can hear her.
Come on, Portia,
So let's make sure we hear from the former First Lady.
It's the story that I witness every single day. When I wake up in a house that was built by slaves, and I watch my daughters, 2 beautiful Black young women, head off to school, waving goodbye to their father, the President of the United States, the son of a man from Kenya who came here to America for the same reasons as many of you, to get an education and improve his prospects in life. So graduates, while I think it's fair to say that our founding fathers never could have imagined this day, all of you are very much the fruits of their vision. Their legacy is very much your legacy and your inheritance. And don't let anybody tell you differently.
Don't let nobody tell you different. And that's from Michelle, but that's not just once. Let's hear it the other time she said it.
That is the story of this country.
Hold on, wait a minute.
That is the story of this country. The story that has brought me to the stage tonight. The story of generations of people who felt the lash of bondage, the shame of servitude, the sting of segregation, but who kept on striving and hoping and doing what needed to be done so that today I wake up every morning in a house that was built by slaves.
Yes.
And I watch my daughters.
Same thing. She wakes up every morning in a house that was built by slaves. Now let's, Jemele Hill, what did you say?
To be an insult, a slap in the face, and frankly, all the people that attended this, look, I guess God bless you if you've never been to the White House and maybe you looked at it as some kind of great experience, but everything.
You looked at it as some kind of great experience. Well, Jemele, for me, growing up, hearing about my ancestors, hearing about 400 years of slavery, hearing about us being brought to America on slave ships and how we got beat, fingers cut off, foots cut off, butt breaking, families being ripped apart, torn apart, names being changed, learning a language that was completely foreign to you, not being able to read, got to do what the white folks say do. You're getting beat down out in the cotton fields, this, that, and the third. But Benjamin Banneker and many
She got
others
blonde
that
hair,
were
though.
engineers, they came together with slaves to build this White House. And you think I don't want to go? Because I look at it as some sort of great experience. I thought it was history. I should be honored to be in the White House. It doesn't matter who the president is. I would have went to the White House if Joe Biden. I wouldn't care.
Same here.
Who writes these Jim Crow speeches, man? I mean, it's reminiscent of Stanley Livingston and Bayard Rustin level writing. These guys just write so much downtroddenness in these damn speeches is not even funny. Yeah. Like nobody has exceeded their own shortcomings. Like people haven't achieved here. It's insane. This woman went to University of Chicago, one of the premier universities in the nation. I believe she also went to Harvard. She sat in the office with her husband in the highest office in the nation. Mm-hmm. She hobnobbed and rubbed shoulders with foreign dignitaries and billionaires and maharajas and princes and kings and queens. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, what is this bed wench talking about, man?
5-course meals every day.
7-course meals every day. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Can ring a bell and get whatever they want, literally. Can gallivant on Air Force One around the world for vacation when they take their presidential vacation. Or she doesn't have to, she's not the president. She can go wherever she wants on the taxpayers. What is this bitch? What is she talking about?
What is this lady man talking about?
I tell you, your guess is as good as mine, and I have to go back and forth sometimes whenever I'm giving or presenting certain things to y'all, because it's like, well, Jemele, I hear you and you're chastising or essentially, because I'm sure she'll say it in this clip because I haven't seen the full clip. But the blacks that are there cooning out, sellouts, Uncle Toms. But again, in a nation with history so rich with the blood, sweat, and tears of the Negro, I'd like to think that it would be pretty honorable to be in the White House. The one that Michelle Obama woke up in 8 years that was built by a slave. I think that would be pretty honorable. That's a good thing. CKJ says, Portia, have you noticed that the black women who claim racism all the time love blonde hair? They do, CKJ, they do. Shredder says, Portia, why does Jemele Hill look exactly like Sir? I'm sorry, go ahead, Blacks.
I'm saying I read that too. That's hilarious. It's topsy-turvy world with these people. They're the main ones, and it's always that way. Whether they're homosexual, Don Lemon, or perceived straight and not lesbian, Jemele Hill, they all dressed most like the thing that they purport to hate. They wear the blonde hair, the blonde wigs. They dye their hair blonde.
It's a cry for help, dude. Why
Jemele
don't you
Hill
love
is
me,
a
white person?
Do y'all remember when she was working for ESPN alongside?
She got fired from there.
Yeah. Do you know why she got fired?
No, I don't.
Because she wouldn't cut the rhetoric.
No, because of sexual harassment. Remember, she was sexually harassing. This was what was alleged. You remember her co-host, the male with the glasses? I can't remember his name. They had a segment, and he talked about how she would sexually harass him. Always trying to get him to go out with her, have sex with her, etc.
Is this the white dude?
No, the black guy. You don't remember where she used to do a segment with this black dude with glasses, who was.
Is this the same black dude that slept with what's her name?
No, he was a younger cat. I can't remember this guy's name, but he was
Yeah. Now, I remember now.
Yeah. And sexual harassment allegations along
he's
with
married.
Yes. And along with her inaptitude, you know, there was a plethora of things, but that was chief among them. And this woman is a nobody, man. She can't do anything. She's not talented. She was just at the right place at the right time, and that's how she's where she is, you know, how she ever achieved anything. She's not, you know, I don't give out these news personalities are talented easily, man. There's no what talented how? Because you're not telling the truth. All you do is toe the line. You don't actually engage in journalism where it's non-bias. You just present me with the facts and then you allow me to make my own decisions. No, you're partisan in nature and you engage in what's that called? Segments. The new opinion pieces, op-eds. That's all they do. That's what this panel is. I hate Jim. I don't hate her. I heartily dislike her. I think she's a circus clown. I think and her cohort, her twin, Joyless Reed. Thank the Lord she got fired. Hallelujah. About time.
Yeah, man, that was like the best feeling in the world.
It was, man.
I felt joy, but I ain't felt joy like that in a long time.
And joy cometh in the morning. Joy cometh in the morning.
Yep, especially
as you guys are talking about this, like the sun just shined super bright all of a sudden.
Of course, that's what happens when you exercise devils.
Yep.
You know,
we're gonna get into that. Like, I have a whole lot for the whole Joy Reid thing. But let's see. Let me stop sharing and share this again because I do want us to get through this Jemele Hill. But as we are going through Jemele Hill and listening to what she's saying, like I said, I haven't listened to the full clip. It's about 6 minutes and 14 seconds, but I want to throw some other things in there that might be of interest to you guys. So let's just hear a little bit more here.
I think this president has stood for and done. You looked at it as some kind of great experience, but everything this president has stood for and done in the last decade or so has been a complete rejection of what Black history is.
Abel, how do you square what Jemele is saying there, that this White House, this administration has spent so much time, especially in the last month, denigrating diversity as even a concept? And actually, let me just go ahead and play this because I think it's instructive to hear exactly what they have been saying. Listen.
I think the single dumbest phrase in military history is our diversity is our strength.
My son is in a public school. He takes a class called African American History. If you're running an African American history class, could you perhaps be in violation of this court order, of this executive order?
I'm not quite certain, and I'd like to look into it further and get back to you on that.
You can have DEI in
the answer is no.
Schools and universities. I disagree with that, but lives aren't impacted with DEI at universities. It is impacted here. I just want the best and the brightest, keeping Americans safe.
Okay, so you say that, and then you throw Black History Month event, and people are supposed to then say, well, it all doesn't matter. He really does care about the history of this country, which includes people. It's Black History Month today and this month, but it could be Hispanic History Month, Women's History Month, all these diverse people.
Absolutely.
What are Americans supposed to think?
I mean, look, President Trump is not a traditional politician. I mean, he never has been, he never will be. So today when we saw the celebration in the White House, I thought that was—
You got Ed McMahon up there.
It was a packed house there. I mean, Tiger Woods, I can go on and on.
Vince McMahon.
There.
Yeah, he do look like him.
He made it very clear today, Abby. He said, Black Americans are legends. I'm going to put some statues up. Kobe Bryant.
But he's governing in exactly the opposite way.
I think what he's trying to do is on one end—
No, he's not.
Deficit. He's trying to make cuts and move the business, this big government forward.
I'm not talking about the cuts. I'm talking about the denigration of people based on this idea of DEI. They tried to blame a plane crash on diversity.
Yeah, I don't actually agree with,
It was
to
a
be very
female
sincere with you.
helicopter pilot.
I think he looks at DEI more of a, let's put that aside and let's do everything on merit. He's made it very clear. He's talked about merit all along. So I really think, Abby, that what happened today was a beautiful thing.
So I don't. I think he's trying to gaslight us. I mean, come on, man. You have got to be kidding.
So he didn't have it. If he didn't have it today, you would be back.
He's trying to gaslight us. First, he said he doesn't want anybody in government to celebrate Black History Month, and then he says, "Okay, I'm going to put on an event about Black History Month, and I'm going to be the speaker." There aren't any Black people, really saying anything.
He never said that. And of course, you have Solomon, unfavorably named, Jones, talking about gaslighting on national TV as if the white folks listening know what he's talking about. However, you have 3 Black people in this room. It's for Trump, damned if he does, damned if he doesn't, right? It doesn't matter what he does. I mean, he's discarding. Obama didn't do it. Biden didn't do it. Clinton didn't do it, right?
Portia, we've had one Black president, 2 symbolically Black presidents. Who are the 2? Biden and Clinton were accepted as Black because they're Democrats. And not one of them have done any of the things I'm about to mention. Neither of them created business zones for Black people and minorities. Trump did that. Neither of them placed the HBCU offices in the White House. Trump did that. Neither of them funded the endowment for HBCUs so totally that they would never have to ask for any more funds. Trump did that. And should they need to ask him for any more funds, the office is right next to the Oval Office. They can just walk up and knock on the door and he will give them whatever they want. Trump did that. And then lastly, like you poignantly put, he's the only one who has created this garden, which is to directly, directly give honor to Black, quote, heroes, unquote. You know, I have some issues with some of the people he named, but nonetheless, Black, quote, heroes, unquote, in and around DC and around the the White House itself. So I don't know what these has-been hacks are talking about. They look at the way they frame things. They deliberately misspeak. But you know, you can do that in an op-ed. They better be glad that they are not considered actual news, because that's how they can talk like this and why they're not being regulated by the what is that? It's not the FCC. What is it? The one that's suing, they're suing ABC and them right now. Federal Broadcasting. The
FCC?
Yeah, I guess that's what it is. I'm losing my train of thought. But yes, they better be glad this is an op-ed piece. Consider that, because otherwise they could be sued for slander and also defamation of character.
You know, it's interesting, you know, sitting and listening to you all and listening to this panel, and to everything that you just said, Blacks. Now, I've never heard them talk about this at length, and I think it's important that they do, and I'm going to try to say this as quickly as possible. The funding for HBCUs is a huge deal. Why? Well, because most people just don't go to them. Okay. And so you have these large universities, the PWIs, the predominantly white institutions where most kids attend. Now, when Obama decided to remove these Negroes out of the White House completely, they didn't say anything about that. But you see, blacks just reminded you guys, Trump brought them back and he funded them so well that they would never have to worry again. Now, what happened during that time? I can tell you guys a very specific story here out of Texas. Paul Quinn. I know I've talked about this before. Paul Quinn was on the brink of close. They were on their last leg, unenrolling kids, you know, trying to make sure they get their money back, whatever the case may be, kids moving off campus, this, that, and the third. But it was up until Trump signed that executive order that they were able to keep their doors open. And that's just one that's close to me that I know about, that I can reach out and touch. But I know for all of these black schools across America, they were impacted. But what did Biden do as soon as he got in office, which these Negroes sitting up here on this panel trying to talk about gaslighting? You know, if a white man doesn't want to see a black man succeed, he can take everything from you. That's what you do. See, Trump, he didn't take it from you. He gave it to you. But Biden took it right back. You didn't say nothing, but now y'all on this panel getting mad at him for giving you yet another thing. Yet another thing.
And it's topsy-turvy land, isn't it?
They don't deserve anything. I wouldn't give them nothing, blacks.
I wouldn't give them a damn thing either. And then, I mean, people, Democrats can lie with impunity. Listen, everybody knows that I'm just black suitified. You know, I don't toe any party line. I am, however, more largely conservative in my machinations, but I am not either party. However, a blind man can see that Democrats are evil incarnate. You have a man, you talk about racism, okay? What did Chuck Schumer do during the Super Bowl week? What did he do? He got up there during his PSA to get you incensed and mad and talked about how you wouldn't have your cerveza and guacamole for the Super Bowl in an affordable manner. And not only that, he put up a bottle of whatever beer he likes to drink and a bundle or bushel, whatever it's called, either a bundle or a bushel of avocados. Okay, now let's flip that script and say a Senate Majority Leader on the Republican side were to do something like that. Do you know how many racist allegations they would receive? How racist they are for doing that? Okay, and then you got
cultural appropriation.
Yes. And then you got men dressed up like women in front of the Capitol building talking about, let's shut this mother effer down, shut this mother effing city down. That's a black man dressed up like a woman. And so that's an affront to women, saying that anybody can be a woman, pro-feminists out here. But if a Republican were to do something like that, or someone who isn't a Democrat and who has conservative leanings were to do something like that, then they would say it's an affront to feminism, it's an affront to women everywhere, mothers, lesbians, whatever the like. Everybody rolled up into that terrible conglomerate. My point is like you said, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. I wouldn't have given Negroes a damn thing. Not one red dead cent more than what I gave them previously. And I keep on trucking on, dismantling all of these nefarious.
I want my 40 acres and a mule, though, bro.
I'd give them slavery.
Okay.
But I want my 40 acres and a mule.
I would give them slavery. I would listen. I'm not VR headsetting it now. We ain't this no virtual I will give you slavery. I'm just like, if I got to be white and a male and president for just give me 30 days. 30 days so I can take everything away from blacks and give them what they want. Now, Portia, you're black. That's going to impact you. Yeah, I'm just going to have to suffer for 30 days, okay? But I just want you guys, I just want to give y'all what you want.
Oh, well, I hope you guys got what you wanted for after voting for him. And we told you not to vote for him. I hope you got what you wanted. I'm like, what part of I voted for him don't you understand? They said, oh, he's doing, I hope you got everything you asked for. I'm like, thank you.
Yes.
I did. Yes, I did. Thank you.
It's falling to plan and sooner than I expected.
Man, I mean,
like, I'm happier than I've been in 4 years. So
man, I've been,
the air smells much fresher every day.
I've been giddier than a nigga with a new gun. Let me tell you something, man. These guys think that it's
this dude.
They think that this is a problem. They think it's a problem. Oh, wait till it visits you. I'm like, if it visits me, so be it. I've been arguing with this dude I grew up with, man, on Facebook. And you know, he's a big fat do nothing, you know, has 1 million children. He's always in the how old am I? I've known this man since I was 8 years old. Okay. And in the 30 some odd years I've known him, I've always been the one handing him a check, handing him some money. As a matter of fact, in the last month, I gave him around $500 because he needed it, because he was broke. How many of his left-leaning pussy friends give him any money? Okay. I'm the one who is stable enough. Even when I'm unstable, I'm stable enough to assist, and they know that. So I gave him some money because I'm a friend. I'm like, hey, look, man, this is not a loan. This is a gift. I'm not asking for it back for the umpteenth time. And then as I post about being in favor of what Trump's doing, then he comes for my head with these long soliloquies and dissertations about why there's a better way. I'm like, what better way? Funny how when there's action being taken, that now there's a better way. You mean the better way that they didn't take? When we're told that the Social Security Administration will be insolvent in our lifetime because of reasons that they don't know, because they couldn't audit it. The Pentagon spending money ad nauseum and they couldn't be audited properly. And now it's being audited properly. And now we see where the money's going and it's being stopped. The very thing that has been the ire of all leftists everywhere. And now there's a problem. Oh, you're going to stop research on some homosexual donkey dog in the Philippines that we spent. They need their donkey dogs. We need to know why they're homosexual donkey dogs. They needed that. We needed a homosexual Sesame Street in Iraq. These people are nuts. Nuts.
And that's really nuts, you know. And you know, it's just unfortunate on one end, but like as we continue to progress through the show, we will get to the Negroes that have, you know, caught on and gotten a clue. And of course, I will do translations for all of you because, you know, just because they're catching on, it doesn't mean that their Ebonics has caught up with them. But this sort of thing that they're doing right now, it's not favorable to Black Americans like us here in the urban landlord space. And the reason why I say that is because while we are successful, we're not running around on the internet crying this and that. It's still sort of a reflection of sorts. Not that we are incapable, we can't do this, that, or the third, but whenever things are working in our favor and whenever things are going well, even whenever we're doing well, we find a reason to always make something that is so good real bad. And whenever you have a whole group of people, and of course it's not all of us, but that's not what white folks think, because Black people think that white people, for some reason, spend a lot of time with Black people. For some reason, Black folks think that white folks know a lot of the inner workings of Negroes, Because they spend time with them. They know what they know because of what they see on TV. The majority of white people in America do. So I don't know what they think doing this sort of thing on national TV is going to do to help strengthen the image of the Black American. It doesn't help it, it hurts it. Which is why, again, I would give them what they wanted. I would give all of these Negroes what Joy Reid just got. I'm going to give you what you want. You said that it's unfair. You said that Black women are the most unprotected women. You said that white folks and white men, they run everything. You said that, you know, you can never become a anchor, a journalist on one of the largest networks in the United States of America and make $5 million a year, not doing actual journalism, but, you know, just sharing my opinion. White people ain't gonna let none of that happen. Well, I guess Joy Reid was right. You got to give them what they want. You got to give them what they want.
Exactly. There's a town in South Africa. I can't remember the name of it. It starts with an O or I can't remember the name of the place. But they are Dutch settlement. They've been there for 400 years, and they're Afrikaners. You know, they're from Africa. They've been there for 400 years. And the Black Africans are not welcome there. They don't allow them to come to the town. And then if you're white African, you can't be there if you have a felony. You know, listen, I'm all for profiling. I've said it before. It helps maintain the status quo. I know there are status quo haters here, but you have to do something that's going to help maintain your neighborhood and its sanctity and its innocence. Okay. And I don't mean innocence literally in the sense where everybody is not flawed. Of course, people are flawed. I mean, innocence is necessary to raise and maintain your household. You know, keep the sanctity of your children. And I'm all for what they did. And what they're doing in that town in South Africa. Keep them out. If they don't want to conform, keep them out.
Yeah, we're going to be doing a show about that, like about the things that are going on in South Africa, because I really want to get into that because I think all of that stuff is crazy. But before we do, let's listen to what this Solomon, some more of what he has to say here.
Thing about he's trying to gaslight us. First, he said he doesn't want anybody in government to celebrate Black History Month. And then he says, okay, I'm going to put on an event about Black History Month and I'm going to be the speaker. There aren't any Black people, you know, really saying anything about what's happening with him. He tried to use DEI as literally a racial slur against us, as if Black people are benefiting from anything in this country and getting anything we're not qualified for and don't have to work twice as hard for. Black people have to live in the real world. When the cops come, we're scared because we might not come out of it alive. We walk into a store, if they let us in, we're followed around. We don't get loans when we have the same credit score as everybody else because we're Black. We have to live in the real world. You can't gaslight us. We know reality.
Oh, oops, I was on mute. Look at me, just running my mouth and y'all can't even hear me. So we just heard Solomon. And of course, I want to stay true and honest. And we heard him say a few things and we want to make sure that we, you know, we don't ignore those things. We want to fact check. I was telling you guys the other day about Joy Reid talking about fact checking, and we want to make sure that we are in line. So let's hear it again.
Cops come, we're DEI as literally a racial slur against us, as if Black people are benefiting from anything in this country and getting anything we're not qualified for and don't have.
Okay, as if Black people are not benefiting from this country. Well, I see you, Solomon Jones, you're a Negro. I see this blonde weave wearing Jemele Hill, and then I have Abby Phillips, which she does look decent. Y'all are all on national TV, and we can see you, see your names. We know about you. You made it somewhere in this country. You made it somewhere. You did. You did. Now, you tell me that we can't do anything if we're not qualified. Well, I mean, no one should do anything if they're not qualified. I mean, I would think that most people would agree with that. But then he goes into
to work twice as hard for. Black people have to live in the real world. When the cops come, we're scared because we might not come out of it alive. We walk into
when the cops come, we're scared. When the cops come, we're scared because we don't know if we will make it out alive. Well, let's take a look at Exhibit A. Whenever certain things happen with Black people where the cops could potentially come, as he said, they might not make that alive, you would think that if Black people were so afraid of the cops and these white people, they would stop using white services and breaking white laws that gets the white cops called on them where they may or may not make it out alive. Okay, we have Exhibit A. We have some Negroes fighting in the airport. Okay, they are using signs that are needed, of course, to tell people, hey, the floor is wet. But, you know, they don't care. They're going to pick up those signs, even though it's a safety hazard. And the airport can be sued if you slip and fall and crack a bone. But these Negroes, they said, you know what? Since I don't have a gun, let me go ahead and use this floor is wet sign. Go ahead, Blacks.
Yeah, it's just so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing, Portia. I don't know how else to relay my disdain. It's so embarrassing.
And here you have again, this is a larger group of the Negro Exhibit B. More Negroes fighting in the airport. Now, the reason why I'm pulling up these airport videos, for those of you who are like, well, Portia, why are you showing this to add to it? Well, it's the airport. If you want to get locked up fast, do something at the airport. If you want to get taken to jail real quick, do something at the airport. Why? Because they have holding cells for you there. They don't just have cops at the airport. Most airports, especially here in Texas, they have their own cops. And then on top of the cops, they have marshals, FBI agents, and they also have TSA. Well, what does TSA carry on them? I don't know how it is in your state, but in mine, they have guns. Oh, and then what if you act a fool once you get where they are and the flight attendants have to call? They getting all y'all's asses up out of here. And then you're going to be facing 3 to 4 different police agencies. If you were so afraid of them, why would you do this? Because typically, you know, if you're doing and engaging in tomfoolery in the HOOD, in the ghetto, the cops might not come fast, but they coming fast in the airport. Oh yeah, they coming fast. All of them coming at the airport.
Sure.
This is not where you want to do that. But Blacks seem to have a lot of fun doing that here. And not only at the airport, whenever they're stealing, again, here's another video of them at the airport. If you're stealing and or being confronted by cops, and here you see at the airport, Black women are jumping on white women. Now, mind you, if you are afraid, we remember Emmett Till. You don't want to whistle or put your hands on a white woman, would you? You would be afraid to do something like that because you're afraid to be confronted by the police. This is not anything that you would want to do, right? No, but Black people keep doing it. So whenever you get on TV and you tell me what we're afraid of, y'all are afraid of the cops. You're not afraid of the cops. You're not afraid of the law. You're not afraid of Jesus himself. You're not afraid of your mama. A lot of you don't know your daddy. And if you do, you're probably not afraid of him either, which you should be. A lot of you aren't afraid of anything. Because if you are afraid, Joy Reid would still have her job if you were really afraid. If you were afraid, you wouldn't be going on white social media platforms telling white people how much you hate them while cashing the checks that they signed if you were really afraid. You see, don't listen to Negroes like Solomon Jones. Because Negroes like Solomon Jones is going to get you Trayvon Martin, Michael Brown, George Floyd, Mama, hashtag I can't breathe. Don't listen to Negroes like Solomon. You ain't going nowhere fast, just like that black woman that we were talking about earlier. It wasn't about race for me. The only race component of that for me was the fact that she had a black woman as a judge that put a $250 million bond, cash only, on that woman's head because she left those kids in that house for 5 years. And black people need to start seeing other black people hold black people accountable. But whenever you have, you know, the Solomon Jones and the Jemele Hills and the Abby Phillips, you're going to find yourself in a very, very uncompromising situation because they're going to say, hey, you ain't got to do nothing. Kelly, Brian, you ain't got to take care of your kids, girl. Leave them kids in the house. Send them a loaf of bread to last them for 2 weeks. Don't pay the water bill. Let them kids shit all in the tub and all over the house. Leave them there. These kids are 6, 7, and 9 years old. They were 6, 7, and 9. And then it took 5 years for them to become teenagers. These girls are pubescent girls. They're on their periods. They have no guidance, no direction. They haven't taken a step outside that house in 5 years.
Whose children were these?
Kelly Bryant, this black female out of Michigan. So you listen to the likes of a Roland Martin or the Solomon or all of these other black people with platforms, and they tell you to keep doing things the wrong way. They keep on encouraging you to break the white man's law, right? Because this is the white man's America. Yeah, you built everything in it. Sounds like you're a sucker to me. I would think that you were taking advantage. It seems like you are, but you're not afraid of cops. You're not afraid of white people. Black people are not afraid of white people. In the time that we are existing in right now, black people have never been any more afraid. They are so on top. Who is Karen? See, when I was coming up, it was just Billy and Becky. Now we got Karens.
Yeah.
Y'all don't care. Y'all record them. Y'all call them out. Y'all take videos, and y'all are just totally fine, just coming all out all over the country. I thought it was racist and hateful, but y'all can do it. Solomon Jones, quit lying to these Negroes. Let's see what else he said.
To a store, if they let us in, we're followed around. Work twice as hard for. Black people have to live in the real world. When the cops come, we're scared because we might not come out of it alive. We walk into a store, if they let us in, we're followed around. We don't get loans when we have the same credit score as everybody else.
Slow down, Solomon, slow down. I'm trying. Give me a second, Solomon. Give me a second. If they let us in the store, they are following us around. It's really? Is that what happens? And you know, if they are following you around, I'm trying to, you know, kind of figure what is it that they might be following you around? I don't know. Why would they let you in or not let you in? And why would they follow you around? You gotta help me out. I mean, this is my, you know, business. I pay for it and everything. You know, I work hard to have it, but for some reason, you know, I'm not trying to, you know, be funny or anything, but for some reason, whenever black kids come in here, they tear my shit up. They didn't pay for none of this. Not only are they tearing my shit up, they're stealing it too. Okay? So he says, if they let us in the store, I don't know what store blacks can go into right now, but once they get in there, again, this is what they're doing. Not that there aren't any examples of this out here, but me, as a business owner myself, I have to change some things. Why? Well, because of the black people, and I'm black. We got Mayo Monkey in the building. Blacks and Mayo, what do y'all have to add while I'm pulling up some other exhibits?
I'm gonna let Mayo go.
Yeah, I'm just here to colonize and oppress. Just another Monday, you know.
Oh, well, thank you, Mayo.
What's up, blacks and portion?
What's up? I mean, what else can be said about Negroes and general riffraff coming in and destroying whole businesses and neighborhoods? I mean, look at this. Who wouldn't treat these people this way? I spent my life's blood and my earnings on maintaining this place. I have the government against me at every turn. I'm talking about ordinances that I have to abide by, taxes I have to pay. Okay, I have to make sure that there's no vermin in my establishment. And of course, they're not helping by throwing out vermin bait the way that they're doing. I have to make sure that within a certain square footage of my establishment, there's no drug paraphernalia. Even if I'm not the one distributing, it's on me. I have to make sure that they're not drinking in front of my establishment, because if something results from drunk activity, it's on me. They can sue me. The state can sue me. The city can sue me. So I'm already enemy number one on everybody's list. And then to add a cherry to this shit Sunday, I can't defend myself or my business from this. Because if I do, then I'm going to jail. I'm going to go to jail for helping these wonderful Robin Hoods right here. These wonderful Robin Hoods who are stopping the sheriff of Nottingham from stealing their taxes. Right? This is what these people are nuts, man. I'd shoot every single one of those boys in that store. And then
Jordan says, this is just how we express ourselves. It is. Jordan, sorry if I read that wrong, but I feel like that's how you
I think you read it exactly how he wrote it.
You wanted me to do that, Jordan. I feel like that. But, we just want to, again, we're going to take Exhibit B from Solomon's second point. If they let us, and whenever he's saying they, I'm assuming white, right? But don't hold that thought, because it's not just white. But if they let us in, they're going to follow us around. Mayo, it sounds like you're about to say something. You can go ahead and say something, and then we'll get into Exhibit B.
See, this I found a video of Ben Crump saying that the white government has made cultural black behavior crimes specifically to lash out at black people. And this wrecking stores, I think, would be one of those things. I'll put it in the back. It's rather interesting.
Okay.
And I'd like to know what crimes these are.
I don't even think Ben Crump's a lawyer. I just when he's not. I could be wrong.
Let me. You know what? I think I'll check the Florida bar site for that, because that would be very interesting.
But you know who's definitely not a lawyer? Who always shows up to every black issue? Quanell.
Oh.
Do y'all see this? Do y'all see this on the screen right here?
Oh yeah, this is par for the course. I grew up seeing this shit on the south side.
So this is Walmart. Shout out to the Walton family. They are like super rich, and they are straight out of Fort Worth, Texas, and they live in a lovely neighborhood. And you might catch them every now and then at the Trader Joe's on South Hewlett. For those of you that don't have a clue, so we have another exhibit. This is the black people that Solomon Jones said are afraid. This is them running, through a store. Oh, HB is back.
Wait, how did they do this at a Walmart?
Hey, what's going on?
Okay, so we have another exhibit here of some kids tearing up. They have the gates and fences down. You know, Solomon said that they're not allowed. If they are allowed, people are following them around. I mean,
These
that's
aren't
what he
children,
said.
man. These are adults. Every single one of them. I remember when that stupid whore right there went to jail for and was prosecuted for that. Disgusting, nasty, filthy, horrible monkey children.
Well, then you have the elderly Black people, and what's happening in their neighborhoods. We have HB back in the building, and we also have Black. So I wanted to make sure I pulled this from something that was close to home. So let's take a listen.
Some seniors like Constant Hatchett don't know what to do now that more Walgreens locations will be closing down.
It's a bad issue. It's bad. We need Walgreens. We need it because our medicine, we're seniors.
The second largest pharmacy store chain in the U.S. announced it's closing 5 stores.
I was about
the
to
end of
say, is that on
February in
King Drive?
neighborhoods on the city's south and
Now,
west.
let me tell you some stories. Let me tell you some stories
So
about
you called
every single one of these.
before they even called.
Yeah, I think I recognize that Walgreens.
I knew where all. So the one on 71st and Jeffrey, I went to high school down the street from that one. I know personally 5 people who robbed that store by gunpoint. On 91st and Commercial Avenue, and, I think about 2 or 3 people personally who robbed that store by gunpoint. On 71st and Western, I know a couple of people who robbed that store by gunpoint. I'm telling you, look, man, this is like a walk down memory lane for me. These people, of course, these stores are going to close. Of course. Yeah. I'm surprised it took this long. 71st and Jeffrey, that store's been there for over 20 years. The one on Commercial has been there over 20 years. The one on King Drive on 35th and King Drive has been there forever. Negro.
But it has been closed. HB, it was closed because of racism, right? Because
niggas.
It's
okay. These niggas, man.
It's
Oh,
so for those of you that just got in the building that don't know what's going on, we're just making sure that we are providing circumstances to combat, some arguments. Jemele Hill, she's back, but we're listening to Solomon. So let's hear what he's saying.
Monday, born on a Monday.
Live in the real world. When the cops come, we're scared because we might not come out of it alive. We walk into a store, if they let us in, we're followed around.
We're followed around. Okay. So here, going back to Chicago.
Walgreens, they still trying to make their money, but they don't want to do in the black and brown community.
In an emailed statement, a spokesperson for Walgreens says the most recent closures are a part of a previously announced business strategy calling for the shuttering of 1,200 locations over 3 years, adding in part, increased regulatory and reimbursement pressures are weighing on our ability to cover the cost associated with rent, staffing, and supply needs. It's never an easy decision to close a store.
Is disappearing.
While at an unrelated event advocating for affordable housing for seniors, community activist Reverend Robin Hood says the closures will be a devastating blow for those already struggling to get their medications.
And Walgreens is wrong for coming in this community all these years and then closing it up.
After seeing several drugstores close in recent.
Okay, if I may ask, Blacks, whenever you said Robin Hood earlier, were you saying it jokingly or because this guy's name is actually Robin Hood?
Now think about that and think about where it is. And then
were you talking about him?
Yes. Let me tell you something. These people,
okay,
that yuck mouth bastard.
I was like, what are you talking about?
Has been around since I was a child, and he, like all of his cohorts, have historically done absolutely nothing. Can I ask you a question? Is it a badge of honor for you to be known as an activist? Is that a job description? Do you have to go?
Oh yeah, it is.
Mike, you know where he went? He went to the that folk school in Tennessee that they closed down. The very same one that Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, Stanley Livingston, Bayard Rustin went to when they learned how to be communists. That's where he went. This is ridiculous. What do you mean they're gonna make their money? They're wrong for being in the community that long and then shutting down when the going gets tough. How do you make money? How do you make money? I can tell you people who were beneficiaries, benefited from scholarships that came from these stores because they were in the Black community. They just gave them to them, unmerited. Gave away stuff all the time. What the hell is wrong with these Negroes, man? They kill everything they touch. They destroy everything they're around. My God, man. They don't even own any of the buildings in those neighborhoods. It's all Section 8. That's a historically Jewish neighborhood, the one on 71st and Jeffrey. And so who do you think owns all the buildings? Not them. These niggas are so. All right. Okay.
HB, do you know Robin Hood?
Huh?
I was asking HB if he knew Robin Hood. Maybe he's busy. Mayo, go ahead.
It's just like Walmart in Chicago. They had to have 10 years of losses on the books before they pulled out. I think they've given enough.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. Exactly. And of course, not just in Chicago. I just pull up Chicago because, of course, our two Chicago folks here, they know a lot about it and they can give us some more direct, stories. But Mayo, you shared this
Man,
clip
fuck Chicago.
About, yeah. I mean, Solomon Jones said that the white folks aren't letting them in, and whenever they do, they follow them around. But apparently, thank you, Mayo. He says that Ben Crump and the other Negroes are talking about why crime should be legalized for Black people. I've never seen this or heard this, but
if you don't understand why white folks follow Black people around at stores, it's crazy. I remember, unfortunately, I had to make a stop at what was that store called? Ulta Beauty. I had to get something for my lady.
Ulta.
Yeah, I had to get something for my lady. As I was walking up, three hair hat hooligans were running out and looked to be a somewhat like a zesty thug was right behind them. So they all ran out with all types of lady products, all types of shit. So I'm walking in right in after them. Everybody's looking at me like I had something to do with it. And, that's just the reality. That's why they follow niggas around. And they couldn't chase them afterwards. They couldn't chase them down because they already made it out the store. It's not like you can shoot these people down. Which you should be
right
able
once
to,
they
honestly.
You should be once they make it out the store with all that merchandise.
Yeah, you should just be able to gun them down. That would stop a lot.
But it's not safe to do. It's not safe to do in a place like Chicago because y'all get like Black said, y'all get in trouble. Instead of the actual culprit.
Yeah, you're going under the jail. And like HB said, fuck Chicago. I don't ever go to Chicago. There's nothing there for me.
I'm so glad that both of you are here in the great state of Texas. By the way.
It is great.
From Mayo, let's see what Ben Crump says.
We can get rid of all the crime in America overnight, just like that. And people ask how, Attorney Crump, change the definition of crime. Of course, if you get to define what conduct is going to be made criminal, you can predict who the criminal is going to be.
It sounds like we're criminal, though.
Yeah.
Our existence is criminal.
But they made the laws. They make the law to criminalize our culture, to fit us. Black culture. I mean, and so when I think of Eric Garner, I always think of stuff like that. Lucy cigarette, we can get.
Mayo, I love you, and I'm not going to get you up out of here for that one, okay? Change the definition. I thought about it as I was listening to him. The only thing that would happen is if you change the definition of crime. Okay. What are y'all's thoughts on that?
He wants to legalize crime. That's what that sounds like to me.
Yeah.
Because changing a definition of crime only does two things. It bolsters double speak, which is what they engage in. That's what communists and socialists do. And lastly, like I said, it legalizes crime. If I'm engaging in it, it doesn't matter what proverbial race I am. If I'm engaging in what the law says I can't engage in, if I'm going and shooting people up ad nauseum, if I'm stealing, if I'm vandalizing, if I'm selling illegal substances, if I'm committing mail fraud, tampering with legal documents, am I not committing crimes? So
well,
what does
apparently,
matter? Yeah.
If you listen to Ben Crump, not male, what did you think? I mean, because you shared that. So what were your thoughts? You know, you came to the panel to colonize. What did you think whenever you saw that?
Well, I want to know what crime, what is being called crime, is due to cultural behavior and cultural norms. I want to know what these things that have been made crimes are. Because it's ludicrous.
Mayo, they can just stand on platitudes and never have to explain themselves. That's what it is.
I mean, that's the professional version of they just kids.
Yep. Again,
he borrowed your car. They just kids.
It's platitudinous. They can just stand on the platitude, never have to explain themselves. If you were to be in that room and you ask him the question you just posited, what culturally does that have to do with the definition of crime? Tell me what changing the definition will do to help adjudicate cultural behaviors as not being crime.
It's just insane.
I mean, because you can change the definition all day long. I mean, we can change the definition, but I mean, then I guess it's just if you see them out here killing each other and this, that, and the third, I guess we just overlook it. I don't know.
That's just cultural behavior, according to them. You know.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You know,
so
I mean, it's one of the most racist things I've ever heard in my life.
It sure is. It sure is. It's actual racism.
That's why I always feel like with pro-blacks, most pro-blacks are really just pro-white. And when I say pro-white, it's pro-liberal white. So pro-LGBTQ, pro-transgender rights. And a lot of this stuff is the same playbook that the LGBTQ does. Let's change the definitions of words. Let's just go against the paradigm, the norm, and confront that.
Like it's Orwellian in nature. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's all just let's just switch it up. You know, crime is crime. I don't, obviously it happens a lot more in black communities like this. But when you try to change the name of it, I mean, you're doing the same thing as the trans do. It's just weird. It's kind of gay. It's kind of gay too. It's really gay, actually.
It's literally the definition of social justice.
Yeah.
Which is another thing they tried to make justice into social justice. And that's just excusing bad behavior based on historical differences in treatment in people that aren't even alive anymore.
And it's almost like these people never think about what happens when this shit goes too far. Like you're gonna have a whole neighborhood where there's gonna be no place to buy food because all the, you you didn't treat these criminals like, or treat these crimes like criminals. You let them get off. Oh, it's got to be more than $1,000, or we're not gonna convict somebody. Now there's nowhere for people to shop. Now they're
food deserts. They're hollering about food deserts.
Yeah, but you know, all that happens is now those young niggas, they just migrate to other areas. They go to the more affluent areas, and now that's when it's a problem.
Right. That's whenever it's like, okay, this is where I draw the line. Okay.
Yeah.
Whenever
y'all knew this was gonna happen. I knew this was gonna happen.
So let's wrap up the rest of this video. And now that HB's back, I'm gonna run another video that I played earlier back for HB, and then for you guys too, because I was talking about how HB always tries to explain this to me, and it's like I get it sometimes, but I really got it with this video. But let's finish this, and then we'll go into that after, of course, we finish talking about this topic.
Get loans when we have the same credit score as everybody else because we're black. We have to live in the real world. You can't gaslight us. We know reality when we see it. This is not real. This is a joke. That's what that is.
I mean, Tiger Woods was speaking at the podium today.
Tiger Woods said he's Kablasian.
Right. I thought he would be there for combination.
Come on, man.
What so you know,
it's a problem him being mixed.
One of the things also, apparently the Defense Department's getting ready to make some cuts. We talked about it earlier. One of the cuts rumored to be happening is and
see, this is another thing. A lot of black people don't have good credit scores. We gotta stop this whole, oh, if my credit score is the same as a white man's and he gets more opportunity. A lot of niggas got horrible credit scores. Yeah. I saw one video. Some young nigga stole some money from Chase. He did some type of scam on Chase. His credit score was 30, like 30. That was his credit score. I didn't even know it could get down to that. I didn't know.
Well, and it's like credit score isn't the only thing that matters on a mortgage application.
No, it doesn't. How much money you
annual
make?
Earnings,
yeah,
debt to income ratio, amount of time you've been at your job.
Yeah.
They're looking at how much you have on hand. Your percentage down. Can you pay for that? Checking your bank account to make sure you can cover it. Like, come on now. If you ain't got it, you ain't got it. Just say that. I mean.
Yeah, but I guarantee all these people sitting in this room, they probably live in very affluent places.
Of course they do.
Yeah, so man, this whole narrative like black folks can't live where they want to live at, it's just not true, man. It's really not.
Yeah, no, it's not. Even I mean, like in living testament of it, you got like blacks, you know where you live in Texas. Like, it's just in a place like that, like whenever I go where blacks is at, I always feel like really poor, you know, but like the black people, they live there. And then even businesses, like where I go and get my hair done, she has a whole full on, you know, like those, I guess, you know, like those little fronts where they have like different shopping places that you can go to. Like it might be like a restaurant, then it might be a nail salon, and then it might be a barbershop. I can't remember like what it's called, but she owns
strip malls.
Strip mall, yes, a strip mall. She actually owns a strip mall in Frisco, not too far from the practice field. She's black and she owns the whole thing, and it's like 20 different stores, and her salon is there also. But I mean, she had to get, you know, a loan for that, you know, to be able to pay for that, and then it's out there. So.
And my point is that where is the racism? I argued with a guy. I had a friend who opened up a, you know, that coffee shop, Sweetwater coffee shop.
Yeah.
That franchise. So he opened up a franchise. He knows, you know, and plus he has other businesses, but he opened that franchise. African dude. He got mad because during COVID, he was shut down because he wasn't shut down. He had to close.
He chose to?
Yeah, because he couldn't get a loan, another loan he needed. And after that, he just went on a war path talking about how racist the system is and this, that, and the third. Then I had to remind him how actual black people that both of us knew were getting loans just fine. You know, you immigrated here when you were 15 and worked your way all the way up through corporate McDonald's. This guy did. Lived in Boston, Massachusetts for the majority of his time, and then moved here to Texas with his family and his sons, who have never known poverty, who are socialized white pretty much. You know, they're both African children. They go to premier high schools out here. So, you know, this guy is upset because, you know, one of his businesses had to shut down. Whatever, so be it. That happens in business, and he knows it. But the problem that I'm finding is all these people who are affluent, all these people who make all this money and have to deal with the rigors of being a business owner, they act like nobody else deals with that. They act like white people don't deal with that, Indians, Asians, people don't deal with that. You know, it's insane. And so it's funny how you have Negroes telling you that it's all against them. They can't do anything. The white man's foot is on their neck. But from my experience and from my vantage point, it's been easier for Negroes to get everything.
You know, especially like during COVID, that's interesting because my best years were during COVID. And I would attribute that due to the fact that the other franchises, they just went on ahead and they closed up shop. So for all of the streets, there was only one business that was open. I had never made money like that before because I was the only one that was open. So it's just like, why would you close? Because you didn't have to do that in Texas. He didn't have to. I guess maybe had some sort of faith and just kept his doors open, he would have saw the return on his investment. He could have paid his taxes up, you know.
I think there was a confluence of issues, franchise fee, a whole bunch of other things that
he should have stuck it out.
Exactly, that were unforeseen. But that's his fault. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
nobody else
stuck it out.
Okay, nobody else's fault but his own. Now it's an Indian restaurant.
Yeah, and then plus like Sweetwater's. I mean, who the fuck drinks Sweetwater's?
Nobody.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Right.
I'd rather go to Dunkin'.
You know, Dunkin' or Starbucks.
Yeah, Dunkin' or Starbucks.
But also, what you call it?
Sweetwater's is not. They don't even have like good donuts at Sweetwater's.
No, they don't have anything good. It's not. It was a bad business venture. He should have opened a Black Rifle Coffee.
Yeah, I was about to say Black Rifle. We have 5 points, and it's like just like Black Rifle, but it's like a gun themed. Those franchises are popping up all over the place. Coffee shops.
Yep. See,
it's,
these people are stupid.
Yeah. And y'all know how COVID made people, extremely, lazy if they weren't already. And that's the only reason why I feel like I did so well is because ain't nobody trying to go to the store, ain't nobody trying to cook. And so they're trying to get to a place where they can get some food for the family or whatever. And they're coming at breakfast, lunch, and dinner, snacks, dessert, whatever the case may be. They're coming all day long. I mean, we were getting hit so hard that, it seemed impossible to keep up with the profit because it was just so overwhelming. So again, even with Sweetwater or not, like if it was like a handful of businesses that were open, he should have just stuck through it. But he is African, so.
Nah, it's just like, I think that's the one thing about a lot of times with Africans, they don't really understand the culture of where they move to. Sweetwater's in Boston, yeah, that's a great idea. Boston, yeah.
But not Texas.
Not Texas. Sweetwater, no. Texas, there is no Sweetwater crowd in Texas, man. I'm sorry. Maybe in Dallas, downtown Dallas, but it would depend where he's at, really. You got to be, because I don't even really know what downtown Dallas really looks like, but is there like a college down there?
Yeah, there's UTD. There's
that would probably be better. In that.
Paul Quinn. What else is in Dallas? I think they have a UT campus out there.
They do. They have a UT campus.
it will be better down in that type of area. But like, you got to understand the culture of America and the franchises that connect with them.
And you think that he would understand that,
No, a
having
lot of
been
Africans
a
don't get it.
30-year veteran of McDonald's. You know what I mean?
No. That actually hurt him more working at
Open up
McDonald's.
franchises and
that,
being,
that actually hurt him because Sweetwater is like, he should have stuck in his lane. Sweetwater is more like, I don't know, man. It's such a niche type of group. It's like
there are other Sweetwaters around here that are doing just fine. But the problem is he blamed his shortcomings, whatever they were, on the white man. And that's the issue. Whether or not
that is the biggest.
Whether or not it would have survived here or no, he just, as soon as it went down, it was the white man's fault.
Yeah, he was destined to fail anyway.
Exactly. And so, but I know other business owners. One of my homies, he owns Total Kickboxing, man. He owns 2 stores out here, not stores, but 2 gyms out here, one in the Colony and one in Denton. Then I got other buddies who do other things, but I'm just saying, business is out here, man. If you're willing to take the chance.
Yeah.
Well, Blacks, if he had, did he have his Sweetwater coffee shop and didn't? Because he probably would have did okay and didn't.
Well, there's one in Denton. He has his. And
his isn't it? The one that's in Denton, it's not his.
No, the one that he had was off of El Dorado and 423 out here in Little Elm. So Little Elm, he stays in Frisco. It was down the street from his house in Little Elm. And I don't know, he didn't, we were at a party at I can't remember what party it was, for one of the children in my neighborhood, and he brought his children too. He was invited, and we were in there and we were just having a conversation, man. I'd never been around so many damn Nigerians in my life. And they all thought I was Nigerian. I'm not no god. Anyway, we had the conversation and I was just letting him have it, man. Because he was just going in on Trump, on the government and all these other things, and how Black Lives Matters is necessary and all types of bull crap like that. I said it would be an illegal alien who says some shit like that. Even though he's not illegal, I just was like, man, I'm like, you sound like one, man. You're over here telling me why black people.
He was Nigerian though. He was a Nigerian.
Yeah, he's Nigerian.
Oh yeah, par for the course. Yeah.
You know what I mean? All of them do that. I'm like, man, you're not even black, and you're telling me what black people need. I'm like, get your ass. Anyway, yeah.
So let's listen to some more. Let me know if y'all can still hear it.
CQ Brown, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Apparently, the Defense Department's getting ready to make some cuts. We talked about it earlier. One of the cuts rumored to be happening is of CQ Brown, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Shockingly, a black man. This is not surprising to me because I know the conversation in MAGA world about that. But the idea that maybe one of the first acts of the new defense secretary would be to ask the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, who is a black man who a Republican senator just today said has done a very good job, and he would be surprised to hear if he were eliminated in some of these cuts. Mm-hmm. Kevin Kramer said a month ago that he knows CQ Brown pretty well. They've had disagreements, but he thinks he's doing a great job. Why would this even be a conversation?
Well, I think Hegseth has sort of changed his tune on it a bit.
Okay, and before, in case those of you that missed it earlier, I want us to make sure that all of the things that we are taking a look at here, that we are in full context of the matter. General CQ Brown, he reached the pivot of military success. And Roland Martin, along with these people here on the CNN panel, they are saying that Trump is racist and that they fired CQ Brown because he is a black man. But what they are leaving out is that CQ Brown was actually nominated and sworn in and actually confirmed No, there was zero opposition in the vote. Trump is the one that actually nominated him into that position back in 2016. So in the midst of what it is that she is saying, I want to make sure that you guys are aware that Trump put him in that position, and he also took him out of that position.
They seem to be working together in the early onset. Right after his confirmation, he gave him a vote of approval out loud to the press corps. So we'll see what happens. I'm not going to jump to a conclusion on that. And also, I hope that even if we have political disagreements with somebody in history, a figure of history, we can still recognize their greatness. And I think
in recognizing their greatness, and just in case you guys thought I'm not telling the truth, hey, fact checking.
So thank you very much, everybody. This is very special.
Mm-hmm.
Charles Q, I like that. Q Brown Jr. And your family is very proud of you. Your wife is very proud. Your sons are very proud, and I'm very proud. And I'm proud to have you in the Oval Office. This was going to be in a different location, and there's only one Oval Office. I said, this is the big leagues, so we have to have you and your family over to celebrate. This is an incredible occasion. There's only one thing I worry about. Charles was confirmed 98-0. That makes me a little bit concerned. Right? I've never heard that before. You understand what that means? 98-0. So that's an achievement. But you have had an incredible career, and this is a capper. And I just want to congratulate you. And it's an honor to have you in a very fabled office, and to have you in the White House. And thank you very much for being here. And congratulations to you and your family on a job well done. Fantastic job.
I suppose it doesn't get any more racist than that. Trump brought him in and Trump took him out. And we covered this earlier, but, Trump brought him in. And then once Biden came in, General CQ Brown, he went in on all of this, him being black, George Floyd, trans people in the military, gay people in the military, Obama doing away with the don't ask, don't tell, things like that. And Trump just felt like he wasn't good enough for his administration this time. So
I think that's very important. So I was glad to see Donald Trump highlight, yes, great athletes, but yes, Rosa Parks, yes, Frederick Douglass. I think that's great. And we can have the debate over DEI, and I think I can go in a million different directions. I think when it comes to the celebration of Black history, I think the president's signal today was he doesn't want to see it erased from our conversation in our country.
But that's not what his actions say.
Was that it? That's not what his actions say. That's not what his actions say. I mean, not to me, but who am I? Who am I? So of course, there you go, Jemele Hill. She's back like she never left, and she's appearing as a guest on these segments on CNN, and Trump had that wonderful.
Was she taking Joy Reid's position or something?
No. Joy Reid got replaced by so much more, and we're gonna get into that.
Who did she get replaced by? I don't really care. Who did she get replaced by?
Jen Psaki, Simone Sanders, this white guy and this white lady. I can't think of their names off the top of my head, but once I pull that up. So before we jump into Joy Reid and Jen Psaki, because I want those to be the highlights of this while we have you here, HB, and while we have Mayo.
What'd she get fired for?
Just
the lowest ratings in the country in that time slot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, at least
we're gonna
ratings mean something. I thought they didn't mean anything for a long time.
They certainly do now. So let's jump into this, and then we'll jump into Jasmine Crockett and Joy Reid while we have you here.
Tonight, the Trump administration is ending the temporary protected status for roughly 500,000 Haitians in the U.S.
Yeah, Massachusetts is home to the third largest Haitian population. The protection shielded people from deportation. Boston 25 News reporter Drew Caritas is live outside the Haitian consulate in downtown Crossing. Drew?
Rachel, the Trump administration has rolled back an 18-month extension of deportation protection, stripping hundreds of thousands of Haitian immigrants of their protected status by August. The General Consulate of Haiti here in downtown Crossing and advocates across the Boston area are now being flooded with uncertainty and anxiety.
And it does this country no good to try to ship people back to a dangerous country like Haiti.
A directive to push more than 500,000 Haitians out of the United States in less than 6 months is being called unrealistic and unfair by Jeff Thielman with the International Institute of New England.
You will see communities ripped apart. You will see families ripped apart. They followed legal pathways to get here. They did everything that they were supposed to do.
The Department of Homeland Security says about 57,000 Haitians registered for temporary protected status following a devastating 7.0 magnitude earthquake in 2010. That status was renewed under the Biden administration in 2021 amid civil unrest after the assassination of Haiti's president.
This will have disastrous consequences for them. These are people that have been here some since 2010. A lot of them have had U.S. citizen children here in the U.S.
Under the Biden administration, Haiti's temporary protected status was extended through February 3rd, 2026, but protection from deportation and work permits are now set to end on August 3rd of this year.
They knew what it was when they came here under temporary. It says right on it, temporary. So they knew it was temporary. And the temporary is over.
Louis Murray, chairman of Bostonians Against Sanctuary Cities, is applauding the Trump administration for following through on mass deportation promises and scaling back the use of temporary protected status.
The Haitians have had a chance now since the 2010 earthquake to kind of get their act together, and now we have a chance they can go back safely and rebuild their lives.
Yeah.
The president of the International Institute of New England says his organization has served 16,000 people from Haiti over the last 2 years. Critics say they believe the intent of temporary protected status was manipulated and point out that it was never meant to be a long-term path to citizenship. We're live in downtown Crossing tonight. Drew Caritas, your local station, Boston 25 News.
So the reason why I wanted to pull this up is because HB, we've talked about this, and you've always talked about how it was a scam, it was a setup. And so here at the end, this guy says, okay, it was never intended to be that way. Y'all been here for 15 years. Y'all been here since 2010. 500,000, over 500,000 Haitians getting sent back. That was never the plan. But I'm thinking in these 15 years, like, why didn't they try to get citizenship? But, of course, that's not what they did, but they thought that they were good. And so me and you, we've talked about this in terms of the new illegals and it being a scam. But I think that this one is the one that said, oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, no, it was always a scam to make these people feel comfortable just so they can grow our government when they kick them out. It's all a scam. These people are being used by both sides of the aisle. It's really fucked up because they know that they're, fleeing a fucked up country. But that's what the Haitians get for trusting the white man. Listen, that's what you fucking get.
Yeah.
See, I think they should have taken them all to military bases.
Yeah, I mean,
and trained them to go back and take over their own country.
Well, my whole thing about Haiti, I truly do believe they don't want Haiti to get better because they want Haiti to eventually be a resort. It's gonna be a high-end resort. Maybe not 20 years from now, maybe not 50. But down the line, yeah, Haiti, it's gonna be like Mar-a-Lago or some shit like that.
You think so?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's prime real estate. Can't let a bunch of savages fucking take over it. Like these people literally had like what 150 years to get this shit together. Nah, it's over. It's over.
Well, see, John's argument was, since Obama brought them over here 15 years ago, that they should have vacated the United States earlier so that they could actually take what they've earned and what they've learned here in America back to Haiti to kind of prevent what's going on in Haiti right now, because it's more dangerous to live in Haiti now than it was whenever they left. What do you think of that?
Yeah. I mean, that was kind of the point of allowing the best and the brightest to come over here, though. You just leave the savages there to kind of rule. So it's kind of Obama knew what he was doing. The Clintons, they all knew what they were doing.
Oh yeah, and the Clintons are knee deep in scammed money that was supposed to go to Haiti.
Oh yeah. I mean,
see, that's my thing. I think they should take their issue up with the Clintons.
Hillary practices voodoo, like her and Bill do. They literally practice voodoo. It's a lot. The scam goes back a lot longer than people think with Haiti, but I think they just want the real estate eventually over there. And the Haitians are too stupid to realize it.
They said 6 months. 6 months. And I mentioned it earlier, how over the summer, HB, and for those of you in the audience that were hearing, y'all remember, of course, you guys can go through the history of our videos. John was on a mission, and I'm finding different places for him to call, especially in Massachusetts and other places across America. And John is calling businesses and just asking them, those Haitians been? How are you feeling? And if you go back and look at those and put them in contrast into now, it seemed like these people, they were at the end of their road. They were at their wits. They're talking about their kids at school, these adult age children in their school's classes, all this, the car wrecks and accidents. And now they're getting up out of here. And they were saying that they needed them for factory jobs. And HB, I can't remember, maybe you can, that one governor, was it DeWine?
Mike DeWine, yep.
DeWine, yeah. So yeah, Trump ended that for everywhere, all over America. So all of those work permits or whatever. Yeah, that's.
Well, Mike DeWine was different. He actually paid for their visas through his scam church that him and the Clintons got down in Haiti. So he's a little bit different. Trump can't stop that. If you pay for a green card, you pay for that shit, that's a whole nother ball game. But those Haitians are handpicked.
Yeah, but they're getting out of Ohio too.
Well, yeah, the thing is, when you got a bunch of migrants moving here, they got family too. So they're gonna come up here because, to basically seek asylum with their family. So, yeah, you might be able to help them out for a little bit, but I don't know. But yeah, those Haitians through the DeWine Foundation, those are bought and paid for. They're here for whatever other reason. Anyway, yeah. What else you got?
All right. So have you heard about Jasmine Crockett and
Stanley's
the 5,000?
girlfriend?
Oh, well, yeah, the $5,000.
Stanley's girl. 5,000.
Yes, the $5,000. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Man, $5,000. That's chump change. What I care about $5,000 for?
Oh, is that what you think?
5 racks. Yeah, it's 5 racks. Who cares
That's
about?
nothing.
That's nothing.
Oh, okay, Jasmine.
That's nothing.
Let's see what Jasmine had to say
5K.
here.
We are not in the business of giving out money. Honestly, I don't know what $5,000 will do for you.
Honestly, I don't know what $5,000 will do for you.
They're talking about giving away $5,000. Oh well, yeah. I'll take 5K. Oh shit.
Oh, okay. So we're right in the thick of it. All right. So let me go ahead and let's just take it from the top.
Yeah.
Let me.
They just giving it away. Why is she against $5,000?
Because 5 racks ain't shit.
Do I gotta pay it back? Or are they just giving it away?
Well, let me. Okay. So, DOGE, they're looking into all of these things. So you have one of the biggest things that's come out so far, which has led more so to this conversation to even be had, is the Social Security. And so you have people over the age of 100. We have at least upwards of 8 to 10 million people that are dead that are receiving Social Security. And of course, all of the other fraudulent spending that is going on. So one of the Doge boys proposed an idea to Elon, which Elon then brought to Trump. And he said, hey, we're going through all of this money, and what can we do for the American people? So they say, hey, let's give $5,000 to each tax-paying American. We're going to exclude every single American that is on welfare. So if you are on welfare and you receive any type of government assistance, it is not for you. But for those of us that do not receive government assistance and all of that, we will be getting $5,000. It is not going to impact inflation because we're not printing off money. We're just spending money that we already had because we cut the cost. And so we want to give $5,000 to the American people. What's wrong with it?
All right, so where'd I go sign up for it? Where
You
I go
don't.
sign up?
You don't.
You just gotta file your taxes, sir. You just gotta file your taxes.
Okay. Oh, now you're giving me an incentive to send now. Okay.
So let's just take a look at what Trump said about this, and then we'll get back to Jasmine. 1 second here. Let me. Oh gosh, YouTube. Oh, hold on. Give me 1 second. I want to make sure that the audio is good.
Yo, why the fuck? Yo, I'm kind of sick and tired of this bitch Jasmine Crockett. Like she's getting,
You'll be sick and
she
tired of
just
her.
talks too fucking much, man. Bush, why black bitches always talk so fucking much? Can't just get to the fucking point. The fuck, man? Why black bitches always gotta be hating too? What the fuck? Why you care if I get $5,000? Why you worried? Why you in my pockets, bitch? The fuck? I never speak on her fucking weaves. I never do. I never speak on her eyelashes. I never speak on her fucking clown makeup. Never. But now you worried about me and the rest of the Americans that just work and pay taxes. Bitch, you got all the you in politics. You got all the advantages. You can, go suck a CEO off and get stock options and shit. I can't do that.
No, you're correct. Mm-hmm.
The fuck? I let these fucking bitches talk, man. I'm getting to that point. I'm just tired of hearing bitches talk, period. Low key. Go ahead. Play the video. My bad. I'm not feeling that well, guys. I get a little cranky. Go ahead.
under consideration a new concept where we give 20% of the DOGE savings to American citizens and 20% goes to paying down debt because the numbers are incredible.
And his goal is very simple, to abolish the Internal Revenue Service and let all the outsiders pay.
What's up, you guys? It's Graham here. And how would you like to receive a few $1,000s for doing absolutely?
These cuts certainly mean a lot of savings. President Trump is now saying he is considering a plan that would give a portion of DOGE, those savings, back to Americans. So walk us through how this might work.
I'm getting flashbacks to 2020 when we were covering stimulus checks, right? This is something that's kind of developed organically. A financial investor posted his plan for DOGE dividend checks on social media. That plan was taken up by Elon Musk, who saw it on the social media site X yesterday. President Trump endorsed it on Air Force One. So this is moving quickly here, but this idea is still in its infancy stages, if you will. Here's how it would work. The president and the DOGE dividend plan, if Elon Musk, let's say he saves $1 trillion or $2 trillion, 20% of $2 trillion would be about $400 billion. That's what we set aside into a pot to give back to Americans through these checks. It would be for those who pay income taxes. You're talking about maybe a $5,000 check for a typical household in Colorado. So these are potentially big numbers here for families. The president on Air Force One saying last night that this may encourage individuals to contact DOGE to see where cuts could be made. I know a lot of people's ears just perked up because I just said perhaps there could be checks coming from the federal government. Again, though, remember, there's legal challenges around DOGE. There'd be questions marks as to if these checks are even legal. We'll be following this storyline in the days and weeks to come, no doubt. I know a lot of people are starting to listen because I said checks could be coming in the mail. Stay tuned on this one.
That is exactly right. Thank you, Joe St. George, live for us in Washington, D.C. with that update. Let's.
All right. So what's the problem?
Well, apparently Trump is lying or something is what they're getting at. So let's hear a little more from Trump on this.
Fuck.
No sound.
No sound. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Share it again.
Remember those COVID. He's considering sending payments to taxpayers using money saved by the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. Thank you for staying with us here at 5:30. I'm David Wade.
And I'm Tiffany Chan. Courtney is off. The idea, nicknamed the DOGE dividend, could mean $5,000 for every household, but economists say the plan isn't likely to take shape.
Remember those COVID-era stimulus checks? Well, President Trump says he's considering another round of direct payments to taxpayers, this time using savings uncovered by the DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency.
There's even under consideration a new concept where we give 20% of the DOGE savings to American citizens and 20% goes to paying down debt.
Some local economists are amused by the idea, like Questrom School of Business professor Jay Zagorski.
A brilliant political move. Right now, the Department of Government Efficiency has been getting a lot of pushback from a large number of groups.
It wasn't hard for us to find critics of the so-called DOGE dividends.
We don't need it now. I mean, he's trying to bribe people into vote liking him. And it's like,
You don't need it. Okay? Don't speak for me. Don't speak for me, Dana, whatever, or this place, whoever this white guy. Don't speak for me.
I don't like.
Isn't welfare a bribe for votes?
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, everything's a bribe if you think about it.
The child tax credits.
Yeah.
We don't.
It's all a bribe.
It's all a bribe. If you really wanna, somebody's giving you $5,000. I mean, shit.
You think do you think I'm gonna say no?
Yeah, as long as I don't have to
stand
debase
on it.
myself. As long as I don't gotta debase myself, I'll take the money. You know.
No, I want it. Give me my money. Period.
Yeah. And the
There's
Democrats are
nothing else
just
to
mad the
discuss.
Republicans are. The Democrats just mad the Republicans are using their tactics.
Yeah. And who is we? Who is we?
Right.
Who the fuck is we?
We don't need it now. Okay.
Yeah, him and Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah, who the
That's
fuck
me.
is we?
We're gonna finish this and then we're gonna drop it on because Mayo HB might not be ready. He might not be ready for it, Jasmine.
And then John always says too, like if they were giving away reparations, he wouldn't take it. And I respect the hell out of John for saying that. But I think for people that don't want it, just let the next person have it. Like don't speak for all of us.
Just go outside and throw that shit in the street.
Burn it.
Yeah, just decline it. Say you don't want it.
I don't need you volunteering whatever it is that you think on my financial circumstances. $5,000. I don't care how much money I got. That's a lot of money to me.
Yeah, who the fuck is we?
That's a lot of money to 80% of the country.
Exactly. So who are you talking to?
Probably more
when
than
you
they
say
got in
these
their
things?
combined checking and savings accounts.
I think what they're scared. This guy might be a worker. I think what they're scared of though is
He
the
might be
money
what
that's
kind of
gonna be
worker?
cut. I think he's a government worker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it only seems like people that work for the government are afraid of all this DOGE shit. Like, I don't give a fuck about DOGE. The fuck I care about? Whether they spend money the right way or haphazardly, it doesn't affect my life. I don't give a fuck.
Well, see, you might not recognize how it affects your life right now, but you will. And the reason is because, like, let's just use FEMA, something that we've talked about it. Like,
FEMA. I've never
no,
used
you don't.
FEMA.
You don't use it, but whenever you pay taxes, whenever you pay taxes and you file your taxes are paying into FEMA.
Is it gonna lower the taxes?
Yeah, all of this will, just by way of exposing it and then making the correction and eliminating it. Yes, it's going to impact your taxes in a major way.
Whoa,
It's
whoa,
gonna
it's gonna lower the taxes.
Yes.
You said
Yes, we're not spending on all this
doesn't
government
count
shit.
against
They
the
need less
taxes
money.
already overspent on, right? The taxes I
Hold on,
already
wait.
had to
You-
pay.
you-
I
hold on,
don't
wait.
get that
You-
money back though. But
Hold on, wait. You cut out. Say that again.
I'm not gonna get the money back that I overspent on taxes. It's just the money in the future.
Right. So the money. So
Right,
whenever
that's
we're
what I'm
talking
saying.
about.
It doesn't affect me.
Okay.
Shit
So
don't
whenever we're
affect
talking
me.
about. So I don't want to say. Okay. So let me kind of clarify. So the money that we're looking at now, because this is just now being discovered. I mean, it's just barely 30 days in office. So the money that they're cutting out
They
from
don't
the
even.
government spending, that's where it's going to come from. But I mean, I'd rather take something over nothing.
Yeah, but I won't. Like, this is all allegedly. Nothing has even been put into play yet. This is all like next year's taxes that I possibly could get.
No. It has been
Less.
put into play. No, this is putting into play. And I think, well, I'm going to pull up the video. I can't remember exactly right now because it's so many things. But June or July, Mayo, do you remember when the checks are supposed to come out? Is it like June or July of next year?
Oh, it's all just proposed. None of this is legal yet.
Yeah,
This has got to go through Congress. He can't just do this. So.
It's going to go through, but I'm pretty sure it's a Republican Congress, and I highly doubt that they're going to vote against it.
Half of them are rhino.
Yeah, but still.
Portia, I definitely admire your hope, but a lot of
Somebody has to
they're
have
all
it.
politicians. They're all politicians. Until I see the money in my pocket,
You're gonna see
and I
it.
can spend it.
You're gonna see it.
No. I don't think about money that isn't there yet. This is all just talk.
It's not
And
bad talk though.
and then of course you got these fucking NPCs on the news that are gonna speak against it. Like
Right.
giving back money to people is a bad thing.
Right. And so for me, whenever it comes down to like, whenever I finish playing this video, so in talks, Trump has mentioned it. He said it out loud. It's been presented. It's been circulated.
Trump has also said Hillary is going to be in prison.
Well,
he
right.
said a lot of
Okay,
things.
so-
He said
well,
a lot
right,
of things.
and I understand.
She's
but
not in prison.
She's
She
not.
should
She should.
be.
She should be. She totally
Yeah.
should be.
So don't,
However,
don't
whenever
sell me
it
this.
comes,
don't
I'm
sell
not.
me this.
If Republicans are smart and they're making the right moves, the response that they're getting and the response that Jasmine Crockett got here in Dallas with the extreme protest, the Negroes came out in the cold because of what she said in regards to this.
I mean,
If Republicans,
it's not that cold.
that's 35 degrees is negative 20 to Texans. So you already know how we are about cold. So you've been here long enough. So whenever it comes to something like this, it's just like, okay, well, why not? Why not? And so if Republicans want to stay in a position to where they continue to win, in my position, in my opinion, for the next 4 to 6 elections, they are going to follow through with something like this, because this is only barely 30 days in of what they've uncovered thus far.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
They
just
haven't
imagine
even
how
gotten
much
into
more
the
to come.
classified, like USAID, right?
Mm-hmm.
They haven't even gotten into the classified systems to see what they're wasting.
Mm-hmm.
They're just in the non-classified systems right now, and the real money's in the classified.
Right. And this is all that we know just from barely 30 days. And so, of course, we talked about this earlier about Stacey Abrams, the $2 billion. And Stacey Abrams, she's been called to Congress to testify and explain this $2 billion for her campaign to become governor in Georgia.
$2 billion?
Stacey Abrams. So you ask yourself this, $2 billion for Stacey Abrams that the federal government shielded out to her by way and in disguise of a PAC. Kamala Harris, who was running for president of the United States of America, not the governor of Atlanta, $1 billion, and everybody's asking where that money is. And it's people that worked for Kamala's very short term. Yes, excuse me, governor of Georgia. You know, Georgia, they act like the only place there is Atlanta. Same like Chicago. You forget that. You forget that Chicago is actually Illinois. You know,
at least from Savannah,
New York City, same way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like you kind of, you forget, but of Atlanta. So thank you for correcting me. So excuse me, I just said it again, for Georgia, the state of Georgia. So $2 billion that she has to come to Congress and testify about. And then, of course, there's still questions about Kamala Harris's campaign because of the $1 billion that was wasted on her short-term bid for office. And people have still not gotten paid. And that has caused a lot of people to come out against Kamala and the Biden administration and the Democratic Party overall due to money.
I fell for that. I fell for it too, Portia. I fell for it.
Stacey Abrams, once upon a time.
I fell for the let's lock these people up. I'm telling you. I think Trump, he got me. I really did believe he was gonna lock Hillary up. None of these people are gonna get locked up.
Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't. That you said you fell for it because of that. I didn't, and other people didn't. But like, I don't want to dismiss your anger and frustration. It's just
I'm not angry.
Or like your disappointment, if at all, because that's what you said you thought.
I'm just
disappointed. So
I'm just not gonna fall for it. I gotta see some head rolls before I believe in this.
Well, just hold on. We just got here.
These politicians accountable. Yeah, right. These
No, we
motherfuckers
just
could do anything they want.
we just got here, and the hammy that's been swung in the last 30 plus days has been so severe. Then, of course, I mentioned this earlier, the announcement of Dan Bongino being the deputy director of the FBI. Trump, what he has done this time, which is, it totally pales in comparison to his first term in office. He didn't know. Now he knows. And so for all of the hard decisions, like the ones that you're mentioning right now, HB, like locking up a Hillary Clinton and stuff like that. See, Trump, he has people in his administration now to where Trump, we ain't worried about what Trump gonna do or what he not gonna do, because Kash Patel, he got a vendetta. Dan Bongino, he got a vendetta. What's his name? Mayo, the Pentagon, the one, I always forget his name. The white guy over
Pete Hegseth.
Pete Hegseth, he got a vendetta. Tulsi Gabbard, RFK. I mean, there are so Pam Bondi. What's the really pretty Republican lady? She was a is it Kristi Noem?
Kristi Noem.
Kristi Noem. Yeah, I mean she's gorgeous. Kristi Noem, like they are not playing at all. I mean, it has gotten so crazy that, you know, whenever we were talking about ballot harvesting and and election fraud, there's a whole host. It was 15 different Black women that turned themselves in this weekend because they didn't want to get caught up and have the people come and knock on their door. They turned themselves in because they were committed in the ballot fraud. I mean, there's so many different things. It's just a totally different environment. So now I'm not banking on Trump. I'm banking on the people in his administration. So that's me.
I believe it when I see it. I
Hey,
appreciate
Dwale.
your zeal and
someone has to have some optimism and some hope. And some faith.
your zeal and optimism. There we go.
Someone has to have. Someone has
I'm
to.
over it. It's all a fucking
So are
charade.
you okay? So if you get that check, you gonna take it, or you gonna give it back because you didn't think
I'm
you
gonna take it.
Okay.
Of course
All
I'm
right.
gonna take it.
All right.
But I believed until
Okay. All right.
Hillary is still free. So now you gotta really prove it to me.
Okay.
That bitch is a goddamn voodoo witch priest. And you
War
can't-
criminal.
Yeah, she's a war criminal. She's an evil succubus. And you telling me you can't get her locked up?
Yeah. You know, I feel like, you know, during his first term, I know he said it. And this is the reason why I think that Trump is not even I think, like I feel it, I know. See, that was like his first term. You know, he did what he did, you know, as politicians do.
I get it.
As
Let's play the
politicians
video.
do.
Let's play
Hold
the
on, wait,
video.
but like
I get it.
he did not know. But
Listen,
now
I get it.
he knows. He knows.
I
Let
get
me know
it.
if you guys can still hear. You know what, matter of fact, I don't even want y'all to let me know. Let me just share it again.
Let's play the video.
So we'll finish this video and then we'll get into Jasmine.
Dwale.
Habibi.
Hold on. Where the fuck is my Dwale video? There we go. Oh man.
The people needed
There
the
we
money.
go.
Now, what's it for?
If we're really saving anything, if it's just going right back out, I mean, that's not any kind of movement. That's just a sidestep.
Professor Zagorski says he's skeptical DOGE will be able to trim $2 trillion in government spending,
I'm just not sure the savings are there.
adding that these DOGE dividends could make inflation worse for Americans.
And if we start mailing out large checks to large numbers of people, wow, that's going to put a big boost in inflation because Trump's putting on tariffs, and tariff means more expensive goods and services.
While some taxpayers say if they got the checks,
Well, we're all human. I'm sure we'd all take it, but we complain about it all the same. What can fix our problems? Is it money? I honestly don't know.
Well, David, that $5,000 does sound pretty good, but that's only if they hit $2 trillion in savings. Will they find $2 trillion in
Yes,
savings? I don't know.
yes, of
And it almost sounded
course.
like the president was kind of making a passing reference to it, almost sort of kind of a trial balloon to see what people are thinking of it.
Okay, a
Yep.
little focus group to
Yeah,
see how
exactly.
people felt. Well,
Yep.
now we know how people in Boston feel about it.
Good story, getting that information.
Yeah, people in Boston, you guys already live ridiculously at the
And
rate
Boston's
you guys are paying for
representative
things.
of the whole country.
Yeah, Boston, really, truly.
Yeah.
Of the whole country. So here we are getting into the thick of it. We are hearing happy Black History Month to all of you. Our beautiful Black woman here on the screen, Representative Jasmine Crockett, right out of Dallas, Texas. Here's her response to these $5,000 checks for the tax-paying American.
Now, President Trump says he likes the idea of giving some of the savings from DOGE back to Americans as kind of a dividend. Would you support that?
Listen, he's just telling a lie. He's not the one that had anything to do with the $1,200 refunds that people had during the midst of COVID. That was done by a Democratic House and Democratic Senate. Right now, what they're going to do is say, hey, we want to give you a refund, but Congress won't let us, because they already know that there's just no money for that. The only reason that those refunds came before was because we were living in different times. This was a time in which hopefully we won't ever go through again. We had a once in a lifetime pandemic. The bad part is that I don't know if it's once in a lifetime, because we know that Ebola, unfortunately, was detected right here in New York here recently. And if we continue down this road of getting rid of scientists or deciding that we don't want to rely on experts as it relates to what they're telling us to do, or we don't want to deal with vaccines and medicine in this country, then we may be facing not only our next pandemic, but our next 2, 3, or 4 pandemics because of their incompetence. So no, we are not in the business of giving out money. And honestly, I don't know what $5,000 will do for you.
I don't know what $5,000 will do for you.
Let her keep
mean,
making her case. Let me hear some more. Is that it?
Yeah, let
That's
me.
it. That's all she had to say. It's not a very compelling argument.
Let's see.
They already tried to shake us with the boogeyman. I might have COVID right now. Shit, I don't feel good. I'm still working.
And COVID checks weren't refund checks either.
Well, I mean,
I love how
just
she's
took a-
trying to reframe it. That
just
it would be
took
the same thing.
Yeah.
And the fact that Donald Trump wasn't the one who didn't veto the legislation by not signing it. So he had nothing to do with it, right?
nothing. You know, and for those of you that are not aware, she just said Trump had nothing to do with that. It was a Democratic House and Senate. Well, for those of you that do not know, yes, things go through the House and they go through the Senate after they go through the House, but the president has the final say. So even after it survives through the House and the Senate, the president can still say, no. But Trump didn't. So I don't really much know what she's talking about, but it is Jasmine Crockett, and so I don't expect much. So we'll get into the fullness of her video so that HB can make his argument.
Yeah, no, I want to answer Dwale's question. That's a great question, Dwale. They wouldn't qualify, Dwale. They don't pay taxes over here. But trust me, they would be getting a lot of that 5,000, just not directly, but they'd be getting it.
Let's see what Dwale just said. Let me see. Do a lot lizard. Oh goodness gracious, Dwale. Okay, let's just run it the full video.
Yeah. It's a very important question, Portia. I had to answer.
Oh no, of course that's top priority of questions. So thank you for doing that.
And I want to bring in Democratic Congresswoman and member of the House Oversight Committee on DOGE, Jasmine Crockett. for more. Congresswoman, thank you so much for coming on. I know you voiced concerns about Elon Musk's influence within the current administration. Supporters say he brings innovative leadership and efficiency to the government, and the White House says he's not in charge of DOGE. He's an advisor to the president. So what's your response to that, and what are the Oversight Committee's top priorities right now?
Yeah, so oversight, the purpose of the Oversight Committee is to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. And right now, we've not heard from Elon Musk nor anyone else that works for DOGE. So it's interesting that prior to, it was a matter of Elon Musk is the one that's running DOGE. He is the one that is shutting off funds. He's the one that's committing basically a lot of constitutional as well as legal issues as it relates to our monies and what we do in Congress. But now they're saying, no, he's just there to advise. And in an advisory capacity, the president can have whoever he wants advising. The problem is that no one has come before my subcommittee or any other committee in Congress to talk about their proposals. Instead, they post proposals on social media, or they claim to have found waste, fraud, or abuse. And we know that the vast majority of waste, fraud, or abuse exists within the Defense Department. And yet there's not been any conversations yet whatsoever about the fact that the Defense Department has failed to pass an audit in at least the last 6 audits.
You're also calling on Musk to appear before Congress. Why? What do you want to ask him?
Well, first of all, I want to ask him, what exactly has he been doing? Who is it that he's hired? Who is it that he's fired?
All right, so before we go forward, I would like to know from HB as well as Mayo, what are your thoughts and opinions on federal spending on defense, so our military and protecting our nation's borders? Where do you guys stand with that?
Wait, what are you asking? What'd you ask? How much should go
So-
to that?
She just said, we know that the majority of the spending goes towards So what do you think about the amount of money that we're spending to defend our borders and our country? What do you think about the money spent on our military?
We probably need to double it, honestly. Honestly, I don't mind.
Well, see, people would be amazed at the waste, especially in the Department of Defense. Namely by the Air Force and the Navy. They have ludicrous policies on spending money. And they always go back and beg Congress for more because of what they choose to spend it on. I would love to work for DOGE and do DOD audits. I would do it for free.
Mayo, me too. I'm kind of in my little. I mean, I don't want to do it for free, but not to say that I wouldn't. But I'm like in my little final steps for it because I would love to be a part of it. But I will say, money spent on the military, I don't really see anything wrong with it. Like I know they pose the issue about how much money we spend on our defense,
Pusha,
but I mean that's why we're the best.
Yeah, I get offended. I get offended whenever I hear that another country has something better than us military wise. That offends me. When I hear China has a better navy, like what the fuck are we doing over here? They shouldn't even be able to utter that shit. What are we talking about?
Yeah,
spend some more money on that shit.
Yeah, and Portia, I don't have a problem spending money on defense, but I have a problem with what the DOD spends it on. I'll give you an example that recently came out, right?
Okay,
Every person in the military, every person in the military is allotted like $477 a month for food. Now, if you're a single soldier living in the barracks, that money is taken from your check before you even get it to fund whatever cafeteria you're supposed to eat at, right? They took all that money from those soldiers, and only 12% of it went into food for those soldiers. The rest of it, they took and spent on other things. And I'll tell you, when I was in, the food quality was shit for single soldiers eating in the mess hall. So they stole their food money, fed them grade D beef, and took the money and spent it elsewhere. I have a problem with that. With that kind of spending.
Yeah, I could see that being an issue. Like, I mean, the soldiers should be getting, you know, you guys should be getting the best food, honestly.
Yeah.
But like,
and even what was it? Like the barracks.
Mhm.
The barracks I lived in Savannah at Hunter Armory Airfield were full of black mold. They had been deemed unlivable by the Air Force. So the Army just took them over and threw people in them. Our soldiers shouldn't have to live in those conditions.
Well, Mayo, you know, they do let black people in the armed forces, man. So you're gonna have to deal with some black people.
I said black mold, sir, not black soldiers.
Oh, my bad. Okay, my bad. My bad.
God
My
damn,
bad.
dude. Really?
My bad.
This is what you got from me in this conversation.
No, listen, I'm not. Yo, if that was a complaint, I'm not gonna say it's a wrong complaint. Like, put me in a barrack full of black guys, like black soldiers. Like, Jesus, I'm not mad.
CKJ says the food was good on his base. Humble says Jasmine Crockett is like the Bizarro World version of Portia. Hey, Humble, don't do that. Don't do that.
No, CKJ was in the Navy.
See,
well, you know, they said the Air Force had the best food, and going to go visit my brother. Like, I mean, from any country that he's been to, the only countries that we've never visited were the ones like in the Middle East. But because of my brother's rank and stuff, for whatever reason, because sometimes this happens in the military, we would always go to the Air Force bases, and the food on the Air Force bases was totally different from the food at the Army bases, but the food was great. So to hear that the Navy had good food, CKJ, good for you. Good for you. Oh, hey, Lawrence. Hi, Lawrence.
Oh, yeah, the Air Force food. That was like going to a restaurant.
Intentions.
The Air Force was like going to a restaurant. They come serve your food, pick up your tray when you're done. You ain't got to go scrape nothing off. But we were when I was at Bragg, we were specifically barred from eating in the Air Force mess hall.
Oh, see, you know, I think you guys shouldn't have anything to worry about, like food wise. I mean, you could get a fucking leg blown off. Like, the last thing you should be worrying about is having a good meal. Or you might gotta kill somebody, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, but you know, like, some food is better than no food, and you know, more than anything else, at least you're not eating, you know, like the street food from India, maybe. You know, I mean.
Yeah, but
it wasn't much different. It wasn't much different. It just wasn't cooked on the street. Grade D beef that doesn't even qualify to be fed in U.S. prisons was fed to soldiers for 20 years.
But did you guys made it? Y'all survived? Yeah.
Yes, and now everybody's getting paid for disabilities for breathing in toxic mold.
You're not about to. Yeah, you're not about to do that.
No. I mean,
our country.
Yeah, you know I'm a military brat. You know I grew up in a military.
Portia's like, but you didn't die, did you?
Yeah. Nah, we're not doing that.
Mayo knows, HB, you know. Y'all know I grew up in the military.
We know.
If anybody can complain about the military, it's people that serve. You guys can complain. Me, civilian, listen, they can take as much tax money as they want. I don't give a fuck. I'm not complaining.
You know, but their kids can complain too, because we traveled with our military parents, and we had to eat the same food.
You didn't have to kill nobody, Portia. Stop it.
No, I'm not talking about. No. I'm not talking about killing anybody. I thought we was
multiple.
I thought we was just talking. No, I thought we was talking about food.
In other countries.
No, I wasn't talking about killing nobody. I just thought we was talking about food.
I learned to speak 4 languages. I had it so
Is this live?
I mean, were we not just talking about food? I mean, that's what I thought we were talking about. That's why I said that. I mean, if we were just talking about food.
Hey, y'all, is this live? Or no?
Man, we're not live, man. I'm sorry. You got to come back when we're live. No, I'm just playing.
Lawrence,
I'm
yes,
just
I
playing.
did. Lawrence, yes, I did check out his videos. I did. Hey,
Yeah,
Universal. We
y'all
got
just
Butler in the
jumped
building.
right
Humble,
into it.
DKJ, Ignit, David Dritcher's in the building. Shout out to all of you guys. Yeah, so talking about the food, but we're going to hop back into this Jasmine Crockett video because it's important for me to make sure that HB feels some of this, and maybe he has a change of heart somewhere in this as we go on. So let's keep on watching it a bit.
Hiring, how he's coming to the conclusions that he's coming to, what makes him believe that getting rid of our workforce, including those that are in charge of keeping our nuke situation safe or keeping planes from falling out of the sky. I want some analysis behind what it is that he is recommending to the president or to OPM or to anyone else that is engaging in what I feel like is more so a dismantling of our modern day democratic republic. And I want him to basically prove me wrong. I want to know that there is some...
So strange. First time ever. Democratic Republic. Any other time, it's a democracy. But let's keep going.
Game that actually benefits the American people. And it's not just about lining his pockets, which we see as he recommended to turn off the spigot of money to everyone else. He ended up garnering himself an additional $400 million contract for Tesla and an additional over $300 million for SpaceX. And we know that the Republicans right now are proposing to raise the debt ceiling. Why do you need to raise the debt ceiling if somehow you are going about saving us a lot of money? And it is because of these tax cuts that they are also proposing that they are not talking about to the American people. And I want to make sure the American people have the full story.
Has Musk or anyone from the Trump...
And as she wants to make sure the American people have the full story, I want to remind all of you great folks out there, you can go to the whitehouse.gov and all of the things that are taking place in the White House. Feel free to take a look. I've told you guys this time and time again. If you want to question things like things that, you know, this fool, Jasmine Crockett is saying, America is back. You guys can go ahead to whitehouse.gov and you can get all of the information that you need. Don't waste any time. Don't just listen to me. Don't just listen to HB or any of our other hosts. Go and find out. Find out for yourselves. Find out for yourselves.
Trump administration responded to that request that you're making for him to come before Congress?
No, absolutely not. We actually did a motion to do a subpoena for Musk in the Oversight Committee, and the Republicans shut it down. Now, here's the deal. If everything that he is doing is above board and they have nothing to hide, then why wouldn't you want him to come out and testify? The idea that he can just post it on Twitter and that is enough is a farce. That is not how we operate. And at least when you come before Congress, there are consequences when you come before Congress if you are less than truthful. And that is the type.
Oh, wait, Portia, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Campaigned with Trump,
I
telling
just got
voters that
some
he would cut
breaking
government.
news. I just got some breaking news. I just got an email.
Okay.
Ignit asked he'd pay to see what's under Jasmine Crockett's wig. Send the payment to Portia J on scrolling on the bottom. I sent this from a Democratic somebody in the Democrat Party. They told me I can't say who sent it, but I did just get a picture. This is a picture of what's underneath Jasmine Crockett's wig. Here we go.
Oh man.
Yeah. Wow.
What's that shit running down the middle?
I think it's a cornrow of some sort. I don't know. It's pretty.
I'm talking about the ballpark. Is that?
Yeah, I think it's.
Is that clean?
I think it's alopecia. I don't know.
Did he take a shower?
You gotta sprinkle some baking soda on it and some vinegar. Fix that alopecia.
You know, some apple cider vinegar.
Yeah,
she could probably use. I mean, we're not too far from each other. I just made a whole bunch of my products. Maybe she can use my stuff and we can get her back.
Portia, nah, we can't help out the Democratic Party, but I appreciate.
I can't help her get her edges back.
Nah.
Okay.
Yeah, send that.
They're too far gone, HB.
Yes,
Can't save no Democrat. They're all nuts, man.
Ignis, send that payment over to Portia J on Cash App. This isn't exclusive. I can't tell you where I got my sources. Can't tell you my sources, but this isn't exclusive. All right, let's get back to the video. Let's get back to the video.
Okay, that's okay.
Wow. Those were some nappy headed hoe. Some nappy headed hoe you got there.
Oh, I didn't realize. Give me 1 second. I thought my screen was still up. Okay, here we go. Let me know if you guys can still hear it.
For Congress if you are less than truthful. And that is the type of situation that we need him to be in.
Now, Musk campaigned with Trump, telling voters that he would cut government spending and reduce the deficit. Now they're conducting mass layoffs, and DOGE's website claims it has saved an estimated $55 billion through fraud detection as well. So isn't this what the American people voted for?
Oh, absolutely not. Listen, when he was
It's not what the American people
he was going around and jumping around on a stage. Now, I think that no matter if you're a Democrat, Republican, or independent, you want to know that we are being as efficient as possible with your tax dollars. And so I think that all American people are on board for this. This is why the oversight tax. Oh, absolutely not.
Website claims it has saved an estimated $55 billion through fraud detection as well. So isn't this what the American people voted for?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay, HB loves maps
No, this is not. Portia, this is exactly what the American people voted for. You know, Trump, his first term, he ran on draining the swamp. And that spirit has never left the American people who put on their proud MAGA hats and go to the gun range and shoot their semi-automatic weapons. That spirit has not left us. We go outside and turn our noses down at illegal migrants. That spirit has not left us. We are still Americans. And the idea of a smaller government is something that we know will never actually happen. But the idea is what we voted for. This is the way. This is the American way.
Even to say the idea, I mean, even with affirmative action and Roe v. Wade, sending things back to the state, that's already smaller government. A lot of these things just going back to the states, it's already smaller government. And this map that we have here, and as I just pointed out in the chat, I hear you, but like the Amish, they don't vote, but they voted this time. So let's dial it back. There are so many people that have never voted. The first time that they've ever voted in their life, people in their 70s and 80s, they've never voted. They voted against the Democratic Party. And we can see this here in this beautiful map. I didn't make it. The voting results did. So
Can I ask you something, Portia?
go ahead, 12 man.
Did you see the way they're trying to blame like the Mennonites and the Amish over the measles breakout when it was Joe Biden who opened up the floodgates to all these shitty-ass countries all over the world and brought the measles back because we had it eradicated. Like, wasn't it the whatever you call them? They eradicated the measles back in the day, right? Like 10, 20 years ago. And then they started letting all these people from everywhere up here. Suddenly we got the measles, and they want to blame it on the Amish and the Mennonites and people like that because they don't get vaccination.
That is very interesting. I do want to get Mayo Monkey. Mayo Monkey, did you vote for this?
Yes, sir. This is exactly what I voted for. I don't think they're going far enough, personally.
Yeah, that's honestly, Nail Monkey. That's been my biggest issue. I want to see the guillotine brought back out. I want to see politicians heads rolling. I want to count the blinks after their head gets chopped off.
You know, I would love to see that.
Is this the real male monkey?
I want to see
Is
half
this
the
the real
Congress
male monkey?
get prosecuted. Yes, sir. But I want to see half the Congress who's benefited off of this get prosecuted and thrown in prison. I don't care what side they're on. I don't care if they're a former Navy SEAL, former Army pilot. I give less than a damn.
And Mayo, you probably wasn't here earlier whenever I went over how many government employees during the Biden administration, how it's over 160,000 of them by way of the Biden administration that are multimillionaires now. Were you here for that?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that story. No, I wasn't here, but I read the story this morning.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm totally down with the guillotines, publicly. And if that's too much for people, firing squad, the cheapest route is rope and tree. That's the cheapest way. And that's me. I like to save money, but that's just me.
Hey, they don't have to watch on TV if they don't want to see it. But I do.
Yeah, I would love to see it. Yeah,
I think they should make it a pay-per-view event.
Male Monkey was featured on the Black Alpha Network yesterday. Did y'all know that? He was up on there. Yeah.
Like serious?
That's pretty cool, man. Glad to meet you, man.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, congratulations.
I didn't know I was
Male
famous.
Monkey.
Shout out to Male Monkey.
I gotta check that out.
Celebrity up here.
We have a celebrity on the panel. Shout out to Mayo. Ignis says that he voted for him to lock up Joe Biden.
See, I fell for that the first time, Ignorant, man.
Yeah, but you know what? Joe Biden wouldn't be found competent to stand trial in any court. That's the sad part.
Yeah, they
it would be a waste of money.
Yeah.
They certainly did.
Can I discuss one thing she mentioned about people dancing on stage about Trump? Did she watch Kamala's campaign?
Oh yeah.
Because it was all shucking and jiving.
Yeah. Some of the worst shucking and jiving done in history. I mean,
and they paid big money for that shucking and jiving.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still shucking and jiving. They hadn't learned anything, Male Monkey. Nothing.
Yeah, Meg the Stallion. They had Oprah. Medea was up there shucking and jiving. I mean, the list goes on. It was brutal.
And then they fired Joy Reid. That's what you were going on about yesterday, right, Male Monkey? About Joy Reid getting fired or something?
Yeah.
Everybody's happy. America came together now that Joy Reid got fired, especially during Black History Month.
Yeah.
Ain't that some shit?
It's poetic because she's not even really black. She's a fucking.
No. She's from Congo. She's not American.
Yeah, man. She's got a lot of niggas. She got a lot of niggas convinced though. But see, I can always tell. I know my own tribe. She comes from something else. She's something else. I didn't know where she was from, but I knew she wasn't from America.
I always thought she was a black Amazon or something. From one of those big brutal women from the Amazon with the spear. All that shit.
She was some sort of African.
Hey, 12th man, can you put a link to that in the back? What you saw yesterday?
Oh, you have to go back and find his from yesterday. Ben just went live a few minutes ago. Maybe you go over there and ask him about it. He just he had a long live yesterday, the Black Alpha Network, and Man, they were roasting Joy Reid. He says he votes from the couch, but I really don't believe him, Mayo Monkey. I think he voted for Trump. He likes Trump an awful lot to vote from the couch.
Let's watch some more of this.
Okay. I mean,
yeah. It was, Humble's president. It's just, those African women, a lot of times, there's really no, like, either with African women, either they're gorgeous or they just look like monkeys. There's really no in the middle with them. Now, there's some
It's kind
very
of like redheads. It's kind of like redheads. They're either gorgeous or butt ugly.
Yeah. And that's the thing with a lot of African women. Like, trust me, there are some beautiful African women. Trust me. There are some really pretty African women. The ones that are not, the ones that aren't, they're just not. And they just have different
one of them.
man.
Portia's one of the beautiful black women.
She's not.
Well, I'm
African.
not asking, not
Yeah.
She's American.
Yeah, Black American. But
I'm. Play the video, Portia. Play the video. Get back to the video.
Listen, when he was campaigning with Donald Trump, he was going around and jumping around on a stage. Now, I think that no matter if you're a Democrat, Republican, or independent, you want to know that we are being as efficient as possible with your tax dollars. And so I think that all American people are on board for this. This is why the Oversight Committee has always existed within the Congress. It is because we are supposed to be the watchdogs over the money. But this idea that if we get rid of USAID, that is going to fix our money woes is another farce. USAID takes up less than 1% of our entire budget. They don't want to talk about the other 99%, or they're going out and they're saying that Medicaid, Medicare, that those things shouldn't exist. Now, the chairman of the budget committee says that they're going after Social Security next. Listen, I don't think that the American people signed up for a government that would say, we know that you have worked so hard for all these years and paid into a system, and now we're just going to say, oh, well, we don't have the money for you, so that the likes of Elon Musk or Bezos or Zuckerberg or all the billionaires that showed up to be there with him when he swore in, so that they could just save more money, and we end up carrying the load. We being the working people of America, we being the people that are struggling paycheck to paycheck. We know that right now they literally just proposed legislation to get rid of what the Biden-Harris administration did around limiting those $5 or making sure that those that end up with overdraft fees don't exceed $5. They wanted to go back to $35 or however much people were charging. They're not doing anything to help the American people. Right now, our food costs are up because they've decided that they want to go after immigrants. They've decided that they don't want anyone to keep watch over what's going on with the bird flu. Listen, right now we are headed towards a recession. And I can tell you that not one person that voted, no matter if they were a Democrat or a Republican, asked for that. So this is something that is going to be on the Trump administration, and I'm just bracing right now.
Now, President Trump says he likes the idea of giving some of the savings from DOGE back to Americans as kind of a dividend. Would you support that?
Listen, he's just telling a lie. He's not the one that had anything to do with the $1,200 funds that people had during the midst of COVID that was done by Democratic House and Democratic Senate. Right now, what they're going to do is say, hey, we want to give you a refund, but Congress won't let us, because they already know that there's just no money for that. The only reason that those refunds came before was because we were living in different times. This was a time in which hopefully we won't ever go through again. We had a once in a lifetime pandemic. The bad part is that I don't know if it's once in a lifetime, because we know that Ebola unfortunately was detected right here in New York here recently. And if we continue down this road of getting rid of scientists or deciding that we don't want to rely on experts as it relates to what they're telling us to do, or we don't want to deal with vaccines and medicine in this country, then we may be facing not.
Okay, $5,000. What is it going to do? I want to give you guys.
right now.
I want to give you guys
I'm fine.
a quick reminder for those of you that may have forgotten. And you know, I
I
don't.
think I'm seeing double, but
You know, I don't blame it on you in the event that you may have forgotten. But
Hey, Portia.
COVID.
Jasmine
Portia, you
says.
know how. Portia,
Go
you
ahead.
know how it's gonna work, right? The Democrats are gonna say everybody needs the $5,000, so they're gonna say that
Well,
even people who don't pay
the Democrats,
taxes
they
want the
don't have control.
$5,000.
Yeah, they don't have control over the House or the Senate, so it doesn't really matter what they say. So I just want to, you know, just so we're staying on task. So Jasmine Crockett says, "What is $5,000?"
Who's that foxy mama right there? Who's that?
That's Kamala Harris. Yes.
Oh wow.
Yes,
Wow.
Kamala's. Yes, we know HB.
Looks
we
like
all
an
know he
old
loves.
witch.
Yes, he loves him some Kamala Harris, and so
Yeah.
Jasmine Crockett says,
Foxy.
"Hey, what is $5,000 going to do for you? What is $5,000 going to do? Let's during the hurricanes by way of FEMA during a natural disaster. How much money was Kamala Harris talking about?"
Administration, and I want to thank the local leaders for together creating a task force-like response, knowing that we are at our best when we work together and coordinate resources, coordinate our communications to the maximum effect for the community that has been impacted. And the federal relief and assistance that we have been providing has included FEMA providing $750 for folks who need immediate needs being met, such as food.
Okay, hold on, wait. Just in case y'all didn't hear, how much money?
Been providing has included FEMA providing $750.
So what is $750 going to do? Now Jasmine is saying 5,000, but what is $750,000 going to do whenever you lost your whole house in a damn hurricane? I mean,
this is petty.
Yeah.
This is petty. This is petty.
It's not petty. It's not.
This is petty.
But
That
they were
$750 was life changing.
It was for.
They were spending millions upon billions of dollars on illegal immigrants. Now
That
they're talking about
750 was for pizza rolls and hot pockets. It wasn't to build back your life.
3 hots and a cot in a fancy hotel.
Okay, so if it wasn't for them to, you know, like have any sort of financial aid towards the devastation that these folks just experienced, HB, what was $750 going to do? I mean, $750 is far less. It's far less than $5,000. So if $5,000 don't mean shit, then what is $750?
I told you it was for hot pockets and pizza rolls. That's it.
And for
Now
the
they
house
can
that
get-
they skipped that had Trump signs outside, what about them? The ones that didn't even get it? What about them?
That's something different. See, you're like putting everything. This is.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, HB.
Yeah, no. You're taking a goddamn natural disaster and making it political. Yeah, there was some people that
I'm not making anything political.
Well, Portia,
I can't make a natural disaster political. We just had we have a federal.
People died, Portia. People died.
We have a federal congresswoman.
They died.
HB, listen to me. We have a federal congresswoman on TV on a national platform. We have a federal congresswoman saying
Portia, do you remember Virgo?
$5,000 ain't shit. But
Hey, Portia, you
750
remember Virgo?
was. Nah,
Do
I
you
ain't
remember
going for
Virgo?
it.
Do you remember Virgo?
Of course, I remember Virgo.
Virgo almost died in that hurricane.
Is she dead?
She almost did die though.
Is she dead?
Yeah.
If she wasn't from
She
Brooklyn,
got real sick and everything.
yeah.
Let me actually.
If she wasn't from Brooklyn, she would have died. That New
Yeah.
York state of mind is the only thing that kept her alive. So
Love
you're
my
talking
ebony.
about money that was given to people that lost everything, and this $5,000 is just like it's you know, it's Trump giving back to his people, you know.
Yeah, but HB, I think you're missing the point. That $750 was life changing. But $5,000 ain't shit.
That's like a
Was
grocery
it
bill.
life changing? Was it life changing?
Hey, Virgo. Are you still at work?
No, it wasn't life changing.
Since
It
you're
wasn't life
on
changing,
Yeah,
but their claim was it was. But 5,000 ain't shit.
No, 5,000 is a
But
lot.
she was up here.
Yeah.
No, Portia calling her on the freaking landline. She doesn't know she's online, Portia. Jesus Christ.
Probably running bills for cars.
You know, I think in that, you know, a lot of those people did have insurance and stuff, and they just had to wait till that insurance paid out. Yeah, a lot of people did get fucked over during that, but that 750, I think in certain situations, it probably was life-changing, at least for a day. But I guess the whole situation, I just think comparing it to is just kind of, I don't know. I don't really get it.
Well, they'd rather spend $50 million on rubbers to Gaza than, you know, help the American people, or drag queen shows in Peru or some shit.
Yeah.
Millions upon millions of dollars just thrown out the fucking window for all this DEI shit, man. It's totally disgusting. It's treason. That's what it is, really.
Yeah, I agree.
It's treason, man.
I just don't know, man. I think this is just kind of comes with America. There's gonna be a lot of fraud, a lot of people spending money. I mean, they pretty much got blank checks. Hopefully DOGE can control
Not
that a little bit
anymore,
more.
they don't, HB.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
ended.
no, that's what they're worried about. That's why they're throwing up this
I know.
this black bitch Jasmine Crockett to you know, play defense pretty much.
Hey, HB,
What, Portia?
really quick. We have someone live that experienced the $750. So we just want to hear her perspective really quick. And then we'll hop back
That
into the
has
video.
nothing to do. That has nothing to do with anything.
First of all,
It does, though.
No,
I
it
didn't even
doesn't.
get the whole 750 because they said let insurance pay for that. That's number one. And we got about 350 for only one hurricane. The other hurricane, I didn't get anything. And I felt like taking that money, rolling it up and shoving it up somebody's behind. Serious. It did nothing. It bought groceries. Not even
Virgo, we miss
what
you,
we lost
Virgo.
as groceries because the power was
HB
out.
says that we miss you, and we do miss you, Virgo.
I miss you guys
Yeah.
too. I've just been working too hard.
No,
I need a
I
vacation.
love you, Ebony.
Postman says he
Ah,
loves you, Ebony.
Oh, love you too, Ivory.
tell her I apologize that Portia wanted to use her to win
Aw.
an argument.
HB says that he apologizes that Portia wanted me to use you to win an argument, and it's not so much so about winning an argument. It's just an example of Jasmine
No, it
Crockett
is.
saying
It
that
is.
she says that we're not in the business of giving out money, but
Virgo
you
almost
are in
died,
the business
Portia.
of giving out money.
FEMA
Yeah,
is
I'm just
completely
not getting
different
any.
than DOGE.
I'm giving it out.
Do you not know what happened with DOGE and how they just had to cut off funding to DOGE because you know, they were saying that they weren't using FEMA money to fund the illegal immigrants, but they just cut off all funding to FEMA because they took $80 million to pay for luxury hotels in New York for immigrants after Trump was elected.
Yeah, and all the food and everything. John covered it, Portia. John Galt
They
was
gave,
up.
they
He
gave the
filmed
money
it.
that they said that they weren't giving to immigrants, HB. They were. And so they had to cut that money off. And so that, again, it goes to what Jasmine Crockett is talking about when she's saying that the cuts and all of the things that they're uncovering, FEMA is one of them. And so they just shut down all funding to FEMA because they were doing improper things. And whenever, before the election, they were saying, it's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie. But it wasn't, because they've even done this after the fact. They've done it after the fact. So if $750 is enough for people who went through a natural disaster where people actually died, that was enough. But $5,000 isn't nothing. To me, I'd rather that $5,000 go to people like Virgo and people that went through the hurricanes, North Carolina and Florida, the people that were impacted. But
I think
$5,000
it should
ain't
only
what it's
be, it needs to only go to people who pay taxes, though, Portia. Like no one else can get. Only if you pay taxes
Still getting audited
do you
for the money I
do you
received
get the
from
$5,000.
I didn't even ask for.
The money that you
they're gonna-
received, are you talking about like the stimulus? Oh wow. Is anybody else getting audited from the stimulus checks that they got?
No.
I didn't. I actually didn't get a stimulus check, so I was working.
I was working too.
Yeah, I didn't get a stimmy.
You didn't get no stimmy.
No, a lot of people are getting audited for the PPP loans that they scammed.
Yeah, and this we'll pay you not to work shit. Remember that shit, Mayo Monkey?
Oh yeah.
Oh, we're gonna pay you not to work. Oh, great fucking job.
So Portia, you called up Virgo to make an argument for $750 being enough, even though Jasmine Crockett, did she say that or did Kamala say it?
No, Kamala said 750 was enough.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, but Jasmine Crockett says $5,000 ain't shit.
Okay, all right, just making
Kind
sure.
of disagree.
Just making sure. All right.
And
I get it.
you
I
know,
get it.
we-
I get it.
yeah.
We do it a lot to Stanley. We like blame Stanley for drag queen story hour and stuff. But honestly, it's really it's kind of petty and it's only for jokes.
Yeah.
I don't blame Stanley for that sort of thing.
One Democrat doesn't represent all Democrats, and
I mean that's why Stanley is tolerable, because he can call out the things that are incorrect. But whenever, and the thing for me, HB, is that you're saying what is $5,000 going to do for you, and then you also follow up saying we're not in the business of handing out money. You're not? Since when?
Yeah, no shit.
So since when did y'all fall into the business of not handing out money? Because the last time I checked, a few days before this interview, Jasmine, you and Simone Sanders and Ayanna Pressley and Maxine Waters, y'all were outside of the Capitol talking about how we need to get reparations. That's handing out money. You guys have been standing in defense of these illegals getting money that was handed out. You guys have been in defense of so many of these things, but whenever it comes to the taxpayer, me, and our money and all of the things that our tax-paying dollars cover, you're not in the business of it. $5,000, we're never going to get it. Get it for what?
well, and this is why.
ain't nothing.
Wait, and this is why. Luckily, most of Congress is mostly Republican right now, right? Am I right there?
Barely. But yeah,
Okay.
barely, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but-
And this is so when she says we're not in the business of just handing out money, she's kind of right. Congress does control the allocation of funds, the government spending.
No,
So if
They're in
they
the
say,
business.
but HB, they are in the
Hold
business
on.
of handing out money. I mean, for the last 4 years, she's not talking about the Trump administration. She's talking about the Democratic Party. I mean, did we skip over Ukraine?
well, no. She's talking as a member of Congress.
Yeah, look at all these billions they just blew
Gosh, so much work.
on on Ukraine and
Yes,
rivers and Gaza and all this other shit. What do you mean you're not in the business of handing out money? That's what you've been doing with the tax dollar. You've been handing it out free willy on drag queen shows and shit like that.
That is
that
true.
bitch
That is
needs to get the fuck out of here, man.
That is true. That is true.
You know what I mean?
HB,
Talking about-
again, I don't know, you know, again, I can show some, of course we'll finish this video, but they are in the business of handing out money to things
Yeah,
that don't
your
matter.
money.
But now she's saying that they're not in the business of handing out money as it refers to people like you. HB,
Well,
you're working right now.
She's a lying cunt.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
so that's the
That's right.
point, because they are in the business of handing out money. So whenever Trump says, I want to give reprobates to the American taxpayer, not the ones that's over here leeching off for the government, the ones who are on welfare, we ain't giving them a damn thing. But for those of you that have worked hard, y'all have paid y'all's taxes, y'all have put the time in, we want to give y'all $5,000. I know that's not a lot, but you know what? The more of you that come out and report this fraud, if you think that it's somewhere in your city, your town, your state, the more fraud that y'all report to us to make us more efficient, because we are of efficiency, the higher that $5,000 grows. So that 5,000 can go between now and next summer, that 5,000 can go to 10,000 from each American that is a tax-paying citizen that goes to work. But they're not in the business of giving out money. Well, if you're not in the business of giving out money, then why are all of these women, people are retiring and dying off welfare? They've been paying Section 8 for forever. They've been getting food stamps for forever.
Okay. All right.
How dare you open your foul mouth to me, dear.
Okay, that's my cue. Let's keep on listening to Jasmine. Let's keep on listening to her.
Not only our next pandemic, but our next 2, 3, or 4 pandemics because of their incompetence. So no, we are not in the business of giving out money. And honestly, I don't know what $5,000 will do for you if you are unable to find a job, because I am telling people we are headed towards a recession because the United States government is the 15th largest employer in the world. And so firing those that work for the federal government isn't going to necessarily create new jobs in private industry. In fact, Southwest Airlines, based in my district, just announced for the
pause it
very
real
first
quick.
time in its
Pause it real quick. So I'm gonna ask the chat and the panel.
What's up, Richard? Sorry.
$1,000 extra from Trump. Let's start out with man.
He was in my way.
This U.S. Government, Trump.
I didn't hear you. Broke up, sir.
Oh, if you did get the $5,000, I want the chat to answer too, but the panel also. What would you do with the $5,000, the extra, the check?
I would probably build a septic system.
Okay. What about you, Mayo Monkey?
I'd probably buy gold and silver.
Oh wow, Portia. What about you?
With the $5,000, I would pay up on things.
Okay. All right. Not
Yeah.
very.
So I would just.
Yeah.
I would just pay things up.
Okay. Yeah,
So I don't,
Probably,
you know.
I'd probably go
I'd
to
pay
Vegas.
down my credit card debt and hopefully build a septic.
Yeah, so like I don't have any like credit card debt, but like as far like, you know, my mortgage or, you know, anything else, you know, I would just pay things up so that I'm like, instead of being like 3 months ahead, I can be like 6 months ahead type of thing.
Gotcha. Chat. What would you guys do? 5,000 from the government. What would you pay it? What would you use it for? I'd probably take a trip to Vegas. Probably play blackjack. Do a little cocaine, and probably lay on the side of
Oh, like like stereotypical,
You
ninja
wouldn't do that, HP. Sit
with
down,
some
man.
J's.
You'd be HP, buy some more guns and maybe 40
Would you
acres of land.
would you get
How
would you
about
get would
that,
you get
Coach?
some would you get some Jordans? Would you get some J's?
Oh no.
Okay, so
I'd
no
go to
J's.
Vegas. I'd go to Vegas.
Okay.
Sit at the go poolside, play some blackjack. Soak in that Vegas sun. Do some cocaine for a weekend. And,
Okay.
yeah, just enjoy myself. What about?
Well, you better not be doing that cocaine until we eradicate fentanyl.
Yeah,
'Cause you're gonna get that fentanyl in it.
That is true. That is
If you
true.
buy
Yeah.
today's cocaine, it's not real cocaine.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, it's kind of dangerous doing coke nowadays.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Damn shame, isn't it?
It really is a damn shame, honestly. It really is. Oh God.
Can't buy no
What's
pills
that
on the
clone?
market. Nothing. It's
Yeah.
all tainted with fentanyl.
Yeah, it's honestly.
Well,
it's-
the Colombian president said make cocaine great again. Get rid of fentanyl.
Yeah. No, it's too cheap. CKJ said he's buying CLM and CRF. Okay. All right. You guys in the chat, put your I know what Stanley's gonna do. He's probably gonna buy probably a new rocking chair and probably $4,500 worth of books. That's probably what Stanley's gonna buy. And a $500 rocking chair. Let me see. Virgo's probably gonna
have to be a great rocking chair.
Yeah, Virgo's probably gonna get a new mango tree. I think she's gonna a solid snake. He'll probably get about $5,000 worth of crack cocaine and smoke it.
Damn it, you ruthless, bro.
Snake might get his what is it? His wall fixed and his stove.
Nah.
No.
Straight
All
crack
right.
cocaine. Yeah, straight crack cocaine.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Ignat's gonna buy his baby mama a BBL. He's gonna reinvest it back into the family. Salute to Ignat. Get his baby mama a BBL. Salute
Snake
to her,
says
man.
that he doesn't smoke crack.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Okay. So allegedly, Snake would spend it on crack. Allegedly. Okay.
Alleged. It's
Well,
all
I want to
alleged.
know what he's smoking if it's not crack.
Let's
CKJ
finish the
says
video.
HB lasagna killer would be good for the whole year.
Yeah, he would. He'd blow it in a month, though. Trust me. He'd probably blow it in a week. Honestly, he'd blow that shit in a
Probably in a
week.
few days. I'd
Yeah.
imagine. Let's see. Okay.
That's why I
Let's
was
get back
hoping to
and finish the
win
rest of this.
All right.
Largest
All
employer
right.
in the world. And so firing those that work for the federal government isn't going to necessarily create new jobs in private industry. In fact, Southwest Airlines, based in my district, just announced for the very first time in its entire existence that they are doing a layoff of approximately 15% of their workforce. If you pay attention, the signs are there. And I'm not telling you to be an alarmist. I'm telling you because I want to be honest with the American people. And my background, believe it or not, I was a business major, and none of this looks good for us right now.
And
Oh
Congressman,
my God. Yo,
really quick,
pause it real quick.
the subcommittee yet. So
Can black women, and this is a serious question, can black women have any conversation without rattling off their accolades? Like, and mind you, I'm not saying that they shouldn't, but do white people do this all the time? Do white people? I've never, I don't see like you know, Elon Musk saying, you know, I'm the richest man in the world. This is why my point matters. I don't see Trump saying shit like that.
Well, we do have a white man on the panel. Mayo, I mean,
Yeah, no.
Why do black women
People just look at him like they're petty.
anymore, Portia.
Other white people look at him like they're petty if they do shit like
Both
that.
men.
It's an appeal to it. It's an appeal to
Both
authority,
men,
and it's
you
a
do,
logical.
of course.
Isn't this
No.
shit petty? Isn't this shit petty as hell? Like, it
And it's a
only seems
logical
like
fallacy that just because you went to some matriculation camp, you're smarter than someone else.
it's like it's almost like they say it to validate their point.
They
Like,
do.
like fucking Ted Kaczynski went to Harvard. And what does that fucking mean?
You don't think that it validates their point? So that, like, the fact that she's born and raised out of St. Louis, and she came down here to Texas for law school. She went to U of H, which is very competitive here in Texas for law school. And you know, she
Stop it. Just stop.
you
No.
know, is
No.
it
No.
not that because she's wildly talented? Okay, I mean, okay,
No.
all right.
No.
Go ahead.
We're talking about like we're talking about U.S. issues and problems, and like bringing up your fucking degrees and shit. Nobody gives a fuck. Like, honestly,
Mm-hmm.
it's just I just see this shit with black women. They always got to bring that shit up like it makes them their opinion more valid.
And most of the ultra successful businesses in America were founded by people who dropped out of college.
That is true. That is very true.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Yo, CKJ, and that's like the irony right there. Only these strong black women think that shit really matters in the real world. I'm sorry, it doesn't. Not in the real world.
Oh, HB, I don't know if you saw. Ignat said that his baby moms have a BBL already. Just
Nice.
Just to update you. Yes.
Okay. You can get her. Get her.
He don't date them scrubs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. HB, I don't know who this is. I'll leave that to you.
Oh yeah. Hold on. That's the white guy that stays in.
You want me to add him?
Hold on. Yeah. He lives in Boys Town in Chicago. He's cool.
I don't. Okay, for one, I don't fucking live in Boys Town. That's a fucking.
Yeah, you do.
You made that too
He
mean.
came in hot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, man. You live in Boys Town. Stop.
Now,
it.
for two, dude, I was reading this article, man, about this prosecutor in Texas, dude. You don't think anything that Trump's gonna do is gonna, I don't know, maybe glorify like bigotry and shit.
Glorify bigotry.
That's what.
Look at
the article I put out back, dude.
Glorify bigotry.
I'm telling you that.
You're a white guy, right? He's white.
Yeah,
he
I'm
lives
white.
in Boys
Well,
Town.
I'm Jewish, dude.
Oh, you're a schmata. You're a schmata.
All right.
So a racist ICE prosecutor hired by Joe Biden is the problem?
Now, how do you know it's hired by Joe Biden? Where does it say that?
Because he's an ICE prosecutor already.
Doesn't mean. Who cares? He still supports Trump though, dude. It's still fucking weird.
I wish I wish you didn't tell me that you were Jewish.
I really don't fucking care. It's not like I'm doing. It's not like I'm actively fucking. I'm not doing anything, dude. I'm grooving.
No, I
Come on, HB. It's okay to be Jewish. Come on, man.
God, it like kind of just makes you less cool. I thought you were kind of cool, but it kind of takes it away a little bit. You're a good guy though. You're a good guy.
We're grooving, dude. I don't have any issues with you. It's weird that you have an issue after that, but whatever.
No. And now, like I know I know you live in Boys Town, but you're not gay. I like know that. I know there's a lot of Jews that live in Boys Town. They just kind of blend in over there.
I've already made my stance clear about the type of women I like. I like black women. I've made that clear.
I know a lot of Jew guys like. I went to school with a Jew guy, and he only dated black women. It was kind of remarkable.
Yeah, dude, they're the best kind of women you could get. They're very loyal and they're very kind.
Yo, it was crazy. Is he was like balding and about 5'3", but he would pull like the most beautiful black women. It was the craziest thing in the world. It was crazy. It was crazy. I mean, he had a big Jew nose too.
I mean, I don't know if I have a big nose, but
Did you guys hear that story of the children remains that got returned by Hamas? And after the autopsy revealed that the Hamas,
I didn't hear about
I'm
that.
not even going to go into it, but they strangled the little kids to death. That's what the autopsy came up.
That's
They
crazy.
strangled little kids to death, dude.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I don't know about that.
How are you going to get along with a country like that?
I wanted to ask you why like before like Trump there was like a thing to like keep like white South Africans from like immigrating here. Why do you think Trump like lifted that? Do you think there's any like something weird with that? Maybe he supports like the people that supported apartheid and he wants them over here now, or what do you think about that?
It possibly has to do with the fact that the South African government now is actively taking their land and they're being murdered.
I don't think that's what's happening. I think they're.
You don't think that's happening, but that's not what the actual evidence says.
Okay, but why? Okay. Another thing. Why do you think Trump's also trying to take away consumer protections? Can you answer me that?
What? Explain, please.
Well, if I remember correctly, right? He took away the Consumer Protection Agency. He like just disbanded it. Why do you think he did that? He took it away. Why did he do that? That's weird that he would do that.
How did he take it away?
How did he take away NSA or USAID? Executive order.
He didn't take it away. It's
Yeah,
still
no,
there.
He just exposed. They're still there. They just exposed their spending. They're still there. They're still paying for transgender.
So then, what is Trump doing? They're still paying for it allegedly, as you put it. How is Trump making any changes at all then? If he's just keeping everything, he's exposing it and keeping it. That makes no sense.
Yeah, no, it's just to piss the people off.
That makes no sense. You do realize that he's exposing it, but he's not getting rid of it. That's weird.
No, in America,
The only people he's actually fired so far were the probationary employees, which are eligible for
that's not true at all either. That's not true at all either, because they're also going after people that recently got promoted. So there's that.
But they're still in their probationary period for those levels.
They're gone. Period. End of story.
And what Trump has done was offered them a buyout.
No, well, that's not true either, because he offered there something like that. He couldn't do that, so he offered them like an early retirement package. So
yes, that's what's called a buyout.
But that's not though, because they're offering them early retirement, which they already can technically do.
Trump does stand with Israel, and you know that, right?
I don't care dude. I don't give a fuck about Israel. I really don't.
Come on, you don't care about the chosen people?
I do. I got family in Tel Aviv, but like, dude, it's not the
You don't
top
care about
priority.
the small hat, bro? Come on, man.
Are you a Holocaust?
Hold on, wait. I thought you said you were a Jew.
I am, but I don't have to support everything. Okay, that'd be like me being black and saying like, well, this African warlord is like killing a bunch of people. That means I have to support him. That's stupid.
Are you a Holocaust denier?
No, I'm not. I actually believe in that, as I've had, family members tragically pass in something like that.
Whoa.
Do you think Trump is a Nazi?
Related to people that actually died in the Holocaust?
Do I think that there are people? Yeah, I think people died in that. Yeah.
No. You said you have people that you're related to that died in the Holocaust?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Really? How?
Yes.
Like, do you know how many?
I don't know the number off the top of my head because like literally they like expunged like a lot of numbers. So like even like finding like a little bit of stuff is kind of like tricky. But no, like I had family members that like passed at Dachau and everything, you know.
Were you are you in any way related to Anne Frank at all?
No.
Okay. So it is about 6. You do believe the 6 million?
Yeah, or more. I mean, more.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Because it didn't just include Jews. It included like blacks, gays, stuff like that.
Well,
too.
no, there were actually black Nazis too, man. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm starting to think I'm talking to one right now.
No.
The fucking questions you're asking me.
I have pictures. I have pictures. I've seen them. I don't know why black people get.
Did he just call you a black Nazi? HB? What the fuck?
No, I didn't call him one. I used the veil of implication, or not even implication, but
well, they, Hitler was really against like race mixing. So if you were like a black guy boning a German girl, yeah, they would. Get
and I don't think they'd be very happy with what my taste in women back then. I mean,
no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yeah,
I would be like, fuck.
Yeah, they might get you out of there too. But like, there were actual black Nazi officers. Like, you just couldn't do any race mixing.
There was black Nazi regiments from African soldiers.
Yeah. He just really had a
okay,
hard
but
on
like
for the.
we've
Jews
gone
for some
away
reason.
from like talking about American politics to me being Jewish, then to now we're talking about Nazis. Like, dude, like
No, it's only because I just can, for the life of me, I cannot understand the hatred towards the Jew. I think it's kind of funny, but other than that, I don't get the hatred. I really don't.
I mean, yeah, I don't really either. I mean, I'm me personally. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of like fucking stupid to judge based off of like.
I get it for black people. I get why people don't like black people. But
well, HB, the truth is that these morons have been killing each other for 2,000 fucking years or more, and they're not gonna stop. They're gonna keep killing each other. It's never gonna. Once you come to that conclusion, then.
Phoenix Fish thinks you're.
I'm not gonna dox I'm not gonna dox myself, dude.
Yeah, Phoenix Fish thinks you're a crypto Jew. He doesn't think you're a real Jew. Hey, he lives in fucking Boys Town. He's a real Jew. Trust me. He lives in one of those penthouses up there in Boys Town.
I don't, dude. Honestly, for real, I want to get a brownstone, and I want to get like, I want to get a fucking like a commuter car. Not like because I have a fucking truck and it's a pain in the ass fucking car.
Oh my god, Jesus! It's a trucking.
It's a pain in the fucking ass, dude. You don't realize how much I have to pay for fucking parking.
Yeah, that's insane. I can't.
You should just move.
I like it here though.
Yeah, Chicago is really a great city.
You got everything. It's really.
Yeah.
It's really. It's got everything from food to like.
He's still young. When I was young, bro, Chicago was the shit, man. I'm like old now. I'm over that shit now.
The weed is okay. It's not the best. I'm a big hash guy. I'm a big hash and like hashish type stuff. I like that.
You gotta go to Michigan, man. You gotta go to Michigan, man.
Dude, trust me. If my car wasn't like on its last, well, it's not honestly. That's a hyperbole. But like if I had a little bit better car, probably go up there again. I'm stashed up though, so like I'm not too worried.
Wait, can I ask you one more Jewish question?
Sure, for real.
All right. So during during the whole Nazi thing, the whole Nazi. I actually got another question after that. Why didn't any other European countries want to let the? Because it's almost, when
Well,
the
I mean,
Democrats
dude,
say,
it's kind of, dude. I kind of see where you're going. I
yeah,
see your
yeah.
train coming.
Yeah, because the 6,000 lives that were lost, it might not have happened if they were, Hitler wanted them to be moved to other countries.
Well, he wanted to create. I think I'm not fucking like I'm not like the professor that knows everything, but I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
people say he wanted to create Israel so that they could. That's what he was originally trying to do, and that it like devolved into just fucking like murder and like crazy shit.
Well, no, he wanted to make because after World War I, Germany had to pay back all these like war crimes and shit.
No, they had to
signed
pay reparations to the countries.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
they
from
had
World War One.
Yeah, from World War One. Was it like the Treaty of Versailles or something? They were
Something
fucked.
like that, yeah.
Yeah. So they were pretty much fucked in the ass. So what ended up happening, he basically was, he developed kind of this deep hatred for the Jew. And he was like, you know what? I want to kick all these people out of the country so we could focus on getting Germany back together. And no other European country would allow him to migrate those people.
Well, actually, I can make a somewhat of a sort of comparison, but it's the same thing's going on in Gaza right now with the Palestinians,
and that's why it's almost kind of it's kind of like history is like repeating itself. Damn near. It's kind of crazy.
I completely agree with you on some of the aspects. Although I do think at the same time, I mean, like after like what it was October 7th, right? Or something like that, October 6th, October 7th. I'm pretty sure that happened on. Like when they first did that, I feel like Israel was justified in retaliating, but I'm like to the extent of like bombing like the Israeli government like bombing like schools and like hospitals. Yeah, I'm against that. But it's like it's a very nuanced, like it's a nuanced thing. Like like if you look at it like good versus evil, like it gets muddy because both sides are fucking bad.
Yeah.
Well,
But
yeah,
the thing
and
is,
most people don't even know how Palestinians got to Gaza in the first place.
Right.
Israel forced their own citizens out of Gaza to give it to the Palestinians.
So now the Palestinians basically, they're kind of in the same position that the Jews were, where nobody wants them.
I sympathize with them, and I want a fucking ceasefire to happen. But like,
well, no, the war is over. They lost. But what are they gonna do with them now? That's the big question, because they gotta go. They can't stay. It's over.
I think they should be able to stay in Israel.
They can't.
Yeah.
They can't.
No.
They can't.
If you don't want them. No one wants those motherfuckers.
Send them back to the West
No
Bank.
one wants them.
Yeah, learn from America,
because
man.
they're gonna fucking dude. If they
They
send them
cause
back to the
shit
West Bank,
everywhere
they'll
they
be
go.
massacred, dude.
Even they originally came from Egypt.
They will massacre those people. I'm telling you.
Egypt kicked them out.
The other
back in the day.
Palestinians will massacre the Gazans.
No, I'm saying the Israelis will most likely massacre the Gazans if they don't leave.
Yeah, it'll be another Holocaust.
Yes, that's why I say send them back to the West Bank.
Egypt. That's where they came from.
Well, fucking Egypt doesn't like them either. It's fucking they got.
Well, that's where they came from originally.
Do you know the reasons why Jordan, Egypt, Syria, nobody will take them?
Inform me.
There's a history about that because every time they let mass amounts of them in, they tried to take over the governments there. They murdered citizens there of those countries.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Nobody wants them. What do you do with people like that?
They're gonna
Nobody
keep fighting,
wants-
dude. What? Yeah, they're gonna keep fucking fighting, bro. Even back in like 2016.
Let them
like,
keep fighting and let them keep getting killed until they're not there anymore, because that's their choice.
I'm against that though, dude.
I am not, because if they want to keep fighting, they're gonna keep getting killed.
Morally, I'm against. I mean, it fucking sucks. I don't. Do you think it's the people, or do you think it's like the fucking government? Because like I can separate.
People elected the government.
It's both.
They voted Hamas in as the ruling party.
Yeah,
Well, then
yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
because listen, Allied. I'm gonna keep it real with you. The Jews are playing both sides, man, and that's kind of the fucked up part about this.
And they're being allowed to be by Hamas.
Yeah, they're allowing them to do what they do over there. You know,
because all the leaders of Hamas are living in other countries.
Yeah, like fucking Dubai.
In luxury.
Yep.
Off their money.
Yep.
You know what I thought was the coolest thing ever is when the Israelis captured that truckload of beepers. Then they loaded them all with plastic explosives, and every time they went up, Hamas, you're dead.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up.
No, that fucking war crime should be punished, and I think they should be punished in Ecuador.
Why?
Why?
What war crime? What war crime was that?
Blowing up people?
Yes, that's not a war crime.
Yeah,
blowing up combatants and supporters of combatants is not a war crime.
Well, let me ask you a question. Are you? Have you served, dude? I haven't.
Yes, 10 years active duty.
What branch? Yeah. What MLS?
Army, 67 Romeo. And I also worked for 10 years overseas in combat areas as a contractor.
Congratulations. I thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service, Mayo Monkey.
Most people don't understand what the Geneva Conventions, plural, were and what they actually cover. And blowing up your enemy and your material support for the enemy is not a war crime. That's why they could bomb hospitals, because the hospitals were being used to store war items.
Yeah, but
they're no
don't
longer
you have to be 100% sure of what you're targeting?
Yes.
How can you be 100% sure if they're not clearing these hospitals and schools?
Who was in the tunnels under the hospitals? Was it citizens or was it fighters?
That's what I'm trying to say. We don't know, I don't think.
Oh, we know.
We know.
Yeah, trust me, we know.
Hey, HP, if you decide to do a music break, I left you a short in the back. I think it's pretty goddamn funny, man.
Oh,
you watch
and
it.
because I didn't see
over a police car.
I didn't see Hamas building bunkers to protect citizens. I saw them building tunnel networks for their fighters.
I'm well aware that they're fucking cowards, bro. But like, I don't know. On such a fucking small targeting area too, it's just kind of like, I don't.
Well, it's it's kind of important land. It's not just a small area. It's kind of important.
When you launch rockets from a school, you make that school a target.
I don't, but like, how can, like, okay, as someone in the military, you're someone in the military, how can they know that it's coming from that area?
Drones, satellite surveillance.
Yeah, they have
video feeds of the launches.
Yeah, they got satellites.
Okay, well, okay, if they have them red-handed, okay, fine. But like, I don't know what. Sorry, I'm a little baked.
The Jews sticking up for Hamas. This is ridiculous.
I'm not sticking up for Hamas. I'm just saying, dude, both sides are bad. I mean, I don't know.
Dude,
I think
war
Hamas
is
should be
not
dealt
a
with.
good thing for anybody, and good people on either side don't go along with it. War is fucking hell.
Yeah, but you don't think that the
everyone
Israelis
involved.
could be like, dude, this guy, the Israeli
Yeah, but
soldiers could be like,
see, but Yeah, but you just spoke out and said it was a war crime to specifically target.
No, I did, and I agree with that.
Wait, let me finish. To a pinpoint level, the leadership.
No, I'm not saying
the
that.
beepers.
No. You had me
You
misunderstand.
said that was a war crime.
No, I didn't. What I said was I think that people going after like civilians and like political leaders, or not political leaders, I think are like complacent in this. So I think it's okay to target.
They didn't go after civilians with those beeper attacks. Those beepers were ordered by the Hezbollah, not for the people, for their leadership. Specifically so the Israelis couldn't track their cell phone traffic.
Yeah. Trust me, Allied, listen, I know you got to say you're for the Palestinians.
No, I'm not, but I'm not like I'm on. I am kind of like playing both, like a little bit.
Nah, I know you got to get that black coochie. I understand, but just know we're on the side of the winners. Fuck who's right and who's wrong. We're on the side of the winners.
I would support them, but I know they're gonna try to do like other land grabs. Like they're already trying to like land grab in other like territories, just like based off of them like winning this.
So they're continuing the history of the world.
I'm genuinely against imperialism. Yeah.
You think that those Muslim countries don't know? They know.
They know 100%. They know, but like,
and they're working with them to secure the weapons that Syria held as a nation state because they're dangerous to everyone.
Yep.
30,000 surface-to-air, man-portable surface-to-air missiles Syria had.
Yeah, and
now they're in the hands of who?
Okay, I'm just saying, but like the U.S. isn't really that good either, dude. What were they doing in Afghanistan? They were guarding a bunch of poppy fields. What the fuck is up with that?
Well, it's kind of a whole nother topic.
Yeah.
They're fucking doing drug ops for the CIA.
We've come a long way from Afghanistan.
We don't get our heroin from that part of the
you're in
world, and we haven't
agreement
since the 70s.
How can you know that, dude? Why were they fucking
Really? I can't look it up online.
Yeah, we get our
USA is the slush fund for the CIA, so we should all be happy that's being broken apart, right?
Don't we get our opium from Iraq? Isn't that where
No, we get our opium from Central and South America.
No, you get your fentanyl from China.
It's there though. It's weird. That's all I'm saying.
But it's been that way since the mid 70s.
Yeah, but come on. You don't think they're guarding us for Big Pharma? Come on, dude. Or
you think Big Pharma's paying some Afghan
because they
warlord?
Can get it cheap.
They don't even use real opium in drugs anymore.
Male monkey. That's what
they use synthetic.
That's what came up in that USA aid that they were paying I think it was like $100 million to Iraq to grow opium.
Yeah.
USA is nothing but a slush fund for the CIA.
Well,
that's all it is.
I mean, play devil's advocate, of course. I mean,
it might have been Afghanistan. One of the two.
Okay, so we're aiding these countries, right? We're giving aid to these countries. My biggest fear is, right, we're giving money to these countries. These politicians, a lot of them, they're I don't know, their self-interest, like they're trying to get what they want in other countries, I guess.
Yeah.
But like, dude, if we take that away, well, I made it sound, I kind of fucking, I don't know. If we take away this money we're giving them, right? And I know you guys fucking hate China. What if China swoops in and is like, dude, we'll fund this, take all these relationships away from the U.S., pretty much isolate the U.S. from trade at that point, because Trump's putting tariffs on these people, so they're already
doing it.
Don't you see that? Don't you think that's bad?
Yes, but should we try and backdoor them as our method of trying
They're
to?
not. But dude, we're
I'll
isolated.
put it this way, Allied. We shouldn't have to buy our friendships. We're powerful enough not to have to.
Okay.
Why can't we use
That makes a real good
USAID
image.
money? Why can't we use that USAID money to fund?
Why can't we cut from
projects
military spending?
No. USAID has nothing to do with military spending.
But
You should cut money from that.
You want to
Or
cut
why don't-
military spending?
No. Let's use the money we're sending. We're spending funding transgender operas in South America.
But
there we go.
But here's a genuine question: why doesn't DOGE go after the military? Because you know they fail their audits fucking constantly.
Allied. They've just started this, and DOD is the biggest slice of the pie they're trying to eat right now.
If they even do that, which I don't think they will, that's what I'm trying to tell you, Mayo.
They will.
They won't. They will not
Yes,
touch
they
that.
will.
They'll sledgehammer everything
They're
else
not
but
even-
military. You watch.
They're not even into the classified system for USAID. They're just in the unclassified systems right now. You want to see the real money USAID spending? Once they get into those classified systems, then real shit's going to come out.
Yeah. I think this is
We
honestly.
are 30 days into this, man. And everybody wants automatic results for everything right now.
No, but if they're taking a sledgehammer to everything, do it to the DOD as well.
They're going to.
Yeah. This is just the.
Yeah, they're going after the Pentagon, the Department of Education, and everything else.
Fired the Joint Chiefs staff.
It's literally
won't play along.
dismantling, like this deep state government is being dismantled before our eyes. A lot of people can't believe it.
I'm against a lot of that,
That's
though,
what
because
I
they're taking
voted
away
for.
social safety nets.
I
which are
voted for
bad.
this shit.
Yeah, me too.
Social safety nets or comfortable fucking wheelchairs. Because there's a difference.
Okay, Social Security. Do you think that should be cut?
Yes. Because Social
Medicaid.
Allied. Social Security isn't just for old people.
200 years
That's my
old.
thing. It's not just for
collecting
old people.
Social
That's why it's so
Security
important.
and shit.
Yes.
Yeah, that needs to be cut.
Should we be using
That
U.S. Social
200
Security money?
motherfucking years old collecting Social Security. That's somebody else getting that money. That's not the person it was meant for.
Well, you don't.
Somebody else.
Everyone
is
has to
getting
pay into it. I'm
No.
pretty sure.
No, they don't.
Yeah, why?
No, they don't. There's the entirety of Appalachia has been running a Social Security scam for 40 years.
Well, obviously that should be
Starting
looked
this
into.
when
but-
they're children, all
Okay,
through their
well-
adulthood. You can get Social Security without ever working a day or paying a dime into it through disability.
I don't. I mean, obviously that should be investigated, but I don't think because people can do that, they should take an axe to it. I think that's dumb.
Not
Whoa,
taking
whoa,
everything.
Yeah,
Who says they're ending Social Security for everyone?
Trump's
they're not.
No.
They're
Hang
not.
on. Let me talk. Trump's budget literally is proposing fucking cuts to Social Security and Medicaid. What are you talking about?
Yes.
Yeah,
Do you know what?
who are already dead.
12th man, wait. Do you know the difference between Medicaid and Medicare?
Yes, I do. There's ones for Medicaid is for, I'm pretty sure it's for older people.
No, that's Medicare.
Whatever. They're fucking either way. They're cutting both of their funding in Trump's proposed budget.
Yes, why not? If you're going to cut the waste out of it, you can do that.
But do you realize, like, and I know this probably, like, the optics of that. Do you really think, like, people are going to be like, yeah, I want, like, to vote for Republicans?
No, because most people are so stupid, they don't know what either program actually is.
If that's the hill that Republicans die on, I'm all for it, because that's like them committing, like,
But it's
seppuku.
not. But they're not going to die on that. They're not going to die on that. Because guess what? Old people are still going to get
People are
their.
going to die on that. That's who's going to die.
Because old people don't get fucking Medicaid.
They get Social Security.
Hold on, Mayo.
Yes, but they get a different kind of Social Security.
The only things being cut are like people who are already dead. And this motherfucker Blow thinks that we should
what I'm
just
saying, right?
keep
Social
paying out
Security isn't one program.
people who don't exist. Is that you really think we should keep?
Okay, this is the same issue I say. They don't purge the rolls, dude. They need to purge
You're an
they need
idiot.
to purge the photo rolls that people are dead. They need to do the same with Social Security. If they're not doing it, they should be reported.
There's like 300 people over 200 years old on Social Security.
But like
how many
I said,
200-year-olds do you know? I don't know any. Do you know anybody 200 years old? I don't.
Well,
And
do
it's
you know
not
do you know the three types of Social Security programs there are? Allied?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. There's retirement, there's disability, and then there's survivor benefits. And what they're going after, and they've said it, is the disability portion.
So so they want to cut money to people who have disabilities then.
Who have been defrauding the government on their disabilities. Do you know that? Allied, I'm asking you a question.
That's bullshit.
People on Social Security disability.
Right there. What they're going after is making payments to people who are already dead.
We're not even discussing that, 12th man. What I'm talking about is people on Social Security disability.
You just lied and said they're going after people with disabilities, and that's fucking lying.
Okay, so what do you think cutting? What do you think cutting? Like this guy is saying, the disability portion of the Social Security. What do you think that's going to do? That's
it's going to get people
with disabilities.
Allied. Do you know the system of Social Security disability? There's different levels to it. At a certain level, you no longer have to go back and get re-verified as disabled. At lower levels, you do. But nobody has forced them to go back to get reevaluated. Because I read.
How
else do you usually learn about things?
So what you're saying is, what you're saying is they basically want to put in a
reevaluate people who should have been reevaluated for years to see if they're still disabled.
Okay, but dude, they want them to. Okay. Hang on. So I'm just
nothing wrong with that.
What you're saying is right. They basically want to implement that people have to apply for a job if they're on Social Security and they're disabled.
No, that's nothing what I said, dude. Nothing at all. They have to have their abilities retested to see if they're still disabled or not. And that's a requirement that's been ignored.
Okay, but what about people with paralysis? Do you think people with paralysis should go back?
No. Didn't I say people after a certain level of disability no longer have to?
Okay, what about people?
There's different levels of Social Security disability.
Okay, but what about people with diabetes that it degenerates and you have to lose a limb and you can't work because of that?
You can't sit in the chair if you lose the limb. No, Allied, you can't sit in the chair and answer phones because you lose a limb. You can't sit in the chair and answer phones if you lose a limb. Is that what you're saying?
Well, depending on what the person was working at, no.
Yes, but Allied, that's what the reevaluations are for.
I mean, I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Exactly, and that's the problem. Most Americans don't know. They just assume. This stuff is easily found. You have the knowledge of the world in the palm of your hands, and people just refuse to use it.
Well, no, I listen to a lot of political shows.
That's the problem.
But I do a lot of
Because you're
reading
listening.
too. It's not like I'm just like
you're listening to someone else's
sources.
opinion.
They have sources.
Yes, and they bend them to what their side wants you to know.
You don't think the right does that too?
No, I know they do. That's why I look into this shit myself.
Come on, man. Like I do independent reading too. I just don't.
Where'd HB go? Where'd Pontiac go?
Huh?
I was on Social Security survivors benefits as a kid. I know the system.
Okay, I'm not saying the system's fucking perfect. There could be changes made to it. What I'm trying to tell you is I don't think we should make the changes but keep the system.
We are. Nobody's getting rid of Social Security. Nobody's getting rid of Medicaid. And nobody's getting rid of Medicare.
We're getting rid of all the dead people off the rolls. You got a problem with that? Too bad.
I don't have a problem with that, like as I've stated. I don't have a problem with purging the
Nobody
list.
is talking about getting rid of Social Security. Nobody.
But I'm not saying that, but they're cutting funding to it. Like, here, I'll pull the article up. I'll pull it up.
I'm glad I got a pension.
Because I think the other problem in America is reading comprehension.
Hang on, okay, hang on.
Well, that's what they believe me on, Monkey. They eat the red meat. They say like, "Oh, we're cutting Social Security and Medicaid, throwing Granny over the hill." Or whatever, when in reality, that's not happening. It's just a fucking audit to see how many people are on the rolls and how many who aren't. Are you still alive? Yes, sir.
No, okay.
It's like all these stories I've seen. All these stories I've seen where the $5,000 check's already been approved. It hasn't.
Yeah,
it's not happening yet. But I've read it 100 times.
Okay, hang on one sec. So the new budget resolution.
Can you post it in the back so I can pull it up myself, sir?
Sure, I'll have to do it. I'll have to fucking look it up on this one. Hang on. But
all you gotta do is cut and paste the web address.
Okay. And this is just a quick kind of. I'm just reading through it. Hang on. It says, hang on one second. What is it? It's a well, I don't know. Hang on. I'm fucking. This is why we don't do research on the fly. But you guys are like,
because Allied. I hate to say it, but most likely you just read headlines.
Dude, the budget resolution proposed by House Republicans calls for $2 trillion in mandatory spending cuts, and some are concerned this spells trouble for Social Security.
Okay, show me in that where those cuts are specifically to Social Security, or what program they're specifically to at all.
They asking for $2 trillion reduction in mandatory spending, which includes programs like Social Security, SNAP, and Medicaid.
So what's wrong with that?
Okay, well, SNAP affects a lot of like, well, red states primarily, a lot of them, which is gonna be a lot.
So Allied, do you believe unhealthy foods should be made available through the SNAP program?
No, I think it does. Who the fuck? Okay, so then like that doesn't make sense, dude.
Do you think that the U.S. taxpayer should buy Red Bull for people on food stamps?
What is it? Why is it the U.S. taxpayer's job to depend? I don't know. Pick and choose what these people can get for food.
Because we're the ones paying for it.
I don't know,
Our
man.
biggest problem, the biggest health problem of the poor in America is obesity. And why is that? It's from a poor diet.
Okay, if that's the case, if you want to die on that hill that it's a poor diet, then don't you think it would be in America's best interest to lower the cost of insulin for people with diabetes so that they can get healthy?
It wouldn't be.
It's not. It should be really expensive.
No. It would be in America's best interest to fix the problem long term and not get people to the point where they're diabetics.
Well, a lot of them are diabetic now because of our poor habits and poor access
No.
to food. So
A lot of them are diabetics now because of their poor habits.
Yeah, but I'm saying, don't you think if they want to get out of this, right, and become
Hold
healthier,
people responsible for their actions and what they
do you
did in the
think
past.
insulin should be
That's
$360 bucks? Do you think it should be that much for these people? Because before, with I think there was some
They did it to themselves.
This
Yes.
one act where a lot of people's insulin was like $6, and now it's fucking $360 because Trump.
Do you know why it's that? Do you know why it's that?
Pharmaceutical companies, dude. And
no, it's not. It's not pharmaceutical companies.
It's right. These people, they were putting price caps on these fucking insulin. And they should have that so they can't fucking like charge someone their house to get the medicine that they need. It should be cheap, like it was intended to be. But these
and you know what? It's a lot cheaper if you buy it by the vial and you get a bag of needles yourself instead of using the auto injector pens.
Okay, but like that's a lot easier.
So let's stop those premium auto. Let's stop paying for those premium auto injection pens.
I don't see that, dude. I think that's fucking kind of heartless, man.
Why?
I don't know.
What's the difference? They're getting the same medicine out of them.
I don't think so, dude.
They are.
No.
Yes.
Oh.
Just, do you think we should pay for their automatic freaking blood sugar readers?
Yeah.
Why?
I do. Because I think it's
why they can
right.
prick their finger and test themselves a lot cheaper.
I think it's morally
why should
right.
we give them the premium shit
No,
for
that's
free?
not necessarily true. I heard the auto thing is actually cheaper than doing the prickier thing every day.
Well, man, it's cheaper for you because you didn't pay for it.
Well, I kind of do pay for it by paying taxes.
No, I was talking specifically the 12th man.
No, I don't do that shit. So I'm not talking about me, motherfucker.
Does 12th man work? Does he contribute to society?
I'm retired.
Okay, so then why the fuck are you here? Like,
I'm retired union.
In your party's own eyes, you serve no purpose.
Dude, I hate to tell you. When you go over 55, you're going to be wrote off too.
I don't serve any purpose. You don't
you serve no purpose to your party that wants to work you to death. You could have made so much more, dude. You could have made so much more.
You don't serve any purpose in this country. At least me or Monkey serve.
Paying taxes.
You didn't serve anything but yourself. Isn't that right?
What is that supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean?
12th man was a union employee.
So am I. I'm a union employee too.
Yeah, but I worked on the private sector union, not the government side of that shit.
See, I think public sector union should be illegal.
You think government unions should be illegal?
Yes.
I'm part of a government.
Indeed. Yeah.
And exactly.
Outlaw that shit. Why should a bunch of motherfuckers be able to band together and demand more money from the private sector?
Why should these people?
You shut the fuck up for a minute.
Paid fairly.
Because how much of other people's money do you think belongs to you? Exactly. I want to hear it.
Yeah, I think
Because I
we
can
should have
tell your
collective bargaining.
government union,
I think
right?
it's in the workers' best interest, my friend.
I don't think it should be in the workers' best interest. I think it should be in the country's best interest.
You shouldn't be allowed to band together and demand people give them more of your money.
I
Fuck
think
that
they should,
shit.
dude. A lot of these people are getting exploited. I'm sorry to tell you.
Government workers are getting
They're
exploited.
getting fired. That's what they're doing.
How is that happening if they're in a union?
Well, the unions can like set like standards for these companies that they have to follow or they get sued.
No, not companies, not companies, sir.
The government union has never did anything for anybody but themselves. And that's the truth.
That's not true, dude. There's a lot of
unions exist now to support the union, not the worker.
I'll agree with you in some instances. Well, in a lot of instances.
Why do you want to prop up that broken system?
But hang on.
Oh, because you benefit from it individually. That's why.
That's why you have to like tune into like who's running for your union like board and stuff. That's why they have elections and unions. It's not like these people have to
showed up, went to work every day. That's all I had to do.
And that's why unions are fighting to not make those votes public.
No, they can
even to the members. Even to the members.
FOIA any government union, and they'll give you the information. I guarantee you it.
Yeah, they should be abolished.
They're not going to dox the people to
why
say
should
right along with the Department of Education.
Freedom of Information Act.
Yes, you know you have to pay for FOIA acts or FOIA act requests a lot of times, right?
Yeah.
Why should I have to pay for it? I'm already paying for both the employee and the union as a taxpayer.
Well, not always, but yeah, sort of.
So why should I have to pay? Why should I have to FOIA? Why shouldn't it be public knowledge?
I mean, I'm sure you could find it on union websites. What union election are you so like worried about?
Any. If I'm paying for it, I should be able to look up any of them. The Postal Workers Union, all of it.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that. Yeah, dude.
See, I don't think you guys should be able to unionize specifically because you actually handle fucking ballots.
Well,
I don't believe a government entity that controls the movement of voting ballots should have a union.
Well, for one,
why do they get to demand anything when they live off the taxpayer? It's fucking ridiculous, man.
They're treated very, very. They treat them like motherfucking gold. You have to write things and make sure that they're delivered. Because if you don't, you get written out. And
what about when they're sent back in?
If you don't deliver political mail, dude, guess what? You can literally get fired.
Yes, and you can get sent to prison. I understand that, but that still doesn't stop people. Since when has a threat stopped people from committing crimes?
A lot of times, dude, because these postal inspectors.
A lot, but not all, right?
Dude, I'm telling you, you don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Really? So a mail carrier can't just pick up a ballot and drop it in the first friggin' trash can he sees.
Oh, he can.
And isn't 99% of the time going to get away with it?
He's not going to, because he's gonna get in trouble. Because a lot of the times you have to sign your name to fucking deliver a lot of those. Because some of them are certified.
To deliver, yes, but not to pick up.
So I don't know about that.
Are you a mail carrier? Just asking.
I was.
Okay,
now 3 years.
If you get one of these in your mailbox, do you have to write it down anywhere special? Do you have to note the number?
No, anywhere? You pick it up like you would any other mail. The clerks are the ones that handle that stuff.
No, you're the one that handles it first. So if it never gets to the clerk, it's like it didn't exist, isn't it?
Well, no, not really, because the county supervisor handles all the ballots.
Yeah, but it's common for people to get ballots in the mail and not vote. And not return.
And I tell you, I tell you a funny story. I used to work for the international.
What's up, John Galt?
Hey, what's up? I used to
Hey,
work
John,
for
what's up, man?
Hey, not much, man. I used to work for the international division of the Postal Service. So I developed this software with a couple other people to track international mail flow, like the performance. So I'm a little bit familiar with the international mail operations. So if you mail, say, a letter from, I don't know, outside of, let's say, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, the international airport will be Philadelphia, and so on and so forth, to where the mail will go out of. And somehow the damn Postal Service workers have figured out a way to game the system to figure out which was like the test pieces of mail, to speed up the processing of those test pieces of mail to improve their performance on mail processing, and it subsequently increased their pay. I say that to say they figured that shit out. They were putting transponders in pieces of mail, and somehow the postal workers figured that shit out. So imagine a clearly labeled ballot, right? If a postal service worker wanted to throw it away or deliver it a little late or deliver it a little faster, I'm sure there are ways for him to do it, if they wanted to get it done.
Oh, exactly.
But you don't understand, dude. They cut the
Hey, why are you talking to me, Doug? One at a time. Can't hear.
John Galt, the head of the Postal Service, recently resigned because they lost like $9 billion or some shit they couldn't account for.
And
so the head of the Postal Service,
man, you know who put him in there?
resigned.
You know who put DeJoy in his position? It was Trump. Trump put him in there.
Yes, and he took him out because he failed.
Well, if you go all the way back to when Trump first came to office, he was very critical of the Postal Service. And he felt like more or less they got pimped by Amazon. And eventually Amazon would basically use them up.
Then why does he want to privatize it? Like, if he wants to keep it, why is he seeking to privatize it?
Because
it makes sense to.
Because if you go back, and I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with him, but if you go back to what he was saying in 20, whenever he ran, he was saying that the Postal Service should have taken advantage of the opportunities that they had in delivering Amazon's mail. But I think they did it at a piece rate or wherever the hell they call it.
They got ripped off a lot of times because it was like $1 per package or something.
That's right. And if you go back and look at what Donald Trump was saying, it's like, you guys are getting pimped. And you're going to end up out of business once Amazon builds out these capabilities, and they won't need you anymore. This was pre all the Amazon trucks rolling around your cities and city streets. And he was giving them some business advice, but they were stuck in the old paradigm of having the guaranteed access to your mailbox, the preferred access, priority, whatever. They have the sole access to your mailbox, and they thought that was a value. And I think they lost their position to Amazon, but by the way of not properly pricing. And I think that's a function of them being a government agency and not a company. A company that would have been trying to keep its business in business would have seen the competitive threat of Amazon and would have acted more proactively. I think the Postal Service laid back on their laurels. They're getting easy money from Amazon, and Amazon.
Well, they weren't making any money. They were getting screwed out.
I think that deal went over their head. Like, they were just forced to do it. That's more like I don't know. Amazon's always had the sweetheart deals since their creation. I mean, there's no other company. I don't know of any other company that was operating in the red for like the first 20 years of their operation, and then to become the biggest company in the world.
I often find better deals on eBay than Amazon.
Yeah,
but I shop around.
Well, but they were always cash flow positive, even if they were accounting negative. They were cash flow positive.
Yeah, well, that's most people don't know where the money comes from. It's the server farms.
Hold on for 1 second, guys. Hold on. Oh, that's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's where Amazon, just like, they weren't an online consumer in the beginning. They were a server farm. They were, they had all the contracts. They were getting contract governments. They worked with what's the other company? D-Wave. Now they do the quantum computing, and so Amazon has always been in the mix. Like, it's sort of like Microsoft. Microsoft has always been that hand-picked player. Apple's our hand-picked player. Amazon is our handpicked player. Elon Musk is our handpicked player. You know, anything he does, like Tesla, that's all government subsidized, right? The SpaceX program is basically them just getting contracts off of NASA and some of the privatized, because now, like as a private company or corporation, you can afford to send things into space because of them now. So it creates a whole different, more open market. But
Well,
like,
Amazon started with books. Remember, Amazon started with books.
yeah, that was the
They
original.
started out
That's
as
why, yeah.
online book sales.
Right, and again, I think is the sleight of hand. Well, it was an accounting exercise where you don't have to be profitable on a GAAP basis, but your cash flow has to be positive.
Yeah, and they were buying up patents from universities about like that, like the one that everybody was talking about. The if you hold your mouse over a night long enough, they'll know that you're gonna buy it. But that that patent was bought in like '93.
Wow. Hey, I got to make a call here, guys. Give me 1 second here. Let's see.
Yeah.
Might want to rent a room.
Amazon opened a
Let's see this guy.
store in Anchorage. That's pretty cool.
Told man,
You got a warehouse over there.
I think they should tax those people.
I'm about to make a call here. Hold on, guys. Hey, yeah, you called me about a room for rent?
Oh, yes, I did.
Yeah, where you looking? Northwest or southeast?
Just a single room.
Say what?
Just a single one. Just a single room.
Yeah, what neighborhood? Northeast, northwest or southeast?
Northwest. Northwest.
All right, yeah, when you looking to move?
As soon as next week.
All right. I'm going to send you an email, a text message. You can take a look at some of the rooms we have. We have a lot of rooms. Just whenever you want to take a look. Come out and take a look. I can show you the rooms.
Oh, okay. That's all right.
And where you located right now? You in D.C. right now?
Yes, I mean, actually, I'm at my job right now, yeah.
Oh, I mean, you're in D.C. though.
Yes, I am.
Oh, where you from, by the way?
Nigeria.
Oh, Nigeria. A lot of Nigerians here. How long you been here?
10 years.
What brought you to this?
I actually live in Baltimore, but my job is in DC, so it's putting a lot of stress on me. I have to move. Yeah, I have 2 jobs, so it's putting a lot of stress on me.
What kind of work do you do?
I'm the head concierge at an apartment called Camden.
Okay.
Then I'm at another apartment called a residence at the city center.
Oh, that's a nice area. That's downtown.
So my job is tasking. That's why I'm looking for something around Northwest.
Ain't that what the young boys be looting and shit? Weren't they looting down there the other day?
Exactly.
Were you there when they were looting?
When was that?
Shit, they've looted down there several times, haven't they?
No. Maybe not in the last 3 months.
Yeah, I heard they looted like the Louis Vuitton and all this shit down there.
The spot where I'm at, a lot of cops. Yeah, a lot of rich people, a lot of cars. You dare not move around without me.
Yeah, that's a nice area right there. Okay, look, I'm gonna send you a link, man. Take a look at some of the pictures. We got more, but I'm gonna send you a few. You take a look, and then when you're ready, just give me a call back.
Oh, okay. You're gonna send it to my phone?
Yeah, I'm sending it right now.
Oh, okay.
Another African guy. Man, these motherfuckers be working these jobs. What, 2-3 jobs, man?
Yeah. All right, guys, I gotta run. You guys have a good day.
Damn.
All right, you too. Take care.
See you later.
Yeah, he's a concierge. You say he's a concierge to 2 apartment buildings. Typically these doorman buildings, they have concierges. Get your package and stuff like that. Yeah, very interesting.
But you say, John, a bunch of Nigerians have been looting in a certain part of town?
Not the Nigerians. Not the Nigerians.
Yeah, I don't think it would be that.
But it's interesting. It's like the face of a building when someone walks in. And you want someone that you can trust. It's not going to be giving out codes or keys or letting anyone sneak in the building. So it's interesting that they have a Nigerian guy working there. Very interesting. He's a high-end building that he's working in.
Usually you run into them in security. They're a little bit more serious anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting.
Not playing no games.
DC must be a very
So what were you guys
different
talking about?
place to,
What are you talking about? Medicaid?
like, I wouldn't want to live in DC because it's under like federal control and it's not the same court system. It's like if I went to jail for something, like in DC, they just bury your ass. But in the United States, they can't do that. They can't bury you.
What's up, Tom?
Hey, Tom Gully.
Shit, Tom Gully, Mr. Tom Gully, ladies and gentlemen.
I was just calling to see how much John pays his concierge.
I am the concierge. I am the concierge. I will. When these motherfuckers welcome them in and put them out. Oh man, I think I'm gonna go live tomorrow morning, talking about all these government jobs that it seems to be having an effect around here. So this may be very interesting. How it's all going to shape up here.
Yeah, that's what they were talking about. They were talking about like Social Security. And how one of them was saying before you came in, one of them was saying that that Trump is cutting it. The other one's saying like no, he's taking looking at it and getting rid of the waste.
I don't think Trump is going to cut any of the entitlement type programs. That's just my opinion. He may trim some fraud, some waste.
Exactly.
But I don't think he'll cut any program to anyone that depends on it. It's just my opinion. You very rarely see these programs get cut. There is some political concern that he's going to want. He's going to want JD Vance to have the best shot at winning. And so, do you want to really upset the apple cart and preclude him from having a chance of winning by creating an issue that the Democrats, his opposition, would be able to easily use? You cut the benefits from seniors, even if they should. I don't think they're.
No, what I was saying was he's trying. It's not him trying to do it personally. The new budget proposed by the House Republicans calls for $2 trillion in mandatory spending cuts to like programs like Social Security, Medicaid, and what was the other one?
Are you still asking that stupid fucking question?
It's in the budget, though.
The only people being cut off from benefits are people that are dead.
Yeah,
why do you have a problem with that?
That's the part of DOGE is to cut all the rest of what we don't need out.
As somebody that's older, I can tell you that is not a benefit. That is not entitlement. I have paid into that thing for 40 years. They have taken a huge chunk of my paycheck every single time. I've been paying into it, paying into it, paying into it, paying into it. You can't imagine how much I've paid into that thing.
Yeah, you can't take away this man's money.
And well, I don't think it will be. That's what I'm saying. I don't think.
But the budget's proposing cuts to it.
No. But if DOGE can find $2 trillion in waste,
$2 trillion.
But there's so many
mandatory spending
components to a budget, right? As they've been demonstrating, there are a lot of money being spent. You very well could be right? I'm not disagreeing with you. You may follow this closer than I do, but I just don't think politically it would make sense to cut the benefits of a heavily voting population.
Yeah. But it's in their spending. It's in their. Yeah.
You figure out a way.
The
to
new
move.
budget.
They'll figure out a way to move money around to not cut people's benefits. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong.
Find $2 trillion in waste right now.
I think they scare people by making people think that they're going to lose their benefits.
Yeah. Yep. That's what it is.
In reality, I don't think it's. I've never seen it happen. Food stamps ever going down.
The problem is that, they're saying they're going to do all this with a scalpel and a fine tune it and everything.
No, you're breaking up. You can't.
These people that are getting like axed from their job for like normal people.
We can't hear you.
You know?
I think he's breaking up. No, we don't know. You breaking up, so we only got bits and pieces of you. You know, someone says they're going to take away SSI Phoenix Fish. I remember when Obama was elected, he really relaxed the standards to allow people to get disabilities. I think it was like soft tissue, whatever allowances. So you can say, hey, I have a soft tissue injury, my back hurts or whatever. And so a lot of people were able to slide into SSI that way.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if Trump rolled that back and made it a little bit stricter to get SSI, which is, if you want to use the term entitlements, I don't think SSI is an entitlement.
Yeah, man, I'm going to be real. I don't care which party. If somebody cuts that, I'm going to be salty about that because they base that on your top. I think it's the top 30 years of your income. And, you know, a lot of people gauge when they're going to retire based upon the amount they'll get per month. The longer you work, the more you get.
Well, Tom, they're only cutting it from dead people.
Yeah,
Tom,
I'm pretty sure I'm alive.
People are losing their mind like, oh, no one's going to get their benefits or whatever. It's all bullshit, man.
Yeah.
Because no one that is alive and can pass a review is losing their benefits. And that's the fucking truth.
They should have
been. This guy down here, this allied motherfucker, he's like, oh my God, the world's coming to an end. You know, or something over Social Security, and it's just not the truth, man.
Like I was saying,
not the truth.
It's really not how much people think you get more money if you wait. You're not getting more money. It's just the delay is a shorter period of time that you're getting it, so it's a larger amount per month. But that is, you know, obviously they should have been cutting all the waste and stuff like that the whole time. But that should be a math problem. I mean, that's we people are paying this much in, they're going to get this much back. And it's really the waste on the rest of the part of the federal government that they have a problem with. And when they look to cut, they always go to Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare. And I don't have a problem with the other two being cut because I didn't pay into that. But, man, you take $500,000 from me or more, and you're going to now start, well, we'll give you part of it back. And see, well, you shouldn't have taken it in the first place then. So I'm pretty salty about that. That's and John's right. If you want to lose an election, the Boomer and Gen X class are actually a larger part of the population than the following demographic groups, and they will come out and vote against that. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
And plus, they got rid of Joy Reid, and they think that's going to keep us happy for a while. Well, it will for a while.
Yeah, thing done, the witch is dead.
But that pocketbook makes you awful mad sometimes.
No, they'll find some other way to fuck it up.
Tom Goley, I thought that united us at least for a little bit, getting rid of Joy Reid.
I don't know. There's got to be at least 10,000 people that were watching her nationwide. They're going to be awful upset.
Yeah, I predicted the day she would get fired, man. I didn't think she would be able to stand up to change ownership of the company and her low ratings. I just didn't think that would work. So,
well, we right after the election talked about. I went through all the ratings and said, "Boy, she got a bad problem because she's in 8th place on their network. She's not even in the top shows on their not very highly rated network."
She's boring.
And when's the last time you heard somebody go, "Boy, I just can't miss Joy Reid. I got to leave. I watch her every day." Nobody ever said that except Joy Reid's mom.
No,
I had to leave the Black Alpha Network yesterday because he kept showing her face like, "Ooh, I want to look at that shit."
You know, I think she's you know, I don't know where she goes from here. I think they're going to keep her though somewhere, right?
Back to Congo. Black Apple Network said she's gonna go back to Congo and join a network down there.
They'll do what they do with everybody else. Everybody else that they fired. They'll say, "Well, she's going to be on our website.
Yep.
Or is she going to do a podcast or something like that?"
All those like washed up comedians are doing podcasts though now.
Everybody is.
Yeah.
Retired.
I think
Bill O'Reilly got a podcast.
I think the problem comes with them is that they can't really say anything controversial. They can't touch on any of the rails of, you know, where I think all the meat on the bone is, to be honest with you. If you want to talk about,
they're just not in tune with their fucking audience, man. Like that's the problem I have with like a lot of the like Democrats that are like in office right now. They just don't. They're not like hip to like what's going on. It's just slow. They're very slow with stuff, and it's like you got to be like lightning fast when it comes to this stuff, you know.
Well, you got somebody like Bill Maher, who's an old school, classic liberal, and he's even going. These people are just completely, as you said, out of touch. You know, he would have even 10, 15 years ago been considered very, very liberal. And compared to these people, he's almost a Republican.
Well, there was a poll, I think, done by like Democratic like leadership. I think it was like either like this month or last month that said like if like they did a in favor poll, the people they asked their disapproval rating's like 40% right now. It's crazy.
You know, I think Bill Maher is a guy that, you know, probably a little bit more talented than the rest of them.
Yeah.
And he can still put on a show even with the limitations of the liberal, you know, how they censor you. There's certain things you just can't talk about. Where he can, you know, it's like that Kid Rock moment. Kid Rock can go enjoy REID and say that without a lot of strong pushback and maybe even racial allegations, right? Whereas Bill Maher let him get his point out. And so that, you know, that way I think he's a little bit more talented in being able to talk to both sides. I think if you were to watch him in the voting booth, he's probably a Republican.
Well, he lives in California. And so, I mean, he went off for half an hour about, I wanted to put a tool shed on my property, and I had to have 4 inspections come through from the state of California.
Right.
And it's like, this is crazy. This is just, this benefits no one. It's just more bureaucracy. And yeah, and he, I will give it to Bill Maher, he really will have anybody on his show from either side. I mean, he's had Steve Bannon on, you name him, and he'll let him come on and talk.
Yeah, as I say, he's good at not being trapped into that would be canceled. Someone, you know, someone make better.
12 man, are you building a heater there for Be Brave in the background or something?
What do you guys think of like Jon Stewart and like the Daily Show? What do you think about that?
I don't watch those anymore.
No.
I don't watch any of them, to be honest with you.
I don't either. I watched a part. I only know of it from like clips. I don't like watch. I don't even know how to watch it at this point.
It's on one of those apps. But yeah, I remember watching it on Comedy Central back in the day. That was it. Retired. I stopped watching.
Being clipped is anyone other than Mar being clipped?
Jon Stewart.
Yeah, Jon Stewart. Yeah. I watched the opening. That's all I watch.
Hey, hold on, guys. I don't want you to listen to this shit. Hello?
Hey, how are you?
All right.
Hey, you know what? I never got your name, man. What's your name?
John.
John? Okay, John. John, I have the cash tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Why you don't have it today?
These people, man, I'm so fucking tired of these excuse my French. I'm so tired of them, but.
So how you gonna have it tomorrow if you don't have it today?
No, I'm going down to get the cash tomorrow. First thing in the morning.
Why didn't you do that today?
Because they told me they would have it in my damn account. They were promising me that they would have it in my account.
And so you think you're gonna go down there and what, strong arm them in the pen?
No. I'm just gonna go down there and get the paper check and cash it that way.
But how do you know they're gonna have a paper check for you?
I'm assuming they will, because I mean they haven't paid me any other way.
I mean, but you've been doing a lot of assuming with these people.
Hell of high water, I'm getting my money tomorrow.
Oh, I mean, are you still working for these people while they're not paying you?
Yeah, well, they haven't paid me. I didn't work today because they didn't do shit for me today. But they said I'll have it tomorrow.
Where do you work?
I work for a law firm.
And they not paying you?
Man, let me tell you about law firms. Some of the motherfuckers are shiesty, and I fucking around and got with a shiesty one.
It's a big one or a little one?
No, it's local.
What's it? What? If you don't mind me asking, what's the name of it?
Tucker, Charles Tucker.
Oh, okay. So he ain't paying. Damn.
No, I'm gonna get it, man, because I ain't trying to be on the fucking street.
All right. So what if he don't pay you tomorrow? If you go down there, you be like, hey, where's my money? And he be like, I ain't got it. What you gonna do?
I've been talking to a couple of friends. If that doesn't go through, I'll be able to borrow the money from them. But I don't want to.
Why don't you borrow it now and then pay them back?
Yeah, why don't you come on stream?
I tried. I'd rather not do that unless I absolutely got to do that. I don't really want to keep it in my current situation.
You're going to have to tell them tomorrow if they don't pay you.
No, I ain't talking about Charles. Fuck him. I'm talking about my friends. If I gotta tell them tomorrow, instead of being homeless, I do that. But I'd rather just get the cash tomorrow and pay that way.
Is it a black dude lawyer or what?
He is a black lawyer.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me know first thing in the morning, man. What time you going down there?
I'm going down there at 8. Well, get over at 9. I'm going down there. I'm leaving here at 8. And I'll be at this place at 9 because I got to catch the metro.
All right, sounds good, man. All right.
All right.
Sometimes, John, they don't want to burn that safety valve. They're saving that safety valve. They're putting it on John Galt.
I could never be a landlord because I'd have too much heart. I'd be like, well, all right, And you can't be like that if you're a landlord.
He's gonna put it on the bank of John Galt for a day.
You see who he works for.
He's an author too. Says he's an author.
Is that like an underwater basket weaver degree that you're a writer?
Easy now.
I didn't hear him say he was a writer. Is that what he said? Goddamn. Charles.
Like, I had this one liberal tell me the other day, she goes, well, I got a doctorate. What is your level of education? And so I explained my journeyman plumber and painter and all that, and she didn't have nothing to say back. But I have a doctorate in what?
All right, told me what type. Oh, this guy's an author. Yes, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Let's see what type of law you think he practices.
I don't know. I know he's not writing any checks. He's an author.
He might have a YouTube channel.
Hey guys, I don't know who that was talking when I was on the phone, but you can't talk when I'm on the phone.
That was Allied computer.
Yeah, don't be talking when John's on the phone.
He's a triple alum from St. John's University with a Bachelor of Arts, Master's in Public Admin, and a Juris Doctorate, all from the same university. He probably rang up about $400,000 in education from this school, huh? I mean, he was a hell of an investment for them, huh? I mean, seriously. 3 degrees from one college? That's about, what, $500,000 easily? That's a hell of a customer, bro. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of money. $500,000 in education from one school. Brooklyn Defense Attorney's Office, skilled litigator, prosecuted complex domestic violence, homicide, special victims. He moved to D.C., Personnel, Labor, and Employment Division, racked up 98% victory percentage. Been recognized as an outstanding litigation attorney. Blah, 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 blah. Adjunct professor. So on and so forth. The Five Bros.
I would like to point out one of the worst things you can tell about a company is if you go to the bottom there and check out the copyright date on the website. If you scroll to the bottom of that page, look at that, 2020. They haven't touched that son of a bitch in 5 years, and they don't. It takes 3 seconds to update that copyright, and so it's like, well, you just come on, man. It's 5 years.
You're not fired, right, Tom? You're just not hired.
I guess, but it's
Anybody looking for an attorney in Washington D.C. area? He's one of the bros. There's 5 of them.
Well, that just means if one of them fouls out, they got to play with 4 players.
The 5 amigos. Or was it the 3 amigos? They turned it into 5.
Can y'all read that up on the screen right there? Can y'all read that up on the screen right there? Oh man, can you read that shit up?
Oh man.
Who said that 5 bros of color cannot grow up to become lawyers, doctors, and judges? Judges.
God.
Oh, that's why he ain't getting his paycheck, man. This might be why he ain't getting that shit. Learn about the story of these bros as they overcame the odds and defied the stereotypical narratives with God.
No, that's if it's overcame, it should be defied. It shouldn't be defy. I mean, they overcame the odds and defy. No, overcame the odds and defied the narrative. You can't change tense in the middle of a sentence. That's what I do for a living, man. That's really awful.
Defy would be like it's not a present participle. It would be like the defy would be, well,
that's a verb. But it's
a verb, right?
Yeah, so it's if you overcame, that's past tense.
Right.
So defied, you've already done it, and so that doesn't even agree. The in is obvious. I mean, that should be and, but yeah, that's bad. That's really, and they're lawyers. You miss a word in a contract, that's bad. It costs you thousands of dollars.
Maybe that's what's happened. Is that a Burberry shirt? It like Burberry, does it? Nice.
It does look like.
What do they call it? The drip.
Change outfits and shit.
Got it.
Who are the 5 bros? What's their names? Did they put their names up here?
They should. They should have a little feature on each one of them if they were.
Okay.
Oh, there they are. There they are. Well, one of them's an esquire. 2 of them are esquires.
One is a judge. One is an MD, MBA.
Neville Chambers, Neville Campbell. I was like Neville Campbell. Sounds like an R&B singer still, though.
Why did they highlight their first names in yellow? That's weird.
Oh. Dr. Neville Campbell. Let me look him up. Dr. Neville. What do the 5 bros do? Apparently, they're not all in law, right? Dr. Neville Campbell.
Maybe that doctor's on staff for those personal injury.
Wait a minute.
It's definitely got like a Stars TV show vibe.
Dr. Wag Fit Official IFB Pro. Can you see that?
He's got 118,000 followers.
Anyway.
You're a doctor right here.
Oh, shit. Here we go.
Dr. Wag, what is it? Dr. Swag Fit. What kind of doctor is he?
I don't know, but that IFBB Pro is International Fitness something.
Oh, okay. He's fit. You got to give him that much. The guy is fit, clearly. Maybe he does like plastic surgery or something.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
He got his own podcast or something.
He does? Okay.
Well, one of those Instagrams was the coming soon for his podcast. I bet you that guy did 3 podcasts and then quit.
Look, he's going to eat this sandwich with a fork here.
Imagine if this is like the BBL guy.
It might be BBL. He's going to eat this sandwich with a fork right here.
Which one's your go-to? The charcuterie spread or a classic avocado toast? Let me know your comments.
He's gonna eat that shit with a fork. Maybe you're supposed to.
The ham around the edge of the plate.
The Chops Lobster Bar with his buddies there in the selfie area.
Big work. Dream big, work hard.
He's got paid photo shoots and shit. You see that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Discover the power of multidisciplinary campaign management for personal.
That's what I was saying.
Wait a minute.
All about the law firm.
Wait a minute. Yeah, it's a circle of life. It's a circle jerk here.
Yes, it is.
So,
yeah, it's what he's got. He's on there for those personal injuries. He can come in and.
Right. So you get in a car wreck, he refers you to this guy. Right.
Yeah. And
right.
that's, yeah.
Right.
Or you go to the lawyer and he prefers you to this pain manager.
Right. Oh, that's great.
He takes a look at you and says, "Well, the lower lumbar appears slightly out of line."
Oh, isn't this what the lady from the Dominican lady from the View? Isn't this what her husband was wrapped up in? Same thing like this, where he was a law firm and he's a doctor and he was affirming and he was doing like people who were getting in car accidents and he was doing surgery on them when they didn't have to.
I can see that. Yo, check this out right here. Check this out right here. My boy right here. He's the business operations manager at Esquire Litigation Group. The Basemores leadership, Esquire, through his leadership, has expanded his operation from 1 office in Jacksonville, Florida, to 5 offices, including establishing in Texas and Georgia operation. Successfully passed New York and Florida bar. There he goes. He's the operations manager, born in Queens, 5 bros. Motivational speaker, specializing in minority youth and small business startups. He aspires to establish a nonprofit. He's not interested in profit that provides a trade school alternative to individuals concentrating on business operations and management. There, 5 bros.
Now, see, that to me looks like he doesn't practice law.
No, I don't think he does.
Nah, he's on some business.
Because you graduate from law school, you get a Juris Doctor, but he's got president of law school, all that other stuff. If you have the Esquire, that means you practice law.
Oh, really?
And that even that is an informal title. You or I could put Esquire at the end of our name. Traditionally that means that you practice law. If you say Juris Doctor, That means you just graduated from law school. You maybe couldn't pass the bar, though.
Right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So that's why he's the business manager there.
Why he wants to do the trade school.
And here's the other guy. This is the judge right here. Here's the judge.
I may be a bigot and prejudiced, but I can't hire a lawyer with a pink shirt. I'm prejudiced against pink shirts.
Here's the judge here. He has 5,000 followers here. Another rotation around the sun. So he's very political, clearly.
Yeah.
Let's see. He's talking about DEI here. I'm surprised he tweeted this. Oh, this is his spouse? That's the woman. Spouse day, okay.
Look like Snooki.
All right, so that's this guy here. He's clearly a Democrat. He's clearly a big Democrat. All right.
His knees.
Look at that. Lucius Lyons. Pimp that hoe. Sometimes you gotta whoop that trick.
Yeah, Don, what's his name? Don.
Sometimes you gotta whoop that trick.
Says Terrence Howard.
Terrence.
Sometimes you gotta whoop that trick.
Thanks to Terrence Howard.
Always crying, bro.
Sometimes you gotta whoop a trick. But man, back to that phone call, man. Again, you see how the rent is not even that high, and the guy clearly he can't go to his family and get the money, so he's got to go to friends. He's on a probably very slippery slope with the job. As you say, he didn't work today, probably out of rebellion. They probably don't have the money, right? So I suspect he'll probably be leaving. He won't get the money tomorrow.
I'd have been at work, just kept going into the office.
Say what?
I would have been at work, kept going into the office. I don't understand what you're doing, just sitting at home.
Yeah, he said he works from home, but
oh shit.
So that's the thing there.
That kind of changed.
I'd have corrected all the mistakes in his website and handed it to him on an email or a piece of paper and said, "Look."
There is the thing in that, like, when you work for a small business, you really have to make yourself valuable, right? They don't have a lot of money to pay him. Clearly, they can't update their website. They don't have the wherewithal to do that. Although they do have time to be at fancy weddings and stuff like that. It looks like he was married at least, January 20 this year. So none of them clearly, the five bros don't seem to be very serious about their work. One guy is very serious about working out. I'm not sure how serious he is about being a doctor. The other lawyers, whatever. And so now he's working for them. So he's truly the weakest link in a weak link operation.
Yeah, because if you got a small business, I bet you that bookkeeper or that office administrator, whoever, that guy's right-hand person isn't doing without a paycheck. Right. They're going to pick the person they know they don't have to pay.
I wouldn't think like law firms though like that.
Some of those law firms, if you're a small law firm, you work for one guy on a big case. You're not really doing much for anybody else. And if that dude doesn't pay you, your cash flow is done. But he was relying on the bank of John Galt. John going to float him because he doesn't want to burn his safety valve, family and friends, unless he absolutely have to.
Just want to, and if he thinks, even if the check's late, it's going to be right there, so he can give it right back to them.
Even with, in a small business like that, there's a fine line between making yourself valuable and there just not being a place for you. They just may not have the money to pay it.
What are you spending money on? If he's working from home, like, where's all your money going? Now you go out from time to time, but you sure you budget.
And so, I don't know if it would have made a hill of beans of a difference. But if he had the ability to go above and beyond, update that website, you sitting around, they probably, if they're not paying him, that means they're probably not busy, which means that he need to find something to do at the office to make himself valuable or invaluable in a sense. And, he should have updated the website. Hey, boss, I saw some things on the website need to be updated. I can do it. I can figure it out. Something, but I think this is going to be his last night here.
Yeah. He needs to go out and cause a car accident or something, get that guy some business.
The other thing is, man, I think so many Americans have been wired up to, you heard the African call in, he said, I work 2 jobs, right? Now,
You just called?
Yeah, Nigerian guy, he called in, he said, I work 2 jobs, right? Now, I bet you that the American guy does not work 2 jobs.
No.
Right? I bet you he does not work 2 jobs. Hence, the African guy, he's probably a single guy. He's going to have enough money to pay his rent. And he doesn't have a lot of downtime because he's working. He probably works an overnight shift and then a daytime shift at the apartment building. Well, by and large, nobody's going to hire a black to work in an apartment building. You're just not taking chances these days. Not a black male. Because, you could set the people up for a robbery and that kind of thing. You have access to the keys. And so now he's down working at a small tier, small law firm, and that's just not where you want to be.
Yeah, because these dudes don't look like they're hurt.
But there are many law firms here in DC, that you can work. I mean, this is law firm capital. It's law firm capital right here.
Go talk to the lobbyists down in K Street.
Yeah, they're all over the place. That's why it's not like which law firm. It's unheard of that a law firm would not be paying you.
Well, it's a big problem with the legal profession in general, is they're graduating more law students than they have a need for lawyers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think he's a lawyer, but I think that, he may be working for one of these marginal lawyers, just having a hard time keeping his head above water. This is one of the things I say, man, like, how many of these people would be better off choosing something more aligned with their skill set? Is it, better to choose something where you could probably be better at it than be a marginal 3rd-tier lawyer? Yeah, I don't know. I think these guys probably would be better at something else than trying to be 3rd-tier lawyers. I'm not going to hire these guys. Most people aren't going to hire them. The rappers and drug dealers who look for big-time lawyers, they're not hiring them. I don't know who their client base would be.
Well, that's a promotional site. Most law firms have right on the front page. It's big, and it says, "Tell us about your case," or "What are you interested in?" So if somebody does get in a car accident or they feel like they've been unfairly treated by an employer, when they're at that law firm, they can actually say, "This is what my deal is." And then that lawyer can decide, do I want to take this on contingency? Is it a big case? Is it whatever? That guy's not doing that. He's not even trying to drum up business on that side.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the love for the law, the passion for the law does not seem to be there. Right. And hence, they're not going to be the best lawyers. So is there another field or something that they probably would have been better suited, or they would have been better at it than being 3rd-rate lawyers? And I think with the education system, again, this guy's probably spent, or someone has made about $500,000 off of him in education. and they patted him along the head along the way and say, "Hey, you're going to be a lawyer one day." And meanwhile, they were getting paid either by school loans or some type of grant that he would have gotten, and they were the ones, the big winners, right? You know, he probably didn't need all of this education based upon his ability, in my thoughts.
Well, he's like a lot of them. They went to work for the government after they got their law degree.
Yeah,
and that's a man. You know, they're busy as, you know, they got more work than they can handle when they do that. You know, they're overloaded with work. And then you go out on your own and you don't have all those government prosecutions and all that stuff to deal with. So, yeah, he's got his book front and center. It's like, if I'm looking for a lawyer, I don't want to read your book.
Yeah.
I need you to win my case.
Yeah, I don't want to read your autobiography. A 35-year-old man's autobiography. Yeah, you need to get seasoned a little more before you write an autobiography.
Get famous, man. Johnny Cochran, I'll read his autobiography. I'll read your autobiography.
Yeah, they're just one away though. If they get one good famous case, then the reality show's gonna start. Like this has that feel, that 5B, like that's just like, you know what I mean? It doesn't feel like a law firm.
It has the feel of a TV show in the making. I don't think it has the ability of a guy getting a big case. I think the people that, you know, have big cases choose big time lawyers. Yeah. You know, you got a big.
Get a couple big ones that settled out, but they were big on scenes. Like they get famous that way. Too.
Yeah, that's true. You know, it's crazy. I had a lawyer that was a renter of mine. He was a tenant a long time ago. His name was Alexander or something. I should look him up. And he was a BLM lawyer, Black Lives Matter, right? So he would go around to protest, and you know they would provoke the police officers.
Yeah.
And it'd be like unlawful arrest. If you were to Google him, I remember seeing his name in the New York Post, where he won a big settlement for someone. And I remember when he moved in, man, he had like over $100,000 in cash, you know, in his bank account. You know, and all on protest movements.
Yeah. That's like, what was it? What they used to call them? Ambulance chasers?
Yeah, these are protest chasers.
Protest chasers, man. They over there, like people don't even know they're the ones that are putting out the what is it? They go to like Craigslist and back pages and stuff, and then be like, oh, wanted for hire, you know, activists, whatever, we'll pay you for the day to come out. You know, they get crazy like that. And then they set it up, and then, you know, the riots happen. That's why I've been trying to tell people, like, it's not just one step. Like, everything, you know, a lot of this stuff happens like this. Like, you see, this is a small-time game on a bigger game that gets played every day. But it's crazy. Like, yeah, you gotta tell there's something that's either something's not right in this little mix right here, or this is just like a ploy for a reality TV show. Just the way that they are. Like, you got this picture with what's his name over there. The one's real political, you know, it's just like this, it's weird.
Yeah. Take a look at these guys. The Consumer Protection Financial Board, the building at 17th and G downtown, the signage has been taken down.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys remember this agency right here.
Oh, I remember it. Didn't Elizabeth Warren start that?
That's correct. Elizabeth Warren's baby here is gone.
Yeah. Less bureaucracy in a way.
And, you know, this is, again, one of the ways that the government people really get rich. You know, they create a government agency, and all the regulation that comes down in that agency, they skim profit off the top. They figure out ways to come up with ways to add costs to the things that we buy. So this Consumer Financial Protection Bureau comes at a cost to everyone else. This must have been about financial products, I guess, right? Just about,
this is about banking practices and, you know, payday loan, things like that.
I ever tell you when I worked at the National Association of Home Builders. So I'm headed out to lunch one day, and this, you know, older guy, he's headed out, and I just small talking to him, I said, what are you here for? He says, I'm here for a meeting about, I represent companies that make kitchen cabinets. I said, what the fuck are you here for? And he said, man, you won't believe the amount of regulation goes into kitchen cabinets. I said, kitchen cabinets?
Yeah.
Who the fuck cares? Right? And he was like, yeah, man, like the formaldehyde that's in the kitchen cabinets, you know, the government don't want us to use formaldehyde. And he like, ultimately it costs the consumers, right? Because the formaldehyde is cheaper, I guess, and there's not much being, radiated off of the cabinets, but it could. So, it's possible. So, and I just couldn't believe it. You know, formaldehyde in the cabinets was being regulated. So, there are a lot of these agencies and then the nonprofits that advocate for the private businesses. It's just one big industry.
Yeah, they're all like that. The FDA, what is it? Anyone that you can name, like they're basically regulated by somebody that's already in the field.
Mm.
You know, they're just like, oh, they're going into retirement, boom, and then all of a sudden they're in the government position.
You know, I mentioned this before. You know, like almost every major university is here in DC now. Almost every one. If you're in the game of education, big education, I should call it, you better have a campus here. So like UC Berkeley, John Hopkins, you know, all the big ones, they all have like campuses here.
Ball State.
Ball State. They probably share a campus with someone.
Easy now. Come on. Easy.
They might share a campus with someone right here.
They don't got no campus.
Mm-hmm.
They rent a Motel 6 if they need to do something out there.
You and Jason Whitlock need to endow them a campus here in DC.
That's right. Me and Jason and David Letterman, we're all going to have to share a room.
David Letterman is going like Grizzly Bear Man now, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
What's that about?
Well, he said, even before he did that, he said, when I'm done, I'm never shaving again. I've had to shave every single day for 30 years. I'm sick of it. And that's what he did, I guess. I haven't spoken to him about that, but I don't think I probably would. But yeah, it's, I don't get it, but that's what he wants to do. Dave gets to do what he wants, man.
Yeah, he's earned the right. How many of you guys have ever bought a brand new home?
A home that was just built?
Yeah, you bought one that was built, like Ryan or Pulte, what's the other one? KB, or what, you know, the home builders.
Yeah, I've never bought a home that was just freshly built, and I was the first one that moved into it. No.
What about you, John?
Nah, I've worked in a lot of them though.
I live, you live in a city. You got to, they're not building new homes in downtown Atlanta.
Yeah.
So you buy what's there, but
you know what's interesting, man? You know how they talk about you remember when George Bush said he launched that program, every American should own a home? You remember that?
Yeah.
The predator loans.
What was it? What was it called? He had a slogan for it.
Something like freedom.
Did you have a home built? Phoenix Fish said he had a home built. Was it from like one of the major home builders, like Pulte or whatever? I'm just curious to know before I get into the story here.
I got to run. You
got a show tonight?
Yeah.
We might jump over here.
It's kind of a show, but no, it's about the Loch Ness Monster today, so I wouldn't recommend it. I never would recommend that anybody watch my show.
How do you? Oh, okay, you bought it from Ryan. How do you
John?
pick your topics?
What up, guys?
How do you pick your topics, Tom?
I just open an encyclopedia and close my eyes and point at what word. It's
comments too. The comments, like you ask the audience.
Oh yeah. I got a call-in number, the whole 9 yards. Yeah.
The community.
How do you take call-ins? Well, because I use a Rode. What do you use?
I just use Skype.
Oh, okay.
I have a phone number and just they Skype in and I run it through my computer. But I don't. Sorry about that.
That's your alarm.
I have. It's just it could be anything. That's the whole point of it, I guess. It could be anything. I did one on you guys talk so much about that damn halftime show. I did one on the history of Super Bowl halftime shows.
Tell me about it. What was that about?
Oh man, when it first started, it was all marching bands. Grambling was there almost every year, man. It was all just halftime shows. And then they started having singers. And this group
when was that they started having singers?
Oh, probably in the mid 70s, maybe. But they weren't like popular singers. First, they had this group called Up With People, which is this group of, they get college students and they travel across the country and they do like corporate events and stuff. And so they did it for a while. And then they started getting like Broadway singers and things like that.
Didn't Barbara Streisand do it?
I don't recall that she did it. She might have sang the anthem or something, but they would have like Carol Channing and Anita Bryant and people like that. And then at a certain point, they actually said, okay, we're going to have this group perform. Probably the first, when it really kicked off with major performers, was Michael Jackson in 1993.
Yeah.
And then they started having sort of more younger groups. And then when that wardrobe malfunction happened, then there was a period of time when they had really safe, old school, you know, the Who, the Rolling Stones, you know, Paul McCartney.
They're like no more titties in halftime.
Yeah, and then when that got popular, then they went back to, you know, like Prince and
Madonna.
Madonna. Let's see, Prince, Madonna, Bruce Springsteen. Then they got into Lady Gaga and Katy Perry and all that, and that sort of led us to where we are now. There was a period of time also, they had a big rap show with Mary J. Blige and Snoop Dogg and a whole bunch of people. There was a while there where they'd have several people together, and now it's just pretty much whoever they think is hot right this second. You know, I think, didn't The Weeknd do it? But anyway, that's kind of how the history of it went. Now it's a big deal. The one thing people never talked about this past year was that for a long time, Pepsi had been the halftime sponsor. And so Pepsi being kind of everybody needs to be drinking this, it's a universal product, they weren't quite as anxious.
New generation.
Yeah, they weren't quite as anxious to have somebody like Kendrick Lamar on. But this was the first year Apple was the sponsor. And so Apple being a brand that's kind of
Tim Cook,
a little bit cutting edge, a little DEI-ish, a little this, a little that.
Bigger budget.
Like Jaguar.
Yeah, they don't care. And also, let's take it easy. The new Jaguar. Let's not, because I drive an old school Jaguar and I am pissed off as hell about the new Jaguar. It's like, man, if you want to go down that road, fine. Why you got to ruin the resale on my Jaguar?
No, man, I got a Jaguar too. I got a Jaguar.
Yeah, I got a. So anyway, well, you guys take it easy. John, good luck getting your. I hope that guy gets his money from the 5 bros for you, man.
Yeah.
If they don't, man, you make them put you up on there. Change it to the 6 bros.
There you go. Put me up there.
The apartments.
Get your name in that book.
6 bros.
So, later, man.
All right, Tom.
Later.
Yeah, I was asking if you guys had ever bought a home, man. Listen to this story.
What up, John?
So this guy bought a brand new house from I can't remember it, Ryan Homes. Let's take a look. Someone got a beeping in the background. Cut that. All right.
Guys, tell me why my mortgage went from, don't judge me here, $3,200 a month to $5,600 a month. Backstory here is I was looking for a house back in 2022, and I put in offers on multiple homes. So we decided to go, they got declined, and they wanted 50 to 60 grand over asking price for the home with no contingencies and all that kind of stuff. Long story short, I bought a new home with Ryan Homes. The worst decision I've ever made in my life, I swear to God, and I am paying for it till right now. Long story short, I'm actually selling that home right now. Bought a mortgage with Ryan Homes, and I am the last house that's built on this subdivision, the absolute last house. When I signed on the dotted line, my mortgage was 32 and some change, and I was fine with that because that's what I expected, the size of the home, X, Y, Z, yada, yada, yada. Come to find out that, again, I had a realtor during this time, but with new construction, Ryan Homes doesn't pay the realtor a commission. So I was like, well, okay. I'm not going to ask him to come in and do any kind of work because he's not going to get compensated for it. So I let him know what I was doing, and then ended up being no realtor. So anyway, next thing I know, I get the first tax bill on the property with land. On the property with the home built. The taxes were $16,000.
God damn.
$16,000. So that's not not the half of it. So I then go call, like, hey, is this right? Is this correct? Like, yeah, that's your correct property taxes. We're not sure why, but Ryan Holmes did your estimate based off what your taxes could be on the home because you're the last home built. So there's plenty of comps in the area that they can use as, hey, your taxes could be this. However, they use taxes off the land.
Before I play anymore, does everyone get what he's saying right here? You get what he's saying?
Yeah, I get what he's saying.
Mm.
As long as I don't know how it works where he's from, but as long as you don't have let's say, for instance, I have a garage separate to my house, right? That garage stands on concrete, and as long as that garage stands on concrete, it's considered taxable land. So
Well,
my
no.
driveway, my house, but my backyard is not considered the square foot.
I think what happened in his case was there was an element of timing. So when you see these developments being built, right?
Yeah, because how big could a development be to have a completely different price?
Well, it's not the price, is what he's saying. It's the comps that the tax assessor uses for the taxes, right?
Oh, he didn't ask. He didn't look into it.
Well, see, and this is why I kind of led into the tangent of like when I started talking about George Bush and the push for owning homes. I would say almost every
the foreclosure with that was Obama.
It was George Bush. I think that white picket fence homes, whatever. But I would say it's pretty much been my strategy for the most part. I mostly bought houses from black people, and in many cases they couldn't afford to keep their home up. Right. In many cases,
you buy tax lien?
No, in many cases the homes were paid for. Right. Someone may have inherited a home, but they couldn't take care of it. And I think that is, when people talk about, I'm a first-time college student, and they talk about they're more or less mentioning that because they're saying that I don't have the foundational advantages of people who've sent their children off to college, or their grandchildren, and so on and so forth. And I think that there are things that you don't know. And basically, this guy is a victim of the home industrial complex.
Yeah.
You're pushing people to buy homes, and big savvy companies like Ryan sold him a home, and they told him the mortgage would be
made a profit off the bank too.
Right. And he said, okay, cool. Now, they didn't pay a real estate agent, so he couldn't have an agent unless he paid him out of his own pocket. If he'd had a real estate agent, the real estate agent would say, hey, bro, your mortgage is based on the taxes that this Ryan Home bought the property. That's just land. You're the last buyer.
I mean,
Hold on. You're the last buyer. And you heard him say this. I bought the last unit in the in the complex. So when the
that's kind of on
city,
him though.
that's true.
Really?
So when the city went to assess his tax basis, they used the price that the people had paid for the property, not just the land, right? And so his taxes were now based upon the land and the improvements, the house. But he had only factored in, I can pay $3,200, which is quite a bit of money. But once the taxes went up, now he's paying $5,600, and you're going to hear him talk more about this.
Because it's going to show you a cheaper mortgage.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm like, okay, so what do you have to do? Well, you got to pay them, so your property taxes go up. Okay. The next part of this is that being that my property taxes will be this, and being that the property taxes were underestimated for that year of 2023, I believe it was. Now my escrow account is negative $11,000. My escrow account is negative $11,000 because Ryan Holmes owns these property taxes on the land. So now I not only have to get my current property taxes updated into my mortgage. Now I have the rears back taxes in my mortgage. People, when I tell you, I almost lost my shit. I did lose my shit. I'm not gonna lie. I lost my shit. I completely lost my shit because it's something they don't tell you about new construction. And people will say, "Oh, you should have had your realtor. You should have had your attorney." And that, I guess, I take the hit on that because I'm thinking I'm not going to use my realtor, who I've been using to show me these houses, because Ryan Holmes, they don't pay a commission off the sale. So I'm like, man, that's not right. I'm not going to use my realtor to come in and do free work. I'm going to pay out of pocket for my realtor. And then So
you should ask the realtor.
Mortgage went from $3,200 to $5,600 a month. And I'm like, yo, this can't be right. So now I'm looking up property taxes in Libertyville and Vernon Hills on houses that are places, nicer areas than this. This is Antioch, Illinois. No knock against Antioch, but it's not Libertyville, it's not Vernon Hills. It's nothing. There's no restaurants. I mean, there is a few, but it's not built out like that. The infrastructure isn't in place like those places is. And I'm just kind of like, what the So, long story short, I know I said that before, but this fast forward. I'm sorry saying that. Fast forward. Unfortunately, the home that I thought I was going to be in for 7-10 years, that my kids would grow up in, I'm selling. I'm selling that home because you can't afford it, and I refuse to be house poor and paying for a house that I'm just trying to keep up with.
He needs to
There's
sell.
no way possible. I'm going to, and then let me say this too, is that the mortgage will end up being, even if I didn't have the taxes in the rear escrow account, the mortgage will still end up being, I did the math, it was like $4,000 something a month, right? Because my principal and interest was like 27. The property tax was
I don't even pay that much for taxes.
So it's like $4,100 a month. No, absolutely not. I refuse to pay $4,100 on a house, property taxes, that amount, and you don't have anything to go off of. So, yeah, guys, if you are thinking of doing new construction, if you are thinking going with a Ryan Holmes, if you are thinking going with any new construction, any new development, specifically Ryan Holmes, make sure that you look on that paper and it doesn't say, when it says taxes, make sure you ask them, is this property on the house after it's built what it could be or before? Because if you see something that says, unless you're in a different area or like that, I get it, I'm in Antioch, Illinois. If you see something that's like $2,000 or $3,000, property taxes, make sure you ask them, hey, is this on before the house is built or after the house is built? Because they can estimate what your taxes are going to be based off what they sold you the house for, right? They can do that. So will they? Probably not. But again, Ryan Holmes.
That's crazy, bro.
You screwed me. You have effed over my life, and this has set me back tremendously. I
Wow.
did a lot of hard work to build my credit,
Yeah,
money
man.
for a home, and I just gave it away.
That's the worst.
It's crazy. There
You
should
know
be
how
something
hard it
in
is
the
to
law
say?
that says new construction builders should have to show you property taxes on what the home value,
Yeah.
what your property taxes are going to be.
But you
That would
don't
change
know.
everything. That would change your mortgage. That would change everything.
Yeah, I mean,
bullshit.
it's fucking crazy, bro. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
You know,
Who you telling?
he'd have been better off in an apartment, bro. Let's just be honest.
Bro,
You know,
but did he say how much was the square footage?
I mean, that doesn't matter, right? The bigger point is,
I mean, it kind of does in a sense because, I mean, shit, 16,000 in taxes? Dude,
well,
we don't even pay that much.
well, see, it depends. Property taxes depend on where you are, right? So, in Illinois, property taxes probably are pretty expensive, and that's where he is. And so, but then I think the bigger issue for him was the reassessment. And now he's paying property taxes on the land and the improvements versus when he bought it, the estimate for the mortgage was based on solely the land. And that's would have been based upon what the Ryan Holmes bought the property for. But the city's not going to rest with just collecting tax on the land. They be like, shit, nigga, you just built a $300,000 house on there. We want some of that too. And he was not savvy enough to understand the game that had been played on him. It's typically what happens. You know, basically Ryan Holmes made it cheap enough for him to get in and pass the hot potato off to him, and it was too hot. He had to drop that motherfucker. And so Phoenix Fifth said property tax is really cheap in Arizona. So yeah,
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah,
Homes is shit, man.
My home is 2160 square foot, bro, and we pay. I think it's what 660 something, 66 a year of tax, property tax, bro. But it's damn, he said 1,600.
I think
you got a mansion?
I think Illinois has just high property taxes.
Damn, dog.
New York City has high property taxes as well. So, you know, 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. I think in Illinois, though, they have high income taxes as well. So there's a double whammy. They tax your income high and tax your property high as well. Speaking of property tax, have you heard what DeSantis is proposing in Florida?
Yeah, I told my wife about that today, and she was surprised. She was like, "Wow," but that Florida becomes the second state to do that if he passes it.
What other state has done that?
I can't remember, but
I don't know another state that's done that.
yeah, but it's another red state, of course.
I know
It would never be a blue state.
Talking about it. Texas, I think, was talking about it. I think it was Texas, but
Yeah, they should do that, man. Like
This is
in
really
Dominican
good.
Republic, they don't do that bullshit, bro. You buy
Yeah.
your property with your tax right there, and you don't have to worry about that shit ever again.
This is really pushing the envelope. I like what DeSantis is doing with that in terms of proposing cutting the property taxes, and the logic that he makes for cutting the property taxes makes a lot of sense to me.
Of course it does.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Tax on something you own already. You know, I can side with him on that.
Especially in these type of situations.
Let me see what I got something. Some topics I want to run past you guys. See if I can get you guys to come in the audience here. Let's see a couple of things here.
Oh, I sent you an interesting video for you to see on your own time, John, and get a perspective on it. It's an African dude that came here, and he was basically saying how before coming here, they programmed the Africans to like not like the black African Americans, basically.
I don't believe that. Yo, check this out. What's on the screen here? I'm going to be doing a stream about this probably tomorrow morning. 65% of black women with university degrees work for the government. That's a big number.
I've been telling people that what is that 2025? That statistic is like 2-3 years old. That came out like I seen it like 2-3 years ago.
That's a big number.
And like something percent of administrative positions, something like that.
And then when you add in nonprofits, that's probably another 20%. And they by and large just get their money from the government. When you add in universities, where a lot of I'm assuming black women would be teaching. When you add in public schools, daycares, home health aides, and nurses, and all that is more or less tangentially government employees. All of those. You think about that, 65% in the government, probably another 25% are teachers. That puts you at 90%, and then maybe I don't know. That's a big number. I never thought about it like that. 65% of black women with university degrees work for the government. What percentage do you think work in the public school sector? Cafeteria workers, teachers, aides, principals, assistant principals,
15.
Coordinators, bus drivers. I mean, like you have more or less at least one demographic of people that we're educating them more or less to give them make work jobs in government, you know?
Yeah, like that lady said, government has been, what is it, one of the largest employers in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Our government alone, it's crazy.
And you effectively own these people. They're just as much a slave to the government as the people were slaves to slave masters. If 65-70% of your women work for the government, they're going to bring home the government's message in your house.
I always felt like that's more like the government growth is more like the snake eating its own tail.
Yeah, I mean, seriously.
Where's the money going to come from? Pay all the government employees.
But the influence and the propaganda that will come from that. Think about COVID.
Yeah, that's what's changed everything right there.
Yeah, but a lot of these sorry, dude. This is my freaking car beep, so I had to shut this shit off. Yeah, so a lot of these benefits, right? They have gone up like 25 to 30% since COVID, and that's still running, and we still haven't gone back to prior COVID. You understand?
Yeah.
So it's like a whole bunch of money also being spent on these benefits and all this other shit because of COVID.
Hey, here's the census right here, guys. What do you think about this?
Get their citizens to higher taxes, such as higher property taxes, to pay for these spending habits. And, you know, these property taxes, it's like you buy a home, you buy land, maybe you buy the home outright, but maybe you pay off a mortgage over 30 years. And then, okay, you paid off the mortgage, you bought the land, you've been taxed many times. It's like, is it your property or not? Just for being on your property, you got to write a check.
Thank you.
You're basically paying rent to the government to live on your own property, and our home system is not strong enough to help these folks because the property gets assessed to life. And that's the thing: if you buy a home for $300,000 and you know there's certain tax, well, then what? 10 years later, they say it's worth $700,000, and so. And they, you know, there's homestead stuff that helps protect you to a certain extent. You're paying more, and a lot of people can't afford that. So I think that's a big issue, and I know we're going to be really looking at ways to bring people relief from that, because I think it's been really something that's pinching a lot of homeowners.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Logically, you know what I'm saying? Logically, it does make a lot of sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, why do I have to keep paying taxes over and over for the rest of my life? You know what I mean?
It's my property.
Or even so much in taxes every time.
It's like you go buy yourself a PlayStation. You buy the PlayStation, you pay the $600 whatever it costs, and then you got to pay a tax on it, which is probably like $50-$60.
Yeah.
You don't got to keep paying $50-$60 every fucking time, dude.
Well, you do got to pay for the subscription.
Yeah, but that's totally different. That's up to you.
That's how they get you again, you know, like especially the kids, they all play online. So now they're like, oh, you get the subscription. And it's like all you're doing is going online.
You know, well, you're paying for the updates and stuff like that. You know, when I worked in software, and even from a financial standpoint, if you read about companies, like if you go to the financial statements, like the 10Q or 10K, whatever they call it, the most profitable business model is a subscription model. The better ones make it very difficult for you to turn it off. The better ones have something that you really need, like storage space for Apple or Google or something like that. But it's a very profitable business model. So I think that's why you see that a lot. I think Phoenix Fish is in Arizona, and here's a video coming out of Arizona here, talking about the effects of immigration here.
Usually it would be worked on every day, day in, day out. Ain't nobody working. So I wonder if they ever gonna get finished. Usually it would be worked on every day.
That's very interesting, right?
Good.
Well, is that a good sign, really? Like, on the flip side of that is that Americans are so decimated by these people that we can't even build houses. That's very interesting. That they so outcompeted us that there is no American labor force out there to compete with these people. Now, we've talked about the shoddy houses that are being built for sure, but there are no Americans even building shoddy houses. Like these people have shown, and this shows their power or their lack of power then with the Americans in not having basic skills like construction. We have a lot of college degrees, as I just showed earlier, but we don't seem to have the people that can do this. The five bros probably could put together this pretty strong construction team, right? Right? In theory, right?
Question for you, John.
Yeah.
If you pay a mortgage, do you own the house?
I think you have what the encumbrance. I don't know the legal terms of it, but
Okay. The question is, if you pay a mortgage, do you own the house, or I'll throw it in there? Does the bank, until you pay it off?
I would say until you pay it off, you don't own it. And I think
do most people buy houses outright?
No.
Nope.
Okay. Well, then I think if you don't own a house outright, and some of us on the panel might, you don't have the kind of argument that I heard Latino make. You don't own the house.
Well, let me ask you this question though, Stanley.
I need you to deal with my question before we move on.
I agree.
May we deal with my question before we move on?
I think
I heard a no. You don't own the house.
Yeah, everyone said
Did I hear that correctly? And I need Latino and others to buy into it. You don't own a home until you own it, until it's paid off.
You're repeating yourself now. I think they all agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to repeat it because often people don't seem to actually be able to deal with their answers.
I think they all agree with you initially.
So I own the house and all that bullshit doesn't exist.
I think you're definitely correct. Technically, you're definitely correct.
No, I'm correct. Correct. Technically, I am correct.
No, I think you're definitely correct. Yeah.
Okay, so now let's go back, and I didn't hear all of this stuff, but you don't own your home till you pay it off.
That's correct.
Agreed.
So therefore, you will pay taxes on the loan, et cetera, the encumbrances, we'll call them. So stop your whining.
Well, I'm not whining. I'm saying.
Oh, no, not you specifically.
Well, I'm just discussing the topic because I've heard it mentioned before in that, why do you have to constantly continue to pay taxes? And I understand the logic.
Because you don't own the house.
Well, but because you don't own something, do you have to pay taxes on it?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
No, let's call it rent.
Okay, let's say if you rent, well, I guess if you rent a car, you would pay taxes on the car. That's true. If you rented a PlayStation,
Let's not bring in cars. We're talking homes.
right? So
I mean, you
Don't
still
care
gotta
about
pay tax on the
Xboxes.
car
Don't care
every year.
about cars. Different types. And cars aren't investments. Homes are.
Yeah, but
Right.
you still got to pay tax.
And certainly PlayStations aren't investment.
No, of course not.
Well, again, as I say, it is an argument that once you do own something, right, let's say if you bought the house free and clear, or if you
Okay, who here has a house that's free and clear? Then we can talk.
well, yeah, that's fair, that's true.
Okay, well, what are we really talking about?
Well, I think the other part
We're
is,
talking about aspirations of owning a home outright.
well, I think the other aspect of it is that a lot of people would be able to pay off their homes a little bit sooner if there wasn't these exorbitant property taxes. In some cases, like this guy's $16,000, whatever he owes, that's money that he could put toward the mortgage. What is he getting?
Now, which part? You know what? You go ahead because
I'm not arguing for or against. I don't think that the government should tax you on something forever and forever, right?
you don't think the government should tax you on something you own. That was kind of the gist. I thought was being talked about. You don't own it, so you will be taxed on it.
Well, I don't think the government should tax you on something that you rent.
Well,
I think there should be a sunset. And I'm thinking more or less for the common man, the man who doesn't have a lot of money. And
common men don't buy and try to own houses.
Yeah, I think they do, right? And so
What if let's say what if they finish paying the house after 30-year mortgage or 15?
Okay, we're not talking that.
Okay.
You want to talk after the house is owned? That's a different argument.
All right.
But I mean, when you buy a house, there are a lot of taxes that you pay to the government, recordation, blah, blah, blah. And then every year you got to pay a tax just for living there.
Yeah, but you got to understand those taxes go to schools and stuff.
But at some point, they shouldn't be able to rise.
Yeah, exactly. They should.
Where they should.
Yeah, they should.
Maybe they should diminish over time. That's just my thought. Maybe if you've lived there for 15 years, they should start to diminish over time, right?
Yeah.
Retirement or property taxes?
I'm talking about property taxes.
Property tax.
There should be some kind of sunset period where you sunset the tax.
Yeah, like 15 years is
You've paid your.
Well, no, I would think once the house is paid off, then it is a different argument.
Well, one of the things I will argue, Stanley, is that people would probably pay off their houses faster if it wasn't for the exorbitant property taxes, like the chicken or the egg.
Exactly.
I don't think housing taxes are necessarily exorbitant. Depends on where you live.
And so for this one black guy, he was paying $16,000.
Well, one black guy out of 45 million. Good argument.
But let's say if you had a $300,000 house anywhere in America, or whatever the average.
Well, don't buy a $300,000 house if you can't.
I don't know what the average price of a house is in America. I'm gonna say about $300,000.
You said 300,000. You pay 16 in taxes.
Well,
okay. Here's my point. Don't live somewhere you can't afford.
Right.
Yeah. Live in your means.
Right. He could have bought. I talked about the other day.
Where did this person live?
Should look nice though.
No, he said it wasn't nice.
I'm sorry, I can't hear John talk.
Antioch, Illinois, is where he lives. So I think Illinois has some.
Illinois is like one of the higher.
Right.
Illinois, Massachusetts, California.
They're very high property taxes there, right? And so very well he may need to move because taxes, and Illinois has high income taxes, I think, as well. you know, that's one of the things that many of the working class can't fight that. You could get crack on here all the time. So shit, I don't have a W-2.
Well, I don't care what he has to say about taxes. I think some of the problems with this type of argument is don't live in a place you can't afford to live.
Well, I think that
there you can move to Kentucky.
Well, he probably felt like he probably thought that he could afford the 3,200, but there was some ignorance on his part, and some lack.
Yes,
he didn't understand some things about how the mortgage and taxes would be applied,
mm-hmm.
And so once the updated taxes, once the county assessed the properties that had been sold before him, see, that was one of his issues. And it's one of the reasons why I suggest to people do not buy properties, brand new built houses, Ryan, Pulte, KB, whatever the fuck they are, Pulte, whatever. The reason why is because you face many dilemmas, but this is one. He was the last man to buy on the block. And so the property assessments, they come in like 2 or 3 years, rolling waves. And so they're assessing everybody else, and they're getting up to him. He's the last man in. And his taxes were assessed on the property, the land, not the improvements. And by the time they reassessed his property, they had bumped it up because of the people that had bought all these other properties at the land plus improvement costs. So the Ryan home bought the land for $200,000 a plot. They put $100,000 in improvement on it. The government comes in and says, okay, Ryan was paying taxes on $200,000. This guy just bought it for $300,000. He's going to pay taxes on the $300,000, not the $200,000. Because his initial mortgage was priced on the $200,000. And when it bumped up to $300,000, as an example, that's what sunk him. That's what made his mortgage go from 32 to 50, whatever, 600, he said. Yeah. So some ignorance on his part. And one of the ways that they were able to pull the scam on him is that when you buy brand new houses like this, oftentimes they don't want to allow you to use a buyer's agent. And that's what he spoke about. The buyer's agent would have warned him of that, but they did not allow him to have, well, I ain't gonna say they didn't allow it. They created a condition where he chose not to have representation.
No commission.
Pay out of his own pocket by the no commissions. And so, that's true. But this guy, he's not gonna look through a HUD. One, he's a first-time home buyer. There's no one to give him any advice.
Okay, well, maybe that's the problem. Maybe the problem isn't the taxes as much as not knowing what you're buying.
Right, and I led off, which you may like. I led off saying that, George Bush. There's a famous quote that a lot of Republicans talk about. How George Bush wanted everyone. He had a state of slogan or something.
Yeah, I remember that. I don't remember, but I remember the sentiment.
Yeah, and so, I also led off by saying that many
Kind
of
of like a pot in every. A pot in every chicken, a chicken in every pot.
Right. And I led off by saying many of the houses that I have bought have been black people that have bought the houses, in many cases owned them outright, but they could not maintain them.
Oh, yeah, kind of like a car.
So you walk in, someone inherited the house, but they can't maintain it. The roof is leaking. And I remember buying a house from a lady, and she inherited the house. No shit. And the water heater broke in her house. There's something about the water. And she called. She didn't have the money. She didn't know a plumber. So she called the water company to come out and fix it. Well, the water is like a government function. So they sent out high-end plumbers to come out and do it. And she was like,
She couldn't call a private plumber?
Well, you got a private plumber, you got to have your own money. You got to have money right in there on the spot, or credit cards.
Oh, so what type of house did she buy?
No, she was living in a row house in D.C.
So she had to call the water company?
She called the water company.
Municipal?
Yeah, she called a municipal. They will, like, if you like if you have a leak in your, like, let's say if you got a pipe break in your home, if it's not fixed, it will reduce the pressure of everyone else's pressure.
Oh yeah, I had that happen. Remember last summer?
So they will come and fix it. You understand? And they will charge your ass for that shit. And that shit will be at their rate. And that shit might be.
Well, let me tell you what happened. I think I told you. I don't know that it reduced anyone else's pressure. I had like a major water heater leak. I had no idea until I got like a $500 water bill. So, I got the heater fixed and, got it under control. And I live in a small town. So I called the water company and said, hey, I'm going to have to break this up into 2 payments. I can't afford $500, this month. So they were like, well, let's look at your water bill. They basically wrote it off. They said, hey, as long as you got it under control, let's wait a month. Let's see the next water bill. And if you have it under control, we're going to charge you something, but it won't be $500. It was more than I usually pay. My usual water bill is about $25. So, it was astronomical. So the bottom line is you live where you live, know where you live.
Well, I was just going back to the whole George Bush thing. Here in the inner cities, the government will come out and fix it. But if you're middle class or above, if you hire, like your situation, if you hire a licensed plumber, which is expensive, they'll do what they did for you, right? They'll kind of forgive it if you send them a note. Hey, man, my flapper was stuck in the up position.
Well, I also fixed it with private money. I didn't ask the government to pay for it.
Right.
But here's the deal. Please finish your story and I'll respond. I always cut you off, and I certainly don't mean to do that.
Yeah, that's all right. So this lady, and I knew her very well, she had to call the water company to fix this leak for her. I can't remember what it was, but let's say a pipe burst or something like that. And she couldn't pay the money. It was like $10,000. And she also couldn't pay the taxes on her property. And I forget how it worked, but you had to pay one before the other to stop a tax sale. So maybe she had to pay the water and the taxes. But if she just paid the taxes, something like that. But anyway, she was going to lose her house for like $10,000. It's like a $400 house.
Mm-hmm.
Solely off a water bill.
Well, let me ask you a question before you go on. Was she working? You said she was old, kind of in extremis.
No, she wasn't old. She was maybe 45.
Okay, and she was not working?
No, she wasn't working.
But in a house. You said she inherited the house?
She inherited the house, yeah.
Okay, well, here's the deal. Don't live above your means. Don't assume debts or things you can't afford, and you have to kind of do some predictions. What's going to happen if.
Yeah, so she shouldn't have sold that house.
The thing is,
So my bottom line is, you're describing someone who should have known better at 45.
Well, give me another story. There's a lady next door to me in one of my properties, right? She lives next door. She started out taking showers on the top floor. She stopped up the top floor bath. And she go downstairs, take a shower on the middle floor. Stop that motherfucker up, and she go down to the basement. And then finally, when the basement stopped up, she said, "Yo, Mr. John Galt, my tub stopped up." But she had waited till she had stopped up all 3 because she didn't know a plumber. She was a woman, working class, security guard for a government agency or something. She just didn't know anyone.
So it didn't. That doesn't sound like a normal problem. After about the second toilet, you think she should have maybe. That's not much of anything other than incompetence. What I'm doing.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that a lot of people, when George Bush pushed people to buy houses, a lot of people would have been better served living in an apartment. someone would come and fix their toilet. Someone would come and screw their bed like I've had to do. But you're shifting a lot of responsibility to people who may have the money to pay their mortgage, but they may not have the knowledge, the institutional knowledge of how to
So you would blame someone saying you should do something on the people who did something that they really didn't know much about?
I'm sorry?
It seems a little that seems a little unfair to blame George Bush for it.
No, I'm not blaming him solely.
It was the Dream Act. That's what he's saying.
Okay, I don't give a shit about the Dream Act. What I'm saying is you cannot blame stupidity on someone who tells you to do something.
No,
you need to be the one to go, well, gee, I shouldn't do it.
Yeah, I agree with you, Stanley. But I guess what I'm saying is,
Lending, though, they don't know no better. They
okay, John, let John talk.
Yeah, I do agree with you. You know what I'm saying? I think John is saying the same thing, is that like they should have known better. But the naivety, the first time home buyer, probably knowing they're a guide to tell them you bought a house, you can kind of give your son guidance.
So what's the solution to that naivete? How do you solve naivety?
It should be courses, man. They should have courses about this, like learning about how to.
You know, should the government be enticing someone to buy a home? I don't know. You make a joke. I don't think so. Well, you know, actually, I don't think so. I don't think the government should be enticing you to buy homes, because I think.
John.
Well, hold on, because I think in this guy's case, you laid it right into the arms of a shark, right? And he was naive, didn't know any better, probably first-time home buyer, and someone took advantage of him. This company took advantage of him with real slick legalese.
Mm-hmm.
And he probably wouldn't have done that. He probably would have been content renting somewhere had it not been for this mania, and I think it's probably propaganda-induced, telling him to go buy a house. Go ahead, you need to buy a house. And he went out and bought one. And he, as he said,
I'll tend to disagree with you.
Yeah, that's fine. We're just discussing it. But this is just one man's account. It doesn't represent everyone. But
I wonder how.
I don't know. I just think, adults should be, don't take on something you can't foresee the possibilities of it. Accidents will happen, things are going to happen, life happens.
Yeah.
But sometimes I think people, I don't know, I think sometimes we want to blame government on personal stupidity.
No, I didn't blame wholly. I think.
Oh no, I'm not saying you blamed. It's me. It's me just kind of.
I think the government should stay out of it.
Why?
Because I don't think that owning a home is not for everybody. It's for certain people.
Agreed.
But it's not for everybody. It's not for everybody in certain stages of life. You may get to be 70 years old, but man, I just want me an apartment where somebody takes care of the grass and all that shit.
Condo.
Right?
Well, you're actually making an interesting point. You want the government to provide opportunities, and the only way to do that is to say, hey, we'll support you. And are you saying the government should not encourage people to be the best they can be?
Well, I don't think, I think the government should encourage people to be the best they can be. But in this case, buying a house was not the best he could be. He probably been better
Right,
off.
but it's not the government's fault.
Well, I do think
the best you can be is really an individual.
Well,
kind of.
I do think that there are inducements that can lead you to
that fools are
right.
Just kind of lulled into.
I wouldn't even call them fools. If you create an inducement for someone to engage in certain activity, then the not so bright of people who think that the government has their best interest. I'm gonna go buy a house. George Bush said I should buy a house, as an example. And then the people on the margins end up stretching to do this thing and end up like this guy because they get taken advantage of.
So whose fault is that? I guess that's really my question.
Their fault ultimately, but in a society where people are somewhat naive, I don't think the government should be inducing them. Let them decipher.
Okay,
the message
I,
private
okay.
sector. And you know, they're
So the
also
private sector should be encouraging people to do things they shouldn't
well,
do.
that's their job, right? Is to sell houses. But then you factor in the government mortgages, all the products that they create to allow people who are on the margin to buy houses. Then you have not just an inducement, but you got the product out on the street easy enough for them to consume. You didn't just give
So
them.
is your argument that the government shouldn't encourage stupid people to do things they shouldn't be doing?
Well, the government should, in my opinion, the government should not induce people to make certain economic decisions like that are
Okay,
personal.
well, I don't think the government induced. The government presented opportunity,
Now they
and you have to decide.
like think about it. There are
The
people
individual has to decide.
like there are people that rent, and then
Mhm.
there are people that buy homes, right?
Mhm.
And as you say, neither one of them own the place, which I agree with, right? And so from that standpoint, why did one get to deduct what he pays in interest on his taxes and the other one doesn't?
Well,
That's the inducement that I speak of that encourages people to buy homes as opposed to rent, because there's some thought that I'll get to write this off on my taxes. I'll get lower taxes.
mhm.
The government should be inducing people in that.
But well, see, I would disagree. I think the government should say, "Here's opportunities, folks," and the folks have to figure out whether it's the right opportunity they should be taking advantage of.
What
Yeah.
it, but wouldn't a good opportunity be that if let's
That's
say
individual. The government doesn't decide that.
So I'll tell you,
not charge taxes,
I know
Taxes have nothing to do with this point.
I've known so many people that make decisions based upon taxes,
Hmm.
business and otherwise. And I think that really is the crux of the problem. Is that there are business decisions that are made every day that have nothing to do with is it the um, is it profit or loss? Is how is the government going to allow me to assign this loss? So at the end of the year, people start selling shit that they otherwise wouldn't sell or buying things that they otherwise would not buy. And those are the tax inducements for people to spend or sell things at a loss, stuff like that.
Mhm.
And on it goes, people buy houses. And I've heard people say, I'm going to buy a house so I can save on taxes.
Mhm.
Those inducements that I think that everyone should not, that doesn't benefit everyone, I'll say.
But who decides which opportunities, right, wrong, good decision, bad decision? Who decides that? The government or the individual?
Well, I think what you're saying is that, what I would say is the people should not be dancing to the tax code.
I think the people are dancing to the opportunities that are presented, and it is up to the individual to decide whether it's the right opportunity or not. It seems to me that, if there's an opportunity, you have to understand or discern whether that's an opportunity you should take advantage of.
Right. And I think that
You can't blame government for individual bad decisions.
but I think the government muddies the waters where
Could be, but so does private industry.
but I think the government muddies the waters by you having to take into account taxes. Now you got to bring in an accountant.
So
Right now,
are you saying that the government basically takes advantage of people who can't figure out whether it's right or wrong to take action?
no, I think ultimately people end up in environments where they get taken advantage of, like this guy that we showed on the stream. And
Mhm.
that all of the inducements and the propaganda to buy your own home led him into buying his own home. And he just happened to buy. He had the last mover advantage. He bought the last house.
Mhm.
And this slick ass real estate company pulled the wool over his eyes and created a product.
So it wasn't the government; it was the real estate company.
I think the government created the act, and then the private industry, they just took complete advantage of it.
Created the
Okay, so John, I guess I ought to just come clean. If you're dumb enough to believe the BS, government, private, whatever,
They're both the same thing.
I think it's on the individual, not the government,
Yeah, it's
or the private industry for that matter.
it's ultimately his fault, right? And I would say, and he offered some solutions. I think that you really need to look at the HUD one. Someone mentioned the HUD one. But again, if you're a first-time home buyer, you're faced with a stack of paperwork to sign. It's not, out of the realm of possibility that some shyster would slip something past you.
But that's not the government's fault.
No, it's not. But he learned his lesson. The next time around, he won't make that mistake. But
it's an expensive mistake.
Was an expensive mistake, and that is the thing. Without all those government inducements, he likely would have stayed in an apartment. That's my thoughts on it. Anyway, very interesting turn of events.
Well, I think sometimes we tend to confuse, the government told me to do it. No, it didn't.
Yeah, no, they ain't telling me to do it. They just create an environment where, like
he saw a big old sandwich and it was bigger than his tummy could afford.
It became bigger than he could afford. That's for sure.
I don't understand why is there no sheathing on these houses right now. Like, this is driving me nuts.
Stanley, what I will say is, I think your argument stands up better to those 10x1s, people that were doing those interest-only loans, 3x1s, and all that kind of shit, where you got it's only for 3 years and then you got to refi. I have no sympathy for those people, right? Like, you took a real serious gamble. But this guy here, he was just bamboozled.
Yeah, this is here, man.
Bamboozled everywhere. He didn't have anyone to be looking into this.
His life savings, bro.
Right. Yeah, he was just bamboozled. I think it's a big, difference of sort. I actually, it's just kind of sorry for the guy, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah. But it won't happen again, though, with him.
Well, probably won't be able to afford another bike.
I don't know. He got there once he get there again. He looks young. He just went over his head right away. He's got to learn.
Man, how many of you guys have ever been to an African restaurant?
You know what? I never have.
Really? Not even the Ethiopian?
Nope. They don't have them. And I remember I was in Manhattan somewhere, and I don't know. I was with someone, and she decided to do something else. But nope. I regret it now.
The West Africans, I can't remember which ones that are French. Is that Sierra Leone, maybe?
I don't recall. I don't think it's Sierra Leone. But
Oh, wow.
French,
Yeah. Yo, this place is closed. Check this out. This used to be my favorite Ethiopian restaurant.
Didn't Ben have an Ethiopian restaurant?
That's what you said, yeah. The Tesfaye family, that's a real big name here in DC, will reopen the space as a cocktail. This is a real popular Ethiopian. This was the most popular Ethiopian restaurant in DC, and this is a real influential family. If you ever Google this name, it's like Indian. Certain Ethiopian names, you know where they come from.
They've got several, right?
What's that?
Several restaurants, or was that there only one?
I don't know, man, but these people are doing very well for themselves. Tisfaye, here he is, the chef. And it's like a black guy chef. Look, it's a black guy chef. What? What? Like a black guy cooking Ethiopian food. Who knew that? Right? Anyway. Oh wow, they're gonna open up the hookah bar. Okay.
They're not even Middle Eastern.
Look, little Ethiopian. DC's little Ethiopian. Anyway, so I was saying that and you ever seen Ethiopian food before? Before I show you?
Injera on TV.
You ever seen it, John?
On TV, like in videos and stuff, but I've never like really watched.
You know what it looks like. Here's what it looks like. It's Ethiopian food right here.
Okay. Yeah.
And so that's injera right here. That all of the sauce and stuff is sitting on top. This is a gourmet. It's the collard greens right there.
They're not going to eat with the bread?
Yeah, you eat it with the bread. The bread is right here. And then they give you some extra bread. You can see the extra bread right there. You see, let me see it.
Do people well, you've probably been to an Ethiopian restaurant. Do people actually eat it the traditional way?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
Interesting.
no fork.
No forks.
No forks. Yeah.
Look, you see the plates.
Scoop and go.
Look, they give you forks. I guess they do give you forks.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you asked for it.
Most of the white people eat it with no forks.
Yeah,
most Ethiopians in the white, you just what you do
We
is
want to feel the culture.
Yeah, I want to scoop it in with the fork. You know what I mean? I want to get more on that bread.
So this is bread right here, right? You see it right here?
Yeah.
On this plate.
You unroll it.
Bread. And then this is bread, right? That
Oh,
the sauce is sitting on. So the sauce seeps down into the injera bread. And then you got the little cabbage here, the salad, the gourmet, the corn. I'm not sure what this is. And then they had a Berber and the Miss Mita. You ever heard that? Miss Mita? Mita.
No, but I'm hungry.
I like that cream of corn looking good right now since I found out what it was.
Yeah, Mita. Mita is a spicy red spice that originated in Ethiopia. And then they have the Berber. What's it? Berber spice.
Oh, yeah. You can make that yourself, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm.
I have heard of that.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, it's one of the things I think the Ethiopians have been able to pull off selling food like this and make it look somewhat attractive, right? I mean, it may not be your cup of tea, but it looks fairly attractive. Would you say that's fair?
Right.
Yeah, gotta make it appetizing for the white gays.
Right. Yeah, that's who most is going
I think that's just how they decorate it. It's just like that's what's in common with the white.
Gotta decorate your food, white gays.
Yeah.
Your eyes.
I just
Eat with your eyes.
Your eyes get fed before your tongue.
Just be honest with me. Let me know what's on the plate before I'm about to eat this.
Yeah. Like
You should have never asked.
No, I asked because I don't eat lamb.
Always ask afterwards.
Have you guys ever heard of a meat in two sides, meat in three sides?
Yes, meat in three in South Carolina, parts of Georgia. It's kind of a southern thing.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh, well, hell, you know what that is, John.
Yeah, that's why I asked you, right? Just you know what I'm talking about. Now, this is African food, typically West African food.
Mm-hmm.
Look like the African flag.
Guess they don't. I'm betting they don't serve it like that in their homes.
Yeah, they do.
Do they really? Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Mm-hmm.
Fancy.
I mean, maybe not that fancy, but like that's okra. You see that okra, that green stuff? It's like okra. Right
Oh, man. I've never seen okra look like that.
Mm-hmm. Like Africans use a lot of processing, so you'll see that a lot of this stuff is like blending onions and tomatoes. That's like I can't remember what that it's like
don't look good from
I can't
here.
remember. I hate that. I don't know what it is. It's like a sourdough-ish type thing. Ooh, I hate that stuff. That green stuff is okra. I'm gonna back it up and I'm gonna show you this okra. And I can show you.
That right there look good.
I'm gonna prove to you this okra right here. Look, Stanley, take a look.
Yeah, that shit look like.
You could tell it's okra right here. How it is
slime.
Yeah,
it's okra.
That's it's kind of slimy.
That is,
It's
is that
okra.
hot too? It's hot.
I'd eat it.
I try it. I'd see what it is.
I eat the fufu in the bottom, but not that okra.
But see, the thing is, Americans are used to meat in two sides, right? So if you continue to look at this, right, the okra would be one side. The fufu would be bread in our culture. That'll be the second side, or they'll be just like the bread, a roll or whatever, dinner roll. And here comes the meat.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
That
shit would be separated. You understand? But in the third world, or at least in the African culture, from my experience, the bulk of the dinner, the plate, is not meat. Just look, ain't that much meat on there. Well, there's a lot of meat here. But relative to that, there's a lot of other stuff. Okra, the bread. And that's a big plate there. That may be a plate for 2 people.
That's a full.
But that's a lot of food, right? But it's not a lot of meat, relatively.
Yeah.
The other thing is, I've talked about why I think that African restaurants have a hard problem here in DC or in America, is that this is probably just not as appealing to the eye as even the Ethiopian food right here. So the Ethiopians have seemingly done a little bit better in terms of the restaurants than say a lot of the West Africans, unless the West Africans go Caribbean. Go French.
The rainbow community being there.
Yeah. Anyway, very interesting. Stanley, you say you'd eat that? You tried, man. I've had all this kind of stuff.
I'd try it, but if you're talking about a more vegetarian-based diet, Mediterraneans, kind of, they're not meat heavy.
Yeah. See, like that sauce right there, it's all like tomatoes and onions and garlic blended.
Mm-hmm.
So it smells good, it tastes good, but the appearance is it's not American. It's not medium 3 size.
Okay, but it's a restaurant in America. You go to a restaurant wanting the experience.
Exactly.
Well, this is probably somebody.
Don't go there if you don't want this.
Well, I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying from the Americans. Brian Nichols says tomato sauce. I doubt it is tomato sauce.
Oh, it's probably red peppers.
It's like a tomato sofrito type.
Yeah.
That's
I guarantee you, there was a food processor used here to blend up all those onions and peppers and tomatoes.
Either that or a box grater. Oh, there are recipes that call for box graters. You'll get scraped knuckles.
Yeah, no.
But, I'll get your point, John.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like my food to touch. There would have to be a very pretty Ethiopian woman going try it.
But this is not Ethiopian.
What is it? Specifically.
This is not Ethiopian. This is West Africa. Right.
There are several countries in West Africa.
This is Nigeria,
Africa.
Nigeria, Ghana, Liberia.
Gotcha.
Leon.
It kind of looks like a flag.
The other food I showed you, this is Ethiopian, right? This is Ethiopian.
That's American.
Well, yes, Ethiopian.
That's actually fine dining Ethiopian.
Well, but almost all of them will serve it to you like that. Almost all of them will serve it to you like that. On the flat of injera, the bread injera with the rolls on the side.
Right. But my point is, the other picture is fine dining You have to separate them, make them look pretty. This, I would imagine, is more home style.
Yeah, this is a dish though that
Mhm.
would be served, you know, in Ghana, right?
Mm-hmm.
It may be, I don't know all the names. Goosey and I forget the okra dish name and some chicken, whatever.
But
But
damn it, you're making me hungry. I'll eat either.
I've eaten so much of this.
This isn't a bad looking dish.
I can't eat the brown shit.
Oh, really?
I can eat the injera.
Do you eat chili?
I'm talking about the thing they put at the bottom, right? Like this, right
Yeah,
here.
it's probably just beans.
The fufu.
Probably just beans. Fufu.
No, the fufu,
Fufu tends.
is
3 steps.
fufu is basically it's either made
Cassava.
out of salsa or it's made out of plantain. That one looks like
Yeah.
it's made out of plantain.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but it's no. It's mixed with something. Cassava tends to be way whiter than that, and plantains are relatively white. That's mixed with something. Like it looks like refried beans to me.
I've made fufu before.
Oh, so have I.
Might have been fresh.
Cassava tends to be fairly, kind of white. But you may have made it a different way. And cassava is not just specifically African. But I don't know. I'm thinking that's mixed with something. But again, I'm not at that restaurant, and I'm not that kind of expert. John has had this stuff before. I'm struggling to figure out what his point is. It's food. Eat it.
I don't know, but yeah, I would skip the first 2-3 steps and just eat the last of it.
You know what? I would not have a problem with any of it presented either way.
Because if that tomato sauce is what we're talking about on that little piece of meat right there, yeah, that looks good.
Hey Stanley, did you hear that call from the guy that one of my tenants did working for the black law firm, 4 brothers?
No, I didn't.
Was it 5?
I didn't listen too much today. I was struggling with getting a video put together.
Are you
might have to give up, John.
What give up what, OBS?
Oh no, not OBS. Just like I'm a talker, not a worker apparently.
Yeah. You know the thing is about Stanley, it's like when you're doing, well, at least for me, when I do the pre-uploads, I just do I may do 2 takes.
Mm-hmm.
The first tape I may say, fuck, I fucked up something up right here. And then the second take I'm just going, fuck it, right? Like whatever mistakes I made, if I have a pause and just throw it out there.
You know what? I have it worse than you. I've never noticed. I have vocal tics when I'm not, talking to you. It flows. Talking, just into a video. Oh my Lord! But I'll get practice. I'm sure I can get better. It is totally different though.
It is very different. A lot of times I want to go live.
Going live is easier.
Going live is very easy, particularly from OBS because you don't have to worry about people hitting the link, and you have the back. I want to let them up. I want to let them up.
You know what? I get you.
I think you'll like OBS, man. I've shown you.
I used it to make this video. I'm gonna get good.
Yeah,
good at doing it.
I can
It's actually fun. There are a lot of little widgets and gadgets, and so
I can send you some files if you want to get like the clock or something like that. It's just a file. You just point to it.
There
I
is
think
there is something to say about, oh, it is like, you have to figure out how this little object works. I know why you like it. And I
yeah.
kind of like it the same way. Just like, how does this little gadget, this little object work?
I
It's
wish
actually pretty cool.
I wish Richard were in the audience, because what it does, I'm imagining from the back end, there's a lot of from a software developer, I look at it, I'm see what's going on. So you know how you add a camera to the screen, right? So you add a camera.
Yep. And the virtual camera, I don't even know how that works yet.
Yeah, I think that's for with Zoom and stuff like that. So you can add a scene that's just solely a camera, right? And
Oh
let's
yeah.
say, and then you could add a clock onto that scene and put that on the camera.
Yep.
You can position it.
Now that shit is cool.
On the bottom right of the camera. So that's your scene, right? And then you could create another scene, say your display where you're talking from, whatever, and you add that camera scene to that scene, and so you don't create new sources. And so, in other words, you're kind of using like inheritance and stuff like that, which is some of the software principles of object-oriented
No,
programming.
I get your point. You can pretty much, it's almost like Play-Doh.
Yeah,
You
plug and play.
can do some stuff with it. You just have to get good.
If you look at
So,
the news in the morning,
mhm.
if you look at say my stream, mine doesn't look exactly. I'm not mimicking theirs, but they'll have the news stream going across the bottom. They'll have the weather, a clock. I have basically the same thing. The news stream, the weather, a clock, right? And you can customize it, show 1 day, 3 days, whatever, clock in Celsius, whatever you want to do, whatever source of news you want to show, you can show that as well. So yeah, I think you like the look. The look is very
Well, I like the look, but I also like, you can, in a scene, you can put like several different cameras. To be
yeah,
honest, your computer, I think your computer's the limitation,
yeah, that's
Um,
true.
so,
I've
but
been
no,
looking.
I'm loving it. I'm linear the way I'm doing videos now, but I'll get more fans.
I got I have an account. Maybe you can use it. I don't know if I can share like a profile. We figured out, and you can stream, and you have the
Well, you
scene.
got Slack. You got my email.
Yeah,
We
and set all that shit up. Yeah.
but I'm actually interested. Because I pretty much put together a Google News ticker across the bottom.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
I don't have to pay $8 a month for that. So,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
pretty damn cool, though.
Yeah. It is cool, right? Yeah, it is pretty slick. Yeah. So that's Ghanaian food. Right? Portia, like, oh, she's getting hungry too. Showing it. I guess it's the Ghanaian food. I don't know if this is
Hey,
Ghanaian food.
Portia.
Hey, Portia. I don't know if this is Ghanaian food, but maybe. You never know.
I
It's
don't
somewhere.
know. I want to try it, though. There's Atlanta. I'll have to get down there.
Man, I went to a wedding in Atlanta for some Ethiopians, bro. That was something.
Oh, really?
Oh my God. I mean, it was one of the most extravagant weddings. They must have spent a couple $100,000 on their wedding. They eat all day at their weddings at different locations.
Good for them.
Yeah, so it's like all day, different locations, so many different people. I mean, taking pictures, eating all day long. Like, truly amazing.
Oh, you know what? I'll sound more anti-black than you when I
Well,
ask why do they have to do that?
Man, these people have money, bro. Serious money.
Oh no, I'm just looking at it, from the traditional side. There, you know what? If I married an Ethiopian woman, or I- that's just not me. I mean, I have to be there all day.
Yeah, that would hell yeah, I was there all day. Shit, hell yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to do something else.
I feel you on that. Oh, whoa, yo, did you hear about that little kid hired at Google?
No.
I gotta share this article with you. Hold on for a second. Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
do that, but then I'm gonna have a critique of it. It just sounds bad on the face of it.
That's a
Shut
good
up.
article. Why do you think it would be bad?
There was something I was listening to, I guess on B Bray's show or somewhere, about, if a 12-year-old, maybe it was this show earlier, um, America has the kind of privilege that you let children be children.
Mm.
So, I don't expect my child to go out. I mowed lawns at like 10, 11, 12. But it wasn't because I had to eat. It was because my father just like, if you want, you know, fancy this, that, or the other, you might want to go out and earn you some money. And so I did.
Let's
And,
take a look.
and there's a story one day I'll tell you. I got too fancy.
Let's take a listen to this, Stanley.
All right.
Tell me what you think. Let me share the screen.
These are our Asian masters.
As a PhD level software engineer, yet Palo Alto teen hired straight out of high school by Google as a PhD level software engineer, yet he was rejected by most colleges he applied to, including 5 UC campuses, even with a 4.4 GPA and a 1590 out of 1600 on
Probably
the
because
SAT.
he's a dick.
Some of them were certainly expected, Stanford, MIT, it is what it is, right?
Yeah,
But
he
some of
looks
them,
like a
like
dick.
Poly, some of the state schools, I really thought, I had a good chance.
His name, Stanley Jones.
He already
and
has
he and his
That nigga
father
named
just filed a
Stanley.
lawsuit against the University of
And
California and the U.S. Department of
yeah,
Education.
we tend to be
Jones
assholes.
alleged that UC is engaging in racial discrimination in admissions despite the law banning the use of race in the process. I want to show the UC statement to us when we inquire. They call these lawsuits meritless, and they also say the UC undergraduate admissions application collects students' race and ethnicity for statistical purposes only. The information is not shared with application reviewers and is not used for admission.
Interesting.
Some people might look at this and say, look, Stanley is working at Google, making good money with a dream job that top university graduates aspire to. Why does he want to be a part of this? And for you, some critics might be, why are you not letting this go?
There's a bigger story here. First of all, I think the story is bigger than Stanley himself and bigger than myself.
Bigger than you, Stanley.
And what we're trying to get out of this is a fair treatment of Asian applicants going forward, including my other kids and my future grandkids.
It's bigger than you, Stanley.
Yeah, most things are. But you've kind of heard me talk about being well-rounded. There's some things Asian culture can learn from the bigger American culture. So I'll leave it at that. Grades aren't everything. What if you can make a 4.4 and fucking shoot a half-court shot? And John, you know this as well as I do. There's was it Alan Page? There have been some black football players who have become doctors and lawyers. And Steve Young, the quarterback, San Francisco. He was a lawyer. This is just my thoughts. Being able to do a 4-4 and program a computer, impressive, but can you fish? Can you hang out?
You know, the bigger thing.
That's one thing Asian culture hasn't necessarily learned. In my opinion, many have, because I have Asian friends. But the bottom line is, I think white culture, Euro culture, is the most fucked up because they lose in one way and don't win in another way. 4-4, I got rejected from a college. That doesn't sound like the college's problem. Sounds like he had a problem.
Well, you know, the thing is, I think the bigger point to take from that is that he got a really good job from Google or with Google at a high level.
So the job matters?
Well, it's something that I've always said, man. If you're good at software, college doesn't really matter. And for him, clearly it didn't matter. He's got the job, and that's what the lady asked him. She said, why even go forward with the lawsuit? You have your job.
Well, let me startups are a thing at these elite colleges. You know, you'll hang out in a dorm and create the next Facebook. I think Zuckerberg's a weird dude. I think Elon's a weird dude. I would rather my son just be comfortable, be able to take care of his family and die happy than be Elon Musk.
Yeah, I mean, there's most people aren't going to be Elon Musk anyway. So,
But most people, much like the people we were talking about being bamboozled by the government, don't know, aren't able to critically think. They will want to be like Elon Musk and fucking like go poor trying to be like Elon Musk. Elon Musk has like baby mamas. No one ever points that out. We will talk about
African American.
everyone else having baby mamas. We won't talk about Elon Musk having baby mamas. Good thing is he can afford it. Bad thing is he's a shitty father. There's no way you can be Elon Musk and be a good father.
Why?
Because you don't have the time to be there with all the kids.
John, let me tell you why. Raising a good child takes quality time and just time and general.
And effort.
Nannies don't raise good crosses. Crosses.
Well, they don't. Consuelo ain't gonna raise your kid, Elon.
Yeah, what I will say is this: I don't know much about the women that he's chosen, other than the last one doesn't seem to.
Well, you know what? They don't matter apparently. If they did, he'd be with them.
Yeah, it's about his bloodline.
Okay, John, you sound as fucked up as anyone else I've heard condoning that kind of behavior. Hey, John, you know I will go for the juggler and have fun doing it.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying it's a realist view.
You can just say all you want to say. A billionaire deadbeat dad isn't impressive.
You know, I think
deadbeat dad. His kids are all in his life.
He's a goddamn deadbeat dad. He has baby mamas. Has not married any one of them.
Their dad is.
And you know what? I think he attracts women because he's a billionaire. He's not a father. Would you rather be a billionaire or a father? Because I don't think you can be both.
Do you know how much?
John, before you babble on endlessly and bore me, can you be a billionaire and a good father?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I'll take you at that.
Yeah. I think most aren't, but it doesn't mean
you don't have to go on and bore me more.
Why?
Let me play this
or entice me to tell you how dumb that sounds.
Let me play this video for you guys.
I was gonna let it go.
Last night I was with my lovely lady Lisa, and she said, "You want some Girl Scout cookies?" I said, "I don't really eat that shit anymore. I like my shit fresh baked." You been carrying that shit around up on
Motherfucker, I bet you had a Thin Mint.
nah. I promise you, bro. Like I showed you the place that I go, Empire Cakes, when I'm in New York City, and I don't fuck around and eat them processed shit. Honestly, you know, that's just not me. Listen to this Joe Rogan here.
Oh my God, who?
John be eating halal chicken.
Hello, chicken's good. You
Yeah.
know it's good.
Yeah, I know.
Put that shit in the gyro.
No, halal chicken is just like the way they take care of the chicken.
Hello.
Yeah.
Gotta pronounce the L.
You can listen to the video. Y'all talking all over the motherfucker.
Here
We
we
do
go.
have an audience here. We do
Oh,
have an audience.
the video's not up on the screen.
Oh my bad. God damn. God damn. I know they ain't talking all over the video.
Put it up so we don't talk over it.
My bad. I was like, God damn, they talking all over video here. My bad.
Studies on Girl Scout cookies where they break
Girl
them down and
Scout
find out what's in them. Oh, holy shit. They're fucking toxic as fuck. Thin Mints being the worst offenders. 5 flavors of Girl Scout cookies contained, scroll up, back up, contained levels of glyphosate and heavy metals above EPA water safety limits. New investigation found 100% of tested Girl Scout cookies contained glyphosate, 100%. Controversial herbicide and Roundup, 88% contained toxic metals like arsenic, lead, and mercury. Key finding, Thin Mints had the highest glyphosate levels at 111.07 ppb, 334 times what experts say is harmful. Peanut butter patties had the highest heavy metal contamination, with lead reaching 42.5 ppb and aluminum at 27,500 ppb. 76% of cookies tested exceeded cadmium safety limits, and
ppb, ppm means parts per billion million, respectively.
96 contained lead.
That's wild.
Girl Scout USA, which sells 200 million boxes per year, $800 million revenue, did not respond to researchers before publication. I wonder why.
I don't eat that shit. Fuck that shit.
Well, let me put my perspective in.
Yeah.
When you're done, of course.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Juliet, was it Juliet Gordon Howe? Girl Scouts, the Girl Scout founder was born in Savannah. And they've been around since 1912. And Joe Rogan is here's the word. He's got a meat head and he's worried. Dude sucks down drugs, but he wants to criticize Girl Scout cookies. Congratulations, Mr. Rogan.
Let's take a listen to this video right here. I really want, I'm going to let it play all the way through. I promise you I'm not going to stop it. Damn, it's 3 minutes. I'll stop it halfway through. Let's say, what's that, about a minute and, what's that about? I don't know, whatever. We stop it halfway through.
A former IRS employee right here in Houston. He was one of thousands of federal employees abruptly laid off this week.
He sat down exclusively with Michelle Choi to share how he's feeling and his message to those in power.
Nothing there. Nope. Nothing there.
As he waits for an official termination letter to arrive at his front door, Jason Charles shared the toll the last 48 hours has taken on him.
I can't believe this is happening, and it happened so fast. Like I said, I was just in training. I waited 4 months to go to training just to be fired.
He's one of 6,000 plus federal employees who work for the Internal Revenue Service fired this week as part of mass layoffs happening under the Trump administration. The majority of those workers, like Charles, were probationary workers employed for less than a year. Charles told us more than 24 employees were laid off from his office here off Gessner. He says it took over a year to get his dream job as a tax-exempt officer dealing with nonprofit organizations and compliance.
I wanted to serve the people.
And despite recent news, he'd held out hope his job would be spared.
How are you feeling?
Numb, confused, sad, angry. lost.
When did you get the official notice, or was there an official notice?
We never got official notice. I got word from managers that had to be in the office yesterday, and we waited there all day until maybe 12, 1 o'clock. And then it was kind of like a firing range. They lined us up, took our equipment, and sent us home.
His pride and passion taken away.
Excited.
I'm gonna stop it right here, and we're gonna get to the second half of the video, guys. You got any thought? Guys, you got
Talk
any
about
thought?
what?
So, what you heard so far? Otherwise, I keep it playing.
Keep it playing. Nothing that's caught my attention.
Where did he get fired from?
Well, Trump has been laying off employees at the firing federal workers at the what was it? The IRS. Yeah. All right. So I'll let you listen more. No comments so far. Okay, cool.
Nope.
I was so excited to learn the job. I was telling my management I was going to be the best. They can count on me.
How do I say
It's not
goodbye?
like I have no say so. Like they just toss you away. Not that corporate. And it's not like I have no say so. Like they just toss you away. Not that corporate America is like this, not the government. I thought the government takes care of their people.
When asked why.
Did y'all niggas hear that?
Yeah, I heard. No, I heard something else.
That wasn't me, niggas. That wasn't
Well,
me.
let me ask you a question.
I heard a beat. I heard a beat.
Yeah, the beat was probably from your house.
It's not the government.
That wasn't me.
What
me, bro.
What I'm hearing is a confused young man.
I had a voice.
What was? Does it say what his job was in the government?
Hold on. It does. Hold on. Listen, I want y'all niggas to hear that again. Beat.
Okay. His job was being a beat.
Listen, there you heard it.
There it is.
What was okay? Hey, Latino. I wonder. You said you grew up in the ghetto, right?
Like this, not the government. Just
my question: what was his job in the government? Was it responsible? Was he? What did he do?
I have no say so.
Oh man. Yo.
Again, well, John, you're showing the video. I guess maybe you should explain it. What was his job, or you just showing just videos of random Negroes?
No. I'm playing this video.
No say so.
I'll play with it.
Well, apparently the anti-blackness is going to be a wave that overtakes me.
This is not anti-blackness, honestly. This
it is.
Bro,
what was his job?
Hold on, Stanley. The other day, I showed some motherfuckers in my neighborhood.
Okay. I might have seen it. I might have not seen it. What is this Negro's job?
He's an IRS guy. Anyway, so the other day,
well, was he an accountant or just like someone who opens a door on the way in?
So was he said a couple minutes ago. But the bigger point is, what I'm saying is,
motherfucker, I didn't hear it, Daniel. Tell me in the chat then.
The other day, I showed some Yelps at a bar in DC. They were having a fun.
This is just gonna become boring. Let me mute.
All right, so they were having a fundraiser for laid off government workers, and here this guy is being profiled in the news, and we'll listen to him, see what he says, what he does.
To learn the job. I was telling my management I was going to be the best. They can count on me. And it's not like I have no say so. Like they just toss you away. Not that corporate America was like this, not the government. I thought the government takes care of their people.
When asked,
I'm gonna stop right there. You guys, you want to comment so far or what?
That's a lot of drama right there.
He hasn't said what he does, dude. So I really don't know if he's like
Or even how
necessary.
long he's done it.
I thought he said what he did. Do I need to go back again? Did he not say what he does? I thought he said what he did. Let me play it again. Let me play.
why he would speak out now.
This was the only way I had a voice. I can't go
Who
to
he
Washington
works
and
for
go to the
isn't
office.
what he did.
No, that's what he says. What he
Yeah,
does.
those are two different things, Joe.
Hold on, listen.
He doesn't want to hear me. I try to reach out. This is the only way I can get people to hear what happened.
According to a statement sent to KHOU11, the National Treasury Employees Union president representing the Houston area believes more than 200 people working for the IRS offices in Houston have been fired just this week. These layoffs, of course, happening in the heart of tax season.
Every department has a probationary employee. Every department will be impacted. I don't know how severely, but people will start seeing the impact soon.
Charles believes there will be a ripple effect.
Do you want your job back?
I would love my job back. I would love it back. To serve the American people and talk to people that I've talked to, I would love my job back.
And has this message for the president.
Let us work. Let us do what they employed us to do, what we took our oath to do.
In Houston, Michelle Choi, KHOU.
So look, did you guys hear? Did you guys hear what he did? Because I'll play it back again if you didn't hear
No, we did not.
All right,
Or was
listen.
there an official notice?
We never got official notice. I got word from managers that had to be in the office yesterday. And we waited there all day until maybe 12, 1 o'clock. And then it was kind of like a firing range. They lined us up, took our equipment, and sent us home.
His pride and passion taken away.
Excited. I was so excited to learn.
Still didn't hear what he does.
I was telling my management I was going to be the best.
Such a chopped up video.
Sad, angry.
Okay.
Lost.
Apparently,
When did you
we'll
get the
never know.
official notice, or was there an official notice?
We never got official notice.
What he said is somewhere.
I got word.
Nah, man.
Okay, shit as we must.
Yeah,
Employees
national
who work for the
security.
Internal Revenue Service fired this week.
Hold on.
Nothing there. Nope. Nothing there.
As he waits for an official termination letter to arrive at his front door, Jason
Oh, for
Charles shared the
God's
toll
sake.
the last 48 hours has taken on him.
I can't believe this is happening, and it happened so fast. Like I said, I was just in training. I waited 4 months to go to training just to be fired.
He's one of 6,000 plus federal employees who work for the Internal Revenue Service fired this week
He's
as
a
part of mass
trainee.
layoffs happening under the Trump administration. The majority of those workers, like Charles, were probationary workers employed for less than a year. Charles told us more than 24 employees were laid off from his office here off Gessner. He says it took over a year to get his dream job as a tax-exempt officer dealing with nonprofit organizations and compliance.
I wanted to serve the people.
Oh, okay.
So he was an auditor.
He's a tax exempt officer dealing with non-profits.
So he was an auditor.
I'm not sure. You know, if you want to take it as that, that's
Sounds like it to me. He was on probation, so he really doesn't have an argument. You know how probation works. I mean, they can fire you for any reason. That's like any job.
Yeah. So here
Now, a year is a little bit long. In the private sector, it's what, 2-4 months, something like that.
I'm not sure.
I am.
36.
So, yeah, it's not long. Look, John, I'll give a fuck.
Yeah, me either. Shit, yeah, you got to live his own life. You got to figure out.
Well, no, I mean, if he's that good, now, I won't go into the problems that Trump has created, but, it depends on if he is interested in the law or not. I'm guessing he's not.
What do you mean the law?
The law. as in Constitution, statutes, all that little, all those little wrinkles.
Mm.
Who knows? Trump might be able to overcome it.
I'm not sure how long he's been there.
He said less than a year. He was
Yeah,
probationary.
right. And and he said this was his dream job.
Yeah, well, who wouldn't? Look at that fireplace.
Well, I think a dream job would be he's probably, I'm assuming this is a government job. He's not, I think they said he was a contractor.
Well, IRS is a government job.
Well, he could be a contractor, though.
He said he worked for like the NTEU.
I don't know, man.
Through the IRS.
Yeah, this.
Okay, so you know what the NTEU is?
What I'm going to say is this. What I will say is this. Here's what I want to say.
What you will say is you enjoy seeing black people.
No. Here's
be abused in their dreams.
Let me ask you guys a question. I'm not gonna say anything. Let me ask you guys a question. And I was out years ago, and I asked someone a question. Someone says 90 days Phoenix Fish. How many of you have ever been fired?
Oh, I have.
Everyone on this panel been fired.
Yeah.
So one night I was out at the Park nightclub here in Washington, D.C. And I was around it was about 4 of us, black guys.
Oh, Jay.
Oh.
That is funny.
And so I was having a back and forth, and I said, how many of you niggas been fired before? And one nigga sheepishly raised his hand. And so I said to the nigga, I said, you the only nigga that know how to bounce back from being fired. The rest of the niggas had never faced that level of, adversity. They never been fired. They were into their late 30s, some. One of the niggas may have been 40s. Never been fired. And how would they take it? I asked the niggas, how would you take it, niggas, if and when you do get fired? Are you gonna be like this fuck nigga up here on the screen crying and shit? Not me, nigga. Fuck that. That nigga probably got a woman to live in that big old house with him.
On to the next, bro.
And that nigga crying on TV, maybe for sympathy. You understand? And that is kind of where we are here now. Like a motherfucker would do this shit without any regard to how his woman is
Okay, help me out here before you get too far. Where are we and how did we get here? Who is we? Would be the opening question.
He is in America, I just heard it,
Okay, so he is a white American, black American, or
I'm about to go.
Stanley, this is America.
Don't interrupt me for 2 minutes until I finish. We just had 2 phone calls on this motherfucking string, back to back.
Oh Lord!
Don't interrupt me, Stanley. The African nigga said what? The African nigga said he do what? He worked 2 jobs. Right? That's what he said. The American black nigga, just in the same. Somebody clip this shit. The American
black nigga.
Called in.
Not anti-black at all.
The American black nigga says, I ain't work today. That's what he said. I ain't work today. And I showed you the company that he working for, the 5 bros that are not paying this nigga. Don't even worry about clipping it. Fuck it out. I'll make a stream about it. And that is what you see here. Look at this man crying about a job. One job. nigga, I wouldn't even be waiting on no fucking letter, nigga. Soon as they tell me, hey, we don't need you no more, I'm out looking, I'm Uber eating, delivering something. I'm trying to figure something out. But he just sitting here crying to the media, man. He ain't even crying because he's still getting checks. He'll be crying in a minute. Laugh now, cry later, nigga.
It's Uncle Trump's
He
fault.
held out hope his job would be spared.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, you mean racist Uncle
Numb,
Trump?
confused, sad, angry,
I guess I don't get to respond.
lost.
When did you get the official notice, or was there an official notice?
We never got official notice. I got word from managers that had to be in the office yesterday, and we waited there all day until maybe 12, 1 o'clock. And then it was kind of like a firing range. They lined us up, took our equipment, and sent us home.
His pride and passion taken away.
Excited. I was so excited to learn the job. I was telling my management I was going to be the best. They can count on me.
Yo, John, that alarm is screaming batteries.
I have no say so. Like they just toss you away. And I thought corporate America was like this, not the government. I thought the government takes care of their people.
When asked why he would speak out now,
This was the only way I had a voice. I can't go to Washington and go into the Oval Office. I can't contact my congressman. He's too busy. He doesn't want to hear me. I try to reach out. This is the only way I can get people to hear what happened.
according to a statement sent to KHOU 11, the National Treasury Employees Union president representing the Houston area believes more than 200 people working for the IRS offices in Houston have been fired just this week. These layoffs, of course, happening in the heart of tax season.
Every department has a probationary employee. Every department will be impacted. I don't know how severely, but people will start seeing the impact soon.
Charles believes there will be a ripple effect.
Do you want your job back?
I would love my job back. I would love it back. To serve the American people and talk to people that I've talked to, I would love my job back.
And has this message for the president.
Let us work. Let us do what they employed us to do, what we took our oath to do.
In Houston, Michelle Choi, KHOU 11 News.
And you can hear Michelle's extended interview with Jason streaming right now on KHU 11 Plus. Be sure to download for free on your
Man,
Former IRS.
Yo, they could have edited that shit out, man. They could have edited that beat.
Michelle gonna be hearing that beep all day, bro.
But
was that the fire? Was that the smoke alarm or what? You forgot to change the battery.
Now, honestly, like, again, I'm trying to point something out, and I'm just being straight with you. This is not anti anybody.
Well, motherfucker, it took you forever in the whole video.
Well, we have content.
Sometimes being anti-black takes time. Is your point?
Man, like, no, what I'm saying is, like, you got to be thorough, bro. And like, as nice as that house is, you invite these fucking people into your house, and you got the smoke detector beat.
Screaming.
Okay, motherfucking Latino, if you say another word, you're gonna be gone. How about shut the fuck up?
That shit didn't start beeping when the lady, right? When the lady arrived. And what I'm talking about is like thoroughness and clearly.
You know what I was respond?
I will. And a guy working salt. I've been a nigga that had 2 jobs all my life.
Who gives a fuck?
And so what I'm saying is,
please tell me why we give a fuck how many jobs you've had, and how does it matter to your point?
Okay, and here we are supposed.
John had a job forever since he could pick cotton, and every other nigga should have a job too. Is that your point?
I don't think you'll get it.
Yeah, motherfucker, I said it.
I don't think you'll get it, so it's fine. You don't get
No,
it.
I don't think what you get is your nosy ass
Yeah.
sounds silly.
All right, fair enough. But for the people that saw the African guy calling, he said I got 2 jobs. And you hear the guy calling in later says,
Were you the African guy? I thought you said you had 2 jobs.
so you
Which
guys did,
is it?
you
Are
guys
you
did-
the African guy now?
so you guys, still, I'm trying to speak to the audience, not directly to you, but to the people.
Oh, but I'm interceding for the audience.
Right.
We need to know, John.
So for the people that heard the African guy calling, he said he had 2 jobs. And then you hear the Black American calling and he says, well, I stayed at home all day, I ain't doing anything. In these inner cities, you can rent a bike for a couple of dollars a day and deliver food on the app.
Okay, you are connecting dots that are not there.
All right, fair enough.
Is that what niggas do?
Yeah, all right. Anyway, oh yeah, let's put this stream out in the chat. Crown Reese wants to call in.
John Go, you should make clips like
Motherfucker, you should not talk.
Make sure it's just telling people how to make money.
John, you are the wrong person to talk right now.
Tomorrow morning, I probably.
Is it white, Stanley?
Tomorrow morning, I'm going to do that, and I'll probably contrast those 2, and to highlight it for people, because I thought that was really instructive there. Like there's so many things you could do out here, and he's not doing them. He's just sitting around waiting on someone to pay him.
John, how do you know that from the video? He's just giving an interview.
Well, we know that.
Okay, this is what niggas do. They take a crumb of information and they go dance with that little crumb. That seems to me what you're doing.
Yeah, okay. I just put the
Dumb niggas dance more. John, in my opinion, you don't know all this. You are taking a crumb and you're making a meal of it.
What's up, Juan? What's up, Crown Reese?
Oh, now you don't want to respond to what I said?
What's up, Crown Reese? What up, Juan? I didn't even know you were on here, Juan.
You know what? I'll drop down if it's gonna interrupt your flow.
Nah, you not interrupting. No, I'm just chilling. Today, I'm just chilling.
Motherfucker, stop chilling and being anti-black.
What's up, Crown Reese?
Hey, being anti-black. What's up? What's up, Crown?
No, motherfucker, you can't.
That nigga John Galt.
Don't say that word.
Stanley.
That's the urban landlord.
How you doing, Mr. Stanley?
I'm good, Crown.
Yes, sir. You need to be behaved tonight. Don't be like that tonight, all right? Give us some wisdom. We need some wisdom.
Well,
we need
now
some
I'm curious.
wisdom.
Like what,
Wisdom.
Reese?
We need, I mean, we need,
this isn't a black thing. If people
No,
are
sir.
so in love with
I
the
ain't
white
black. I
community,
ain't black.
well, no,
I ain't
not
black,
you
Stanley. I'm light
specifically.
skinned.
Dude, be Socratic in your criticism.
I'm light skinned,
It's
Stanley.
this
I ain't black.
anti-black bullshit
He said I'm
that I
light-skinned.
couldn't listen to all day. I've literally not listened to HB2N, Gone Trucking. It was tremendously depressing. The niggers that are criticizing niggers are the niggers. That's what I don't understand.
How you get it?
No, seriously. The niggas who are doing bullshit criticizing the niggas who are doing bullshit.
What was going on
What
HB?
the fuck?
What was going on HB this morning? I didn't catch all of it. What was he talking
I
about?
have no clue. I don't remember. I was busy.
You talking about it?
All I'm saying is y'all need to be careful because some of the niggas you're criticizing are the niggers you are.
Stanley, I am not black. You label me. I am light skinned.
Crown Reese.
I am light skinned.
I
I'm
was
black. I'm not the same. Look, I have on a Nike shirt.
Crown.
I have a Nike shirt on that's black. I'm not that
Everyone
color,
wants to be
Stanley.
not black.
No,
Typical.
we can be something different. I don't want to be black. Black is something that's not the same color as my
Mr.
shirt. I have
Reese,
a Nike dry fit shirt on, and
Mr.
I'm not
Reese,
that color.
it wasn't directed at you, Mr. Reese.
I know
Personally.
that, but
No, you're gonna tell me to behave.
yeah, because you know what the right thing to say. Because they don't understand you when you cuss them out.
Touche.
Didn't I say smooth, Stanley?
God
You at
damn
that
it!
time
You
now.
don't have to
Listen,
be. Hey, I can get.
listen.
I
That
can get my. I
listen.
can
That
get my
picture that
throat
you got on
ruffled
there.
every now and again.
Listen, your avatar shows you holding onto that damn chair so tight to let everybody know you need to read a book.
Motherfucker, that is my son's. They threw a little ceremony because he got into Georgia Tech early. So that's that picture. I happen to be in the library. I happen to be holding on to a chair. Dude, don't get it wrong. Somewhere in that picture is a boy who motherfucking tested with Asians. And a
Understatement.
nigger, if we must use the word, trained him to goddamn do it. A
Not the
nigger
nigga.
trained that boy.
He's gonna be fine in the private sector.
And I'm just gonna tell y'all, y'all don't know nigger. Y'all just talk about it.
Oh, I know about nigger. My grandmama and Big
Oh,
Mama told me about
motherfucker,
nigger.
there's nothing like a Georgia nigger.
Big Mama told me about nigger, so you know they from Macon, Georgia, so you know I know.
No, the bottom line is, you know what? You can drink a cup of tea with your pinky out, and I'll fucking kill you with the shards. That's what these motherfuckers don't know. These pussy niggas talking about niggas working, you know. Sorry for them, but why do we have to make a big production out of it? For
No,
content?
no, yes. You know I know John Golf got the content. They're gonna put it to you in the
Give it
niggerish
to
way
you
so you
raw.
can understand it.
And I need to listen less.
Stanley, listen, I got something for you. When I told you the other night, I got a nice good bottle for you. So you sit back, granddaddy, and chill out, okay?
All right, John, I apologize.
Oh no, I'm
Get it
just
in, John.
chilling
The,
tonight.
the nigger defense just came up, but honestly, John, I think you go too far sometimes.
You know, I didn't criticize. You know, honestly, the reason why I showed this man was not about his race. I don't think.
Motherfucker, he's just a dude who's aimless. He's
Okay,
wearing
now,
red pants, for God's sake.
right. Go ahead, John. Let's be straight up. You know, fuck his race and all this. He a nigga, like you said. He is a nigga that did some bullshit.
Like, you know, I've been fired off my job. He probably still getting paid. And here he is. I don't know if he's performing for the camera or if he's really crying and distraught about his job. But there's no way for a man to go about suffering a setback in life. And I just sit around waiting on the mail to come. Nigga, get up and get out and do something.
Can I ask you a question, John?
You
Is he an anomaly or does he represent all young black men in America?
I'm not talking about black men. All
He
men.
never said that though.
Okay,
Any man-
what you're doing is, of course, soft soap. This man is not the representative of all young black men in America, and the way you're generalizing the point is not appreciated.
I'm not talking about black men. It doesn't
No,
matter.
you never talk about anything
It doesn't
when
matter.
asked a direct question.
I'm trying to give advice to people, right?
Don't give advice to people unless they ask for it.
I don't have the energy tonight, Stanley. I've been working today.
Hey, I
You
want
know
some
what?
advice. I want some
So
advice.
have I. All
I
I'm
want some
saying
advice.
is when you have kids, and you do, when they get up in age, sometimes wait for them to ask for advice. Now, this is a man who has an adult child and you still have kids. How about let me give you a piece of advice?
Well, give the audience some
Don't
advice.
treat adults like they need advice. They'll ask you for it.
Stanley,
Stanley, your advice is the same advice that you raise your son, right? He's a grown man, right?
Nope.
Huh?
You tailor the advice to the person asking.
Stanley, this is the show. We're speaking to the audience here, right?
Okay, I understand that, Stanley. I'm sorry, John. Go ahead, John.
So we're speaking
Oh,
to
I'm sorry. It is your show.
I mean,
I
we're
guess
speaking.
I have to deal with it.
But we're speaking to the audience. They may want your opinion on what he's saying, and they may want to hear Crown Reed's, Latino, or John's opinion, and then we move on to the next topic. And so, my opinion of this guy is that, you know, I couldn't get up on TV whining and moaning. I couldn't get up on TV whining and moaning about waiting on my termination letter. I'd go find me something else to do if I needed to work.
He didn't get a termination letter.
And
Did
that's
you
what I'm
watch the video?
saying.
He
He's
was
waiting.
looking out the door for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't be waiting on it. I just go do something else. Like, well, I guess they're about to fire me. Let me go find me another job. But in his case, he seemingly is like waiting on, the final letter, the termination. And I don't think that you should, if you're employed in someone, it's coming down the pipe, then you shouldn't spend time waiting on the hammer to drop. Spend time waiting. You should spend that time trying to find other employment if you need other employment. Don't cry about what you don't have anymore. Try to find what makes you happy. And he's talking about, I love this job. I loved it. I loved it. Well, girlfriends, friends, family, everything comes and goes. But you got to keep pushing and not crying on TV to this woman about what has been taken away from you. You on probation. It wasn't a guarantee anyway.
Maybe he just wanted to be on TV.
Maybe, but I couldn't get on TV.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop off. I'll be right back up.
I couldn't get on TV crying in front of this woman. You think she respects him for crying like that? And again, this is not about race. I think this is about the weakness in men. Honestly,
performance.
Right. Like, look at this guy crying.
So we've become a red pill.
This is not. I don't even know. I don't even know what the fuck red pill is. Honestly.
Well, maybe you should learn.
Anymore, I don't know what it is anymore. Means so many things.
Regardless of all that, I don't think this is behavior.
Angry, lost.
When did you get the official notice, or was there an official notice?
We never got official notice. I got word from managers that had to be in the office yesterday, and we waited there all day until maybe 12, 1 o'clock. And then it was kind of like a firing range. They lined us up, took our equipment, and sent us home.
His pride and passion taken away.
Excited. I was so excited to learn to
That right there, man, like, fuck that shit. It's just a job, my nigga. Like, I done had many jobs, been fired. And you gotta come sooner or later. Everybody's been fired up here on this panel, I think. We didn't ask one question. I ain't ever cried when I got fired, nigga. I took that shit like a man. You know what I'm saying? And like, I think it shows you the weakness in men to see a nigga crying by potentially getting fired from the job. My thoughts.
Other John.
Shows that he's not resourceful, John.
Other John, are you there?
Yeah.
When you got fired, how was that reaction like?
I was young, so like I just I didn't even like the job anyway. But then, I mean, I've never been fired from a job I really wanted to keep. Usually it would be something else that just would be in the way. But I never wanted to be the person to get fired. I never got fired for performance or anything like that. I never cried over a job either. I don't know. I mean, it's not even his career, whatever field he's in. He can get a
Did
job.
anyone ever interview you after you lost a job?
No.
Okay, I'll stop there.
Can I ask a question? How do you deal with, and this is for, well, not many people here is dealing with a 15-year-old who has everything in front of him. And he's motivated, but he's not motivated. I think as a person, as a father, I think that, you know, what his father is doing, I don't think he want to do it anymore. I think he want to do his own thing, and I really do understand that. So I want to know, how can I come at him to just trying to be like in a situation to put him in a not to down him or anything like that, you know.
Crown, can I ask
Are
you?
you talking to your son or this man?
Hey, let the man finish his question first. Then you guys respond.
I asked a question.
Okay, I'm going to answer, Stanley. I'm asking as a father to fathers on this panel right here.
Of
I
a
want to
son
know
of a certain age. You know about.
exactly.
Let him.
So
Let him finish.
so listen to what I'm saying, Stanley. I know you raised your son past 15. Your son went in a different way than my son. I really thought my son was military, just like your son. He you know, he denounced that, but my son wants to do military. I think my son do not want to. I think, you know, he don't want me to make him upset of what I have him. I have him in the situation he can do a whole lot of things.
Well, let me.
Hold on.
Let
Listen,
me.
hold on. I'm not done because it's not what I. It's a question that I'm trying to ask.
Crown, make it concise, Crown. Come on, get to the question.
Okay, I'm trying to see how do I deal with a young male who is in a situation to where he can do anything he wants to do, but how do I keep him motivated at one thing instead of looking at 5 and 6 other different things that he has an opportunity to do?
All right.
Now, who else has a 15-year-old or has experience with a 15-year-old?
So that's why I said that, Stanley, from the giddy up. You know, I'm not an idiot. I said that from. I'm speaking to the one who can be like that.
That way.
Crown, go ahead and answer the question, Stanley. Shit.
Yeah.
Well, no, I want to defer
No, I'm asking you, John.
Others who have a 15-year-old in process or teenage son.
I don't have a 15-year-old. Stanley, if you want to answer, you've had a 15-year-old. What do you think?
Let him look at all the options at 15. That's my answer.
Okay, yeah, you know what, and I understand
It's
that
as
because
simple as that.
you know, I think because I really haven't really posted because I have a nephew. It's my brother.
Hey, don't compare your son to your nephew. He's your
I
son.
understand that. Listen what I'm saying though. But he's in a situation where he can do the same thing as my nephew.
Okay, let me
you know,
stop you here, and it's going to be a hard stop.
Hold on.
No one can do anything they want to do. Your son has options. Let him explore them.
Like, hold on.
Right. You're right.
Hold on. Wait a minute. We ain't got but 40, 50 minutes here, man. Like, Jesus Christ, man. All this over talking people, no one can let the man get it out and concise. You gotta be Crown, you gotta be concise with your statement. Is like, you add a couple extra sentences in. You don't need to add them in. Just get the point out. Like, go ahead.
Yeah, it's there, John Galt. But my thing was to not. He don't want to. I think he wants to do the hair cutting thing. I have a nephew that's in.
Come on, get passion.
Listen. It's like a lot of things that's mixed up. Instead of him being
Well,
business,
I'm going to be concise.
No, one at a time. Crown, you can't ask a 4-minute question, bro.
I know that it's not a question, but I'm just saying it's
okay. You can't have a 4-minute statement, bro, because there'll be 3 or 4 things people will want to comment to. Make a quick statement. What you got?
Okay, well, I just said what I said. I'm good, man.
No, come on now. I don't know what was the main crux of it.
It was just all about how do I step in the middle of something that I created, and my son wants to do something totally different, and he don't want to upset me of what's really going on. He really wants to haircut, but dude, he wants to play ball, and he wants to finish his judo situation that we have.
All right, so let me ask you this. Which one, and I'm just asking out of curiosity, anyone else want to chime in, feel free. Which one?
I just want to know how, how do I talk to him? That's all I want to know.
Because you just keep talking, no one gets to chime in. Which one does he seem to be most passionate about?
He's not even saying, because he's a family person and he's not trying to upset nobody, so he's not saying.
See, Crown, you talking too much. I asked you a question. Which one does he seem to be most passionate about?
And I just told you, John.
But you didn't tell me anything.
I did, because I don't know what he wants to do, because he's not chiming in with me with that. That's why I'm saying that.
Okay, all right, let me back up. When you look at your son, what does he seem to express the most interest in?
Hair cutting, dude.
Okay, so this is my opinion. And you need to create every avenue like an on-ramp for him to ease right in the haircut. Do you remember? Don't interrupt me. Do you remember when Donald Trump went to that barbershop up in the Bronx?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Do you remember hold on. Do you remember when he was walking out of that barbershop in the Bronx? And to his right was a young man who owned the barbershop. I think he's right. And across from him was his daddy. Who worked in the shop with him. And he told Donald Trump, like, yeah, I'm here working with my son. If your son is expressing interest in cutting hair, then the easiest on-ramp for you is to create a pathway for him to own a barbershop, so that he's not dependent on cutting hair. He may get carpal tunnel, but he may have a whole bunch of niggas in there paying him booth rent, cutting hair.
He
would know the business. You understand? Because you got to know the business to own a barbershop, right? Otherwise niggas will hustle you, right? If you gave me a barbershop, I don't know how to run a barbershop. I don't know what the hustles that niggas be doing, but you do. And so you can pass on that institutional knowledge to your son. And so he walked right in the barbershop and it's easy for him. Whereas another nigga catches lumps, like we showed the man who bought his first house and got fucked over. You understand? So you take where his passion is. You've already cut down some trees in the barbering industry where you can make it an easy transition for him. And he can go wherever you want to go. He can be on the internet cutting hair, showing his face, whatever, cutting hair for rappers and shit, whatever the fuck, right? Nigga, I saw a white boy cutting some rapper's hair, right? Like, nigga, the world is yours if you good at that shit. And you need to provide an on-ramp to whatever he wants to do. And if he's expressing his passion in that, make it easy. You say he making money, show him how much money in the business aspect of it. and he'll walk right into it, and you'll see it if that's what he's interested in. In my opinion, that's just my.
John Golf, listen what I'm saying. He see the money, and we got them. John, he don't give a fuck about the money.
But he got
listen. 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 I have him and my nephew on YouTube. It's my whole last name and everything, and they're playing AIU basketball. These dudes want to play basketball, and they can play basketball very, very good. And he has this whole basketball team, longest other basketball teams that want to cut hair, but
cut hair. Do you want to play basketball? One or two. Do you want to cut hair or play basketball? It's one or two. Which one do you want?
And that's my thing, dude. I don't want him to play no fucking basketball. He's trying to play basketball because my dad didn't play basketball, in the NBA in the 70s, and he know about me, but I stopped it and went to
Crap. I don't need to hear about your daddy. You said he liked to cut hair, then you said he wanted to play basketball. Whichever one he wants to do, hopefully he doesn't want to play basketball. Because he may not be able to do that for a career, maybe not. But if he wants to go into barbering, then you can offer him, easy transition.
Well, he just told me, John Golf, what you said about my daddy. He said, I don't want to disrespect my granddaddy, you, or nobody in the family that cut hair, but can I do something and do this at the same time? So that's why I put that in there as my father. Because that's who started that shit.
John, can I cut in?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I don't know if Stanley, if you're up here, maybe you would agree with me, but I think that this is one of those, sir, where you're going to have to let your son choose his own adventure. It's not my. I have an 19-year-old now. It's not my place to. It's not my place to jump in there. It's not my place to jump in and say, I don't want you to do such and such and such and such because of my experience or my family's experience. It's my job to let her. Yeah. It's my job to let her run and choose her own adventure. She's starting her life. Stanley and I talked about this a month. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I wanna hop in after Juan is done.
Well, but we don't have much time. So, one,
we can start up a Stanley v. World.
We're gonna do that, but but on this stream, anyone remember the Paradise Galore lady that called in?
Yeah, I remember.
That's lost. I remember.
Yeah. The stream is gone. But anyway, so what the woman said was she quit her banking job.
Right.
Anyone remember that? And she said it was her dream job.
Right.
And she quit that motherfucker just the same way as this nigga has been fired from his dream job.
Oh, for God's sake.
But for her, it became a beautiful thing. Understand that getting fired was a beautiful thing for her. Well, she quit. She didn't even get fired. She quit them. She fired them. It was a beautiful thing for her, right?
Yeah, that's why I own a barbershop, John. I got fired.
And so what I'm saying is that she was able to pursue her higher passions, and I think that you can't serve two masters. I've known so many people that have tried to work a job and pursue their interests on the side, and it never works. Because from Friday, when they're working, the people that they should be trying to network with are working too, and then they get off work and they want to work their side job. It doesn't work.
Right. It doesn't work. That's right.
You see what the woman with Paradise Galore, we saw how successful she was. Stanley was even gloating about her.
Right.
The printing machines and shit like that. I don't think that would have happened if she kept her full-time job and tried to do that shit at night.
What do you mean I was even gloating? She seems cool.
You called her a monkey or something.
You know what? But I also admitted that hey, John, did I not admit that I fucked up?
No, I'm just tripping. I'm just talking shit. No, you did. If anybody's gonna reconcile their thoughts about a black woman, it will be you and a black person.
Oh, for goodness' sake!
You know what I'm saying? But if you remember me, I liked it from the beginning. I can see this talent. Yeah, I can see the talent. I know my black people like you.
Potential.
Yeah, I saw it. You know what I'm saying? I knew she was a tough woman, but for some strong man, she would be perfect for him. And when she came on the channel, man, she was better than Tequila, the hair weave lady. I think she was better than her. What did you guys think?
Well, I wonder
She
why you
sounded like the
didn't
type
keep
of
up
lady
with
that could.
Tequila.
Say what?
She sounded like
When's
the
the
type
last
of
time
lady
you
that could have
talked to
entered a
Tequila?
great business.
I
That
ain't
that
saying
could have entered a
nothing.
great business partnership with Kimmy Cakes. It seemed like those two were thinking on the same level.
I asked for a solution on the John Galt show, and I haven't got my solution.
Well, I told you the solution.
Well, I was gonna answer
Yeah,
after
my
one.
solution, John Galt. Listen, this boy. Listen, this is what I'm finna tell you. This
Dude,
boy.
don't have a
Listen,
solution. Relax.
listen. Okay, understand. Listen, because I just want to put you at the point to where I am, and I'm asking you guys this. And I don't have to come to you, but I know it's more minds than just what minds is.
Dude.
And listen, a month. Listen, in a month, my son makes almost $8,000 in a month by himself.
God damn.
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we ain't got much time. Nigga, if he making that kind of money, man, let me put him up in a barbershop.
No, you're not. Listen, I know what's going on because I do my thing. I got 2 barbershops.
Okay, well, you know what's going on, but we don't.
Nigga, I want
to. Listen. I'm just saying this because I ain't got nobody who's gonna stand behind me with the generational wealth. That's all I'm asking.
Oh,
And can't no black
motherfucker, do
man up
you
here.
have generational wealth, really?
I do, Stanley. My whole family
Okay,
from
well
Macon,
then,
Georgia.
if
We
you
got a lot.
no,
We got a lot
here's
of
the
land
deal.
in Macon, Georgia.
Okay, let's clear the table of all the bullshit. If you have generational wealth, let him do what he wants to do and support him.
Hold on, Sam. Hold on, stop for a minute.
No, goddamn it! Generational wealth frees your children to do what the hell they want to do.
Stanley, hey, we get to that a little bit later. Hey, listen. Hey, here's a thought that I have for the channel. Honestly, I think a lot of people. Well, we may get a handful of people. If he can make some money like that, I'll be interested in investing in him. See if he can give me some returns back on the barbershop. Right.
Hey, listen, John. I just did my taxes. Listen, they goddamn it doing that, so it's right. So, and I don't want and I don't want him to move away from that, and that's my thing,
Hold on, but what I'm saying is that, like, as I'm saying to you, listen, if he's serious about doing barbering, then someone like me or Stanley or someone Latino might say, you know what, if he making that kind of money, this motherfucker's there to invest in.
It does not matter about that. Trust the way you raised him.
Let me finish, Stanley.
I do, Stan. I understand what you're saying.
Hey, stop, listen, man. And we've seen it. If you've ever watched Shark Tank or
for God's sake,
man, come on.
The dude is 15.
He's asking for advice, though, Stanley.
How about think of the child, concentrate on the advice you're being asked for?
Stanley, let me finish. If you think he's really passionate about cutting hair, you should try to. What's so fucking funny about that? I didn't even say anything.
Dude, 15-year-olds have passion for pussy. That's about it.
Not true. Some of them.
Oh, fuck you, John. Do you have a 15-year-old male? I'm not soliciting advice from people who have not gone through the experience. Man, y'all fucking have a lot of good advice for things you've never experienced. It's theory, not advice.
Most 15-year-olds are locked up in juvenile facilities.
Bam.
That's the only people listening.
Well,
So I asked
wouldn't
the
go
question.
that far.
I asked this question, and I still haven't. All I get is just the soldering things. It's
Well,
not a business
I can
wise
give
or
you
what
the
I've asked
advice.
for.
Is your son in jail?
Hell no, and he ain't gonna never be in
Okay,
jail.
well, here is my point. If you have the generational wealth, let him solve it for himself. He's only 15.
Well, crime reason is not
15
wealthy.
is young.
He stays in school and he
Hold on,
graduates.
hold on. Crime reason, hold your thought for 1 second.
I mean, hey, you know what? Hey, you know what, John? On the low key, I am a landlord, so I don't even want to say that.
But you're not wealthy, right? But you're not wealthy. You're not building.
I am not wealthy
Motherfuckers
whatsoever.
thinking
Yeah.
about money and not their children are going to be the death of Negroes.
Yo, bro, we gotta have to stop talking over each other, man. Like, it's not conducive. We have an audience that's listening.
You're the one talking over me. I am talking to the audience. Seriously, I have experience with a 15-year-old male.
Right.
So let him. 15 is not the time to have this argument. Let him be 17. Let him go. Keep him in the fold. Tell him, hey, you need to decide. Give him options. But I wouldn't limit him to those 3 options. Let him explore. Is he good in school?
Exactly. What's the first thing, next
Is
year?
he good in school?
I just said exactly, Stanley. He's brilliant in school.
Oh,
He
motherfucker,
does his
then
thing.
let him go. Just keep him close.
Yeah.
Let him do what he wants to do. But he's 15, man. God damn. What is he, a
he's on the
sophomore?
school,
Sophomore in
he's on
high
the school
school?
committee. Yeah, he's on the school committee. And his first thing,
Sophomore in high school?
Why are y'all talking over each other? God.
Oh, Crown Reese, let the boy be. Don't force it. He will come to you. Trust how you parent him. Trust how you father him. Dude, you're a good father.
Hey, Juan,
He'll be okay.
All right, Stanley. Juan, you want to get some words in, man? You just joined. What's up?
he said he wanted a Cadillac truck for his 16th birthday.
All right, Juan, you want to get some words in?
Tell him to get over it.
Right.
Words in. Juan, come on, man. What the fuck? Yo, Juan, you want to get some words in, man? You've been quiet.
See my comment in the back chat, Crown Reese. That's the advice that I have.
I got you, brother. I got you.
Latino Striker, you want to get some comments in? No.
No, he's good. He's making money. Just keep going to school, finish school. That's it.
15-year-olds making money is not the end all and be all.
You got a whole life ahead of him.
Peasants expect their children to work.
But he's making a lot of money. You should learn.
Motherfucker, I said what I said. Deal with what I said. Stop acting like you are.
John, can we all agree on one thing, John, real quick?
What's up?
That guy that's sitting in the chair that's crying, that guy that's sitting in the chair because he lost his job. Can we all agree that all of us up here would be celebrating because that would be one of the dudes that would audit our ass?
No, I would not celebrate that. Obviously, he's not the end all and be all of the IRS. The IRS is not going away. You'll still be audited.
Come on, Stanley. You got to be a little bit more concise. Yeah, I don't think he does audits.
Motherfucker, I was concise. The IRS is not going away because this joker doesn't have a job.
We got it. All right. Yeah, no, I think he works in the nonprofit.
I was just being funny. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I think he works in nonprofit.
Were you?
Probably not auditing anyone anyway. So it's my thoughts. I think he's in nonprofit. He said that nonprofit.
Oh, IRS was the point.
Mm.
And who knows? He could be promoted into John Galt's taxes. That's probably a whole category. Probably a whole department.
John Galt's bookkeeper or what?
Who paid for this interview?
I tell you, this was the first day that I guess a lot of the federal workers had to be back in the office. Is that correct?
Who knows?
Get your ass into work.
Yes.
And get fired.
You know, it's funny. My friend called me because he got that email that they were talking about this week, and he's like, "What do I do?" And I'm like, "Dude, you're already in the office. Why are you asking me?"
I had an aunt that she worked federal, originally from Dayton, Ohio, and she had to get her ass back in Dayton, Ohio. She was up in Texas, I think, got a big old house in Texas, so she had to text Arcana her ass back home.
Well, let me provide a quick statistic because I'm going to do a video in the next day or two. 60% of the federal workforce is Caucasian. So, you know, this little boy in the nice house, 19% is black. So it's a bigger percentage than the population. Y'all gloat over bullshit. The other thing Trump needs to understand is federal employees actually work. Not they don't produce, but they do actually kind of protect in ways, and they vote too. Trump is toasting his party. Y'all don't see it, but the early round gloating, it's going to come back to fuck some people, and not just the federal workers that are being fired. Look at the polls, kids.
Congress and Senate. Yeah.
Oh, well, you know, a wise president who wasn't white mediocrity would use the Congress to do his job. They actually control the purse strings. And, you know, he didn't have to do it in the first 100 days. He could do it over a couple years.
Right away.
If he was white excellence, he would wait it out. Dude
Right
isn't
away.
Trump
Trying to kill the man
has
3 times.
all Trump has all 3 branches of government, and he pretty much is shot his wad. He's
I want
going to.
I want to play this video.
He is actually not
All right.
doing a good job.
All right, I want to play this video right here.
The worst thing for the Democrat Party right now would be if it actually works. The worst thing for the Democrat Party is if the debt does go down.
To be honest with you, the worst thing, you're right, but honestly, the worst thing that could happen is Elon gives out them $5,000 stimulus checks.
Oh, it's over.
He give out them $5,000 stimulus checks.
It's a wrap.
It's going to be bad for a while.
Imagine what people will feel when they go, by the way, this isn't us giving you money. This is us giving you your
money back.
hard-earned money back. You deserve this.
Listen, from a political,
they are playing.
From a political marketing perspective, it's genius
Because they understand what people are feeling. And the Democrats, instead of crying about all this and labeling him big bad man and all this other stuff, they should really be paying attention to what the American people are feeling and finding ways for their policies to have messaging that taps into what Americans are feeling. Don't gaslight them.
Anyway.
This is the next generation. This is the next generation of John and Be Brave.
Okay.
If I can comment, John, where the
That's a
Democrats are
compliment,
actually
John.
missing.
These people got good viewership.
Yeah, viewership is viewership
Come on, guys,
means
one at a time. One at a time.
brilliance.
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
Take your nose out of the camera, son.
What's up, one? What you got thoughts about that one?
I was going to say where the Democrats are shooting themselves in the foot right now, and they have a
Democrats aren't in
message
power.
to
Why are
prove
we
Stanley's
talking
point.
about Democrats?
Stanley, one at a time. One at a time, Stanley. Come on.
Oh, Juan knows I'm right.
Come on, Juan. Go ahead. Well, let him get it out. Go ahead, Juan.
The Diddy crap.
Go ahead, Juan.
Is the thing
Fight
with
your hair up,
immigration
boy.
because it's the thing with immigration because what's going on ICE right now, they're going after what I call the low-hanging fruit. They're doing the collateral damage thing, so it's one big game of whack-a-mole, and it's self-defeating because number one, now you're getting yet again the 40-year-old mom that's been in the country for 25 years and has 2 U.S. citizen kids. And not only that, but these gangs, El Tren de Aragua and the cartels and things like that. Now, because you're going after everybody, they're actually hiding in plain sight, and you're not even catching any of those guys. But the thing is the Democrats right now are missing that message. If they catch that message, then I would argue that it would be
Which
game over.
Democrat is in federal, national, or any sort of large part of power? Here is where
That's the point that
MAGA dumbasses are gonna get it wrong and let the pendulum swing too far to the right side. You think Democrats control shit?
No, I don't. What I'm trying to say, Stanley, I'm actually agreeing with you, believe it or not. What I'm saying is if they don't, if the Republicans themselves, if they don't get their stuff together, if we don't get our stuff together now, the Democrats actually have something to run on in 2026, and we might lose. That's what I'm getting at. I actually agree with you.
Look. You will have to fuck up worse than that. I think you all will last till 2026. And I hope you do, so you can fuck it up for another 2 years. The MAGA thing is doing the same thing that the progressives did. Okay, using the government to censor stuff, to force policy. The center is where it is. Sometimes America was set up to actually kind of come to agreements, and progressives and MAGA don't want to do that. They want to use the government to censor books, to take motherfucker. I will put your dumb ass down who hasn't read a book in years.
Yes, sir.
Into the yeah, god damn it, I get off on you calling me sir. Bottom line is the pendulum's gonna swing too far to the right, and Trump did it in the first couple months. It's a problem, and I don't. You know what? I want to see 2026 go MAGA as well. Take it more to the right, so we be rid of this white mediocrity. This is the time for white mediocrity and people like Trump to make their stand. You're either going to make America great again or you're going to fail hard. And I think Trump, dude, the Supreme Court, and it's preliminary. They'll agree with him at some point, but Trump need not depend on the judiciary to support this stuff. They're not even John Roberts is somewhat of an actual constitutionalist.
All right, sir.
They're not going.
All right, thank you,
I'm talking, John.
All right, Stan.
They're not going to let Trump ruin the Constitution.
Gotcha. All right. Chris Reed said it would really be your COVID relief fund. I think.
Who gives a fuck?
Let me respond to the comment. I'm somewhat in agreement with him, and I think that
what the fuck does COVID and a relief fund have to do with 2025?
Well, I think that they are going to somehow stage some kind of payment to the people in a way.
My God!
In a way
Who is they? MAGA?
Yeah, I think
Trump. Elon.
Damn, will you let me listen? We let you go on. No one interrupts you. Don't interrupt me. Please.
Oh, that was Latino saying MAGA, not me.
Okay, but you're talking now. So I think damn, come on, man. We got 30 minutes. We got 20 minutes left. And you at least have some decorum here. I think that I know you're about to go ahead and talk again, but I think that they're going to stage some kind of stimulus type payment to the people, which will be seen as almost like COVID type relief. And I think that's what Chris Reed is talking about. They're already setting their playground here to give you a check off the money that they quote unquote found. And I think that will buy some sentiment That's what.
Now, who's going to do that? Biden?
Biden? No, I think the Trump administration was find some way to cut a check to the people somehow, some way, and that will buy them some sentiment. I do believe that.
But John, there's a huge. Go ahead. I
We
didn't mean to interrupt
talked
you.
about the
Let me one-
people who will be
hey,
incentivized
hold
and
on.
not be able to think
All right.
for themselves.
Hold on, Sam. Let one say. What do you got to say?
John, there's a fundamental difference. The COVID relief was more money that was printed. This DOGE that they're talking about, this money's not being printed. This money was already here.
Bullshit.
That's a fundamental difference that a lot of people.
No, dude, it is being. See, Juan, what you don't understand is the executive does not get to take from funds. Look at your Constitution, Mr. Lawyer. What the executive is going to do is redirect, steal, essentially. Congress appropriates, and if they're going to send out $5,000 checks, they're taking it away from something Congress intended.
You're absolutely correct, Stanley, but that's not the point
Of
that I'm making.
course
The point
I am.
is that
I understand this shit.
the point that I'm
So
making is
it
that the
is
Federal Reserve.
no better. It is no better than printing money
Stanley,
if you're stealing it from where it was intended to go.
Stanley, you have to let one
Motherfucker, I do not, because I actually understand what Juan is saying. Maybe you don't, John.
Yeah, guys.
It is
I'll
no
see you
better.
guys.
They're
You guys have a good
stealing
night.
Stanley,
an essential. Fuck you.
Stanley, you
They're
speaking?
stealing from the taxpayers the way Trump wants to do it. Are they not? Their representatives directed it one way, and Trump and Elon and whoever else are going to take money away from where it was intended to go. It's stealing. Print money or steal money, that's the difference.
Well, guys.
Well, look at little Juan ran away from a conversation.
Wasn't a conversation.
Motherfucker, you're right. And you can go too, John.
Well, I got a ghost now.
You don't have
I
to.
enjoy debating with you.
But you actually have to understand how the government works.
Yeah.
And Juan actually does. That part.
He's a lawyer, right? Or he studies law.
Soon to be.
Yeah, he studies law, so he would
Bottom
know.
line is the 5,000 you might get is not saved or scraped. It is redirected.
Yeah.
So enjoy your 5,000.
But if there's tariffs on everything and you give people the money,
Okay, don't give me a but. I'm literally looking at the mechanics of how the American government is supposed to work.
you're saying that's a bad thing.
No, what I'm saying, oh yeah, of course it's a bad thing. It's unconstitutional.
Why?
Really?
Yeah, well, isn't the
You
federal,
just asked me
isn't the
why,
Federal Reserve
motherfucker.
unconstitutional?
You literally no. Yes, undeserved is unconstitutional. The Constitution is not a piggy bank.
No, it's a living doctrine, right?
No, it's not even that.
It's the king of the land.
It's the law of the land. Your king is the Trump of the land.
No, the king of the land is the Constitution.
Motherfucker, you don't want to do this because I'll trash you too. Dude, read a motherfucking history book. Read the Constitution. It doesn't work this way. When's the last time you read the Constitution, John?
I was looking at it a little bit the last time you asked me.
Motherfucker, I didn't ask you when's the last time you looked at it.
Oh, okay.
Did you not hear what I asked?
When was the last time I read the Constitution?
You, John Stravitz. And I know I mispronounced your name.
I know that.
When's the last time you actually read it?
Read
Let's
it?
go Article 1, 2, 3, 4.
Article 1.
Article 1, Article 2, Article
The free
3,
speech,
Article 4, and tell me what's going on now.
Article 2, right to bear arms. Article 3.
Articles, not amendments.
Comitatus.
I'm not talking amendments. I'm talking Article 1, Article 2. Read the. Well, you know what? You ain't read the Constitution lately. If you think Article 2 is the Second Amendment, then I think you've answered my question, and our conversation is done.
What do you mean?
Read your Constitution, American.
Listen, I just closed all these.
No, I'm not going to goddamn listen to someone who has not read the Constitution.
It's been a long while.
Article 2 is not the Second Amendment. How dare you fucking act like you've done something you should have done 80 years ago?
What?
No, John.
John,
my point is you don't know shit.
But like,
That's
what do
my
you
point.
know? Like, what would you do, Stanley?
I know the goddamn Constitution.
No, but like, you're always judging.
Motherfucker, you won't overtalk me.
I'm not.
What you gonna do before you talk to me again, before we ever have this kind of conversation, is fucking know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Stanley, listen.
No, don't Stanley me, son. Don't Stanley me, son. Read your Constitution. Read your Constitution. Don't tell me about the Constitution till you've read it. And I see John is left. Who's going to end this show?
You are.
I doubt it. It'll run forever. It will say John Stravitz has never read a goddamn Constitution, but wants to talk about it a lot.
Oh, legislative plan.
John does not know the difference between 2A and you think Article 2, A2 equals 2A. That is, you have not. The last time you read a Constitution is when your second grade teacher asked you to read it for a book report.
6 years.
Motherfucker, you reading it now is not doing much.
What the fuck are you bringing up the point then for? What are you doing?
Motherfucker, you are an uneducated.
I got it in front of
you are an uneducated American, and I don't appreciate your bullshit.
Oh, stop it, Stanley.
No, nope. I'm gonna go farther. The motherfuckers who have the most to say about all of this bullshit are the people who have never read the Constitution. Dude, is this your first time?
Hey, listen, I have
Is
to
this
step
your
in.
first time?
No.
Listen, Stanley, you are totally right. And a lot of people do not know what it is. I promise you. I know I'm my rights. When you know your rights, you will stand fast. You won't even say nothing. Because
all I'm saying is these crown
hand
that you wanted to bring up.
That's right. You have the upper hand when you know that shit.
What is the section you wanted to bring up? Why did you bring it up?
Bitch, the one you want to bring up.
I didn't want to bring
and
it up.
I'm joking with you, John.
I'm saying like you're the one that
like
led us
that.
here. So where are you going?
Oh, motherfucker, I didn't lead you anywhere except to your rights.
We were talking about the money that the Department of Government Efficiency was saving people.
Yeah, motherfucker, what they're doing is unconstitutional. That's how we got here.
Okay.
Elon is an unelected. Oh, you're gonna overtalk? You're gonna just hey, don't, dude. You know what? God damn it, Crown Reese.
Educate me right now.
I'm gonna have to go back to John Henrik Clark, and I made a mistake. I should be. I debate peers. You know, the rest I teach.
There you go. Educate. Don't just
And
sit
motherfucker, you are in a great need. You are in. I'm not gonna go there now.
Section 1, Section 2, Section
John,
3.
Crown Reese. God damn it! I swear I'm gonna get better at this. I get a fire lit under my ass when ignorant motherfuckers start talking bullshit.
Well,
Like
you
they
have
know
to teach
shit.
them. You have to do it in the right form, Stanley. I guarantee you, everybody on this channel, if you don't know anything, read the amendments, and I promise you, everything about your mindset will change. You have to know what it
it's
is.
not that hard. Now you have to.
The amendments. He said the Constitution.
Motherfucker, I'm talking Constitution.
Yeah.
There are amendments, there are articles. Know the difference between the two.
So he came right to the Constitution.
No, motherfucker. Stay down. Stay down. Stay down.
Okay.
Now, you know what? I'm going to. Crown Reese and John is going to kick my ass. These motherfuckers don't like a smart black man. That is half the problem with most of this channel.
Why wouldn't I?
Never ever. They just want to ride the
So
bandwagon.
I will tell you you're fucked up and laugh at it.
Yeah, okay. And then what?
Black people, white people, y'all are all fucked up. So, Crown, you know what? I will. John's gonna be pissed. Portia's gonna be pissed. But I'm gonna fucking march on. Except Portia's here, so now I have to calm down because she's gonna kick my ass. Oh, and she's disappeared. Oh shit, I'm in trouble now. I've overstepped my bounds. Uh-oh. I've missed a go. Uh-oh. I've missed a go. Uh-oh.
You gotta echo.
Someone has an echo.
No, it's me. Sorry about that. Hey, can I just say one thing? And it's the thing that just infuriates me more than anything about people's constitutional understanding. And it's when people says the Constitution says I can do this. The Constitution doesn't say you can do anything. It restricts the power of government. That is what the document is. It does not empower the government. It outlines certain functions of the government, but it restricts the power of government. It is not on its face a liberating document in terms of government. It is a restrictive document. And that's all I want to say is when I hear people, I have the right to free speech.
Well, no, I went there too.
Yeah, you don't have a right to free speech. You have a right to be free of the government restricting your speech. Me, your mom, your employer, a guy on the street can restrict your ass all day long. The government can't do it. So that's all I had to say. I'll hang up and listen.
All right, well, I'm about to start a new stream. I'm on a mission from God. Oh, hey, Tom.